Hello and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. Ooh, Indy is extra spicy today. She is ready for today's disco bloodbath. Who here is ready for the disco bloodbath? How are you guys doing this morning? How are you feeling after yesterday? That direct examination of Dr. Hughes was a little crazy, wasn't it? So welcome to Legalbytes. Welcome to the Bite Club, my biters. How are you guys doing? How is everyone? I see people are from the UK here. Where else are people coming in from? Fantastic. I love it. I love it. I love to see all the spirit in the chat. I'm excited for this cross-examination. I don't know about you. I'm a little tired, but I think I'm excited. We're ready to go. And you know who else might be excited too? Rick Hogue. Sorry. I know. Extreme close-up.
I know. Hey, good morning, Alita. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you? Are you ready to get on the Ben Choo Choo train?
I am. Although I have to warn folks, I got to be bouncing in and out today. Unfortunately, also on the window of 10 o'clock. So I'm going to expect you all to take good notes for me for at least the top of cross-examination, because I think I'm going to have to miss it. But hopefully, we're just going to start easy, roll in, and then I'll be able to come back in when I get there. But yeah, it's quite the trial, and trying to also do legal work and other things at the same time is fun. It's a fun task.
Yeah. It definitely is. And I see people are the chat is going wild. I'm trying to capture these super chats. I know I did see one that came in just before going live. That someone asked to answer a random question from the regular chat, and I do understand that. We've got a lot of folks that want to get their get their questions in, get their comments in. Not everybody can afford to do a super chat. I totally understand that.
Sure.
I don't want to be making it seem like we're just doing some kind of like pay to play kind of situation. So I try to pay attention. It's just when the chat is flying, it can be hard. It can be hard. So I will do my best. Anyhow, another thing that I wanted to mention before we get into, the testimony from yesterday and what we think might happen today is that, of course, we've got a lot of folks in this community that have experience with DV and SV. And sometimes it's worthwhile pointing out that there could be some trigger warnings here, or there could be some triggering information that comes out. So especially yesterday was pretty graphic. Some of the stuff that Dr. Hughes got into. So I think
it was a graphic day yesterday. No question.
Yeah. So just for everybody out there that does have that kind of history, or someone, you love someone that has been through it, and it is triggering for you, just keep that in mind. We don't know exactly what they're going to testify to before they get into it, because we don't necessarily have that kind of access to that information. But so just keep that in mind. We do try to be sensitive to those kinds of issues. And yeah.
At some point, Alita, we do have to talk though, because you've got a chat that has about 1,000 comments in it already, and 20 super chats by 3 minutes into your stream. I think they're trying to see if they can get you to 13, 14 hours. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I've done my best, and last night I left you with 140 left.
Yes. And you know what? God willing, we got through all of them yesterday. Rob helped me towards
Rob
the end.
Pop in. That's fantastic.
Yes, he did. And I may have convinced him to start his own YouTube channel. So I've got a community post. If you guys are interested in maybe seeing Rob start his own YouTube channel, I've got a community post. Go to the community tab, open up a new window. Don't close out of the live stream, but you can open up a community tab, and there's a post there talking about what we might want to name Rob's channel if he were hypothetically to start one. So I've got a lot of comments in there, a lot of people with a lot of ideas for what what he could name his hypothetical YouTube channel if he decided to start one. There's a lot of comments in there so far, but if you have ideas, pop them in there. I will filter through them and see if I can push those over to him.
You're a YouTube pusher.
I am.
Mark,
I like having friends to talk to. It makes the content so much more fun when we've got more folks to talk to about all these different issues, right?
Yeah, different personalities bouncing off each other, certainly.
Exactly. So that is my motivation here. So yeah. So anyhow, any other thoughts from yesterday after the direct examination?
No, I mean, I think we're ready to go, right? I will say this, I got to speak with my wife last night about this, who's following me over here on Legalbytes more than she has ever followed me on YouTube in any other capacity. And the one thing she did say is that layperson's perspective, she thought that Dr. Hughes was more effective than I did, and that the panel did.
Okay.
I mean, that might be worth keeping track of in terms of, while I think we all kind of reacted to the lack of, it's not foundation exactly, but the lack of substance in just repeating things that you were told by Amber Heard at this point in time, it was evocatively presented, right? That what she did by going on for, I don't even know how long, in story form, in present tense, did give you that imagery, did put those kinds of concepts in your mind. And if they can back that up at all, which I know we doubt in certain important ways, then that might have been an effective way to bring up the roadmap again, to present Amber as the victim again.
Yes, exactly. Well, and that's a fair point. I think that, and it's funny because I think for us, we were all kind of anticipating our opinions were not just what she was saying in the moment, but more what she's going to have to say down the line because of how she was setting herself up. That was, I think, more of what we were reacting to. We were like, oh, this is great for Johnny. This is great for Johnny. When actually the words that were coming out of her mouth were terrible for him. But the problem is, and I talked about this in my recap, which is live. So if you guys haven't seen it, it is up this time before we got it up before going live.
I don't know how she does it, folks. So do like and subscribe. A very light push to start out the episode, but I have no idea how she did that. Since I was working till past midnight last night, and I couldn't have put out a video.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry you were working so late last night.
Oh yeah, I mean that's why we were DMing after your stream. I was like, I'm still doing that, and I have to bounce around to do some of that stuff yet today. So that's why I'll be a logo from time to time.
Yeah, no worries. But so but yeah, I talked about this in my cross, is that, or not in my recap, is that about basically it was all in anticipation of the cross examination. Now, of course, it hasn't happened yet. So can Johnny Depp's legal team fumble the ball? Yes, they can. Sure. But I anticipate that they won't, because they've been pretty together. They've been pretty on it so far. And there's just a lot of territory for them to explore on cross-examination to kind of dismantle this expert witness, because yes, she made a lot of big conclusions. She made some conclusions about Johnny being the abuser, which is a legal conclusion, not an expert psychologist opinion. And that is one for the jury to ultimately decide. So there were a lot of problems with what kind of testimony she was making. But the problem with that isn't even so much that it's a problem for Johnny, but that she's going to be, I anticipate she will be shown to be a little bit of an embarrassment, possibly.
It could be. Yeah.
Because it's based on very, very thin information. That's why.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said yesterday, you talk about, presents present this opportunity. Did you know about the knife? Yeah, ingratiating behavior presents this opportunity. Did you know about the boots? What are you basing all this on? She did opine as to Johnny Depp, and as best we can tell, had no direct interaction or examination of him. So I mean, like you went out on a limb there. So I assume that'll be talked about. You don't have any reason to believe that at all, do you? Other than what you've read in these notes and what Amber Heard has told you. So I think that there are those exposing possibilities, but we haven't really seen Johnny Depp's team on CrossX yet. Some of the depositions are close. We saw Ben Chew, frankly, chew up the ACLU representative pretty well. But this is, as far as I can tell, based on the objections, this is their hired guy who was very good at eliciting expert testimony from Dr. Curry and that kind of thing. But we haven't really seen him in an attack stance yet, as far as I know. I don't think he's been a voice on any of the videos. So I'm ready to be surprised again. I was sure as heck surprised by Ben Chew going nuts yesterday. So maybe this cross-X will look a little different. But I think it is interesting because, we've criticized the Heard team for fumbling balls and missing things, and it could happen today. And an expert witness is a tough thing to tangle with because she's got her positions. She's been up there before, as much as it might not have looked like it yesterday. And she might be able to adequately defend her positions, or at least make things muddy enough that it's a draw. And so that's part of the sports casting of this is, there should be a pretty good battle of wills up there today at minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. Now people were pointing this out when I was going through super chats. Did you notice this? Yalisel Vargas says the doctor had a yellow folder with her notes, and that's not what she gave Depp's lawyers. She took the random papers from a file organizer. When Rob and I were talking about this together, I think we both basically agreed that may have been a little bit of an over interpretation. Hey Nate, how's it going? And that most likely what was really happening was that she had some copies of her notes in a different folder, that there was a copy for her to keep and then a copy in case somebody requested it in the moment that she didn't necessarily want to hand over, but because all of those notes are discoverable at any point by both legal teams.
It would be such an egregious and seemingly pretty obvious cheat to look at something on day one and slip around and change paperwork and hand somebody else something for them to be questioned on day two. That seems so far over the line and so easy to show that I just don't see them doing that. I got a lot of videos in my DMs yesterday about that, about papers, about somebody slipping something to the PR guy. You all are fantastic. You're sending me all sorts of stuff.
I know.
But a lot of that's good. I love the close attention to detail. I'm not ready to jump into conspiracy land on a bunch of that stuff, which as you pointed out with Eve Barlow, maybe we should be a little bit because some of it seems so obviously problematic, right? I mean, swapping that paperwork would get you freaking killed by that judge.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I just speaking of conspiracies, I got to just say it from yesterday. There were so many messages in the chat, but then I got all these DMs. Okay, about the motion to dismiss and the Amber Heard's team's motion to dismiss about abuse and how they were saying there's more than physical abuse. For some reason, people have thought that they are watching our stream and listening to us, and that people have mentioned that their whole motion to dismiss was essentially exactly what we were saying here on the stream for that whole week. So I'm going to say it. Yes, I know they said exactly what we said. But what does that mean? That means we're good at what we do. We analyze what we're seeing, we predict what they're going to do, and that's what they do. So it's not us telling them what to do. We can read the tea leaves. We're lawyers. We understand how
we are all oracles.
Yeah. But we understand how the donuts are made, right? So it's some like things that are obvious, like, oh, this is where they're going with it. So, so yes, we are going to sometimes say things and they're going to do them, but there is by no means they are watching this stream and saying, oh my God, Nate the lawyer says this is a good idea. Let me do this, right? That's just not happening. So, I understand people are scared for Johnny, but, we are giving our opinions, and if they happen to be and if they happen to do the same thing, that doesn't mean they got them from us. And I believe it's a very, very long shot. I mean, 1 in a trillion shot that they're watching this stream. Let's just be honest. So
yeah, Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Alita's getting big time, Nate. I'd be willing to bet there's a first year associate charged with just turning us on, seeing if we say anything interesting. That wouldn't surprise me, honestly. But to defend exactly what you said, Nate, if you guys go back to basically opening day, Nate and I were saying the same things about the statements, about them being true-ish, depending on how you frame it and how it doesn't go back to whether or not the claims in the TRO were actually valid, that kind of thing, the stuff that popped up at the beginning of Rottenborn's request. So, if you think we're not just crazy loons here on YouTube, you should expect some overlap because Rottenborn's team is pretty good. Ben Chu's team is pretty good.
Yeah, don't make the mistake of underestimating them because that can also cause some massive problems with expectation management. Well, here is another attorney coming back from a little bit of a hiatus, not a hiatus, I don't know, a little bit of a break from the channel. She's got other stuff that she's working on. She's a practicing lawyer. Andrew Burkhardt, welcome back.
Hey, Alita, thanks for having me back.
I see her on Twitter all the time.
Of course.
Yeah, I don't shut up on Twitter.
No, but we love it. We love it. You've got some great legal analyses for to explain things to people. Calm folks when they get afraid of what's going on with various pieces of testimony. And yeah, we love it. Love it. I love having you back.
Thank you. Well, we've definitely hit the, class 3 to class 4 stage of our ride on this trial here. So understand people are getting a little nervous, but I, for one, am looking forward to an absolutely epic cross-examination today.
Yes.
Can't believe the doors that were opened. So that should be exciting to see.
Right.
Kick them open.
Right.
They're like, it's open those doors.
Completely agree.
It was so beautiful.
Oh my God. It was delightful.
There's a shot you're just going to get the entire history of Amber Heard today.
Oh,
I think there's a very good chance. And so much that wasn't going to be able to come in that she just opened the door for. A lot of this, quote unquote, self-serving hearsay. These, all the times Johnny Depp had to text his security guards to say, please get me out of here. She keeps hitting me. Him texting her parents, talking about her hitting him. All of this stuff, the doctor told us she relied on that type of information to make her judgment. So that should all be fair game now.
Yeah.
We can answer chat questions. Only the black gentleman's name is Nate.
Hi, Nate.
No, before we started, we were asked to answer a few more questions that weren't super chat. So I'm answering, what is the black gentleman's name?
Okay. And also, I wanted
Johnny.
to say to Isaac Baruch's Wholesome Gabagool Art, happy birthday. They said that it was their birthday, but they didn't want to make the live stream longer. Fight Club. So yeah, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Hope we could make that a little bit nicer for you.
I did want to ask you guys the from what I'm seeing, the reading the tea leaves on the networks, that doctor's testimony yesterday didn't go over as well as people thought it did. I think as her team that she's getting killed. Like, people are calling her mean. They're saying she's obviously biased. They were talking about the gender, all the stuff we were talking about. Everybody else was talking about. Like, I thought this expert would come in and people would be like, okay, it's a battle of the experts, but people are really against this expert. Have you guys been seeing that, or am I just reading it wrong?
Before you popped on, Nate, I was actually just telling Alita the interesting thing. I had a conversation with my wife, and she found it more effective than we did. She found it to be a more compelling narrative, at least as presented. And I think we're reacting to the fact that it's so thinly sourced. It's just Amber Heard, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And also that it's writing checks, right? It's writing checks that have to be cashed. But in terms of those checks, if they can be cashed, she used evocative imagery. She spoke in the present tense. Mm-hmm. She laid out the roadmap for Amber Heard. If that can be shown and not destroyed, I think the way it was presented could be compelling. Again, with some kind of backing to something somewhere. And I think we all have our doubts there.
Yeah.
Also, that is the great if.
Yes, exactly. And for me, I'm anticipating. Yesterday was the inflation, and today I'm anticipating the bubble to pop. That's what I'm reacting to. And so people may have seen that yesterday and been very reactive, understandably, because she made some, like I said, very strong conclusions, made some very broad conclusions, and what are they based on? Today, we are going to really find out. Miss Blank, by the way, may the 4th be with you. And happy birthday to your daughter. Awesome.
Oh, it is May 4th. How did I miss May 4th? I got a lightsaber and a baby Yoda here. I forgot today is May 4th.
Of course. I even wrote it down in my notes because I was like, I need to make sure that I hit this.
As a matter of fact, I'm evil.
You literally have a note that says, reminder to self, say May the 4th.
It says,
it's just a series of movie references. We're going to get a cross X, and she's going to say only the Sith deals in absolutes. She's just got a whole list of these ready to fire off, I think.
Because I have a number of details that are going through my head as I'm like starting things up that like, I'll be like, yeah, I'm going to talk about this and this and this. And then I'm like, and then I get to like halfway through and I'm like, I never even addressed those. For example, I turned on sub only mode. That was also one of my notes in here. I turned on sub only mode because yesterday the chat was going a little crazy. So it's not to try to force people to subscribe to the channel. I never want people to think that I'm trying to do that. It's just to try to keep the chat manageable. We even put it up to like a 2-minute, like one chat per 2 minutes yesterday. And it was still going crazy. So that's to help out our mods who said that their screens were freezing on them and that that kind of thing. It was that crazy because people were really engaging with that direct examination of Dr. Hughes yesterday. Let me also get a few super chats that came in before I could capture them on StreamYard, and I want to make sure I address them so that I don't lose them. So Angelique Ruby says, "Who was the op-ed about, if not JD?" Good question. I think everybody here would agree with you.
They made that clear. That was about
yeah. Angelique Ruby also said, why bring up SA and deny the online title? So I think that what you're referring to is the argument by Mr. Rottenborn during his argument to dismiss the case. That argument was made to the judge. So he can make a different argument to the judge than he does to the jury. That was basically to say...
Folks, I didn't write it. It's still useful to getting out of a defamation claim, regardless. I didn't write it.
That was a great argument. And the fact that he had the judge take that matter under advisement, I mean, he scored a major point there. So she
only took it under advisement because Amber Heard retweeted it. She republished it and admitted that in her answer. This retweet is attached to his complaint, so it is part of the record. It just hasn't come into evidence apparently because of a stipulation between the parties. So I don't know that it's going to be a real powerful taking under advisement. It's more of just a waiting game.
I still anticipate that she's just going to let it in because judges are very hesitant to take any of these cases away from the jury. So, and then let me get these other ones so that I can close down this screen. Angelique Ruby says 50 character limit is killing me, Smalls. Yeah, so she sent it in three different super chats. Then Ace Moon
lot references.
Killing me, Smalls, of course. I love that movie. Ace Moonshot says, good morning. Please answer a random question in the chat. We saw that one. Awesome. So let's get back to the conversation here. And here we go. I will also switch
Industries Limited.
Who's Amica Industries?
This is our dummy account to keep at the bottom of the screen so that when I flash some super chats while we're watching, just
did we entertain you enough last night? You're joining
people
us?
won't be covered up. Hey Ron, how's it going?
Ron, ready for the fireworks.
Ron wants to hear about the mermaid. What did you say? It's the Queen of Atlantis and the
crazy
pirate?
dream. I know, crazy dream.
Yes, Ron joined Rick and myself yesterday as we were going through super chats. He had a long day of litigation work, and he wanted to pop in just to have a friendly conversation. We told him a little bit about the case, and it was just, I mean, it sounded like it was pretty mind blowing, right? I mean, muffins. We didn't even talk about the Amica cream.
And then I watched the cross examination of that expert from 3 days ago. That was the psychologist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That was like a master's class in what not to do.
Oh, the cross-examination. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my. So you had dinner and drinks with Johnny Depp. Isn't that true?
Ron, what do you think a forensic psychologist with an office on Madison Avenue charges for her hourly?
Oh, I don't even want to imagine.
I think she charges more than I do, and I charge way too much.
Yeah, she's charging a pretty penny.
Phoenix Flames says, is it possible for AH lawyers to think to themselves that she is lying, but still to have to prove her case? Absolutely. Absolutely. You can think that your client is lying to everybody and still think that they are entitled to adequate representation and that you are capable of giving that.
The government's job it's the government's job to convict.
Yes.
Well, the plaintiff. This is a plaintiff.
Oh, yeah.
A civil case.
Yes. Yes, because we are in civil.
Oh, this is the civil case. Right? You guys explain that to me.
Yes.
Ron's used to higher stakes than our lowly defamation case.
Oh,
He's like the government.
Believe me. Oh man, no.
Exactly.
Even though somebody should be going to jail in this case, nobody's going to jail.
Yeah.
Should be going to jail. You're just going to encourage chat, mate.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Natasha Berner says, "You guys and girls are amazing. If question expectation that AH will just lie or can't recall on the stand, would there be any consequences or way to prove?" Yes, she's done a deposition. I think she's also done multiple witness statements, right? So any kind of diversion from those previous statements is going to be grounds for impeachment, and any kind of inconsistencies are going to just make her look terrible.
Yeah, they're gonna walk her through the full deposition. You know,
and imagine
through every word.
Imagine her deposition. I mean, I don't know. So I don't know. What do you guys think about this? Could they play actual video from her deposition to impeach her, or would they just bring up the transcript?
I
think when they take the video, it's exactly for the purpose of using it. It has to be rehearsed. If you got to be able, you have to be able to do it smoothly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, but they didn't do that with Johnny though.
Yeah, we didn't see it from Heard's team, so
that's
I would
true.
wonder on that.
Fair point.
Sure.
But because I was going to say that would be insane. We've also gotten questions from people saying, what if she tried to medical issue her way out of testimony? Well, the issue is then she is an unavailable witness, which means you can use her deposition for her testimony. Like, she doesn't just get out of like not having testimony from her at trial.
But is it possible that the question is no? My statements are inconsistent with my earlier sworn statements because I was on drugs. I was having a medical crisis. Some people ask at the beginning of every deposition, are you taking any medications that might affect your ability to give clear and consistent testimony? Which, is just, you can add questions forever, to worry about stuff like that. But in a case like this, where you're dealing with crazy people all around, that probably would have been a very good idea.
If there is an excuse to be offered, we can rest assured that Amber Heard will offer it at some point in her testimony.
Probably.
Yeah.
Well,
one of the
the doctor teed it up yesterday as PTSD.
With the PTSD. Yeah.
With the video deposition, Virginia does seem to have this sort of peculiar process of doing their impeachment, where the impeachment evidence and the prior inconsistent statements, they don't come in as substantive evidence. Yeah. So they haven't been allowed, I think, to play it for the jury. They read it back to confront the witness, but they don't get to actually see it. It seems to be one of these legacy traditions that this court uses.
Oh.
Yeah. Juan Chavaria says, question, do you think JD's team will find a way to get under Amber's skin? Absolutely.
Yes.
Every possible opportunity.
That's like, is there oxygen in a courtroom? Like, yeah, that's 100% they're going to do that.
Yep. Let me see if I can grab a question here, because I can get these other statements later while they're talking. Shelby Vago says, what do lawyers look for to rule out people when selecting a jury?
Hostility
about the case,
bias,
or do you know any of the partners? Yeah,
exactly. And like anything more specific than that is going to depend on the case. We've got a little bit of an echo on someone's feed. I'm not sure if somebody's got it. Anyhow, sorry, Ron, you were going to say something.
It depends what side you're on.
Yeah. What side you're on, and what the facts of your case are, what the claims are. If it's a case that's like a police shooting, for example, what are people's thoughts on the police? What are people's thoughts on guns? All of that kind of stuff can really influence the jury.
With?
Yep.
Yeah, because you're an active member of said group or whatever.
I get counsel approach for a moment, please.
Let's start with the sidebar.
Counsel approaching. By the way, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm thinking she's like, listen, the door yesterday was blown open, so I know a lot of stuff is going to happen today. So let's get prepared for it, right?
This is a lot of emphasis to Elaine.
Yeah. Sammy Williams says, I don't foresee Amber Heard losing it on the stand if she heavily self-medicates, Xanax or the like. Is this allowed when giving testimony? I mean, if it's part of her normal medications, then yes. But if she overdoes it, I wouldn't recommend it, because you can also have some weird adverse effects that make her look kind of funny to the jury.
Yeah, and
these guys have some weird normal medications.
This is adamant.
But ultimately, though, this case is literally a he said, she said. She's saying that she was abused. He's saying it was not. And credibility is all that matters here. So,
what a stupid case.
It's the credibility.
By the way, I don't appreciate that Amber Heard is copying me today. What the heck? No, Johnny, but what is this? What in the name of? Okay, anyway, I just noticed that.
There.
She does. No, she's
Was
just
she
taking
not?
notes.
Was that not paused?
No, it's not. It's not. She's see, she just looked up.
Proof of life. We saw proof of life.
Yeah,
yes.
very, very nice to hide her face from the jury.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
The hair over the left.
Mm-hmm. Either way, her makeup when she's on the stand is going to be such an interesting topic, because no matter what, there are so many ways of interpreting how she does her makeup. If it's too much, if it's too little, it's just, I don't know. It's just a fascinating thing, because it's been brought up so many times because of the bruising that are supposedly on her face.
Oh yeah, I got $50 that she's going to cry on the stand. Does anyone want to take that bet? $50.
I'll take that bet. I don't think she's capable. I will take that bet.
All right.
You got $50 bet. I say she cries. You're saying
absolutely.
Now with tears,
upping the ante.
She's been coached to cry.
All right, so we got a bet. So we got.
If you haven't seen her try to die at the end of London Fields, I think you are overestimating her acting skills.
So check this out. So let's do it this way. To make sure that, since we're all lawyers, we got to see at least any wetness coming from the eye, right?
Like it has to be an actual tear drop.
Defined as a trickle. There must be an actual trickle. Welling is insufficient. We must have
the whole wiping the face with napkins. We got to see tears.
No.
Right?
Actual tears. Better yet, let's get an ugly cry. Do we think that's going to happen? I don't know about that.
I'm not putting my money on an ugly cry. She's she's got a reputation to maintain. You got to be a beautiful teardrop. I'm good with that.
No. What about this one? She does a dramatic pause. Hang on, I need a moment.
Oh, that could be.
I think. Well, who? You know what? Let's let the other people be the judge of who wins the thing. So,
all right,
we'll lawyer it up, and then you guys are judging and find who's the final victor. But
yes.
I think she's gonna. I think she's crying. And the chat, I don't know. All right, so let's ask the chat. Put a poll in the chat. See who if they think
working on it
to cry.
I want to be at that sidebar.
I take
I
the
know,
winning.
right?
Yeah, I was about to say, let's take all the money in the pot from that bet in order to hear 1 minute of this sidebar.
Yeah.
This is obviously about the door being open and so wide yesterday. That's what they're probably like how far they're going to go.
On what? On Nate?
Well, yesterday the psychologist opened the door to like everything that they didn't want to get in.
She testified and said basically that there was no history of domestic violence in her past or at all, basically.
Yeah.
Which now
and she determined that Johnny Depp was the abuser based on all of this information that, of course, she's allowed to rely on, but we previously haven't been able to get into evidence, largely for hearsay limitations. So there's been a big door blown open on that stuff.
And also, based on the conversations that she did not have with Johnny.
Yeah.
Of course. That was like my favorite part.
We can't get angry. Don't get me angry right now. Like it's 10 a.m.
For the sake of the audience, can I just explain what we're talking about just so they understand opening the door? Even though I'm assuming they do, but generally, like I had a case one time where there was a guy who was selling, I was a DA in the Bronx, so it was Yankee Stadium tickets. And the guy had like 100 convictions for ticket scalping, but I couldn't tell the jury or tell the judge with the judge trial. I couldn't tell the judge that, hey, he had 100 convictions because that'd be propensity evidence. So the door had to be open. And the way the defendant opened the door is he put his mom on the stand, and his mom said he's a law-abiding citizen. Well, for me to gauge how she came to that opinion that he's law-abiding, then I get to ask her, well, what about these 100 convictions, right? 100 convictions, does that mean law-abiding? Mm-hmm. So you're getting it in not for hearsay, not to tell the jury that these are true, but to judge how her mom has come to an opinion. That's what's happening in this case right now. The expert has given an opinion and said, this is how I've come to my opinion. So that allows them to take all that evidence that wasn't allowed to come in, like Amber's former DV complaint, the fact that she was arrested for a DV violation. All those now are able to come in to judge whether this psychiatrist's opinion has been well-rounded for the jury.
Yes. Yes. Hula A says, couldn't Jay's team emphasize verbal abuse of the turd? Yes. I mean, that is, I think, what they're trying to do. Yeah, that's what they're trying to do. Any word on Rob making it into the courtroom? Rob, did you make it there? I don't think so.
Rob is like, I am the court. I am the courtroom.
Ola B says, what was yesterday's segment with Ben Chu talking about? Is this standard procedure? What did they request? Okay, so Amber Heard's team requested to dismiss the case, basically. This is a routine procedure. Every time that the plaintiff side rests their case, the defense always comes up and says, Your Honor, plaintiff has not put on enough evidence to prove their case because they have to prove elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They've only done 3, 4, 6, or whatever. They have not proved. Actually, they wouldn't say that. They would say they have not proved 1, 2, and 5 or something. So, then they go back and forth, and then the plaintiff side says, actually, Your Honor, yes, we have. We've done X, Y, Z, ABC. Here's all the information that's in, and it goes to each element so that the jury could actually find in our favor. And if there is a single scintilla of evidence, you must find in our favor. So judges do not like to dismiss these kinds of cases. If there is any possibility that the jury is going to find one way or another based on the evidence. So these are routinely shot down, but they kind of have to make them because to not do so would probably basically be malpractice by the defense attorneys.
Are you ready for the jury? Okay.
So Elaine had to go back and have a chat with Amber's new PR guy there, which is interesting. There was quite a lot of hubbub about him yesterday. So it appears that perhaps that was the subject of this bench conference we just saw.
Are they allowed in the first row? I thought the first row was reserved for the legal, like the lawyers, the actual attorneys.
That was my understanding as well. First row, I think they are allowed to have family and friends and part of the legal team. So I don't know whether he particularly would be allowed or not.
A lot of times these PR firms have lawyers, and so he may be a lawyer, for instance. And that's why he's up there.
Mm-hmm. Could be. A question: Why did the expert consult the couple's therapist? Why didn't the expert consult the couple's therapist? I don't know. Yeah, she did. That wasn't part of her analysis, right?
She interviewed Dr. Anderson. She interviewed Cowan and Bonnie Jacobs and none of the other therapists, but she did review the notes.
They would probably have to both consent. And chances are, frankly, if I have a couples therapist, I want to know that anything that goes on in that therapy session isn't going to end up coming back to me in court.
All right.
I'm not even sure.
Come back to the stand for me, please.
All right. Yeah. Let me just so you know, I've got to turn up the volume here on the court, and I will turn everybody here down. So everybody, keep your volume unmuted so that I can adjust everyone's accordingly.
They have the specialist. It's not Ben Chu. It's there.
No, good morning.
Yeah, that's right. Dennison, right?
Yeah,
yes.
Specialist. Yesterday, that you have to give careful attention to gendered stereotypes.
That is correct.
I take a break from Twitter and I'm back on gender stereotypes.
She was very stereotyped yesterday, though.
And during your testimony, you in fact paid attention to gendered stereotypes, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you said we were going to have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes, and then you testified at length where you referenced both men and women. You paid attention to those stereotypes during the course of your testimony, correct?
What I was saying was you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes when you're conducting these evaluations. You can't assume all the time that the male is the perpetrator and the female is the victim. You have to go into the evaluation understanding that the male also could be the victim of intimate partner violence.
in fact, you're aware that there are large-scale studies that do say that IPV towards males does exist.
Of course.
Okay. And every time you referred to the characteristic of a victim of intimate partner violence yesterday, you used the pronouns she or her, didn't you?
I was using the she and her pronouns in this case because my determination was, as I stated, that Ms. Heard was the victim of intimate partner violence. That is why I was using the she, her pronouns.
You, in fact, said women gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. That's what you said. Woman gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. And then you say difficult for victim to extricate herself. You go on to say that she can and she should. Over and over, you use she, right?
I believe in this case I did because I was referencing this case where I found Ms. Heard to be the victim of intimate partner violence. It doesn't mean that men don't get into the relationships for all the right reasons too. I believe they do.
Nearly every time you referenced the perpetrator of IPV, you use he or him.
Trying. Volume booster's not
And
really
it goes
working for
back
me.
to the same reasoning as I'm describing my understanding and my evaluation in this matter. Of course, men can be perpetrators and victims of intimate partner violence. That's well established in the research, and that's well established in my clinical practice as well.
Isn't the reason that you used the pronouns that you did that you almost always testify on behalf of a woman?
That's not correct.
You don't even remember the last time you testified on behalf of a man.
Well, I don't testify on behalf of someone. I testify as to the results of my evaluation. I frequently treat and assess male victims of childhood sexual abuse who are coming into treatment for abuse by their Boy Scout leader, by their coach, by their teacher, by a trusted adult. I see them in therapy. I see them in forensic matters, in criminal cases. So I
didn't
treat
ask
and
you about
evaluate
treatment.
men all the time.
I didn't ask you about treatment. I asked you about testimony. You broke out your practice between treatment and testimony. I'm not asking you about treatment. When's the last time you testified on behalf of a man?
I testified recently in a deposition on behalf of a man who was traumatized because he was wrongly convicted.
At the time of your deposition 6 weeks ago, you couldn't remember a single time you had testified on behalf of a man.
I testified in my deposition that I testified in a case of a man who was wrongly convicted about 20 years and suffered physical and sexual violence in prison, and I detailed the traumatic effects of that happened on that gentleman.
All right, why don't we take a look at that?
Sure.
Thanks, Britt.
Here we go. It's starting out hot already, huh? Let's take a look at the deposition.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Transcript of the deposition that you gave March 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to page 77. Let's look at page 78, line 8. So you can't recall a single instance where you were hired by the attorney representing the male in an IPV matter, correct?
In an IPV matter, not in a trauma matter or a child sexual abuse matter.
Okay, so that's the distinction. You don't have any recollection of ever testifying on behalf of a male in an IPV matter.
As I stated yesterday, the very first case that I testified in was in a same-sex intimate partner violence where the man was the victim of another man. I routinely treat and assess same-sex couples where then the female can be the perpetrator of another female, and the male can be the perpetrator or a victim of his partner.
So let me get this. You testified in a case where one male is alleged to have engaged in IPV against another male.
Correct.
All right. Okay. But that's the only one you remember. That's the only one you remember.
No, I've done this frequently. As you well know, most cases don't go to trial. I've worked on hundreds and hundreds of cases. You've limited to testimony. Many cases don't come to trial, but I've issued reports and worked on many cases of same-sex intimate partner violence where men are the victims.
But I did ask you about testimony, and I limited the question to testimony, and the only testimony that you remember is the same-sex couple, right?
There were multiple same-sex couples, I believe, that I testified
That you testified in court at trial.
I believe so, yes.
All right, but you didn't remember that in March.
I did remember that in March.
Okay. You're a professional witness, correct?
That's not correct.
No? You make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying in court, correct?
Not testifying in court, I conduct thorough, comprehensive psychological evaluations of individuals who are involved in a court case. The majority of those cases never show up in a courtroom. And half of my practice and half of my income is about my clinical work with people who are coming to
Ask the question for yes or no.
I didn't ask you about the other half of your income.
That's what you got to do,
I'm
control the
asking you
witness.
whether you made hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying as an expert witness in court.
As you're phrasing that question, that's not correct. That would be the amount of income that I generate from my forensic practice. I testify perhaps maybe once or twice a year. Most of the work is done behind the scenes in evaluating individuals and issuing reports.
But you'll agree with me that a big part of that practice is providing expert witness testimony.
That's not correct.
No? That's not a big part of your practice.
If I testify twice a year, that's not a big part of my practice. All the other time is doing the work for the cases and evaluating the individuals and issuing reports.
Yeah, the language that he's using is a little bit too ambiguous and up to interpretation. Like big part of her practice.
What percentage of work do you devote to forensic psychology?
As I stated yesterday, I say half and half clinical, half forensic, but I also have a substantial amount of time that I use in the professional activities and serving on professional boards.
So what portion of your practice do you provide expert witness services?
I think you're using the expert witness services synonymous with the forensic psychology part of the practice. So the forensic psychology practice, what I do here today is one part of it, and it's a smaller part as opposed to all of the evaluations and individuals that I'm assessing.
Your practice is successful enough that you maintain your offices on Madison Avenue in New York, correctly?
Correct. I've had that office since 2005.
Right. And you're sufficiently successful at your forensic work that you're able to perform unpaid work at a hospital, correct?
Correct. And I also do pro bono work as well.
There. In fact, you actually instruct others on the use of expert testimony in court cases, correct?
On the use and understanding trauma and violence abuse in the courtroom and how to, for advocates and people who could not have this level of training or experience, how to come into the courtroom and talk about very difficult issues of domestic violence. Yes.
All right. Can we pull up PX 1241?
Save that one.
How many men have you offered pro bono services to?
Yeah.
He needs to speed the pace of this up.
Yeah.
She's getting too much time to
Recognize
calm
that
down
document.
between answers.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it looks like the front page of a PowerPoint presentation
And it's a PowerPoint presentation given by whom?
by myself and Mary Ann Dutton, who is a very well-known and respected researcher and clinician in the area of domestic violence.
And what's the topic of the PowerPoint that you're giving?
Expert witness testimony in cases involving domestic violence.
Okay. And who did you give this presentation to?
That was to the National Clearinghouse for the Defense of Battered Women. That is an organization that provides legal services to women who have assaulted or killed their partners in self-defense, and mostly people who these individuals, the women who they've seen in treatment are through shelter-based programs or through advocates, and those are individuals who don't really know how to come into the courtroom and talk, and that's what this presentation and training was for.
I'm going to move PX 1241 into evidence.
Any objection? All right, 1241 in evidence. Do you want it published or?
Yes, let's publish it to the jury. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Why don't we pull up PX 1242? Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this also looks like a PowerPoint presentation that I gave.
All right. And what is the name of this PowerPoint presentation?
This is called The Use of Psychological Experts in Cases of Domestic Violence. It was presented to the Kings County Bar Association, which is in Brooklyn. And what this presentation talked about was some of the things that I talked to you all about yesterday, the myths and misconceptions in intimate partner violence, when women use force, what happens if they drop protective orders, how they present in court. And that's what this presentation was to attorneys at the Bar Association.
Okay. But this is another presentation that you gave as to the use of psychological experts, and you gave it to a bar association.
Right. They were prosecutors and defense attorneys in attendance at that bar
Right.
association.
At your deposition, you testified that you were going to be paid $100 an hour for your time in this case.
I did not testify to that.
You did not?
That's an error in the transcript.
Oh, that's not right.
That's correct.
So, and you corrected the transcript?
We did not do an errata in the transcript at this point.
So you knew there was an error in the transcript, but you didn't fix it?
There were several errors in the transcript.
But you didn't fix any of them?
There was no time to fix them. That's correct.
All right. So you're not being paid $100 an hour. How much are you getting paid?
I'm being paid $500 an hour.
$500 an hour.
Even worse.
And that's what, and that's the bill you sent for your deposition, right? $500 an hour.
Correct.
You submitted a number of disclosures in this case. You have not formed an opinion as to whether Mr. Depp committed intimate partner violence against Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct. I formed the opinion that Ms. Heard's report of the intimate partner violence is consistent with what we know in the literature about intimate partner violence.
You have a limited role here comparing individual data to group data and then just determining whether it's consistent, right?
I wouldn't say it's a limited role, but that's generally correct.
You wouldn't use the word limited role?
A limited role in terms of how we go about a forensic evaluation,
you
not
know
a
whether
limited role in this case.
Do you remember whether you used limited role in your deposition?
I don't. If you have it in front of me, you probably think I did, but sure.
And you have no independent knowledge of the facts underlying the alleged abuse, correct?
I have the knowledge of the plethora of documents that I've reviewed in this case.
No, I'm asking you your independent firsthand knowledge. You have none of that, right?
You mean whether I was there?
Yeah, you weren't there.
Of course not.
Okay. And you're not testifying to the veracity, the truthfulness of any of the allegations.
Correct. I'm testifying to the consistency of the data points of all the different documents, including the psychological testing and the clinical evaluation that I conducted of Ms. Heard, and how that comports with the therapy records and all the other documents and the photos and texts that I reviewed.
And you have no personal knowledge of any abuse.
Correct, personally. Correct.
Right. And all you know is what Ms. Heard self-reported to you and others.
That's not correct.
Because you did collateral interviews?
And I reviewed medical records, and I reviewed other witness statements of what they witnessed and what they saw.
He's opening the door even wider.
And all of those statements that you reviewed, those were statements that started with Miss Heard, correct?
Not necessarily.
Well, the medical records did, didn't they?
Well, the medical records, if she's self-reporting what happened to her, sure. I mean, that's what we do when we go to a physician. We say, I have a headache. We're self-reporting our difficulties.
Everything Miss Heard reported directly to you was after she was sued by Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't meet Miss Heard until, what, September 2019?
That was the first evaluation appointment, correct.
How'd you get engaged?
Engaged?
That's how I would say it, but that doesn't.
How did this work?
I was contacted by the legal team.
Or were you interviewed by her legal team as
Gotta
to
turn you
whether
down,
you were
Mike.
going to testify here?
Rick.
I was not.
You were
Sure.
not interviewed.
I was not.
You were contacted.
Correct.
Had you worked with that legal team before?
I had.
Yeah. So they already knew who you were, right?
Correct.
Right.
This is
And
good for
any
JP.
time that you were working with Miss Heard or assessing Miss Heard, she could have chose to fire you, correct?
I suppose her legal team could have chose to fire her. I was not her. She is not my client. The legal team is the one who hires me. I am responsible to the legal team, not Ms. Heard.
And this and the legal team that hired you already knew who you were because you worked together previously.
And clearly they knew of my expertise in this area of intimate partner violence and traumatic stress, which is why they contacted me to work on this matter.
All right. Several times yesterday, you used language about assessing Ms. Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp. Do you remember talking about that?
Sure.
You can't assess a relationship without talking to both parties, can you?
You certainly can get a lot of information from one party, absolutely.
But
And
you're gonna-
especially when it's buttressed by other documents, including 4 years of therapy records and couples therapy records, you can get a lot of information based on those documents and that contemporaneous reports of the relationship.
Respectfully, I didn't ask whether you get a lot of information. I asked whether you can assess a relationship without talking to both parties.
I believe you can. There are certainly limitations inherent in that, but you certainly can.
You talked to Ms. Heard for what, approximately 30 hours, right?
Correct.
How long have you spent with Mr. Depp?
I did not spend any time with Mr. Depp. It was my understanding that he did not sit for a psychological evaluation.
Right. In fact, you never met Mr. Depp, have you?
I have not.
But you purport to be able to assess the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
But I also read Mr. Depp's transcripts of his testimony. I watched his deposition
Yes or no?
testimony. I reviewed his medical records.
Yeah,
I
this is him
reviewed
not
his
controlling the
text
witness.
messages. So it's not necessarily totally blind. I
Because
did
you,
have
you cut that
information,
witness off like, no,
although
is
I'm not
that's a yes or
making
no
a
question,
conclusion
ma'am?
about Mr. Depp
Yes
himself.
or no?
Is the standard now not
I've got to turn you down, Nate.
necessarily
Can you
totally blind?
unmute yourself?
I'm
That's
not
how
sure.
you assess the relationship? If it's not necessarily totally blind, I can assess it?
No, we assess as clinical psychologists relationships all the time. That's what we're trained to do. Certainly someone who's been trained in intimate partner violence to understand and look for the dynamics that happen in that relationship. And then when we have external data that supports what the individual is telling us, way before this legal case even came on the scene, that becomes very strong data to support that conclusion.
Let's talk about some of that data.
Sure.
All
Let's.
right?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
You chose to conduct some collateral interviews.
Correct.
Here we
Right.
go.
And you interviewed
Andrea, can you
Dr.
unmute yourself so I
Bonnie
can adjust your
Jacobs.
audio?
Correct.
Thanks.
And you looked at her notes,
Correct.
and you know that Miss Jacobs, Dr. Jacobs, doesn't know anything about the version of what happened in Australia until Miss Heard had already been sued, correct?
I believe she was not in treatment with Dr. Jacobs at the time the Australia incident occurred. So that would be correct. She did reach out to Dr. Connell Cohen about Australia, who she was treating with at that time contemporaneously.
All right, I'll ask you about Dr. Cohen. We'll get there. All right. So, you know that Ms. Heard stopped seeing Dr. Jacobs in August 2014.
That's correct.
And she didn't go back until after she got sued, right?
I believe that's the date. I'd have to look
That's
to
it,
make sure,
correct?
but I believe that you're correct.
And you said you reviewed you interviewed Dr. Connell Cohen.
That's correct.
And you also reviewed his deposition testimony.
That's correct.
And you know that he testified that when he was treating a patient, he assumes the patient is telling the truth, correct?
I believe he said something to that effect in his deposition.
And
If he has
wasn't-
no reason to believe otherwise, if there's no other data to believe otherwise, that your patient's not being totally honest
This
with
is why you have
then
to
you
wrestle with
believe what they're saying.
professional
Oh,
witnesses.
is
Ma'am,
Cowan
let
no
me
an
other
ask you a question.
investigator
data to
now?
believe otherwise, but the sole thing that's happening is Ms. Heard is talking to Mr. Cohen or Dr. Cohen.
I wouldn't say she's talking to him, she's going to him for therapy, and he's using his clinical psychological expertise to
Ask
understand
it
the
again.
connection
Is that a
between her
yes or a no?
symptoms
You're
and what
wasting
she's
time here. Like, you
reporting,
got to
what's going on
get
in her
this
life.
witness on track here. Come on.
But you understand that he testified that he assumes the patient is telling the truth.
Again, I understand that statement in his testimony. I
Is
have a
that
lot
correct
more
then?
rich
Stop.
information of having spoken to
Yep.
him for 2
Yes
hours
or
and
no?
reviewing his clinical
Yes.
notes.
Ma'am, is that a yes or no? You're wasting,
Yes
the
or
jury is
yes?
trying to
Making a
get you.
leap of faith with
Yeah.
respect to that, right? With respect to the truthfulness.
Again, that was not my understanding of speaking with him and reviewing his notes. I'm aware he testified something to that effect.
And you testified yesterday that Dr. Cohen never diagnosed Ms. Heard with any personality disorders. You remember that?
Yes,
In fact, Dr. Cohen's deposition testimony reflects the fact that he doesn't make diagnoses, correct?
correct. And I asked him specifically, did he
Yes,
have
you
any
gotta stop her.
indications that even if he doesn't, as his
Why are you not
practice, use
stopping
them
her?
as
Get
a
her
under
criteria for a
control. Get her under
personality
control.
disorder, and he told me she did not.
All right, so
Yeah.
you asked him specifically with respect to a topic you haven't disclosed in your expert report, and then he made a conclusion that's reflected in no document.
It's reflected in my notes. It's reflected in his notes about what he's treating. He's treating the symptoms. He's not focusing on the diagnosis, but he is treating the symptoms.
You talked about Dr. Cohen's concern for Ms. Heard's safety.
Correct.
He wasn't talking about her physical safety, was he?
Yes, he was.
No, he was talking about her emotional safety. Wasn't that what he was talking about?
He was concerned for both.
Okay.
It's funny that she doesn't need her
Dr.
notes to
Cohen
remember anything today.
testified that he never had the feeling that Johnny intended to hurt Ms. Heard.
I believe he said that. I mean, he talked about Mr. Depp being very poorly controlled, and that's what made him,
Gotta say yes or
him,
no
Dr.
after you
Cohen,
finish your question.
concerned, because in those moments when he was not controlled, that he could accidentally seriously hurt Ms. Heard.
I mean, you have to know an expert's going to do
Let's
this,
do
right?
this again.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard told Dr. Cohen that Mr. Depp was poorly controlled, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. He determined that from the treatment he was providing Ms. Heard.
And he also had a couple session with Mr. Depp, and he also had
I didn't ask you about
correspondence
anything
with
also.
Dr.
I asked you
Kipper.
my question.
So he had
Please.
other information as to Mr. Depp's functioning.
All right, you talked about Dr. Banks.
Correct.
Dr. Banks was doing relationship consulting, right? Consultation on relationship.
Correct.
And Dr. Banks only met with them once.
Correct.
All right. And you did an interview, I think, with Ms. Heard's mother, Paige.
That's correct.
You'd agree with me that a person's family member is not the most objective source of information?
Sometimes you have to certainly control for that the person may be wanting to be protective of their daughter, of course.
And you interviewed Ms. Paige Heard after Mr. Depp had already sued Amber Heard.
Right. The entirety of my work in this case happened obviously after the lawsuit.
Did you review in that context any of Paige Heard's text messages with Mr. Depp?
I'm not sure if I saw them with Mr. Depp. I do believe I saw some with Miss Heard. I mean, Miss Paige Heard, Amber Heard's mother, did talk to me about her relationship with Mr. Depp.
And she told you that she loved Johnny even after Amber alleged abuse, correct?
She did.
All right. Now, you testified that you approach a forensic evaluation with, I think you said it again today, a healthy degree of skepticism.
Correct.
All right. This skepticism didn't cause you to conduct interviews with, for instance, Laurel Anderson.
Right. I did not speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson.
And you chose not to speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson because you disagreed with Dr. Laurel Anderson?
That's not correct.
All right. What did Dr. Laurel Anderson do on behalf of Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
She was a couples therapist that they sought. They had 4 couples sessions. As I stated yesterday, one of them in which Mr. Depp stormed out of. She did have a long, I guess, evaluation or interview with Mr. Depp individually and with Ms. Heard individually.
I
And
mean, it
then she
actually is a
saw
daughter.
them intermittently after the May 21st, 2016 incident, and when they were filing for divorce.
So you didn't interview Laurel Anderson, but you know what she did? How'd you figure that out?
Because we had her redacted notes and her deposition.
All right. And you understood from her deposition that Dr. Anderson didn't believe Ms. Heard to be a victim of spousal abuse?
I believe those were her words, yes.
And you also understood from her deposition that Mr. Depp had not had a very long history of being violent with any of his wife or women.
That she said that as well.
Yeah.
But that's something about Ms. Heard significantly triggered him. She talked about that as well.
And Dr. Anderson thought that Mr. Depp had been, her words, well controlled, I think for almost 20 or 30 years, correct?
Up until this point, I believe she said.
Right. I know that you testified that you reviewed medical records.
Yes.
All right. So, you know Ms. Heard had a personal nurse.
Correct.
Erin Filati.
Correct.
You didn't interview Ms. Filati either.
I did not.
You know she spent time with Ms. Heard on a regular basis during her relationship with Mr. Depp.
Correct. I had her clinical notes that I reviewed.
Right. And you reviewed her deposition testimony.
Correct.
Some of which the jury's heard, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. And you reviewed the nursing notes.
Yes.
So you know that Ms. Heard admitted to a history of eating disorders to Ms. Filati, correct?
I know that's in the notes. That's nowhere else in any other record. So I'm not sure where that came from.
But you relied on everybody else's notes.
And there are some things that I disagreed with, like I disagree with Dr. Laurel Anderson about it being mutual abuse.
Right. So the stuff you disagree with, you disregard, and the rest you keep, correct?
That's not correct.
But that's what you did.
It is kind of what you
That's
just
not
said.
correct.
That's what you just said.
You know that Ms. Filati saw Ms. Heard immediately after she returned from Australia.
I'd have to look at the notes again to be sure, but I know she did see her when she came back from Australia. That's correct.
Did Ms. Filati document any injuries to Ms. Heard in her notes?
I did not see that in the record.
Okay, so you looked at her notes and there's no injury to Ms. Heard documented in her nurse's notes following her return from Australia.
Correct.
Okay.
It's good. It's a good one.
You talked about this concept, which you then defined, lethality. And you testified there's certain factors of their present relationship where a woman ends up murdered by her partner.
Correct.
And that's one of the ways you look as to whether a woman is in a very dangerous situation.
Correct.
Can we pull up PX92? published to the jury.
Yeah, it will be published.
See,
Then
I knew
really
the knife was coming back.
I believe
Yes.
this is the knife that Miss Heard gave to Mr. Depp as a gift.
All right. And you speak Spanish?
Un poquito?
Do you know what it says?
Yes, it says hasta la muerta, till death.
So a woman you suggest has characteristics of being afraid for her life,
Yes.
gives her intimate partner a large knife, which she has inscribed until death. That's your testimony?
Well, there's context.
Well, when you put it that way,
Okay.
no, don't okay it.
We can do that.
There's context.
You can
So
do that later.
we talked about, you talked a little bit about Mr. Depp purporting
Yes, no,
to
drop the knife.
demonstrate
Next.
jealousy with Miss Heard. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you specifically talked about Mr. Depp displaying jealousy regarding the actor James Franco.
Correct.
Now, the very first time you met with Ms. Heard, she talked to you about Ms. Franco, Mr. Franco, James Franco, correct?
I don't know if it was the first time, but I did ask about some other relationships.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Let's go PX 1246. I just want to go to the first page. All right. So, do you recognize the document that's in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And what I would like to do, what is it?
It's a top
She's
sheet of a
smiling.
background information questionnaire that I use to help guide the evaluation.
Okay. So now, this is, who filled it out?
I filled it out,
Whose form is it?
my form.
I'm going to move just the first page into evidence because we're going to talk about other portions of it later.
Could you back us so she can see the whole first page? Any objection? Okay, I can't.
We will admit the whole thing into evidence.
You want the whole thing in evidence?
Sure.
No objection whatsoever.
All right, 1246 in evidence in full.
I like that. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Give it to the jury.
Are there any?
Casey
are there any
Ataco, thank you.
identifiers
It's a
that
very,
need-
very,
or
very
we
generous
just-
super chat.
We're just going.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some.
All right.
Probably.
Okay, so you owe me a redacted one, correct?
Don't know what the nature of the redactions are going to be, but
Okay, well, you
Yeah.
can discuss it.
We'll work with
Okay,
you on that,
thank you.
but
All right.
I'm positive there's identifiers.
1246 has been moved into evidence. Can we blow up the bottom right-hand corner?
All right, you want to publish to the jury?
Yeah, let's publish it to the jury.
Let's publish it.
I don't,
I'm not
Well, we
comfortable
can,
with that
if-
being
well,
published.
why don't you,
I don't see anything on the first
if
page.
you want to look at that, any objection to that?
See, if he was reversing his sentences, I would really appreciate
Well,
that.
that's what they're going to show.
That's what we're going to show.
All
I
right,
don't think it's a
publish.
disaster.
All right.
We could
Yeah.
talk. We can
It's
talk.
a
I
slow
pray.
So this is
start.
the bottom-
It's a slow start.
Bottom corner, your notes. And it's under the section of your notes that's entitled Intimate Relationships.
Correct.
And one of the notes here on the right, it says JF, that's James Franco, right?
Correct.
Got close, but really wanted to be with Johnny.
Well, it says JF friends. They were friends.
All right. Said friends, but you
Does it
put
not
them
say
under
got
intimate
close?
relationship.
Well, there's a line there because I was asking specifically about other things that were allegations in this matter.
But really
There's a
wanted to
line
be
there
Johnny?
because you did not believe that they should go under intimate relationships, but it's on your form.
She wasn't telling me that this was an intimate relationship. I queried as to what's going on with James Franco because that was something that was raised in this case.
And there's a note for December 2015.
When they became more friends, more friendly.
Right.
Oh,
And that was a period of time in which Ms. Heard was married to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
So she became close with Mr. Franco in December of 2015, and at least you put it under intimate relationships.
With a line differentiating another part of this document.
Okay. Did you provide another header, like a header that says friends?
No.
No. Let's look at the next one.
That's Yoda snarkiness right there.
Yeah.
The next one says, I think it says Elon.
Correct.
It's Elon Musk, right?
Correct.
Could be a different Elon.
May 2016.
Correct.
Met Ball.
Correct.
That's a big fancy party in New York, right?
Yes, it is.
There. And she says she dated him after Johnny.
Correct.
She met Elon Musk in May 2000.
Yeah, they're in the same section. And that's an
She
intimate
filed a
relationship.
TRO.
The last incident was May 21st. I believe it was May 26th, 27th. I'm correct.
When did she start dating Elon Musk?
Sometime after that.
All right. Yeah. Sometime after the TRO?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You talked, we can take that down.
We have a supply camera video on that, don't we?
You talked
Yes, we
quite a
do.
lot yesterday about this concept of reactive violence.
Yes.
Yeah. So just so I understand your position
great.
on this, is it your position that if Miss Heard was abused, she gets to hit Mr. Depp?
That's not my opinion.
But you know she hits him, right?
And I testified to that.
Right. And how many times do you believe that she told you that she hit him?
Do I believe that she told me, or how many instances were there?
Well, I don't know. How would you
What are you
know other
basing it
than
on?
her telling you? You weren't there, right?
Why would
I
there
was
be
not
an
there, that's correct.
inconsistency, doctor?
All right. How many times did she admit to hitting him?
She indicated a number of times in a number of instances.
Elaborate.
You indicated that you had listened to audio recordings as part of the work you did in this case.
That's correct.
All right. I'd like to play you a portion of one of those recordings.
Ooh, yes.
Plaintiff's
Pots and pans?
Exhibit 343. It's already in evidence.
It's either pots and
Let's play
pans or
more than
red
just
eye.
a piece of
Portion I
wood.
want to play is
Yeah.
Oh, you think
Pots
he's
and
going to
pans
go
are
through the whole
6.
thing?
Hit versus punch.
246.01 to 247.20.
Guys, I've reached out to Dr. Honda of psychology in Seattle. Hopefully we'll bring him on at some point, but I have reached out to him.
Cool.
Yeah.
I said to Travis, I said,
Nope.
no, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
And that you punched me in
You're
the
right.
fucking thing. And
You figured
in
it
the
out.
face. And you said, no, fuck that. No, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you
you.
lie. And then
I didn't punch you,
and
by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, been around a long time.
Please
I know.
hit her with Amber's UK testimony
You
where
didn't
she
get punched.
describes
You
this
got
as
hit.
her
I'm
taking
sorry I hit you like this,
responsibility.
but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Did you start
Johnny.
physical fights?
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did. So I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
You agree with Miss Heard that it's admirable to retreat from a fight?
Is it admirable? It is admirable to retreat from a fight.
Yeah.
What a question out of that audio.
Anything about
Yeah.
this tape
That's
suggest
how to
to you
do
that it's characteristic
question.
of reactive violence?
In this instance, if true, if she said she hit him first, then that would not be reactive violence.
All right. You testified that Miss Heard reported to you that she engaged in low levels of violence, correct?
Well, I don't think she said that. I think that was the characterization of knowing the types of minor and severe levels of violence.
Okay, I got it wrong. You consider it low levels of violence.
Well, I considered what the literature and the research talks about low levels of violence as opposed to severe levels of violence.
And I think you suggested that Ms. Heard sustained more severe injuries, correct?
I think I said more frequent injuries.
More frequent, but not more severe.
Well, certainly the incidents in Australia and the sexual violence and the incidents on December
they're getting
15th,
into it now.
2015 were quite severe.
You said you reviewed medical records in rendering your opinion.
Correct.
And you reviewed photographs.
Correct.
Now, other than the reports to her therapists, which you call medical records, right?
Yeah, I would call those medical records,
Right.
sure.
Other than the reports to her therapist, there's not a single medical record that reflects any injury to Ms. Heard, is there?
That's not correct.
No. There is not other than what doctor reflected injuries to Ms. Heard?
Ooh,
The note by Erin Borum, her married name, I'm not recalling her married name, indicated that she was headbutted by Mr. Depp and that she went for a concussion check and she had a busted lip. And then she went to Dr. Kipper's office in order to get checked.
What,
You
and
just
there's
brought in the
no medical
Monroe
record other
report?
than that note that reflects it?
There's a note that she showed up at Dr. Kipper's office. There's a note in the
But there's
similar
nothing
2
from
days
Dr.
that
Kipper,
Dr.
is there?
Laurel Anderson saw the two
Bring in
bruises
Monroe's
from that same
report.
incident as well.
All right. You reviewed photographs.
Yes.
I'd like to put up PX 144.
He
It's
messed
been
up with that
published
one.
in
He should have said, and
briefly.
Dr.
I'm gonna
Kipper,
keep it up very briefly.
and Dr. Kipper examined her and
No
found nothing, right? So
No
he-
injury, skin
That
intact.
photograph
Yeah, he kind of just left
doesn't
that
reflect
open.
a low
That was a-
level
that was
of
a
That's what that
doorstep.
report says is nothing.
Well, that reflects a severe injury. I would agree.
Yeah. Why don't we go to PX 145? That's a severe injury that ended up with Mr. Depp on a gurney, correct?
That is a severe injury, correct.
All right.
No questions. I just want to leave it up
Is
to the
it
jury. For a
your
minute.
testimony that throwing a can of mineral spirits at your spouse is characteristic of reactive violence?
If you are running away from your spouse who is trying to hurt you, yes.
All right. So you can throw a can of mineral spirits. What about if you throw a can of Red Bull?
Again, it depends on the incident I think that you're referring to. That was not necessarily reactive violence. That
I
was
didn't
in a
ask you about
state of
incidents.
frustration or anger.
I just asked about a Red Bull.
So when you throw a can of Red Bull in a state of frustration or anger, that's not reactive violence.
No.
What about if you throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon? Is that reactive violence?
Are you asking me hypothetically?
I'm asking you, would that be a characteristic of reactive violence? Throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon.
If it's in the
Limit to
middle of
yes
an
or no.
assault, perhaps.
What,
If it's
hold on.
independent of that,
I didn't say
No.
anything about it,
Right.
anything like that.
So, for instance, if your husband
Yeah.
was just having a couple of shots at the bar.
again, you would need more information and context to
Right,
make
right.
that determination.
All right, you don't think that's a reflection of reactive violence? And you'll agree with me that when you throw the second bottle, that's not reactive violence.
If somebody's throwing multiple bottles, again, psychological violence and abuse is psychologically destabilizing, which destabilizes individuals' coping strategies. That is absolutely true.
She was destabilized.
Lost what
Well,
she
that's
threw.
the
It makes her so mad. She's got.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh,
Whoop.
sorry,
Isn't
Ian.
your
You're very loud.
testimony
Oh,
that
sorry. Unmute
once
yourself
you've
so that I
thrown
can
one
adjust
bottle
your
and missed,
volume.
when you throw the second one, now it's reactive violence?
That's not what
There
I'm
you go.
saying. I don't think throwing bottles is acceptable in any context.
Really?
go.
Because you just said it was.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Kind of did. But it's fine. Contradict yourself.
He might be boiling the frog.
No,
It's interesting.
He's got an
interesting approach.
She's starting to make less and less sense in her understandings.
She is. Just circle her around.
Yeah, he's just not getting to that next
One of
payoff
the
question.
Things that you
he's getting there,
did
but just
was a
finish it off.
Well, we're still expecting him to try to bring in the past,
form,
right?
like called a CTS2 relationship behaviors form.
The conflict tactics scale, correct.
So CTS2 stands for conflict tactics scale.
That's correct.
And this is one of the documents that you had with you on the stand yesterday.
I had all my testing with me and all my clinical notes from my evaluation with Ms. Hurd.
And you gave me a copy of it because you looked at it during your testimony.
Because you asked me, so I gave it to you, yes.
Right. All right.
People have the same complaint about me. So
But
I
you have a
can't
good
judge.
recollection of what that test is about, the CTS2 test.
I have a very good memory and a very good recollection. I want to give the jury the most accurate and thorough information. After having done 12 tests with so many questions, I wanted to just be as accurate as possible. I'm sure my memory would miss some things that might be relevant.
All right, so let's talk about the CTS2. It's dated 9/26/2019.
Correct.
All right, 9/26/2019. And it goes through and it asks a whole series of questions about what you've done and what your partner has done.
That's correct.
There's tons of these questions.
Correct.
Legal term of art.
And every single one of those questions is preceded by the same question, right? How often did this happen in the past year?
Correct.
You knew that as of 9/26/2019, not a single one of the things that Ms. Hurd identified happened to her in the last year.
Correct.
Right.
She was oriented to a different time frame to get a
there it
checklist of
is.
those behaviors.
And one of the
Explain it, doctor.
one of the although it says, please, how often did this happen in the past year? One of the questions is, my partner used force to make me have oral or anal sex.
Correct.
She went with 0 on that, right?
I'd have to see if you'd like to show me.
You have any recollection that she didn't go with 0 on that?
I have a recollection at that point in time, she was framing those type of acts as angry sex. She
And you
wasn't
helped her-
framing them as physical force, as most women don't on these measures.
And you helped her to reframe it as something other than angry sex, didn't you, Doctor?
My job was not to do treatment. My job was to do an evaluation.
Good
and that's
question.
what I
Doesn't
did.
care about the answer.
All right. So you did an evaluation, and one of the evaluations you did, and one of the diagnoses that you ultimately made relates to PTSD.
That is correct.
All right. And you diagnosed Amber Heard with PTSD long before you made use of the gold standard test for PTSD.
That is correct.
All right.
And I make the diagnosis of PTSD in my clinical practice without using the
See,
caps
I would
all
shut
the
her up.
time.
Ma'am, I haven't asked you a question.
Just so you and I
Relax.
are on the same
Don't worry,
page,
we'll
and I
get
think
there.
we are. This gold standard test that I'm referring to is the CAPS 5.
That is correct.
That's the one that Dr. Curry administered, correct?
Correct.
All right. You didn't administer the CAP 5 until after you'd already diagnosed Amber Heard with PTSD, right?
She had PTSD in 2019. She had PTSD in the beginning of 2021 when I evaluated her. And then she had PTSD in December
Because you gotta
27,
cut her off. Yes or
2021
no?
when I administered the caps. That's correct.
All right.
I would even re-ask the question.
I think I asked
Is that
a
a
much
yes or
more
no?
narrow question than that. You didn't diagnose, you didn't give the CAPS 5. Hold on, I'm going to strike that question altogether and start it again. You had already diagnosed her with PTSD before you did the gold standard, correct?
Before I administered the CAPS-5, there was enough data in the psychological testing
Yes or
and my
no?
clinical evaluation to establish that she met criteria for PTSD. That is correct.
You submitted a expert disclosure in this case on January 11th, 2022.
I believe the attorney submitted that disclosure, yes.
You participated in that?
In the January 11th, it was the same disclosure that went before. There were no changes on that.
Did you reference the CAPS-5 in that at all?
I don't believe I gave the results of the CAPS-5 to the attorneys at that point.
All right. You met with, I got dates here. This time I'm using the cheat sheet. All right. You met with Amber Heard on September 26, 2019.
I would love to have my cheat sheet, but I'll take your word
What
for it.
kind of a comment is that?
I'll share.
Thank you.
From yesterday.
October 11th, 2019.
The snark.
When did you
man.
give the CAPS-5?
The CAPS-5 was administered the last time that I saw Miss Heard. I saw her over, as is stated multiple times, over the past 2.5 years, and having not seen her in about a year to get an accurate assessment of her current symptoms. Having had all the background information, the CAPS-5 is a great structured clinical interview to do that.
All right. So you hadn't seen her for about a
She
year
only did it
before
after everything.
before you gave her that test.
That is correct.
And you did it over Zoom.
That is correct.
Why don't we pull up PX 1247?
That was an interesting look from the doctor.
This may.
Yeah. The look, the comment. She's got a bit going on there, but it's a little bit of sass.
Sure. It's just to the witness right now. So, okay.
I called her
not
Dr.
being
Narc yesterday,
aggressive.
but so far she's holding it together
Sure.
pretty well.
He's definitely a carrots over sticks
you
kind of
can-
lawyer. You just wonder if he
Dr. Hughes,
can
you can
walk her
actually help with that
into a
question.
trap
This is like
she doesn't
20
even realize.
More than 20 pages long.
It's about 20 pages.
Right.
That's what he wants to
All right.
do, but
That's what he wants to do.
this is a witness you got to be more aggressive with because you're
Yeah.
frustrated with the whole yes or no.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't
is a
heard any
series of
objections, Davey.
questions that you use to test for PTSD.
Correct.
And you recognize the first page. This is the first page that you filled out. That's your handwriting.
That's correct.
I'd like to publish the first page to the jury.
You wish to have it in evidence? You're moving it into evidence?
Yes, I am.
He's just publishing the first page. Any objection to the first? Okay, first page in evidence?
I think that's the idea.
Yeah, could be. We'll see.
Could you put your microphone on? I'm
Not
just
what I
having.
was expecting in the cross, but
I don't have the ability to scroll down, so I can't see the rest of this.
All
And it's a
right.
brand new
I'm sure they'll
exhibit.
get you a copy of it.
Thank you.
That's fine.
I'd like to go to the second page. Can we put up the second page?
Are you putting the second page into evidence?
Not yet.
Then I can't put it up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like the witness to see the second.
The witness can see the second page.
Thank you. This is the second page. This is instructions on how you do it.
Correct.
All right. And then we'll go to the third page. Let's let the witness see the third page.
You do have to roll with the style you've got. I agree with all the frustration.
Now, this is
Yeah, he's an expert.
entitled
This is
score.
what he does. So
Correct.
So when you score, you look at two things, right? You look at frequency and intensity.
Correct.
All right. Those are the two factors you use to score.
Correct.
Can we go to the
Sorry to hear
fourth
that,
page
David.
of this document and just show it to the witness?
really sorry to hear that.
So, Dr. Hughes, this is the first page of the CAPS B where, other than the identifying information, where where there's any input into the document, correct?
The caps 5, you said the caps B?
Yeah, I
Okay.
misspoke.
Yes, this is the criterion A, which means in order to, as I said yesterday, to obtain a diagnosis of PTSD, you have to have sustained a very specific traumatic event. That's the first D to get through the door.
All right. So Your Honor, I'm gonna, I'd like to be able to get them a copy of this. Is it too early to take the break or?
A little bit if you.
All right, I can do something.
Okay.
Is it too early to take the break? Huh.
All right, so do you recognize the first page or the fourth page of this document?
Yes, I do.
And the handwriting on the fourth page is yours?
It's all my handwriting.
All right, the entirety of it is your, I'm going to move this document into evidence along with the first page. And that one is what number? I think it is.
You're still on
Yeah, if he can
1247.
spin it around, I would call this
1247.
Columbo.
Okay, so
but
you want to move the entirety. of
we're ways away from
1247.
giving him Columbo
Yes.
status.
Do you have a copy of 1247?
I'm getting more of a Matlock vibe
It's exhibit
myself.
1247.
Well, he is a lawyer.
Well, I mean, do you have plaintiff's exhibits 1247? Plaintiff's 1247. I don't have it either.
But Columbo and Matlock have the
Oh,
same shtick.
it's defendants 1435.
1435.
Well, I'm just
Defendants
a
1435.
not smart country lawyer.
I don't understand these complicated things you've said here. Surely you couldn't have made such an egregious error.
I mean, one thing that's going in his favor is that I don't think he could get away with a cross style like this if it's in the afternoon or the middle of the day somewhere, because at least the jury is fresh. So they're
You wanna
more
take
likely
a
to
look
be
at the
paying
court's copy?
attention.
Would that be easier
Maybe.
for you?
Maybe.
It's 59 pages. What is he
We
moving
all
in?
love Matlock.
I mean, I don't think
I
we
think
can
he's
do a
moving
partial.
in.
Yeah.
Are you
No,
moving the
Matlock
entire
and
document
Columbo.
in?
Yeah, I'm going to move the entire document in evidence.
I don't think I have an objection to that.
No objection?
No
Did you want to
objection.
take a look at the court's copy or you're good?
Yeah, I would, thank you. My apologies.
That's fine. Thank you, Jane.
We'll see.
It's early. It's early days.
All right.
She's never
so
identified the
even though I
specific
pulled it
traumatic event
from,
that she claims is the source of the
defendant's
PTSD, has
1435,
she?
we want to make this 1247 plaintiffs, correct?
Yes, Your
Other than the various
Thank you.
incidents that she says
Okay.
that, that Amber told her about.
I kind of need it.
But there needs to be one that's a
Thank you.
source.
We'll just change.
I don't
the
think
number
she
on
said
it.
which one it is.
Mhm.
All right. So it's 1247. I said, okay,
Watch her say it's from
1247
growing up
in
abused.
Evidence, plaintiffs 1247 in evidence, and now it can be published to the jury.
Thank you. Why don't we publish the fourth page where we're talking about? All right.
IPV by
So-
Johnny.
What
IPV
this
by Johnny is
references
the event.
Is the event you said was the worst. And what you have filled in here is 3 words. IPV by Johnny, right?
Correct.
All right. And then what happened is the next box. And you've not written a single thing in the box, right?
It's fair.
Because I've already spent 20 some odd hours with Ms. Hurd, I know what goes in that box. If you look at the top, it says administer the life of check checklist or an other structured trauma screen. That screen had already been conducted.
Right, but there's a box on the gold standard test that asks what happened and
Do the
it says, how
instructions say
old were
pick
you?
the parts,
How were you
skip the parts
involved?
that you think you already
Who
know
else
the
was
answer
involved?
to?
Was anyone seriously injured or killed? Was anyone in life danger? And none of that information you provide in your analysis on the CAPS 5.
Your Honor, I hesitate to object, but that's very compact.
It is.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection. if you want.
Very compound.
Okay.
Just
It
lower.
is.
The first question is, how old were you?
What's in the box, man?
All of the information that would go in that box is contained in my 80+ clinical notes of my evaluation of Ms. Heard
That's
up
weak.
until this point.
Mm.
It would have
Sauce.
been incredibly redundant to do that again here.
Oh.
But you knew other people would review this, didn't you?
And I knew that they would have my clinical notes as well.
Oh, so they're
Use
supposed to
it
parse through your
$500 an
clinical
hour. She
notes
doesn't mind being
so that
redundant.
they can figure out what you chose to be the anchoring event.
I didn't choose to be the anchor. The client chooses to the anchor to identify what the worst event is for them.
You wrote IPV by Johnny. That's what you determined to be the anchoring event.
When I asked Ms. Heard, once again, of the traumatic events that she experienced in her life, which one is the worst? This is what she indicated.
Okay. But you provided no details with respect to it.
There are plethora of details in my 80-page is a handwritten, single-spaced clinical notes.
Oh.
Single spaced.
All
Thanks for
right.
the clarification.
Let's go to the next page. All right. You felt it appropriate
Good point, Hocus.
to fill this page out, didn't you, Doctor?
Well, these are the questions about the symptoms, so I'm asking specific questions and getting her responses.
Didn't you know this already?
Well, I was making sure at this point, having not seen her for a year, what is the trauma expression at this time? It can change over time. It could go away. It can get better. It can get worse.
All right. Why don't we go a couple more pages in? Let's go into
Was that the very
page
next page that you just showed?
720.
It looks like it.
He said it was 4, right? It was 3 and 4.
So you have an empty box, and the next page you've got plethora.
Now, there are a couple of boxes that you filled in on this. Let's look at item 5, B5. You don't provide any indication of what kind of triggers, what kind of reminders trigger these reactions.
She answered that on the previous questions.
All right. And you didn't provide any answer as to how long does it take to recover.
She has some difficulty recovering.
Okay. And then there's this question that says, how often has this happened in the past month? Number of times.
Correct.
And we talked about how these things are scored, and we looked at, you got to look at frequency and intensity, right?
Correct.
And you left the frequency box blank.
Well, no, if she said several times a month, then that's what the frequency is.
And you didn't fill that frequency box in at all.
Because she told me it was frequently several times a month, which is one of the anchors encoding the CAPS.
All right, let's look at the next one. The very next box. Again, this is scored by frequency and intensity. How often in the past month?
Correct.
Blank. That's-
Pardon?
How often in the past month? You left that one blank again, right?
She tells me it happens at least twice a week. So certainly I could multiply 2 times 4 and put in 8.
Where
And
is
you
it?
certainly could have written the number 2.
Show me where you wrote that in your notes.
But it wasn't 2. If it's
Oh.
happening 2 times a week.
All right, so 2 times a week towards times the number of months. Now you got 2 digits instead of 1, right? That's all it took to write that down.
This is in a 1-month period. So it would have been a 4-week period.
How often in the past month? That's what it says.
Correct. You
You
said
chose
months.
not to answer that question. Let's look at the next page. Again, scoring is frequency and intensity. How often in the past month? Again, you left it blank.
If you look on the right-hand box, that is where we are indicating the frequency and the severity. You can see where I circled moderates happening more than twice a month. That's where I'm indicating the frequency of the symptom expression.
Okay. But aren't you skipping a step? You're supposed to do intensity and frequency.
And when
You're-
somebody says it's happening more than twice a month, that is a frequency indicator.
All right.
Yeah, but isn't granularity useful there, doctor?
Let's go to the next box. Again, we have, in the past month, how many of the important parts of event have you difficulty remembering? Number of important aspects. Didn't fill it up.
Well, I listed 2 specific incidents of where she indicates she has important aspects that are missing.
Liz, unmute
But
yourself
all
so
you
that I
had to
can
do is put a
adjust your
number in
volume
here.
just in
You
case.
know you knew how to score this thing.
Well, this measure actually doesn't get scored by the frequency.
All right,
Okay, thank
you
you.
know something, you're right. Let's look at the next one.
I know.
Perfect timing, Bluebird. I could sense it.
The next one gets scored by the frequency. That's blank, right?
Well, I did not code it as a PTSD symptom.
Okay, let's go to the next one. How much of the time in the past month have you felt that way as a percentage?
Right? So as you can see, I circled 20 to 30% of the time.
Right.
It's just as it, I'm putting it on the right side in the box where I'm coding the instrument.
We're going to talk about the right side in a minute. You took issue with the way that Dr. Curry did this test, didn't you?
Correct.
Right. But your test, in every instance where you're asked the number of times and to fill in the blank, you leave it blank.
They're on the right side of the document.
All right. You want to talk about the right side of the document? Let's do that. After you did the CAPS 5 for the anchoring, the 3-word anchoring event, IPV by Johnny, you went back through again and said, maybe I should consider childhood trauma as well, right?
I wanted to test for the limits and see at this point in time, Ms. Heard had a child, and sometimes when people have children, their trauma gets evoked. Is she having those symptoms as well? She already had, based on this instrument, the PTSD from the interpersonal violence. I wanted to see if there were any additional symptoms.
All right. And you knew that she had severe child abuse as a young person.
That is correct.
She grew up in a home full of heroin addicts, right?
Opiate abuse, yes.
Yeah. And there was IPV between her parents.
Correct.
All right. And so you wanted to make sure that there wasn't some impact with this childhood trauma in the diagnosis of PTSD.
Wanted to get to other relationships after this.
Right. And so you decided to give her the test again.
Well, I didn't give it again. What's called testing the limits. I went back to some of the questions where she answered in the affirmative and said, and is this also happening vis-a-vis your childhood abuse? Are you also having intrusive thoughts and feelings about childhood? Are you avoiding thinking about things about childhood? Is that happening for you now as well?
All right. So there are a series of notations on the right-hand side. Let's go to page 5 of 20 in the test.
I think Amber would have every interest
Why don't
in
we
minimizing that
highlight
abuse
the
if it's
right
during the
notations
litigation that she's
start
reporting
under
it.
the word childhood. All right. So the way you tested for childhood PTSD is to write a notation in the corner and answer a couple of questions. Same test.
Well, I wasn't administering a whole CAPS again. What I was doing was seeing, as we know with people who have what we call polyvictimization or revictimization, someone could in fact meet criteria for the PTSD from the domestic violence, but then they're also experiencing some symptoms as a result of the childhood abuse. Both can occur.
Right. But Mr. Depp isn't responsible for her childhood abuse.
That is correct.
Right. And the way you tested this childhood abuse PTSD is you made notations on the right-hand column of a form that you partially filled out for the IPV by Johnny, right?
Well, I disagree with the partially filled out. The frequency was clearly filled out in the box where we score the CAPS. But yes, I did write about the childhood to the right of that box.
Okay. And that is the appropriate way that the gold standard test for PTSD for childhood trauma should be administered?
If there were any affirmatives and I needed to go further, I could have administered another CAPS 5. There were not. I did not need to do that.
Okay.
Oh, so since
You
Amber
chose not to
minimized,
do a second
she didn't
CAPS
have
5,
to.
although you knew that she had suffered from severe childhood trauma.
No, because she wasn't suffering symptoms at that point in time, PTSD symptoms from the childhood trauma.
All right.
And the symptoms were all self-reported?
Exactly.
Mr. Dennison, are you moving to a different topic now?
I am.
Okay, all right, this might be a great time to take our morning break then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our 15-minute break. Please do not discuss this case with anybody. Don't do any outside research, okay?
What a mess.
Well, it's like I think IPV by Johnny is the strongest, best argument you have on that document, because it's like, okay, so I see what she's doing, and okay.
Yeah, like,
But
that's not an event.
no,
IPV by
Johnny, I
Johnny
think
is not an event.
I think that's effective. I think that was a good part.
We'll go
When we
ahead and
start talking
take-
about those blanks, and you do see that she's circling in times, it's like, yeah, I don't think that's fully right, but I also don't. I mean,
but if you
Yes.
look at the
I don't know
designation
if
of
we
the
can do it before,
times,
but
so
we'll
the
certainly
one
get it
was
to you.
at least twice a month and the other one was at least twice a week. That's a huge difference,
Yeah.
especially in
Okay,
terms
we'll-
of
we'll-
diagnosis,
we'll go through
because
it. That's fine. all
if you
right?
have
It's-
someone
it's-
who's
although it's
presenting
in your
like,
exhibit.
So that's fine.
are they talking about anything important?
To tell you the exhibit numbers, that's fine. We'll work through it, okay? Let's take a recess of 11:40 then, okay?
Working
All
through
right,
exhibits.
exactly.
All right, cool.
so
Alrighty.
yeah, no, I agree with you that they're vastly different, and I also agree that it would be
Yeah.
better to have granularity there, to have an actual number. But to me, she's what I might call, she's substantially filling in the document. So hitting her on like 4 separate pages of it, I don't think that's as good as just, I think saying, hey, you need an inciting event and writing IPV by Johnny. I think that's much worse than everything else he showed.
Yeah. And I think that's probably coming from like my background, where I'm like, why wouldn't frequency is one of the most important things when you're diagnosing someone. You want to see how much does it affect them and how often is it. If it's happening twice a month, I mean, that's awful, but it's not something that necessarily is going to be as looked at the same way as if it's happening 3 times a week. Then you're like, oh, this is like very different and very life altering. So to not include that, and she says she's an expert in the field, like that's like the most important part of the document.
But she does
And then-
circle. I mean, she circled every time. So I mean, talk to me about that, Nurse Liz. I mean, she did circle. That's what she said. She is the way she filled it out. I can agree that it's not letter of the law, but I can also say I could see someone doing it that way.
I guess I would disagree on that, just because the difference in more than 2 times, or like 2 times a month and 2 times a week, is so different.
But she
If
circled one of
those-
those.
Yeah, but
She
2
circles
times
week
like,
or month.
so that could be 3 times or 20 times. You know what I
No,
mean?
she-
Like
no,
the
she's-
variance there is
So they
huge.
have moderate and severe. So she circles
Mhm.
twice a week, or she circles more than twice a month.
Yeah.
Right.
So the
I'm just saying
difference
as a
is
juror,
just huge.
As a juror,
Yeah, no, I
look at that
totally
and
get
say,
as a juror, you'd be like,
it doesn't. It seems like you're raking her over the coals on de minimis paperwork violations.
Yeah. And like, I think that's like part of coming and looking at it from a healthcare provider. Cause to me, that's glaringly like, oh, is it 3 or is it 20? Like, that's very different. If you're telling me you have symptoms 3 times a month.
I do wish that he would have said that. He would have asked, okay, so two times a month, does that mean 3 times a month, or 2 plus times a month? Does that mean 3 times a month, or does that mean 20 times a month? How do we know based on your notes?
Because that's going to kind of affect, yeah, exactly how you assess it. You know, because you look at severity.
20 winds up
frequency.
you circling severe, right? Anything more than 8 and higher has you circling severe. So it's between 2 and 8, which is interesting. I would rather have that granularity.
Yeah.
But it can only go to 8, or it can only go to 7.
No, that's true. Yeah. No.
The issue that I have is
math and I are not friends.
Is her saying
Or
that
math.
she has substantiated all of these things from her notes, so she didn't go and replicate it in this study or in this test. And you know, I'm not a scientist, but I understand that replication is kind of an important principle of being able to look at a test as objective. And she's making it impossible to replicate or even effectively review the results of her study unless you want to go through and try to cherry pick her notes and evaluate, what it is that she based her opinion on, in that way. But it's very poor substantiation of her ultimate conclusions.
but I probably would have hit, you did this last, you did this after you diagnosed her 3 times, and IPV by Johnny, really.
Yeah, especially because she also stated that her conclusion is that Johnny abused Amber. So she's starting with a conclusion and she's ending with a conclusion. She's diagnosing from a conclusion. It sounds like that's the part that I almost want him to bring that up very close together with the fact that she concluded that Johnny abused Amber.
Yeah, are you in the habit of retesting for things you clearly already concluded? I mean, like, you know, that.
I think that totally depends on what it is. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, she did that test because she knew Curry had her test. I mean, like, there's no question that they did a Cap 5 because they had Curry's Cap 5, because those line up in time almost exactly.
Yeah, her charting is just lazy. I mean, it's just not like, even when she just left that whole box blank, even in the most, if I was so rushed, I would write C note and I would specify where in the note I talked about this. I would never leave it blank.
How do you leave that box blank when you're doing the test for litigation?
That's my big question.
Yeah. Like, that basically says, I don't really have anything here, so we're just gonna like pretend this part wasn't important and hope that no one talks about it.
We're gonna skip specifics. I thought that part was great, and then I thought he loses it a bit because, you know, it's when you throw a crap at the wall. I do tend to judge at some of the, if you're gonna just have real crap there, I'm like,
well,
go back
on
to
the other hand,
stuff.
he is erring on the safe side of not asking too many questions, right? We've criticized Amber's team at length for trying to get that ultimate dig in, you know, that you really don't need to do. The jury is capable of connecting the dots. They know that this woman who has criticized the other forensic practitioner for how she administered the test is administering the test in a very sloppy manner. You know, you don't necessarily need to ask her about that. It's obvious from what you've presented.
I don't
she
want
was
an
very
extra
critical.
Question. Yeah, I don't want an extra question. I would have dropped, or maybe just had one example of the frequency stuff, just because I think it's weaker than the stronger stuff, and I think that dilutes the soup.
I think the most effective part of her cross, or of his cross today, was the bottle stuff, where she quite literally in one sentence said, you know, it could be reactive to throw a bottle, and then the second bottle, and then she said, well, I didn't really say that throwing a bottle was good.
Yeah, but people become unbalanced. Yeah, no, it's interesting. She was about to go for it. Yeah, we're gonna defend it all, and then she's like, no, let's wheel back on that. But it came off completely in opposite in like subsequent questions. I mean, it was like one yes, one no.
Yeah. By the way, we've got a question for Nurse Liz here from Dana Wilson. I'm beginning to think that Amber Heard's injuries are due to the extraction of acne lesion and or Kenalog injection into cyst. Thoughts?
I'm not a germ. I won't even try to.
That's fair.
Fair. I just wanted to put it in front of you since it was directed to you. And
the line was very
sometimes
linear. Yeah, the bruising was very like in a line. So it was, at least that I saw, that would not remind me of something where it was a cyst, like where that's going to be a lot more of a big area of swelling with like just not necessarily in a line. But I am not a dermatology. And that gets into a whole different realm.
Makes sense. I try to keep an eye out for the super chats that are like addressing specific people in case they leave. But
it's always hard at the end of the day when you're like, oh,
I'm really sorry. So it's frustrating because like Rick said, there have been some points where he made a good point, but then it kind of got muddied up with other questions where she was able to come in and fight and kind of take the control again. And I get that what a lot of people have been saying about this is like, well, maybe he's just taking a different style because he understands that Amber Heard's team has been taking a little bit too aggressive of a style. But really what it comes down to, it's not so much the style, like what we're referring to as style, like an aggressive style, usually comes out in tone, not so much in the types of questions that you ask or the way that you craft your questions. He could still come across as very respectful and friendly, but ask some very sharp and tight questions in order to control her, and then come in and say, hey, I'm sorry, but you didn't answer my question. Yes or no. I just need a yes or no, you know, and sometimes it means coming back and hitting her with that several times until she finally starts to acquiesce, because at some point she starts to really fight back on that. If he keeps hitting her back to say, I'm sorry, but I need just a yes or no answer, then she starts to look bad in front of the jury.
Yeah, she looks like she's wiggling. She looks like she's trying hard not to be pinned down on what shouldn't be a difficult answer to pin down.
He's clearly a honey versus vinegar type lawyer. Like even after she got away from him, he goes, well, I really think my question was significantly more narrow than that. And then, you know, I mean, it's everybody wants.
There's a way to do that. Like one of my favorite tactics, because I kind of have his style. I'm more calm. I'm not that aggressive attorney.
Yeah.
But one of my favorite things to do is you ask the exact same question phrased again. And then if they answer it differently, then what you say again is say, I'm sorry, I'm going to keep asking this question until you actually answer it. And you say the exact same question again. And the more that you get that question in, one, they can't object as asked and answered because you clearly didn't. And two, the jury sees that they're being so evasive that they can't actually answer the question.
Or even worse, if they object to asked and answered, and then you're like, no, Your Honor, they have not, this witness has not answered my question. You flag that for the jury too.
Yeah. And I wish I saw it. Oh, go ahead, Rick.
No, I'm devil's advocating a little bit because I will tell you, I thought the lawyer was learning to speak for the first time when I came in, and it's off-putting, and I think everybody wants Ben Chu giving his opposition to the motion to dismiss, but you do have to play within your strengths. Any individual lawyer doing anything, whether it's contract negotiations or litigation, that's his approach. But I understand people getting frustrated at it because you had us talking yesterday about the many ways in which she'd exposed herself. You're seeing some of those. I personally thought the best portion of this particular cross-examination was the knife because it was a lightning strike. It was, here's a picture of the knife. What does it say? You honestly believe that someone that fears for their life gave them a giant knife that says until death. And then you just moved on. That was it.
Yeah. I think I saw a super chat that was interesting and they made a really good point. It was up on the screen a little while ago. They talked about how when you're filling out those forms, this really looks like she is filling it in backwards. She already knows what she wants to say, so she's going to go back. Because if I was filling out the form and any medical person was, you fill out the left side first and the right side is a conclusion that you fill out later after the patient is gone. So she should have written the number, which is what I would have done. I would have said, how many times a month does this happen to you? Written down, whatever, 14. And then on later, when she is gone, that's when you fill out the right-hand side because that was your assessment of the picture as the whole versus she filled out the right side. So she already had what she wanted to see as the picture as the whole. And then she was backfilling specific incidents. And that's pretty telling.
Totally
fair. That is very interesting to note that. I don't know if the jury's going to pick up on that kind of nuance though, without a background, you know? So it's like, it's one of those things that's like, I love that. But anyway, but speaking of backgrounds, go ahead.
How much of this they're just teeing up for Dr. Curry to come in and address and rebuttal? You have to assume to some extent that's part of their strategy here.
Yeah. Could very well be. But speaking of backgrounds, we have a panel of very wonderful people coming from all kinds of great backgrounds, especially, very great professional backgrounds. And if you guys are enjoying this kind of content, you like to see this kind of panel commentary of this trial, we're a small channel in comparison to Law and Crime Network, Court TV. If you want to see this kind of stuff going up against those folks, more voices like this, you can subscribe to the channel. But more importantly, this is better commentary and way better content, generally speaking, because of the other people that are joining us for their thoughts, for their brains, for their voices. And I highly, highly, highly encourage everyone here to go and check out everyone who is showing up on this panel. Everyone is linked in the description below, except for Rob, because we're still convincing him to make a YouTube channel. We're working on him. I've got a community post on proposed names. So also, if you guys want to check that out, give us some ideas. I think that'll be great. I'm trying to slow cook him into starting a
boiling frogs.
YouTube channel.
Maybe that's your channel name, Rob. The boiled frog.
But seriously, go into the except for and Andrea, she does not have a YouTube channel either, but she does have an awesome Twitter profile where she talks a lot about this case, explains a heck of a lot, and you can have your brain increase by following her there as well. Everyone is linked in the description below. Please do go and check everybody out because it really helps me, because it also encourages people to come back onto this channel as well if they feel like they're being supported. And that is really the way to support them and to support the stream.
So
you can support Alita by liking this one.
That's fun. Exactly, Nurse Liz. Exactly. That's the point, right? We have 35,000 people in chat. I will tell you this. Here's a little news tidbit. I went to YouTube to go and follow this stream as I usually do to track all these numbers, it was not at the top for me today. So I don't know what that means exactly. But if you want to tell the algorithm that other people should be finding content like this, there's no better time to do it than right now. It's 8.4 thousand liking this stream right now. We've got 35,000 watching. Like this stream, because then YouTube might know that it's doing Alita wrong right this second and not advancing her to someone who's been on the show for like 14 days in a row. So come on, YouTube. Don't hide Alita's channel. Don't hide Legalbytes. Tell people that this stuff is here and subscribe, because Alita, she won't say this kind of stuff to you, right? This is just between me and you, chat. She's at 143,000 subscribers. And how cool would it be to celebrate 150,000 subscribers 1 week from when we celebrated 100,000 subscribers? 50% growth in a week would be
a very nice graph.
That'd be pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, it would be very nice.
So if you want to participate in that, a 50% growth rate while YouTube is trying to keep Alita down, like, subscribe.
My channel is under attack.
Alita coming soon with my channel is under attack. Okay, so we have to work on our narratives, because we can't have 50% growth and my channel is under attack. So we'll work on that behind the scenes. But please do. Thank you. 10,000. I love it. I'm going to do this as an auctioneer. 10,000 likes. Can I see 11,000? We've got 35,000 people watching. Come on, 143,000 subscribers. We can do it together. And now, as I usually promise, I'll be quiet for a little while, maybe not full 4 hours.
Yeah, don't
Getting
do
us up to
4 hours
10,000
again. That was
again.
bold.
I appreciate it. All right.
Yeah.
Proceed with your legal conversation.
Thank you, Rick. That's really, really kind of you. And thank you, everybody watching, all the people in the chat and the mods and everybody liking, because it is true that liking the video is the easiest form of engagement that can actually have a difference in pushing the video, the live stream out into the algorithm.
Fight the man.
Yeah, exactly. So if you want more people watching us as opposed to court TV, law and crime, it genuinely does help. It really does. So thank you, Rick. Kind of you.
I like that.
So does leaving it on in the background while you do other things. You're
Right.
obviously listening, but if it just
Yeah,
went
of
for
course.
hours, no one's going to argue about that retention.
Hogue only hypes Alita. Hogue hypes everybody, but Alita covered the rest of us. Alita doesn't hype herself. That's the role.
Thank you.
Anyone
Thank
feel
you,
like
Rick.
he left some issues out there
that's
on
a really
the
good
intimate
point, Marcus.
relationship thing?
Okay, what do you think he left out?
Well, I mean, he teed it up perfectly. Like, you pose it back a hypothetical. Like, you say it's gaslighting. Well, would it be gaslighting if she was, in fact, having an affair? Just put that question out there, and that, if she opens the door more, then you can start bringing in evidence of the affair. I mean, it was there. He had it teed up almost perfectly, and I just wanted him to go 2 or 3 more questions further.
Yeah, there were a couple of times there, right? Because he also talked about the headbutt, and we know we have a Monroe report. It's in evidence that says, I saw nothing from that incident. And he gets her to Dr. Kipper's office. He gets her to asking for someone to look at her. We know how that went. You have to remind the jury of that, because it was in boring Kipper Lloyd testimony.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why that doesn't pop right back in there. Like, I called the knife because that one was like, okay, giving presents. She talks about giving presents. Knife has to come in. But no, I agree with you. Like, you don't even have to ask much of a question about it. I was really fond of the question coming out of the audio. What was it? Wouldn't you agree that if you leave, that's admirable?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, that has
That's
nothing to do
great.
with the audio. You just wanted to play it again. I love it.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I think that's a really good point, because part of the purpose of the cross-examination is to be able to revisit what are your strongest pieces of evidence. And that nurse's note from Monroe Tinker was just so devastating to this December 15th incident that not taking the opportunity to revisit that whenever you can does seem to me to be leaving an opportunity on the table.
And
Yeah.
just introduce you. By the way, so it's Monroe Tinker. Monroe's not the last name. I'm not trying to be over familiar with a nurse I don't know. I thought it was the last name. Okay.
And Jasmine Ali, this is an interesting question. What do you think about Hughes' intimate relationship notes about James Franco and Elon Musk?
That's my favorite. That's my favorite zinger. You didn't use a different header though, did you?
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought that one was a good example of getting the witness to be defensive in a way that is not only kind of unnecessary, but also just not particularly persuasive. I mean, she's talking about romantic relationships with Elon Musk under the intimate relationships category. You're not really fooling anybody by suggesting that that this is some other issue. I was also interested, and maybe Nurse Liz, you can add to this, the fact that she says that she is the one who prompted the James Franco conversation, not Amber, during the course of this interview. Would that be appropriate in a testing scenario like this for the administrator to be suggesting certain things that need to be talked about?
I mean, I would never, I don't do that kind of psychological testing, but if I was asking you any other type of question, I would not introduce information I don't know. Like, even if, I took care of a lot of families. So like I would hear things. So I knew more than they thought I knew, but I would not ask them about it because they didn't tell me. So that's like odd. Yeah. You would not bring that up I don't know if she could because of the trial or if that's common in psych, but
well, to me as an attorney looking at it, I'm always going to be looking for suggestiveness. To me, that's one of the main things that will undermine the integrity of a test or an analysis is if the supposed objective person is suggesting what the person should be talking about. We look for that in forensic interviews. We look for that in all kinds of different contexts. And this seemed to me to be an admission from her that is in fact what she did. I would have liked to see that maybe explored.
Yeah, it does seem odd. Like, why would you bring that in? Unless you were trying to get her to go along with that narrative. Yeah,
well, you need to document it somehow. That it's an issue for the case and that it needs to be addressed. So you prompt her to address it. That just to me seems problematic.
Yeah.
Yep.
That would be a good one to ask Dr. Honda if he comes on. Something like that.
Oh yes.
Like,
yeah.
Is that
and
leading? Is that?
Yeah, and hopefully he does, because I did reach out to him by email through his website and then also through Instagram. So hopefully he does see that at some point and he decides to join us as well. I guess we are.
All right, we ready for the jury?
We're back. I'll try to ask one question here before. Add this here. Skinny Fat Huey says, as the witness brought up AH's abuse to her ex, can JD's counsel call her as a witness as if she was willing to do, or if she was willing to do the, after they won the discussion? I think they technically could, but I don't know that she's going to be willing to because of statements that she's made elsewhere. Mindy D says, did you ever check out the end of the day with the folder and the PR guy getting the paper from the lawyer? Also, I think Rob's channel should be named After the Bench or Before the Bench. Ooh, interesting. Sam Nemi says, I have watched the full days sometimes and the recaps sometimes. I've only really heard about Pirates damages. What about Harry Potter? Has there been any discussion of that I missed? I think he actually got paid for that, even though they kicked him off.
Yeah, he did. And you did miss Ben Chu saying Crimes of Grindelwald about 7 times, which is one of my personal highlights.
Yeah. Seated. Next question.
Can they now discuss AH beating up her sister? Yes. I think they've opened the door to that. It's going to be very interesting. I think so, from yesterday, yeah.
Why don't we put it back up, plaintiff's 1247.
Back to the caps 5? All right.
I guess so.
Again, this is the caps 5. You didn't administer this until you already had Dr. Curry's scores, did you?
That's not correct.
No, you administered it after Dr. Curry made a disclosure, correct?
That's not correct.
You administered it after Dr. Curry had administered hers.
I learned that in late February when she submitted her report, but I had no way of knowing that in December of 2021.
Sorry.
And you didn't make any reference to this in your disclosures until after Dr. Curry made reference to hers, right?
I don't recall the date of the final disclosure or the fourth disclosure.
Can we go to the next page? Let's go to the top of the page. We'll blow that up. Instructions start with standard administration and scoring of the CAPS 5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. See that language?
I do.
All right. You don't contend it's standard not to fill out the frequency line.
I think if you're filling it on the right side of the box, I think that's perfectly fine.
All right. So you think it's standard administration to simply leave blanks that are already in the form?
I didn't leave blanks when I needed to find out the frequency of the symptoms.
All right, let's go down a little bit further. Let's go to administration. It says number 2.
I'll be back.
Read prompts verbatim, one at a time, and in the order presented, and then has a variety of exceptions. With respect to the childhood trauma notations you made in the margin of the CAPS 5, you didn't read the prompts verbatim, did you?
I read the first prompt. If there was a yes, then I would have made a decision. Do I need to administer a whole nother CAPS?
Right. And you ultimately didn't do that. You just simply wrote the margin of the last one.
Because she wasn't endorsing those symptoms.
You talked about endorsement of symptoms. Ultimately, what you're looking for with respect to PTSD is functional deficiencies. That's one of the things you look for, right?
Well, with any DSM diagnosis, you're looking for what are the functional impairments as a result of the symptoms that the individual is experiencing.
Okay. So, in fact, if you go to all the way to the end of the form, one of the things that we deal with is impairment in occupational functioning, right?
Correct.
All right. What's Ms. Hurd's occupation?
She's an actor.
All right. And she had just wrapped a major motion picture, correct?
That's correct.
So you didn't determine that she had an impairment in occupational function. She's still performing at literally the highest level of her profession, correct?
She had a number of PTSD symptoms while she was filming Aquaman 2.
Right.
That interfered with her ability to really organize a lot of resources for herself in order to go forward and film that.
Call some of her cast members as witnesses for rebuttal.
At the highest level of her profession, yes or no?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that.
Okay. But did she report to you that she loves to cook?
She loves to cook, yes.
Yeah. Hike?
I don't recall hiking, but
Read?
Yep.
Spend time with friends?
If she can, that has been significantly diminished as a result of her PTSD symptoms as a result of this case.
Oh, that's why she lost all her
just had a
friends.
baby?
She did.
Right. Exercises every day?
Also explains why they're all by video deposition.
The most that I can tell, she does.
Yeah. Completed level 3 sommelier training.
She did.
All right. She did all these things.
He's trying to prove that the severity isn't that bad.
That she
Because
is
she marked
impaired
moderate.
with respect to her occupational functioning.
I made a determination that the symptoms interfere with her functioning. She does these things, but it's not like the symptoms aren't there. She has to continue to work even though she has a panic attack, even though she has an intrusive recollection of the trauma, even though she's having heart palpitations and sweaty palms when something comes into her mind. It does not stop her from doing what she needs to do, but it does interfere.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you about another test that you administered, and that's That one's called the PAI. Do you know that one?
Yes, I do.
That's the personality assessment inventory.
That's correct.
Why don't we put in front of the witness the PX 1244?
All right, 1244. Thank you.
All right. So, Dr. Hughes, do you recognize PX 1244?
Yes,
And it's a list of critical item endorsements,
correct,
and that's derived from the PAI.
correct.
And this is the PAI that you gave 9/26/2019.
I don't have the cover sheet in front of me, so
Why don't we scroll down to the bottom, Tom? And there it is.
yep.
There
Thank
it is
you.
down there.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay. Now, critical item in, I'm going to move this document, PX 1244, into evidence.
Your Honor, I would request that the entire document.
I'm only going to ask her about this piece.
Well, it's his exhibit. Do you have any objection to his exhibit, which is just the first page?
No.
All right, 1244 in evidence.
Okay. So critical item endorsement. This starts a total of 27 PAI items reflecting serious pathology have very low endorsement rates in normal samples. These items have been termed critical items. You're familiar with that concept?
Yes, I am.
All right. And I just want to ask you about a couple of the critical items.
Like the potential
The
malingering?
first one is potential for aggression. This was deemed under your PAI a critical item. It says, sometimes my temper explodes and I completely lose control. How did that potential for aggression bear on your analysis?
Well, there's a few things. Number one, certainly Ms. Hurd reported to me that in her relationship, that would happen. Her anger and her affect regulation would become impaired. Number two, you have to look at the total scales where that scale is not elevated, so it would not be a major cause of clinical concern. Number three, she had 4 responses that she could say to this question. Mainly true, very true, mainly true, sometimes true or false. She chose sometimes true. So she's answering honestly about her experience.
So it's sometimes true that sometimes my temper explodes. That's
Correct.
what you're testifying.
Correct.
All right. So you've talked a little bit about this concept called malingering. And there's one here for potential malingering. And this is another one of these critical item endorsements. Critical items means that these are serious pathology, right?
Well, as you can see, it says endorsement of these critical items is not in and of itself diagnostic.
No,
So you need to review the content of the item, and that's how you make the determination. Is this something of clinical concern that you need to do more understanding about?
Okay, so this critical item endorsement, this one reads under potential malingering. I think I have 3 or 4 completely different personalities inside of me.
Correct.
And she endorsed that as sometimes true.
Correct.
Okay.
And there's not one elevated malingering scale on the PAI.
Let me ask you about another document. mark the document as PX 1248.
Yeah, I think it's odd that they assumed that just if she was lying, she would answer like the most of everything. You know what I mean?
1248.
Right.
All right, yes,
She
sir.
could have been minimizing it to some
Exactly,
times.
like
From all
And
the
that's
time
what-
to a lot of
Exactly.
And
times.
that's what Dr. Curry
exactly.
reflected, was that she tended to minimize, except for when she's telling her stories, when she tends to exaggerate.
All right. Can you put up PX 1248 just for the witness? Dr. Hughes, do you recognize this?
Yes.
Sometimes the CC's
All right.
funny.
And these are critical items that were deduced on the TSI 2 critical items list.
Correct.
And what's a 0 mean?
Means that she scored a 0 on that item. She said it's not something that's relevant for her at the time frame that the test was administered.
And these are all self-reports, right?
Correct.
There you go.
And so she scored a 0 on doing something violent because you were so upset.
Correct.
See that language? You knew Ms. Heard to do violent things when she's upset.
This test specifies how often have you had these symptoms in the last 6 months?
Just in the last 6 months.
Correct.
All right.
But she ignored
So
that on
she
the
hadn't
last
had it in the
test.
last 6 months.
Correct.
This test also asks and inquires about intentionally hurting yourself or cutting.
In the last 6 months.
Right.
Is the prompt.
All right. In the last 6 months.
Correct.
Had Ms. Heard previously indicated to you that she cut herself?
She indicated one time as a teenager in a reckless moment she did. It was stupid and I never did it again.
Sounds like she's referring to it as like some kind of a judgment call.
So that was the first time you met her. She indicated that she had cut herself. What did you do to satisfy yourself that she didn't continue to engage in that behavior?
As with most things, I asked about the frequency of the behavior and had it ever occurred again? Had she ever engaged in suicidal behavior or suicidal gestures? That's part of that screen.
Where did Ms. Heard cut herself?
I'd have to look at my notes to be sure.
All right. Why don't we do that? That's in your intake note, correct?
I don't recall.
All right, why don't we go to PX 938? And if you'd put it up for the witness. All right, that's not it. Let's go to the next page. All right. There we go. All right. PX 938, we're on the third page. This background information sheet has already been admitted into evidence. And there's a discussion here we talked about earlier about intimate relationships.
I'm sorry, the question?
Yeah, let's go back to the first page. All right, there we go. What number is this? This is in at 1246. So this page anyway, I'll ask that it be published to the jury. All right, we're going to do it again.
What, so 1246?
1246.
All right. Okay, it's in evidence. There's supposed to be redactions, so, but, okay. All right, that's in 1246.
All right. So why don't we blow up the intimate relationships section? There's intimate relationships here relative to a variety of people, including a person called Tasha.
Ooh, here we go.
Tasha.
Here we go.
Who's she?
She was Miss Heard's wife.
Okay. And that relationship preceded her relationship with Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
Did you say on direct that you saw no previous interpartner violence? Just yes or no?
I don't believe I did.
You don't believe that you saw interpartner violence, or you didn't say it on direct?
I don't believe I said that yesterday.
Okay. Your Honor, can we approach?
All right. Yes,
Yep.
sir.
Yep. She most definitely said it yesterday.
Here we go.
I hope he has
Buckle
that
up.
transcript.
Yeah. Oh, I think you better believe you'd have it, right?
I'd
Yes.
request a daily of that.
I
the second
hope
she says
so.
Those
Got
words.
the draft.
Yeah.
Everybody noticed that as soon as she said
Mhm. Yep.
I saw a super chat come in that was directed at me, so I was just going to answer it if that's okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it
please
was
do.
about it was saying I think she had Accutane, that Amber was taking Accutane, and maybe it could be like a scar under her eye, the bruising from like some kind of, like if she had a pimple or something, acne there. That would be pretty unlikely, I think, because under your eye you don't really have a lot of oily glands, so that would be a rare place to get it. But I mean, never say never. But
yep.
Well, Amber has cystic acne, and so it's recurring, and it's typically in the same place, and so you can find all kinds of photos of her on the internet with this same upper cheek location having breakouts, and even the photograph of the bruised face at the TRO. A lot of those pictures you can see pretty closely. She's just got a zit on her face. It looks like she worked over this zit on her face to go and parade in front of the cameras.
And
that's very fair.
Not a nurse, but I can confirm that experience, having cystic acne, having been on Accutane too. Not
it's a miserable
like
experience.
she was. It was my experience was a very different experience with proper medical oversight, I suppose. And you're not supposed to be on it for that long because it can really kill your liver. But yeah. That the scarring that you would get usually is in your cheeks or your jawline or your forehead, at least in my experience, unfortunately.
Ugh, sorry you had to deal with that. That's
so can I just call out quickly the level 3 sommelier training? Okay, level 3 is advanced sommelier. That means she has drank a massive amount of wine to be able to get qualified to take that test.
Yeah, that is a lot. That is a lot. Okay, getting some of these.
And she was doing that to try to prove, because you have to prove frequency and level of impact on someone's life for any mental health diagnosis. Those are the two biggest things, is how much does this impact you? And she had claimed it was moderate threshold. So I think that's why she was just asking, like, hey, you still did all these things, but it was affecting you, which is like kind of, it's objective to the patient. So there's no real way to tell, but poking holes in it.
Yep. Here we go. Coming back. Wonder what they talked about. Maybe we'll get an indication.
Did you speak with Ms. Heard around the circumstances that gave rise to the TRO?
With on May 21st?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that James Franco spent the night with her at the ECB between May 21
Super
and
chat,
May
very
27?
true.
I recall, again, it would be helpful to have my notes so I can tell you exactly what, but I do recall that she did see him at some point. I do not know if he spent the night.
Do you know if Elon Musk spent the night during that period?
I don't know.
So it looks like Judge is not letting them go into Tasia.
Such a
That's
bummer.
disappointing.
Really disappointing.
Probably collateral. It's impeachment with the collateral issue, so they don't get to use extrinsic evidence. That's just my guess.
You cannot testify that Johnny Depp was not abused, can you?
I can testify that he had physical acts of violence perpetrated on him as well as psychological aggressive acts perpetrated upon him.
How can you do that when you didn't talk to him?
When you weren't there.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Oh, she looks smug. Ugh.
Dr. Hughes, you were asked about some presentations. I think plaintiff's 1241 was the first one. If we can bring that up. Tom, could you help me out with that? 1241?
Yes.
And if you can scroll down, what was the significance of this presentation? And can you give her control, or do you have to have control of the document? It's just one page? Oh, it's not the entire presentation. Okay. Can you please tell the jury what you provided in this presentation?
To the best of my recollection, it was what I spoke to you about before of how people who are not trained in forensic psychology, but who are working with victims of domestic violence can go into court and navigate with the court system and present and talk about domestic violence in a legal setting.
Okay, thank you. And that's been moved into admission, that's been moved
That's
in,
in it,
correct?
yes.
Okay, well, let's go to the one that I don't think was 1242, please. Tom, if you could bring that up. All right, and is that just one page too? How many pages is that one? Okay. Do you recall this presentation, Dr. Hughes?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you please just, well, I'm going to move the admission of plaintiff's exhibit 1242 first of all.
Any objection? All right, 1242.
And could we publish it to the jury, please?
Yes, ma'am.
And Dr. Hughes, could you please tell the jury, explain to the jury what this presentation entailed?
So I was asked by the head of the Kings County Bar Association to give a presentation about intimate partner violence, domestic violence, and how psychological experts can be of assistance. This was just because of how Brooklyn is a bar association that was attended by many of the prosecutors from the Kings County District Attorney's Office, as well as defense attorneys. And as I stated before, this presentation was about how to really understand cases of domestic violence, how to understand what if she drops the restraining order, what if she doesn't call the police, what are the myths and misconceptions about intimate partner violence. And when she uses force, what does that mean? How do we understand that? How do we evaluate for that? So again, without seeing the rest of the presentation, I believe that was the thrust of this presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now, you testified about the notes you took and the notes you reviewed, and you were asked about some limited questions on testing. I'm going to ask for Defendant's Exhibit 1434.
You're going to do that when you want.
No, oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, we need, thank you, Sammy. But you were doing a fine job, Tom. I didn't mean to take it away from you. Thank you, Michelle. Dr. Hughes, is this your CV?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants 1434. You're out of completeness. They've got all the other records in here for Dr. Hughes. I'm trying to see completeness.
I understand. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Let's go to defendants 1435, please. Now, Dr. Hughes, you've testified about the different testings that you administered, and this is one of the ones that I believe you testified to earlier, correct?
That's correct.
And this is the DSM-5?
This is the clinician administered PTSD scale for the DSM-5.
Okay. I'm going to move the admission of 1435.
Any objection?
We object, Your Honor, because it has a lot of other documents in it, not just the CAPS-5.
It's not the CAPS, it's the DSM-5. But she administered all these tests, Your Honor, and they can, for completeness of record, they can't put in partials and then not have the rest of it.
Well, I mean, there was no objection to when they put theirs in.
And they did.
Now they're objecting to you putting.
I would say rule of completeness, Your Honor, Rule 2, Virginia Rule 2:106, that they can't just put a partial in and then not have the completeness of the testing in the documents.
Well, they put their test in. Now you want to put more tests in, correct?
Correct.
It's outside of the scope of cross.
That's not a completeness argument then. That's just a different
Exactly, it's a
test.
different
Well,
But what's the objection though, that there's, okay, all right, I'll sustain the objection. Next.
Boom.
all right, well, then we'll go for the other ones. You did the TSI. What, before we go on to the others, let's talk about, could you please tell the jury what you administered in this DSM-5 and why this is significant?
Sustain.
Can you tell us why the DSM-5 is significant that you administered? So the DSM-5 is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Psychiatric Disorders. It's published by the American Psychiatric Association. That's where it has all the criteria and all the information for our major mental disorders like major depressive disorder or panic disorder or PTSD. What the CAPS is, the clinician administered PTSD scale, is it follows all of that criteria that's in the DSM-5 so that you can make a very accurate diagnosis.
And what, if any, diagnosis did you make as a result of this DSM-5?
Right. So not only on this, I mean, this instrument can stand alone where she meets PTSD criteria just by virtue of this instrument, pardon me, but also the other testing that I gave where she had elevated scales on PTSD measures, which correspond with the DSM-5 symptoms of PTSD. So there were multiple measures that are consistent across time that she meets criteria for PTSD.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you were also given one page of the scoring on the TSI 2 and one page with respect to the PAI. Do you recall seeing that?
It wasn't the scoring, they were the critical items on those respective tests.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1858. Which is the full PAI. And was this the actual testing and scoring?
Yes, this is the profile, the scores that are generated from the 344 questions that Ms. Hurd answered on this test.
And what were the results? What did you determine based on the testing of this PAI?
Well, that the results were valid and reportable. There was no evidence of exaggeration or malingering on this test, and there were significant symptoms that correspond with traumatic stress and post-traumatic stress disorder symptomatology.
And I believe you said again that there was no elevated scores. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by that?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So elevated scores are a way that we get to know where a cutoff is to say that something is clinically significant. And that follows very standard statistical principles. So when a scale is elevated, it means that we have sort of greater confidence that this individual endorsed a lot of different symptoms that make this scale relevant. And then we want to figure out why that person is having an elevated score on something like depression or anxiety. It gives us greater confidence that, this person's maybe reporting depressive symptoms like people who are depressed.
And what would constitute an elevated score?
Well, on different tests, it's different things. Certainly on the PAI, it doesn't follow linear T-scores. It's a little different statistically, so you have to look at it differently. But certainly, it's usually about a T-score of a 65, and on some it's a T-score of a 70, which is a T-score is a normative curve, is a way of allowing us to compare people's scores, comparing your scores to the normative group of scores.
And would it be at all helpful to have the entire test as opposed to a one piece of paper or one page?
Well, certainly you cannot tell the entirety of how the symptoms that Ms. Hurd endorsed and the scales were elevated just by the critical items.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of defendant's exhibit 1858.
Objection, hearsay.
And this is the completeness, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
This does not
Let's
kill
bring up
anyone's case here,
1859.
so you guys know. We'll talk about it.
Also, if you did not like that cross, you should like this channel. It'll help you mentally counteract.
And this is, you
the
were
problem.
shown one page from the TSI-2, the Trauma Symptom Inventory 2. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Making up for Hogue.
Okay. What is the significance of the TSI-2 exam, the full exam?
The trauma symptom inventory is a test of common symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder and related traumatic symptomatology. And on this score, she had, elevations in intrusive experiences, which is the intrusive component of PTSD, where thoughts or memories or feelings come into your mind when you don't want them, with accompanying distress. And then the defensive avoidance, doing many, many different things to push it down, to try not to think about it, to try not to talk about it, so that you don't get upset. And she also scored high on a scale of relational avoidance, having difficulty feeling close in relations and relationships, not only intimate relationships, but friendships as well. And that's a related trauma symptom that individuals have after having sustained an interpersonal trauma like domestic violence.
And would it be helpful to have the full exam as opposed to one page out of it?
As with anything, seeing an entire profile gives one more information.
Your Honor, I'd move the admission of defendant's exhibit 15 for 1859.
Objection, hearsay.
And I would argue the
If
completeness
we could
rule
approach
again.
for this.
So guys, this is not a fatal cross-examination. It was not exactly the disco bloodbath that I was hoping for and thinking that was going to happen, but there still is plenty that they can take and to use in their closing argument. So this is the other part of it is yes, of course, to make a dramatic show for the jury is great if they can do it. But at the end of the day, also what they are looking for is to take points out of every single witness here so that they can put it all together into an argument at the very end. And they absolutely can say, hey, look, even her own expert witness testified to information that supports our case. She said that victims do this. She said that abusers do that. Look at what happened here. Look at what happened there. Look at what Johnny did. Look at what Amber did. There are plenty of ways that they can line this all up. And that's really where the attorneys are going to be shining at the end, is putting everything into a concrete argument.
Hughes, you were asked.
Well said. That's
You were
right
shown
where
a
I'm at.
couple of finger
To me, it felt like
pictures
It could have been fun and it wasn't, but it's still helpful.
Yes.
of Mr. Depp. And I believe you indicated those were shown to you, and I think you were asked if these were severe injuries, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you have any understanding of the cause of those injuries by Mr. Depp?
I do understand that there's competing accounts of what happened, for
All
sure.
right. Let's bring up defendant's exhibits 373.
Question for Nurse Liz.
Your Honor, I think this is already admitted.
I don't see it. And
It
David
could
doesn't
be,
have it, so
that's totally, that's when
373, I
like
can
you,
mark
you
it.
know, you're doing some kind
It's
of
not admitted yet.
lifting with
I think
skin.
there was
Unless
a
it's-
version.
That would be a
of
weird
If
spot.
may-
I would think it would be
don't
more
know
out
that.
here. But
I can just tell you that 373 has not been admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, it's not redacted, and I don't believe it's been admitted.
The part I'm trying to admit is in another exhibit, so let's go it a different way. We'll take that one down. Let's go with 398.
398 redacted isn't evidence.
That might be the one.
Nate's out. He'll be back.
All right. If you could blow that up. And I think we're looking for, if you could move that up, Michelle. There we go. You could blow that one up. And this is an email from Mr. Depp to David Kipper. Your understanding was that was his doctor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I'm going to draw your attention to the last part of this. And this is on 3/19/2015. Thank you for everything. I have to figure out how to do this. I'm missing the controls on this.
Lawyers in tech.
Thank you for everything. I've chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should, thank you, Your Honor, that I should never cut off my finger again. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so that's Mr. Depp admitting that to Dr. Kipper in 3/19/2015.
Objection leading.
Okay,
I sustain the objection next.
okay, that's fine. I'm
Mr.
good with
Depp,
that.
can you please
Let's
demonstrate
go
your left
to
middle finger to
Defendant's
the
Exhibit
jury?
499.
Maybe not to the jury. You don't want him flipping them off. Maybe the other side.
And Your Honor, I believe this one is in as well, or is it the
It's a
redacted?
redacted one.
Yes, that's the
Okay.
one. Thank you. And then if I could draw your attention, this is a text message from Mr. Depp to Erin Falati. We talked about her earlier on 10/31/2015.
These exhibits are already in, you
And
guys.
it says this is the second time he's held off giving me my meds by
long as it's-
blackmailing me into seeing him. The first time I had just chopped my finger off. Do you recall seeing that as part of the documents that you reviewed?
I believe I did.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down.
So long as the subject matter is within cross,
Now,
it's fine.
you were also asked to listen to an audio tape. And it's plaintiff's 343. I'm going to, and you recall listening to that audio tape at some point as part of your review?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to now pull up that same audio tape.
It's the right
from
finger.
the same date, and I believe that's June 2016. And if we could go to, and we're going to have a few different ones, so hold in there with us. We're going to start with 2 minutes 40 seconds 00, going to 2 minutes 40 seconds and 21.
Knocking on the door. I don't
Because
get
that
why
is a
one
fucking
informs the other.
irrational and violent fucking maneuver.
How
So
does
a
one
man would
inform
want
the
to
other?
get out of that area so that he doesn't get so fucking angry that he actually does pop the fucking wife.
How does one inform the other?
Go home and listen to the tape.
Now, that was just before the punching, hitting that was played. Do you recall that?
Objection leading.
Well, the tape recording that you listened to was at 2:46:01 to 2:47:20, and that was 2:40 through 2:40:21.
Let's save this one for later.
Correct?
I understand. yes.
Objection leading.
Okay. Now let's go to after that.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you. Now let's go to after that, 2:52:00 to 2:52:34.
just yesterday because of how it's been lately, like since Australia. And I have been on the road with you. I haven't been working. I don't know what else I could fucking do.
Since Australia, you had a great time out living in the Bible. You had a fight for each other.
Yeah.
Physical.
Yeah.
Then we had a fight in San Francisco. But I thought everything else was great. So I'm doing this since Australia.
No.
And then let's go to 3:20:00 to 3:21:37. And while they're getting that, I'll just ask you the question, Dr. Hughes, do you recall that Mr. Depp said that they had fights in the places that he listed on that audio tape?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
All right. What do you recall Mr. Depp saying about fights that they've had on that audio tape?
Objection, no foundation.
She just listened to it.
Overruled. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was hard to hear in this one. I had listened to it previously, just acknowledging that there were fights previously.
Okay, thank you.
More physicality, more physical abuse on each other. Because had we continued, it would have gotten bad. Baby, I told you this once.
Do you have another sidebar going?
You're a fucking crime scene.
I know.
No, they're playing audio. You can barely hear it.
Get our shit together. And that, by getting our shit together, that might mean fucking A, we do this, we make it. That might mean, goddamn, you know, say, I've tried, done, too blue. But we've got to get our shit together as individuals and as a couple. Because I love you. And I do not want to leave you. I don't want to divorce. I do not want you out of my life. I just want peace. And if I'm the culprit, majority of the time, I will fucking do everything I can. And I will recognize when I'm fucking starting to go sideways. I will recognize.
Do you recall listening to that part of the tape, the audio tape?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recall from that portion? Again, I know it's hard to hear, but
It's hard to hear, but what I recall from hearing that was the negotiation that the couple is trying to do and trying to say, I'm going to do my part. I'm going to do better.
is it possible to turn that up anymore, or is it, I have one more? I'm just.
It's a good question. I can't boost it anymore. I'm sorry, guys. My Chrome plugin doesn't
Thank you,
seem to be
Jamie.
working
Okay,
today.
my last one is 3:26:20 to 3:29:50.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Okay, yes, sir.
I couldn't.
I'm wondering if they're going to allow a recross because of these recordings that they are now playing on redirect. I don't know, Rob. What are the rules on recross in Virginia? Are there any?
I've never seen a recross in my entire career.
I mean, I've seen them in other cases.
I mean, in a courtroom in Virginia.
Yeah. Okay.
When you're ready.
What are we going to do different in the moment when you're mad and you go fuck it and you decide all bets are off?
Well, look what I did in Australia. Look what I accomplished. I put the fucker away. I told myself every fucking day, no, it's gone. No, fucking put it away. Put the thing away. And by a list of the things that I I feel that fuck you over or make you feel shitty or anything like that, I fucking, when we're in the moment, I remember it. I remember what I was. I remember it. And I try to bring it down notches, many notches. I'll try if we're heightened to say, please, I don't want you to feel this. I don't want to feel this.
I need to know what we need to do different. I need to know.
It's got to be done with your mind and your heart.
What do we do different if I have a problem? You need to tell me how to tell you different if I'm hurting you. You need to let me be able to be mad. Sometimes you're going to make me mad. I'm a human. I cannot live where it's like.
Well, then it's the same thing goes for me then. You're going to have to allow me to get mad.
Yes, exactly. If
Okay,
I do
but
something
get
that makes
mad
you
and then
mad,
you start fucking yelling.
I don't have to start yelling. I think I start yelling once it gets fucking heightened. I've gotten a lot better about that. It's just I only start yelling when it's fucking hour 11 and we're really in it.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have had 3 physical fights in the last month and a half.
I'm just talking about the yelling.
This supports him more than her.
That's what I was going to say. I was like, I don't think this is doing what they think it's doing.
Oh.
You brought it up. Australia was fucking great. Just argued. Let's go back there. Let's go back there in our fucking heads and our hearts. Go back there. And know on your list.
Is the monster gone? Did you put him away? It's been so, when you get on that train, you get angry, you stay on it for so long and you won't come down, you won't talk to the person that is you.
That's not always.
It doesn't have to always be the monster, but what is it? Can you put that away? Can you remember the bigger picture? You don't want to spend your life. I've asked you this so many times in fights. You want to spend your time like this. No, you don't. But I asked you because this is something you're choosing. I'm saying to you, olive branch. And you don't take my olive branches. You made me feel humiliated for offering them. You asked me to stay in Australia. I stayed, and then you walk out on me all the time. You've got to take some olive branches from me. You've got to offer them too. You've got to be bigger than what you feel at that moment. And so do I. So do I. But if I call you on it, will you hear it? You call me out on it if I'm doing it.
It's kind of rings of gaslighting.
Do you remember listening to that, Dr. Hughes?
Yes, I do.
And what is your interpretation?
Sure
of that?
does.
What do you recall?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
She's an expert. Overruled.
I think this is more of how this couple is trying to negotiate in the face of all of the turmoil and the violence and the abuse. I think it's important pointing out, is my recollection is that there's 2 Australias. They're talking about the honeymoon Australia, not the Australia where the incident happens. They go back, and that becomes a honeymoon time for them. And I think certainly hearing how this couple has talked about the monster and the person who comes out, as we talked about that cycle of violence where the person who, hurts her and hits her and controls her isn't the same person that she loves and she cares about and that she wants to be with.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you also were asked about Dr. Bonnie Jacobs and her treatment and her treatment notes. And did you review those treatment notes from Bonnie Jacobs?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to ask you to turn to, can we bring up defendants 1059?
I think the doctor's gaslighting us.
And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it?
This looks like the first of Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' treatment notes starting in October 17th, 2011.
Okay. And do you recall whether Ms. Heard was already in a relationship with Mr. Depp at that time?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And you testified quite extensively yesterday about Bonnie Jacobs' notes and entries there. Were those reflected in these notes?
These were the notes that
Objection leading, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
I can ask it differently. And what, if any, of those citations that you gave to the jury were in these notes?
Objection compound.
They didn't give us
Overruled. These were the notes that I was referring to yesterday.
And what was the significance of these notes to you? You were asked again about them on cross.
I found the treatment notes very significant because they had contemporaneous reports of what Ms. Heard was going through, not only what she was reporting in her relationship with Mr. Depp, but her accompanying symptomatology. What the notes revealed was there's a significant amount. Well, we see it unfold in time. We see where the violence starts and we see how it unfolds. We see at least 3 indications of sexual assaults. We see constant pleadings and upset about his substance abuse and trying to find ways to get him help. And she joins Al-Anon to get herself help as a family member of someone who struggles with substance abuse. We see how she's reporting a lot of controlling behavior and obsessive behavior. We see that there's 2 instances where the police were going to be called and when in her apartment in Orange. Because of the fighting at that time, once they actually were called and once they weren't, from what I could amass from the notes. So what it does is it really shows how this relationship is unfolding over time and actually getting worse.
And then you indicated that Amber Heard moved from Bonnie Jacobs to Dr. Cohen, and that was in 2014. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is your understanding of the relationship between Dr. Cohen and Dr. Kipper?
They were professional colleagues and they were friends. And it's understanding why Miss Heard left the relationship with Bonnie Jacobs. It became a tumultuous relationship for her there because she was doing a lot to protect Johnny, and Bonnie Jacobs had concerns.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
No foundation.
I established the foundation. She reviewed the notes and she interviewed Bonnie Jacobs.
I'll overrule the foundation objection.
Go ahead.
Objection non-responsive.
I'll overrule non-responsive.
Please continue, Dr. Hughes.
The reason that Ms. Heard left her treatment with Bonnie Jacobs were, one, that Mr. Depp continued to denigrate that relationship or therapeutic relationship. But number 2, really more importantly, is that she wanted to protect Mr. Depp because she didn't want Dr. Jacobs had some concerns about perhaps his substance using in front of his children and that she would be a mandated reporter. So Ms. Heard did not want to do anything and talk more about what was going on with Mr. Depp with her therapist for fear that something might happen. So she left that treatment really to protect Mr. Depp.
I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1059, the treatment notes.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. This is what we dealt with yesterday.
Your Honor, I think that for completeness here, he's relied upon these and they reflect the present sense impressions.
I'll sustain the objection to hearsay.
All right. Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1057, please. And Dr. Hughes, you also indicated that you relied on the treatment notes of Dr. Conan, correct?
Connell Cohen, yes.
That's it. Okay, and you also interviewed him as well?
Correct.
Okay, and what was the significance of what he reported to you that related to your opinions?
Well, this was a continuation of her treatment, and the treatment here where it seemed like Dr. Connell Cohen was going was a harm reduction model, really trying to help Amber stay safe in the relationship by not talking back, by leaving, by not engaging. And those are very sort of short-term strategies when you're in a relationship mired with interpersonal violence. What we also see is what I mentioned yesterday is her psychological status and functioning continues to deteriorate. She continues to have more anxiety, more affect dysregulation, sort of feelings are coming up and down all the time. She's having more sleep problems. She's going on more medication. And this sort of the conceptualization and understanding of that is, sort of exposure to repeated trauma causes psychological disequilibrium and destabilization. And we're sort of, again, seeing the trauma unfold over time. And also in these notes, I mean, certainly there are those contemporaneous reports that correspond to specific incidents. Like I was speaking with you yesterday about the Boston plane incident. There are actual notes where she called him after
Objection, Your
she
Honor.
called
Yes,
him.
what's the objection?
Beyond the scope of the question.
All right, I think I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
Yeah, she did say that she went to Al-Anon yesterday.
What, if any, additional information did you get from Dr. Cowan that assisted you in your opinions?
Well, certainly from the notes, as I was stating, that, there were times where right after an incident, Ms. Heard wrote, she contacted Dr. Cohen either by text or by email and saying, Johnny did a number on me tonight. I really need to see you. I'm safe. I'm hurt, but
Objection,
I'm safe.
hearsay.
I think she can rely on hearsay. Your Honor.
Sustain the objection to hearsay.
Thank you.
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of the notes, defendants 1057.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustain the objections. Thank you.
Move to strike the hearsay testimony as well.
No, we'll continue on. Go ahead.
Thank you. You were asked about a knife. You were shown Plaintiff's Exhibit 92 and a knife that's, I think, is till death. What is your understanding of the significance of that knife and that phrase as it related to Amber Heard?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
He showed it in cross-examination. I'm able to ask about it and what her understanding was. He cut her off when she was trying to
It's
talk. I'm just letting you
speculation.
go back in.
Her understanding of a knife.
Let's pull up Plaintiff's 92. Tom, can I get you to do that, please?
Deb Dres Lyons, thanks so much for this very generous super chat. Does Hogue need a best friend? I'm so fond. I don't know. We've got to ask Rick.
I believe you in response to the questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp, you said it depends upon what the context is. What did you mean by that?
Well, first I believe that this is the knife that has a turquoise end. And this was a time when Mr. Depp was filming The Lone Ranger and he was in a turquoise phase. And she purchased him that because she thought it would be a kind gift. The phraseology is that Mr. Depp told her the only way out of this relationship is death.
Objection, hearsay.
That still doesn't sound good for her.
I don't understand the objection. I think she was entitled to be able to speak to that.
But
yeah, it's Mr. Depp's statement, the party opponent
I'll
admission.
overrule the objection.
Thank you. Okay.
It still doesn't sound good coming from Amber.
And what is your opinion? What do you think of that as a clinical psychologist in specializing in IPV and trauma?
I mean,
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Sure.
Thanks, Hoda. Those super chats did get a little wild.
If Johnny's saying the only way out is death and she's giving him a knife, isn't that an invitation?
Yeah, she just comes across as creepy as hell here. That's all there is to it.
By the way,
Oh, good Lord.
thank you, Busha Busha. Eric Humley, you're at 33.3. Let's get you to 35. If anybody does not know what Eric Humley does, I like to refer to him as one of our squibs. So he's not a lawyer, but he often lives in a lawyer world. He did a lot of awesome stuff.
Dr.
For example,
Hughes, do you think
the Rust
that
shooting.
the phraseology
So many great
on
videos.
the knife
Subscribe to it.
bears any
Link in the description
relationship or
below.
significance to the opinions you've had in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustain the objection.
What, if any, significance does the phraseology on the knife have to the opinions you have provided in this case?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
He brought it up in
I'll
cross. Your
overrule
Honor.
the objection.
Thank you.
So there are several things. I certainly am aware that at this time that Ms. Heard purchased this knife for Mr. Depp. She was engaged in her whole lot of denial and minimization about the extent of the violence in the relationship. There is a notation in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes about when Mr. Depp uttered this to her, was around the discussions of the prenup. And he said, I don't want one because the only way out of this relationship is death. Dr. Jacobs didn't think that that was funny. Miss Heard was taking it like, oh, maybe it's endearing, maybe this is okay. But it was definitely a clinical cause of concern at the time that phraseology was used.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you listened to an audio tape, and then we showed some additional ones from that. What, if any, photos did you review as part of your examination?
Objection beyond the scope of cross.
He was asking all the different authority. I'm just establishing that she also looked at photos.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
It's beyond the scope.
Dr. Hughes, based on everything in the cross-examination and the redirect, what, if any, changes do you have to any of the opinions that you provided to this jury yesterday?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
I don't have any changes to my opinions that I gave yesterday.
And do you still hold those within a reasonable degree of psychological probability or certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ma'am, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody, but you're free to stay in the courtroom since you base your expert testimony, okay?
Thank you,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
thank you.
Seat her next to Dr. Curry. Maybe they'll have a fight.
All right. I think we'll go ahead. Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah, it's the whole part about, Dr. Jacobs didn't find that funny, but Amber was like, well, maybe it's a joke. Even if Dr. Jacobs didn't find that funny, even still, that resulted with Amber buying a knife and getting an inscription on it saying until death. So yeah.
Yeah, all I can think is run. And I don't know if it's just me and I'm older and more experienced. I'm just thinking, run, Johnny, this girl is crazy. And it's overwhelming. But I'm watching the chat and every guy out there is agreeing with me. I suspected that, but at least your chat's agreeing with me.
I would agree with that. And also I would agree with this. Nurse Liz, happy Nurses Week. I didn't realize it was Nurses Week.
Oh, me neither, to be honest. Thank you.
Go Nurse Liz.
I thought it was next week. Obviously, I'm very on top of things.
And also, Mike, you're at 34,000 subs.
I am.
Guys, how much love do we have for Mike? Can we get him another 1,000 subs? Let's get him to 35.
Thank
Why
you.
not, guys, come on. Let's really show him the love.
Do it.
And then you guys can send him flirty super chats on his channel. You know you want to. You know you do.
Guys, so I have to point out, she just said that Amber gave him the knife when he was filming The Lone Ranger. The Lone
Let's go ahead and
Ranger
take
was
our lunch
filmed in
break now.
2012.
Just not do any outside
They were
research
not even
and,
they were not
don't talk to
engaged
anybody
at
about
that
the case,
point,
okay?
let
See you back
alone
here
having
too,
any
okay?
conversations about a prenup.
Bring it up on in closing. Let's hope that Johnny's team knows that and has made the connection, and we'll bring that up on closing. And if not, maybe they're watching and they can take that as a suggestion.
All right. We'll
That's a
get
good
back
point,
at you
though.
then.
It's a very, very good point. Good catch. Okay, so we are on lunch now, they said. Did I get that correctly? I'm trying to do time zone differences. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure, because I often have to do those calculations on time zones, and I'm like, I think that's correct.
Well, let me be the first to say what a disappointment that was. I've tried very hard not to armchair quarterback the lawyers in this case, just because I know how different it is to have the luxury of sitting in my chair, looking at what they're doing and second guessing. But boy, I cannot believe some of the opportunities that they left on the table here. The entire basis of her opinion never got challenged. The information that she relied on, the other information that was available that she discounted, none of that came in, and I'm just kind of shocked that they didn't even make the effort.
Didn't capitalize on it. Yeah,
So
no,
many missed
I agree.
opportunities.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
Andrea, I mean, to your point, that wasn't expert testimony. That was not expert testimony. That was recounting Amber Heard's dialogue. That was recounting all of Amber Heard's allegations. Expert testimony is to actually offer an opinion and then back it up, not just to testify as if you were this other person.
They got one really good nugget, which was obvious, but they got it, and it goes right to Alita's point. It's perfect for closing argument. She says, "I can testify that Johnny Depp was the victim of domestic violence." That is a fabulous thing to have the opposing expert say. I wouldn't have let him go in the passive voice. I would have gone one more question and said, "And that was at the hands of Amber Heard, wasn't it?" But close enough, and that could also backfire.
I was frustrated.
Go
that
ahead.
I'm sorry. I was frustrated that from the jump, he didn't specify. You have never testified where a male victim has suffered under a female attacker or whatever. He went everywhere around it. He let her dance all around it. And she was same sex, this and that. He should have said, okay, so never a female and a male.
Yep.
Yeah.
He never said that. And I thought that was
Always,
a really important thing to get out.
Standard bias questions. Yeah.
Yeah. There was one more question that I wish he would ask. And it was that one,
Well, it was like that the entire cross. He just couldn't get a rhythm established. Like there was no rhythm to that. He just, it seemed like he was lost, and you could just get this sense of frustration from him that he couldn't put himself back in line to where he wanted to go.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Do you think he was really hoping to be able to talk about that past relationship? And that was what he was kind of like banking on, was like, oh, I'm going to finish with this and it's going to like blow everything out of the water.
Yes. It knocked him off course when that objection was sustained. Absolutely. Yeah. Although I would have taken a whole different tact. I would have just embarrassed the hell out of her for coming to these conclusions despite all of this negative information about Amber. But he never even tried that approach.
Exactly. Yeah. Here's the opportunity to lay in front of her. Here's Monroe Tinker's nursing notes that show she had no injury. That factored into your opinion. Here's an audio of Amber Heard acting like a crazed, abuser on tape, and that didn't factor into your analysis. Here's the communications where Johnny Depp is begging to be taken away from her repeated abusive behavior by his security guards. That didn't factor into your consideration. Here's the photographs of Johnny Depp with injuries on his face. That didn't factor into your consideration. It was just an opportunity for them to nail her with point after point after point that's in this evidence that she apparently reviewed. And if she didn't review it, that should be a big red flag as well. Oh, exactly. All you happened to see and analyze was this information that favored Amber's case, but they didn't turn over to you all of these things that show that, in fact, she was the one abusing Johnny Depp. Just such a missed opportunity here.
Yes. Yes. I mean, because it's either she didn't look at it and her analysis is incomplete, or she looked at it and she disregarded it. And looking at and disregarding a severed finger is kind of a big deal. Looking at and disregarding a knife gift with an inscription on it that says like till death or whatever is kind of a big deal. What about the cigarette burn on the face? What about this recording, that recording, this recording, that recording? They really could have hit her pretty hard on a number of these factors. And as you said, nurse's notes on this day. This is the day after the alleged incident from this day. There's no notes here from this day recording any kind of an injury. Did you analyze that? You know, did you look at that? Did you consider this as part of your analysis? It's either way, she can look bad through that cross-examination by just hammering her bit by bit. And there were some missed opportunities here for sure. Here's a question for Nurse Liz, though. Can you get PTSD when perpetrating violence?
I would, not that I'm familiar with. You can get PTSD from witnessing a traumatic event, but I don't know if it would like inception you to the point of like you witnessed it because you are being violent. But I'm not a psych expert, so
makes sense.
Maybe
makes
you
sense.
can. But
Earlier, Nurse Liz, you were saying something about filling out the forms, and I'm kind of with you when she leaves the thing blank all the time, and on the side it says 2 or more. Because you can say, is it 2 or is it 3? 3 is 50% more than 2. Are they the same thing?
Yeah.
Or wouldn't 3 times a week be worse, or 4 times? How many is that?
Yeah.
Be really it doesn't matter. Do we just round it up? And I think that he could have made some hay with that, just because he did say kind of offhandedly, every one of these you left blank. So it's like, were you never curious enough to get a specific number on any of these questions? Or did you ask 2 or more? Did you ever ask a specific question?
Yeah. And if she's actually applying that test, you always work left to right. So she would have asked the number and then later filled in circled the generalizations on the right. So she was obviously working backwards. And if I ever turned in a form, like ever, and I saw this chat saying this too, if I filled out a form and submitted it and it wasn't complete, it was returned to me. And like, why didn't you fill this out? Like, you don't just not fill things out.
Right. Right. And I was reminded just a minute ago by the military man that yes, PTSD can happen from perpetrating violence, because that's how we've got a lot of folks in the military coming back from places like Afghanistan that have that. So yeah. So that makes sense. Let's see. I'm trying to get caught up on some of these. Folks are very engaged in the chat today, and I love it. Love to see it. By the way, also Nurse Liz is at about 126,000 subs. Can we get it at 130? Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. Give her some love for all of the help that she's been giving us with her unique medical perspective, because there's no way that I would have been able to give any of that kind of stuff. She's been doing a fantastic job donating her time so graciously and her brain. Give her some love. Go into the description below and subscribe to her channel.
Yeah, Alita, I have a question for you offline or on the side. Somebody is constantly, they watch me on other channels and all that. At what point did I say I was Team Amber?
Oh, no, you didn't. Folks in the chat sometimes like to think that if we are being critical of one side or another, that it's because we're biased. But I think that everyone that has been joining us on the panel is not biased. Everyone's just kind of calling it like
biased.
They see it.
I'm actually Team Johnny. It's kind of frustrating when I point out holes and I say, I'm really for the guy, but there's a problem here, or there's a problem there, or whatever. Sometimes you're trying to help the team, but it gets exhausting. And
it's a rite of passage in the chat to get roasted, usually daily.
I guess
so. Welcome.
Yeah.
Here, I think they missed an opportunity with this cross, and everybody does. Having said that, overall, I think the witness made a horrible appearance. I mean, it would have been fun to see a good cross, but it's mostly entertainment value. I could be wrong, but my gut is everybody looked at that and thought she's not credible. I don't really care what she says, and ultimately, it's good for Johnny's case.
I think it's a problem, and the problem is that most people I know are pro Johnny and echo chamber. But if you go look at the headline, BuzzFeed News already picked it up. All the woke places have already picked it up and ran with it as if it's all facts. So she spit out this full narrative, and it's already been parroted out there in a lot of publications, which I think can be problematic. That's her new PR team. Most likely
nobody watches that stuff. Don't worry about
I think the concern is just that you can never take the jury for granted. You don't know, what their perspectives are and what they're going to take from that. It's
very true.
It's very risky to make the assumption that they are seeing her the way that everybody that we are talking to is seeing her. You have to show the jury. You can't just rely on, them making these inferences for themselves. They really needed to draw out how biased her analysis was. And in my view, they completely failed to do that. I won't say completely. because you guys are right. They have made some good points. You know, it's not that
They
they
did.
failed to achieve anything at all with this cross. But just compared to what they could have done, it really is hard for me not to be disappointed.
Yeah, just because the opportunities abounded with that cross examination. But I completely agree. I think that you know, keep in mind that this is not the end of Johnny's case, not by a long shot. If anything, there are still some points, some really good points that that Johnny's team can bring into on their closing argument. There's plenty there. So
a lot of people have been asking about the ruling on Tasia Van Ree and why the judge didn't let that in when it appears, you know, from our collective recollection that she clearly did testify in her direct examination that Amber did not have an abuse history. So I'm interested in your folks' thoughts on that. I have a couple ideas. All I can really think of is number one is judge considers it a collateral issue. So she's not going to allow impeachment with extrinsic evidence. That's one possibility. Two, that it's subject to a, you know, pretrial 404B motion to exclude, you know, as propensity evidence, and that it's considered more prejudicial than probative, even in this context of impeachment. Number three, that because it was just an arrest and not a conviction, the judge feels that maybe there isn't good enough evidence that the prior abuse actually occurred for purposes of impeachment. That's really all I can think of, but I'm very interested in your guys' takes on it.
Did we not get it in? What did I miss?
Did not get it in. No, they had a sidebar.
You missed the non-disco bloodbath.
He tried to get it in and they reapproached?
Yes.
It just died. It just
Yes.
the whole thing just kind of went.
Yep.
Yeah, they did get some good points that they can use in the closing argument, but overall, not
She
the
survived
most.
it. Honestly, I think she walked away and survived the cross.
I agree.
You know, if she
I would
wasn't
say
bloody,
so.
that's why she was smirking. In my mind, she was smirking like, "Oh, I got through."
You absolutely cannot say that this is indicative of a perfectly fine person because nothing ever happened before a relationship with Johnny Depp, and get what happened before a relationship with Johnny Depp killed. That is bullshit.
Just happened.
Diana Rissanidi, thank you so much for your super chat. Says, you all rock. Difficult for me to watch this before finding you all. The issues here are important men being believed, the damage to the Me Too movement. As a survivor myself, I want to follow this closely, and you all make that possible for me. Thank you. Really appreciate that. But no, it was absolute bull crap, bullshit that they were not able to get
I'm
that
willing
in.
to go S word, you know. I mean, this is elevated for me, as I think people recognize.
We are at code level shit.
We're well beyond grumpy, all right, folks?
For real, you would think if you're getting paid $500 an hour, you would fill out every form.
Yeah,
no
exactly.
abbreviations.
Let me put as much detail in here as possible. Because Biller's got a bill.
Oh, that was another one he missed. He was trying to corner her about the money, and she was slippery, saying, "Oh, I had to do preparation, all that." And I wanted him to ask one more question: how much preparation goes into your testimony that's not in trial? Like all those hours with Amber, all the time with the forms, all that other time. She's paid for all of that, so she's sliding in, saying, "Oh, I'm only testifying twice a year." Yeah, but how much work goes into those 2 times a year? And I bet those hours are much more significant. Or am I missing something? You guys deal with the experts.
No, I mean, he didn't ask a question about trial time. A lot of these experts will have different rates that they charge for deposition or prep. And then you put them on the stand, and that is a different rate, and it is a lot more expensive.
Yes.
Yep. Let me just get a couple of this one on here, and then I will bring up a question from earlier, because we've got to get some questions from the super chats, because they are lining up today. People have a lot of questions today. All right. Allie K says, will the use of pronouns from yesterday's expert be an issue for the jury even after cross? Feels like something that could stick psychologically speaking. Maybe. I mean, but they also have had like several weeks of testimony and evidence that pertains to Johnny's case in supporting that. So there could also have been a lot of conditioning going on to set him up as the as the victim before this. For me personally, it kind of just sticks out like a sore thumb against everything that we've heard so far. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think it's one of those things that the jury is either going to have caught that during her direct and developed a suspicion about it or not. I don't think her explanation for why she gendered her descriptions of domestic violence is really particularly persuasive, because the jury heard this wasn't when you were talking about this specific case. This is when you were talking about the general features of abuse and how victims behave and how perpetrators behave. And that's when she chose to use that deliberately gendered language. So it's just going to be one of the things that they weigh when it comes to evaluating her credibility and the weight that they give to her opinion. I think that either landed or it didn't.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And how critical they were being. Like, I know I was looking to be like, I was very critical of her. I was like, I'm going to find the things. So
if you are already feeling kind of convinced of Johnny's case, that's going to stick out like a sore thumb.
Yes.
So, but if you are looking for reasons to be convinced of Amber's case, that might be more persuasive.
Yes.
Jaden Tokar Cat says, can you clearly define badgering a witness? I feel like the defense has done this extensively, especially with the Depp accountant. When is it appropriate to object on those grounds? You can definitely put pressure on them, because that's kind of what you have to do on cross-examination. It's just, if you keep kind of asking the same question over and over after they've answered, you start to, part of it is tone, I suppose. I mean, Rob, what are your thoughts in Virginia on this?
I mean, it's cutting them off. If you're the compound question, they've been hitting it with a lot of the compound objections. Compound questions are a form of badgering or argument. So you can object to that question as a form of either a compound question or it's badgering. If you are cutting the witness off before they've answered, and you could do that several times, it's just basically you're being way more than aggressive.
On a compound question, out of curiosity, what if the witness is clever and they just answer the one they like? How does that work out? I mean, if you ask 3 questions and they answer 1, they kind of can choose, right?
And then you have an ambiguous exchange, and that's why they sustain objections to it.
Yeah, that's true. The next question is Fussy Rana says, Dr. Hughes has all the stuff Amber Heard has told her memorized, but needed to consult her notes on the things that she is supposed to be an expert witness on. Will the jury notice, and is that good or bad? This is the hard part here, right? Is because we don't know exactly what the jury is going to notice. We can just pick out what we're noticing and then think, maybe they're paying attention. I don't know. Do you guys have any extra thoughts on that, or?
Well, I think it's like Nurse Liz pointed out. What you notice depends on what you're looking for.
That's
so
true.
It just depends on what the jury is trying to hear at this point.
Yeah, for sure. And
she might have picked up on the fact that was an issue, yesterday, and then been like, I'm gonna reroute.
Yeah, could be. Meryl Vandenherk, you sent a super chat with a question shortly before or after the stream started. Was it perhaps ever? No, it's got to be saved. It's probably going to come up very soon if you sent it right before it started. Let me see if I see it here. Perhaps there were a lot, but I'll try to keep an eye out for it. Jacob Viljoen, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. AH's new PR guy took something off the desk that Amber's lawyer put down in a very sneaky way yesterday. Has anyone seen that? Yes, there's a lot of people have been noticing this kind of stuff by the PR guy, passing notes, using his phone. Interesting stuff. Raul says, "You gonna call dumb people in chat again?" I'm not sure what you mean by that. We try to be respectful around here. Mystic Wolf 116 says, as a testifier, are you allowed to acknowledge / converse with the jury? I saw her do it yesterday as if she knew who one of them were. I mean, generally speaking, when you are preparing a witness, I mean, telling them that they can talk to the jury, connect with the jury. That's a good way to connect with them, is to make eye contact with them, so that you can kind of make sure that they're paying attention to you if you're making eye contact. So I think a lot of these expert witnesses, especially, are going to do that a lot. We've seen that with previous witnesses that had a history of testifying in court. Dr. Curry did that for a lot, for example. It's just a nice way of connecting with them. Faces says, regarding defamation, please talk about contradiction. Claim Amber didn't write the essay headline, and now dragging all these lurid stories by Dawn Hughes. Yeah, I think a lot of people are concerned about the fact that what's his name, Rottenborn, yesterday made the argument to the court that there was no evidence of SA alleged. And the answer to that is that that was an argument for the judge as opposed to for the jury. Now all of this evidence is coming in now that they've lost that argument to try to get the case thrown out. It's just a different part of the process. I don't know if you guys want to add to that anymore, but Miss A says, Umbrella Guy showed Amber gave notes to her PR and Hughes put her notes into a green folder, but gave notes from the beige one. Any information on this? I wouldn't read too much into the folder thing, because this was a witness who was handing stuff to the attorneys. The attorneys are going to notice that kind of thing. I think, if you noticed it on camera and the attorney was standing right in front of them, they probably are going to notice. That could be just copies of the same set of notes, right? Like anybody else have
I would be very
any
cautious
thoughts
about accusing anybody of conspiracy on this, because it would be so obvious.
Yeah, especially when on camera. Chris says, have any of the lawyers on the panel ever faced each other in court? Also, popcorn ready the cross this morning. Love the stream. No, none of us have, at least not that I'm aware of, right?
There are so many lawyers.
No, yeah,
so many.
We've undoubtedly come across lawyers. Maybe not in court for Rick's position, because he's a transactional lawyer.
My opposing counsels are just privately assholes. It's all good.
Not in front of a bunch of other
I love
people.
you, opposing counsel. You make me what I am today.
Exactly. Next one is Matias Cicero says, is the jury trained to spot irregularities during a witness testimony? Example, reading notes.
Trained?
No, there's no training.
There's no training.
Yeah. You basically are trained as a human being, detecting the things that people do.
You get jury instructions that are agreed upon beforehand. They're boring as all get out. No one listens to them, and I would not call it training. That's the technical answer.
There you go. Heather says, do you believe Dr. Hughes knew immediately that she made the mistake of opening the door yesterday?
Apparently she didn't.
I guess.
Yeah, if she did, they didn't take advantage of it.
Yeah. Chelsea Campion says, couldn't the substance of Amber's claims themselves be considered towards actual malice? Her claims are so crazy that they had to be intended to cause damage. No, her legal claims can't be used for anything for a defamation claim, because there's something called the litigation privilege. So any arguments that are made in a court of law for any kind of a claim, doesn't matter whether they're true or false, they cannot be used for any basis for defamation. Elle says, hey, from Perth, Australia. Question, do you think Amber will take the stand today? What do you guys think? I personally think it would be a mistake if she did.
Well, they're taking a break after today?
No, they got tomorrow. Right?
After tomorrow.
After tomorrow.
We've got tonight. They've got tomorrow. It's all good. No, nothing. It's all fine.
I think you're getting into danger zone.
Hey, Kurt.
But do you have anyone else to call?
Where I come to repeat what you guys have already said, but in saltier and more profane language.
I thought that was Joe's job, but yes, Kurt, hit us.
This is some grade A bullshit over here. I think all the people who have been speculating this judge is biased may have the best evidence yet of that proposition, because the idea that the door was not opened on there is no evidence in any past relationships. I mean, with all respect to the analysis under the 404 and 403, and it's, more prejudicial and probative and not the convictions and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm not buying any of that bullshit, because it's like, is there evidence of it in the past relationships? You, the professional, the psychiatrist, not every domestic violence and abuse case winds up in criminal charges. There's a bombshell proposition for you. Not every domestic violence situation winds up with a police report. There's a bombshell proposition for you. So you, the professional, who've been admitted on the stand many times, in many cases, never been denied. And you said, well, I don't find any evidence of it in past relationships, and we can't get into that. That's some grade A bullshit. I'm not buying
Preach,
any of this
Kurt.
crap.
Yep.
It's
See,
it's
Kurt
all
only
it's,
thinks
it's
he's
all
more
it's our
profane than
hallmark.
me
And I
today.
also agreed with, oh yeah, we can't bring in. We're not going to review the nurses' testimonies. We're not going to review the photographs. Hey, here's some photographs that their own nurse showed. Could you show us the bruising? Could you show us where they were hit in the eye? Could you show us the dislocated eye socket or the broken nose? Could you show us those things in the photographs? Could you do that for us? We want to listen to the testimony on the audio. Maybe that in some way influenced your decision. No, none of those things. We don't want to ask any of those questions on cross. Okay. So I think all my love for Ben Chu yesterday has diminished into a ball of disappointment.
Although that wasn't Ben Chu.
Yeah, no, this was the senior. This was the senior litigation partner for Brown Rudnick. Okay, this is
What's
like
the
their
name there?
top litigation guy.
He's still on Ben though. You gotta go over there and tap him on the shoulder and say, you gotta ask this. He's the lead counsel in this thing.
Yeah.
Your Honor, we've decided to fire our associate right now. So since he's no longer available to continue, may I pick it up?
Alita, I think you really have to work on getting like people with passion on this panel.
Everyone is just so
very
bland.
neutral.
I mean,
Well,
completely.
Kurt said it perfectly already, but as I said when I came in, you cannot have the statement, I saw nothing before, and not be able to bring in before. It's crazy.
I agree.
Yep. Well,
It's probative as the day is long.
Here's a super chat that I've been saving for Kurt because it was brought up before we started the stream. Kurt, how did you prepare your defense team last night? Did you yell at Elaine to stop being so unlikable?
I mean, something
said he wanted to
happened
be on
because I'll give credit where it's due. At least for, well, I mean, not necessarily for the witness. At least I found her to be more likable today than yesterday, where I found her to be basically a trash fire. I found her just allowing her to go on and cross, you know, and just opening and allowing her to retestify. So that's apparently a thing again. That's nice. And I didn't find her the same way I did yesterday. I didn't find her snot. Maybe it's just by comparison. Maybe if I had seen this version yesterday, I would have also found her snotty, but maybe it's because she set the bar so high for the snottiness and dismissiveness and narcissism that I'm like, you know, today it wasn't so bad. You know, she came off as likable. Maybe my standards are just low. But either way, I thought whatever happened overnight seemed to have some success. So, you know, a win for the defense team of Amber Heard and a loss for Johnny Depp. The witness came off better than they did yesterday, and the cross was frustratingly, annoyingly incomplete and just like malpractice-y.
Well, you know what? We just don't have enough fire in this stream right now. We don't have enough, so we've got to bring some more in.
Might be able to
there you go. There you go. You're welcome. You're welcome.
One up me, Bo.
How you guys doing today?
You're salty.
We're frustrated as fuck. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm watching myself, so I'm having like that really experience.
Are you streaming this right now on your channel, Joe?
Yeah, I show my love for my friends by sniping their streams. That's how I display my respect and admiration.
With permission, of course. With permission.
Yes.
It was very sweet that he talked to me ahead of time to be like, would it bother you if I did this? And I was like, no, do it.
Yeah, and Nick too. So I basically have been switching up between you and Nick.
Nice.
So,
nice.
And I was trying to explain to my audience what I want to share with your audience is my frustration. You can be this cross should have been so aggressive in a calm way to basically point out that, hey, do you agree that there's such a thing as a man being a victim of abuse by a woman?
Yes.
He admitted to a man by a man. Do you agree that there is such a thing? You've testified in thousands of cases. Have you ever found a case where a man was a victim by a woman? Oh, no, you haven't?
It's always the man wrong. I mean, even the man versus man, it's always the man who's wrong.
Yeah, and
every single time. It's amazing.
Exactly.
The only time that a woman is the abuser is when it's against another woman.
Correct.
Yes,
in which case, and that opens up, by the way, that in her lesbian relationship, she was the abusive one there too. So it's like she has a pattern. This is recidivism, where she has that pattern. You come in there and you need to keep pounding on that over and over and over again, and really hit on it. So now you're reaching these conclusions. How long did you spend talking to Johnny? Oh, 0 hours. And all your information about this relationship comes from the woman, where you always think that the woman is a victim.
And you just got to keep hitting on the fact that everything here is skewed towards women because she's a woman who basically is a firm advocate of believe all women, especially when they're arguing with men. So, and that way you trivialize all of her findings. They should have hit on that box that she left empty also. They should have hit on that really hard. All your proof of IPV that everyone's supposed to review is empty. There's no evidence at all. All you have is her testimony to you that you're just repeating over here for the jury, that I believe these things that she told me when I never even heard Johnny's side of the story. And also the other thing is that James Franco thing that she's like, oh, he's just a friend. It's on the other side of the line, next to the other friend who she dated on a page that says intimate relationships.
He's just a friend. You don't need to worry about him.
Right.
Yeah, it's just a friend. Anyway, so these are the things that I thought that you can ask questions in a calm way that are highly accusatory. And instead of saying, what do you think? It's like, this is your position consistently, isn't it? This is your take on it consistently. Every single time, you're constantly saying that the woman is a victim of man, and it's never the opposite, isn't it? And that way, and you don't have to be screaming. You should not be screaming, because you're screaming, then you look like you don't have control of the situation. And when she's answering questions and going on and on and on, and he shows no control of her. He shows no control of the witness, where that is your show. When you are putting someone on direct, your goal is to make them the star of the show. When you're on cross, you want to be the star of the show. Even your body positioning, they train us in advanced trial advocacy. You move from behind that lectern, you take over that courtroom, and you go on the attack, but not yelling, never losing control of your emotions. Like I'm in control of the situation, and I'm not letting you answer
your questions.
Yeah, exactly. It's perfectly stated. It's all in the way that you craft your questions. And when she starts drifting from a yes or no, you say, that's fine. You've answered my question. Let's move on. And not being rude, but it's like, I want to move along here. And that way you come across as you're being professional, while at the same time trivializing all of her professional testimony. But he didn't do that at all. And it was a really missed opportunity. She was hanging there like a meatball for him to whack out of the park. And he was like fouling it off. He was like sort of, yeah.
Yeah,
it
definitely felt like he snatched
fouling it off implies he tried to swing.
Exactly.
Well,
That's
yeah,
my
he
comment.
snatched
That I had.
defeat from
This
the
isn't
jaws
that
of
he dropped
victory.
the ball. He didn't even show up to the playing field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you need any better assessment, just look at Elaine when she gets up for redirect. Like she's springing her step, looking all smiles.
Yep. He pulled a Bo Jackson. He didn't show up to the baseball game. He suddenly thinks he's a football player. He's very confused.
Michael Jordan.
Yeah. Lauren Rickman, I'm sorry, I've got a massive backload of super chats that I am going to be getting to. I'm trying to get to them, but we're also trying to have some dialogue as well, so that we can give some assessments on what we're doing. So trying to balance all of the above.
This is where I just pull out the reface.
I'm going to check back in later. I am having a reverberation this whole time.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to check in with you guys later. It's great seeing you guys.
Yeah,
There
thank
have
you.
been
Thanks
lots
for dropping
of
in.
comments about setting up Dr. Curry for rebuttal. And yes, I think at this point they clearly have to bring Dr. Curry back for rebuttal. And the problem with that is that their rebuttal time is very likely to be limited, and they're going to have some very high priority items that they are going to need to get in rebuttal. Jennifer Howell is a key piece of their rebuttal case. They have to have time for her. We're now having to make time for Dr. Curry. This is just a little bit of a concern from a trial manager.
Nate's got the corona. Nate's infected.
We all need to make a pint. I've got to turn you up, Nate.
I went down that road late afternoon yesterday.
Hey, listen, I
go
will
late
say
today.
this. Two things. One, was that the worst cross-examination I think I've seen? Like, how much shit did he just not forget? Like, he had a whole case he could have asked her about? Like, what the hell was that? Like, what happened?
An atrocious direct followed by a complete whiff of a miss of a cross. I guess they deserve each other.
Yeah, it's snatching defeat out of the jaws of victory.
Not the first time, incidentally.
Catherine A. Yeah. Catherine A says, would JD's team point out that AH could have lost weight from her substance abuse and her training for Aquaman? I'm an ED survivor, and AH has all the signs of someone with an eating disorder. That could very well be. I mean, for these superhero movies, people often have some very, very stringent requirements for diet and exercise.
Yep.
And other medications and stuff that she was on, I'm sure that would be certainly explorable territory. They could also ask Amber on the stand as well, potentially.
Oh, she's going on next, right?
Maybe.
We don't know.
That's what was
That would
being
make
reported
sense.
before.
I mean, it seems like she would want to get her story out, on direct before they go into their week-long break.
I mean, she doesn't need to. The psychiatrist just did it for her.
Yeah.
So true, but yeah, I don't know if they would like getting her direct in, and then 10 days later, for the jury to kind of forget it, and then maybe think about it, but maybe forget it, and then fresh first thing week 5, you've got a cross examination.
I think that's a good point, but I think you also have to account for the role of the press in this. Amber is much more trying to try the case, in the PR realm, as much as she is in the courtroom, and I think that very much plays in her favor to have the headlines before they go into the break being about her testimony.
I suppose you're right. The Slade says, how much warning do they need to give a witness before they're called, assuming they're on the witness list? I.e., if JD's team hadn't stipulated otherwise, could they have just called Amber without any heads up?
Oh yeah, because she's already there.
They could have called her as
Otherwise,
an
you
adverse
need to,
witness.
You need to make
Yeah.
sure they're there, so you'll need to give them like a day or so to make sure they're in the courtroom. But
Yeah.
not.
But for her, she's definitely there. Natasha Berner says, what if her first deposition was a lie? Oh, asking about impeachment with deposition or I mean, it doesn't matter in any inconsistency, whether she was
Any
lying
direction.
before.
Yeah.
Yeah. In any direction, it wouldn't look good. Carmen Noseworthy says, Tug, new video, doxed info of 88 people pre and during trial, James and Elon bad. Can this be intro to new evidence to malice? Will/how JD's team find out?
I think we need to give
doubt
up
it.
all hope of any prior bad acts ever coming into this trial in any form. So
Except for the Sun.
Just blackpill yourself hard.
Sun case.
Well,
can come
Richard
in.
Sun
Marks
case
did
is
get
fine.
to
Yeah, we
sneak
can bring
that
that
in, so the jury has heard it. We do have to remember that. Richard Marks did his job as an expert witness to get that one in under the gun.
Yep,
Yeah.
for sure.
It's
yeah.
Go ahead. The most frustrating here about this cross examination is that I think we all so much fertile ground to destroy this expert, right? Because the doors were so wide open, and it was, and this wasn't even hard, right? It would be simple. Just show her all the injuries from Johnny Depp, and then you build her up to that ultimate question, right? Amber Heard is an abuser, and by laying out the punches, or this, she told you this, she showed you all the evidence we have shows that Amber Heard is an abuser, correct? And she's got to say yes. And I think that is what they were trying to do, but it's like he just couldn't figure out how to do it. It's just like you have it all there. And the fact of the past abuse, like it was almost like they was trying to rush this woman off the stand because they thought that they just really couldn't get any more out of her. And the last question, I think Andreas said it, the last question, or maybe Rob, about whether Amber, was Amber Heard an abuser, and she tried to rep. I think that was good, but it just didn't have that oomph that it would have had if he'd have structured it. These abuses, this, all the cops said this at the end. Okay, so is Amber Heard an abuser?
It's the show,
But
not
the answer
tell
doesn't matter.
approach.
The answer doesn't matter.
They had so much information to be able to show the jury Amber Heard is an abuser. They needed to show all of that evidence because then that's what the jury has in mind when they are evaluating how credible is this expert when she says Johnny is the abuser.
Preach it.
But I wonder though. Let me take a devil's advocate perspective here on that.
Do it.
So I mean, obviously we've seen a lot of this stuff previously, right? I mean, we've seen the knife, we've seen the finger photos, we've seen all of this other stuff. So the jury, I mean, has that information, and ostensibly they're going to get more information in the coming weeks that may or may not be good for Amber Heard, may or may not be good for Johnny. could this also have been a decision to save their time so that they could have a longer cross on someone else? When okay, yes, hitting this expert witness hard on this one would have been very satisfying, and it could have destroyed this expert witness. However, maybe they decided that they wanted to more effectively spend their time elsewhere to discredit a more factual witness, because they could just kind of show, okay, she's basing her stuff on Amber Heard. She's basing her stuff on a few other people that she looked at, and yeah, okay, some some medical notes or medical documents and whatnot, but it's already kind of thin, and we're going to show how thin all of that is underneath, and hers is just going to tumble along with all of the other kind of more factual lay witness testimony and evidence that way. What do you guys think about that possibility?
You could be right. Maybe they're saving it for some sort of rebuttal expert, whether it's one we've already heard or not, who will come in and say, well, here's a whole bunch of things she apparently didn't look at in past relationships, but I'm not going to bank on it. But you might be right. Maybe there's hope.
And they did save the spiciest stuff,
but
and
I don't think we want to
that.
get into the possibility of this means Donald Trump can still win kind of territory. I don't think we want to hope.
No,
hope beyond
and
hope.
I wouldn't go that far either.
No, but if they did, I think they're 100% wrong. I think this was a devastating witness, and it didn't have to be, because I think she got to present her story unchallenged in a fashion that is enormously harmful to Johnny Depp's case, because again, the muddy middle goes to Amber, and you basically got all that storytelling in with nothing but crap thrown out there today. That's again, you could tell I feel very strongly about this, but I think you did. There are witnesses where I don't care whether your cross-ex is good. You got island managers or extra security guard, whatever. That's their expert witness on this, and they just presented all of Amber Heard's story in a way that could have been countered, and utterly failed to do so. Which, if I'm the jury, I'm looking at it and saying, hey, those are the pros. Maybe they don't have what I thought they had after I just listened to Johnny Depp's story. They didn't present anything that I was potentially thinking about. And I think that wasn't a missed opportunity. That was actively negative to their cause.
All right.
Yeah, I think the issue with this is very similar with Dr. Anderson. Like, yes, of course, they're always going to be able to point out that this witness's credibility essentially stands or falls with Amber's, right? Because this is Amber's account of what happened. I don't think they did a particularly good job of drawing out how much, how heavy her reliance was on just Amber's report, because they allowed her to reference all of these other, supposedly objective confirming pieces of evidence that they should have been able to bring in to show, no medical notes of injuries, no, third-party witnesses to support any of these accounts. Johnny has consistently denied it in the testimony. Other eyewitnesses have denied her versions in the testimony. Just so many opportunities there to really highlight that she is relying almost exclusively on Amber's report of events. I don't think they got that out clearly. But the problem is that they had so much more opportunity besides that, to be able to get in these important pieces of Johnny's case that, like I said, otherwise they would have been excluded. But with an expert where it's the basis of her opinion, you're supposed to be able to get into those things. So all of his text messages screaming for help, because of how many times she's beaten him, that to me is inexcusable to leave that on the table and not get that out there and force her to explain. Where's the similar text from Amber Heard asking to be pulled out of the domestic violence situation that she's in the middle of?
Yeah.
Listen, I do agree that exactly what you guys are saying about the time issue. Maybe they're trying to save time, but that strategy going into this should have been a show and tell. I would have shown John, for instance, going through this could have been quick, right? Okay, since we're talking about abuse, let's start with pictures of Johnny. And again, it's all about your opinion. These pictures of Johnny being hit by Amber, these are obviously part of your opinion. Part of your opinion about these pictures, right? Part of your opinion about the separate. And then you go through all these abuse allegations that we've already seen. And everyone, all right, you took this into account. Let me see picture number 2. This one, you also took this picture. And you just lay all that out. And then at the end, the payoff question, right? And so it's just still your testimony that Johnny was the abuser and Amber was, or it's still your testimony, Amber is not an abuser. And there you go. You've laid it all out, and then you made it look unreasonable, and they got to go clean it up. You don't. It didn't have to be long. It didn't have to be dramatic. It just had to be strategic and show everyone. Here's what Amber's saying. Here's what everyone else is saying. They don't match, and you're saying you believe Amber. And I might have even said in one of my questions, believe all women, right? That's what you're going with. Oh, I'm sorry. Believe this woman, Amber Heard. You thought things like that because we all know what I'm talking about, and it just gets off to the joy. There's a technical piece to it, but then there's a regular person piece to it, and I think that's what they missed. They missed the regular person. I'm talking to regular people, and regular people just need to follow the narrative I'm trying to portray.
I think along those same lines, an excellent approach that they could have taken would be to go back and address this doctor. Okay, doctor, you identified emotional abuse, psychological abuse, physical abuse, financial abuse, et cetera, and then just go through with all of the evidence they have of Amber Heard perpetrating all of these things.
Those same things she said are abuse.
That Amber Heard is the one that is displaying these abuse behaviors, and that we have that in evidence. All we have is just her characterization and description of thinking Johnny Depp is an abuser, but she hasn't brought the goods to substantiate that. We can actually substantiate with the evidence Amber Heard displaying every single one of these things that you've just attributed to Johnny Depp. I think that kind of approach would have been very powerful.
Yeah,
one of the questions that he asked shows how frustrated it made me was when he said when he first asked about, well, there's no evidence that Amber was ever, any injuries on Amber. And she said, no, this one person wrote it in a note, and then the next doctor looked at her, right? But we didn't get into, like, that was perfect. Okay, yes, somebody wrote it in a note, but then she was examined by a doctor. And did that doctor confirm with that other person with that note? But you believe the note, but you don't believe the examination. Okay, well, let's talk about the nurse then that looked at her. Oh, but you believe the note, the random note.
That's exactly the right tone.
There it is, right?
That, okay, fine. We're all expected to believe this clown show. Yeah. Next question. Like, that's the right tone.
Yeah. And that's what I think all of us here who earlier were saying, that's where this is going. And then we got there with a train wreck because it didn't get there.
My sarcasm would come through as a lawyer because she'd just say whatever she would say. And then I just follow it with like, okay, moving on.
Yeah, you're allowed to demonstrate your skepticism. Like, oh, that's what you say. Okay, then.
You are, yeah. That's those are also really great points. And by the way, guys, speaking of all these great points from all of these great people, if you're enjoying this live stream, go to the description below and check out all of the links to all of their channels or Twitter profiles or everywhere else, because this live stream is made so much better by all of the other folks that are joining on here to give their thoughts, give their commentary. If it was just me, it would be a bit of rambling, and it wouldn't be nearly as interesting. So if you appreciate it, if you're enjoying it, they are not actually really directly benefiting from this, except for their own interest level and just kind of enjoying the conversation. So if you want to help them out and you want to encourage them to come back, go into the description below, hit the links to their various profiles, and follow them on Twitter. Go and subscribe to their channels. Like their videos, share their videos, do that kind of stuff. Please do, because it really, really helps to increase this whole community that we've got growing to add to this kind of commentary. So please do go and subscribe to every single person that has been on this panel today.
I want to pitch you here, Alita, but I'm so upset. I feel like I need to get to my Zen place. Folks, if you hated that cross-X as much as I did, put some likes and subscribes in. That's the best I can do.
Yes.
Express your hatred.
Neutralize your sadness.
Balance out the vibes. Yin and yang.
So
we need some.
I've talked about the sportscasting component of this, but I like to see, well done attorneying versus, hey, a witness that has a strong will. She clearly had a strong will. I wanted to see people at the top of their game extracting truth. I feel like I was denied what should have been an excellent opportunity to go through that process with you all. And that's as disappointing as anything.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah.
That was,
I do. I resent the low quality of the lawyering that we just saw.
And this was their specialist. They flew this guy in.
Yeah, this was their pinch hitter, right?
It's like Matlock without Act 3. He's just a dumb guy.
Frustrating was the reveal. and he didn't control the witness at all. It was just like every time she wanted to give a speech, like I would have been fighting her every question. I'm like, listen, ma'am, I understand, maybe it's a psychological thing, but I've just asked you a yes or no question, so I'm gonna have to ask you again because I don't even know what you're answering. So, and then the judge would go, oh, okay, we got through that. And every time she gave a long-winded answer, I'd have been like, okay, so now can you answer my question? Because I understand, we don't have limited time. And you throw it in her face to make her know that, yeah, every time I do this, he's going to make a big deal out of it, right? Because I wanted to just say yes or no. He was essentially, he's like, all right, give a speech. And then let her give her speech. Like, no, this is not what you do. If you're asking yes or no questions, you can push back. Now, sometimes when you're in court, I know judges sometimes will say, well, let them answer and stuff like that. But I still work right down the rabbit hole. I let him answer the last time. You saw what happened. He is not answering the question I'm answering. He's answering something else.
Yes,
This is what I'm
responsive.
Or
once
something
again.
along the lines of like, I want to keep us on track. I want to keep us focused because I want to keep the jury's attention focused on what's going on here, or something along those lines, basically to call attention to the fact that like you are trying to take things outside of where they're supposed to go.
Yeah,
No, you're making $500 an hour. But
Yes.
please.
No, I
You
asked the
do
witness
that with
before.
her, though.
Do you
The
even
way that
remember?
she
Like I let them give
testified.
that long streak. I let a witness one time give a long speech and said, "Do you remember my question?" And he was like, "No." And I was like,
Ooh.
"Yeah, because you're not answering my question. So let me give you the question again." But that's how you do it. That's how you do it. And
like
even if he
that,
did
Nate.
remember it, then I was like, "Yeah, I want you to answer that question now. Thank you for
Yeah.
your response, but now
I
answer
like
the
that.
question because you know what the question is."
Speaking of answering some questions, let's go through some super chats.
No, we're not done with the Brandon.
Flawless transition.
We need to vent, Alita.
Kobe
I'm gonna submit
Menard
some
says,
super chats to Alita.
well, don't worry, we're
All
gonna get to some that are referring to this cross examination, and then we'll be able to rant all over again. But
No,
we've got to get
Dr.
through some of the
Honda's
earlier
going
ones
to
first.
join this.
He already has
thinking he's
hundreds.
like
I don't even
giving
know how you're gonna finish
opinion.
today.
Kobe Menard says there's a New Jersey appeals case in which Dr. Hughes was criticized by the court for her lack of candor in answering questions. Can that be used to impeach? No, that's just a prior
Yeah,
situation.
if you
You
expert
think so?
opinion, you could go to her. Yeah,
We can't
tear up an
impeach
expert for
anybody anymore.
poor
Oh,
opinions
okay.
in the past.
Whatever. Take all the more reason to have more panelists on the panel, guys. Go and like and subscribe.
Whatever. Yeah, go with Nate.
Yeah, her prior case testimony is ripe ground for impeachment, for bias, for showing
all
that
see it.
she's potentially not honest. All of these things can be explored by all means.
Okay. Look, I'm okay with Amber Heard winning on the merits of her case with evidence that can be proven. I'm not okay with that bullshit. All right, I'm done. Super chats. I apologize.
Rami Mex says,
like and subscribe.
Rami Mex says, what does it mean if Amber were to be impeached? What does that mean for JD, and what does it actually mean? So impeachment in a trial just means that the witness who is on the stand testifying to one thing right now, they make a statement, they give an answer to a question. It's different than what they have said elsewhere, whether in a deposition, a statement to the press, or anywhere else. They have some inconsistent statement that is basically answering the same question. What they do is, in order to impeach that person, that witness, is they bring up that prior statement and they read it into the they read it into the record, ask them, did I answer that correctly or did I read that correctly? And then the witness says yes, because they kind of have to. And then they just point it out for the jury that there's been an inconsistency in the statements by the witness. So that's basically all that is. I know a lot of people are very confused about it, probably because normally when people hear about impeachments, they're thinking of like politicians being removed from office. There's nothing along those lines. It's not like like it automatically means that the witness's testimony is stricken from the record or anything like that. If the only time that there's any striking from the record is if you actually hear them say, you hear one of the attorneys say, Your Honor, I would like to strike this answer from the record because it's non-responsive or for some specific reason. And the court would have to accept that one way or another in order for that to happen.
The first impeachment on this cross today was weird because he tried to impeach her. And then the first thing she said was, like he brought in her deposition and he read the question and she was like, no, but this. I think he unfortunately, he didn't circle back to say, all right, hold on, let me just read the actual question. Like it seemed like he was reading the question from the deposition. He got a different answer. And then when he went back to the deposition, it was like confusing. Like, oh, well, was it really the right question? Was it really? He should have essentially just said, all right, I'm going to read the question from the deposition to you. Blah, blah, blah. What's your answer? Yes. Then go back. Well, during the deposition, you said this, right? No. Okay. End it. But it seemed like he was trying to fight so much that it wasn't like he wasn't listening to his own answers to the question. Like he was just trying to just get through it. It was, I don't know, it's just so frustrating to see because there was just so much left on the table.
Yeah. Hey there, Jack says, can a psych knowingly not take into account all of the available information or intentionally warp their professional opinion to suit Amber? I mean, they, generally speaking, we're expecting them to give their opinion based on what they see. I mean, hopefully it's a legitimate opinion and it's not just shaped by the money that they're being paid by one side, but there's really not much of a way to be able to distinguish. But I mean, yeah, they can distort for a particular conclusion.
And that's
And there's a
100%
lot of
Johnny's
bias.
team's job is to point out that this is what they did. That is his job.
Yeah.
Mhm. There's a lot of bias in healthcare where you only, you're going to hear some things, but not others.
Yeah.
Does this do you guys as professional? Well, Nurse Liz, as a professional in the field, do you think this hurts mental health because they have two outstanding
yeah.
professionals come to two really different versions of what they believe is truth based on the science, based on the evidence? This makes it seem like it's all just a crackpot thing.
Yeah,
well,
that's
it's
why
their first rodeo in the trial court system, maybe. But I mean, we could have predicted this battle of the experts from 12 weeks before moment one.
Yeah.
Right.
Especially, I think it paints it in a bad light because so much of it is subjective in especially mental health of what people are telling you, how you're interpreting it, what you think files into what column. Like, yikes.
It looks like very weak science, certainly. When we get pages of the CAPS 5 and we see exactly what they're counting and where it's coming from. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Which is
Brian Anderson says, do you think that the AH team is planning to drop bombs on Thursday afternoon to get a week-long PR win? Can the JD team delay to prevent this? I'm sure they'll try to drop bombs whenever they can. Right? Sorry, Rick. I cut you off there.
I'm being a little snarky. I said which kind of bombs do they mean? Because I think they bombed today. So it's just a matter of which description you want. Yeah, I mean, they all hope for great things going into the big long break. Will they hit them?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And right now
it is
we're
a
in
gamble for them to try to get those from Amber. That is one of the things that might cut against putting her on, this close to the break, is that they're really then gambling on her putting on a solid performance and not something that's going to be ripped apart for 10 days.
Yeah, that ineffective cross has me looking at my witness list and reorganizing things.
Yeah. Very good point.
Because you don't have to put Amber on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But
I would buy it.
You would say even with this, that you don't have to put Amber on right now.
Now, yeah.
She doesn't have
I was going to say there's a stipulation. So
she's going to testify. It's just not now. She doesn't have.
But if you're so the second question in the super chat is can JD's team delay to prevent this? They're not in his case in chief, so they don't really have much power here except for how much time they take on their cross examination. That's
really aggressive objections.
Yes. Francois Standard said,
6 hours
is the cross-ex limited in the scope of their questions based on what was asked in direct? Yes. Generally speaking, yes. Cornish Maid says, AH never condemned the title of the op-ed. Thoughts? I mean, but that doesn't necessarily... Yeah,
she republished
true.
it.
She republished it, but I expect Amber Heard's team to argue that doesn't mean that she agreed with it. That doesn't mean that she, that she was what's the word that I'm trying to think of? I'm brain farting.
Endorsing or ratifying.
Endorsed. Thank you. Yeah. That by republishing it doesn't mean that she endorsed it and that it therefore became hers. But,
that's a hard argument to make when you wrote the article and just not the headline.
Exactly.
I endorsed the article, but not the headline.
That's what they're going for. Tissa says, thoughts on the judge being slightly AH biased. I'm very cautious of actually concluding that way. I know that we had a lot of vents and frustrations about that particular decision by Judge Ascarate to not allow them to bring in the evidence of the ex-wife. But I still would caution people from saying that the judge is actually biased against Amber Heard.
Yeah,
One of the things to bear in mind in this, in this too. Yeah, she's looking down the road at what is the likely outcome after this jury reaches a verdict. And she's seen enough of this case, and I think most of us have concluded there's obviously no clear outcome here. But I think we tend to think that if somebody is going to take a win, it's probably more likely to be Johnny than Amber. So it's probably more likely to be Amber that's going to be pursuing an appeal at the end of all of this. And so it would be natural for her, if that is what she's expecting, to be much more conservative in her evidence rulings when it comes to, what are things that Amber would potentially be appealing. This Tasia Van Ree, situation is I think really a prime example of that, where if it is a close issue, you just go ahead and rule with the party that you think is most likely to appeal, so that they don't have that issue in their toolbox.
Yep. Tails DM says, could the cross just call the witness M's Curry constantly to get under her skin?
I wanted to do that.
That was another opportunity.
Just once.
Yeah,
Can't get away with it too often.
Yeah, because
the
then you
judge
really
will
start
step
to
in.
look like a D.
Yeah.
Mark Lerner says, anyone else want to see Ben Chu go full liar on Amber? Probably not POS, but would be fun. Yeah. No, I wouldn't actually expect that to happen. And in fact, I would prefer him to seem much more calm and much more overall chill, overall smooth, because then it makes the amplification of her potentially losing it on the stand that much greater. Sweetie Pie says, do you think they will bring up Amber's previous assault charge and that she did in fact have an ED, which was denied? Well, we thought that they were. We thought they were, but the judge didn't allow it in.
So that was. So when you guys said the judge didn't allow it in, it was they asked for it. Did they ask for it and the judge said no?
Well,
They were going down that road.
Yeah, he asked about her ex-wife, and then he asked if he could approach. So it sounded very much like that was what he was going to. That he was saying, she testified to XYZ. I want to ask about this.
How could they not have settled this yet? I mean, what was that 20-minute sidebar for after she brings in the past and the future? Like,
it looks
what
like
did they
this morning they
discuss?
were bringing papers. They were doing the pocket brief thing, They had the papers in their hand. It looked like they had written a quick memo or had some sort of case law or something. Like they're bringing the judge to revisit the decision. So
that's a
so long.
Wasn't that would be a 403 analysis, right? Prejudicial versus probative. So they probably lost on that one.
Could be. David Vanderslice says, can Dr. Curry give advice on what to ask X across to JD's team? Example, pointing out holes in the direct yesterday, or do they have to wait for recall and then address these plot holes? Can they do that with her being on subject to recall? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know, because maybe because the times that I've been involved with an expert, sometimes the expert's like sitting there right next to you, telling you, "Oh, this is BS. This is BS." So
even if they're subject to recall.
Mm-hmm. But that's what I'm not. I don't remember
you'll
if
sometimes
our
see the
expert was
expert in
subject
that
to
first
recall.
row passing like notes across to the attorney.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because the experts aren't excluded the way the lay witnesses are. It's not there's not a concern about them tailoring their testimony. They're supposed to account for, what other people are saying in the course of this trial. So I don't think that's precluded at all.
Yep. And just to show you guys, the judge is not back.
I've poured myself a mega pint in anticipation.
There you go.
Guys, I'm going to have to jump out at least for a little bit. I'll try.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for seeing everybody. Good to see you guys.
Come back whenever you'd like.
Too.
Okay, see you, Liz.
Bye.
Bye. The chicken coop says, who is Elaine talking to in the audience? Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry. Serena Holloway says, why do they turn the volume off when the lawyers are talking to the judge? Sorry, silly question. Not a silly question at all, because that's supposed to be basically held in confidence, right? It's outside of the presence of the jury. And so I don't know why they would do it outside of the presence of the cameras, because in other trials that we've seen, we've been able to see these discussions or a lot of these discussions, a lot of these arguments between them. But maybe it's just out of abundance of precaution to make sure that the jury doesn't hear it or something.
I mean, keep in mind, they can be talking about things that aren't allowed to be testified to in open court. Alleged rape,
confidential
sex,
matters
violence,
too. Yeah.
Confidential matters. And you
That's
don't want
true.
the press hearing that anyways.
That's also very, very true. Great point. Kathy Lau says, who is the lady in the black in the front row? She's there every day. Is she another lawyer or like a publicist? If she's part of the front row, she's somehow affiliated with the team. Don't know exactly how, but she's probably affiliated. Just found out Catherine Zellner was supposed to defend JD. How cool would that have been to watch KZ so depressing? I don't know, maybe, possibly. BPQQ365 says doctor admitted she/her was Amber. Does not make her whole testimony she/her, since she was listing a million signs without evidence. That's what a lot of us were saying. Kai says, how would you all ask what he is trying to ask? Oh, we went through that. Okay, I think we definitely went through that. Kate says, why didn't he jump on the only same-sex male IPV? We had the same question.
He was trying to get out of that. And he's thinking on his feet. A lot of people don't understand too. He's probably got a list of questions, and when something else comes up, he's trying to think on his feet and ask the follow-up questions to that. So sometimes he can just go off the rails.
That's true too. That's also a good point. Natasha says she just admitted she is not an expert and she was brought in as an expert witness. Wow. How do you think Depp's lawyer should change his approach? I don't know that she said that she wasn't an expert. She said that she was not a paid witness or something like that, or not a professional witness. That was what she said. But she didn't deny being an expert. Sybil 4338 says, why didn't he ask her how often she treated or opined on male victims on hetero couples? Seems obvious for Super Chat. Loving your coverage. Thank you. Don't know why, but we were also exasperated about that point as well. Allison Murray says, what happens if a juror accidentally falls asleep during trial? Love what y'all do. Thank you. The judge will notice if somebody's nodding off. Maybe call an early recess so that everybody gets up and starts moving around. Give them an opportunity for a coffee. I don't know. Have you guys ever seen anything like that happen?
Yeah, this happened in the Arbery trial. There was, you know how there was 11 white jurors and one black juror, so the black juror kept falling asleep. So then the defense made a motion that the black, to get the black. So the judge was like, before we do that, I got to speak to this juror. So they spoke to the juror. The juror was like, then he said, the juror's all right. The juror's all right. They're going to stay awake. And that's what happened. Because they were going to remove the juror because the juror had slept through a whole bunch of testimony.
Oh, no. Jeez Louise. Rhiannon Adams says, it feels like he needs to cut her off, but could he be saving the combative approach for later? Guess not. Angela Pastati said, is it okay to hide a face with hair? Shouldn't the jury complain? Jury cannot complain about anything. They can't complain about Amber's hairstyle to anyone.
This trial sucks. That's probably what their biggest complaint is.
Drippy Thoughtsicles says, can Amber Heard look to her lawyer for cues about how to answer a question? No, that's usually not allowed. In fact, that's the kind of thing that the judge might reprimand a lawyer for in front of the jury. We've seen that before. We've seen that. It was in the Cardi B case. Tasha K's lawyer was nodding or shaking her head at her client when she was on the stand and got reprimanded for it. Rach says, could it be that they saw the jury was turned off by her attorneys cutting off a witness? They're not doing it. I guess possible, maybe, but even still, the type of questions that you do are important for that. Sienna Hartle says, is JD's lawyer trying to open more doors with expert witness, or is this a misstep? How would you guys handle it?
Well, he wouldn't be able to open the door for her testimony. She would kind of have to open the door herself, because that's the lawyer's trick, right? You try to open the door and say, hey, it's me, the door's open. So, but I think there's enough here where she opened up the door on her direct examination about,
yes.
I looked at everything in the past. I did this. I look, that is really, really opening the door to all those prior instances, especially if she said it helped inform her opinion. So as soon as you get into that, then okay, then that's
she 100% did.
Yeah. Rachel Sigmund said, is he letting her talk because she's flinging doors open? No, he was just letting her talk because he was letting her talk. Megan Martin says, is this a bad cross or just a strategy that you wouldn't recommend for this expert witness?
Yeah.
Both? I mean, probably both, I would say. Casey Otaku. Oh, sorry. What's up?
No. I'm agree. I just agreeing.
Oh, okay. Casey Otaku, thank you so much for the super chat. I think I read this one earlier, but I saved it just in case for
Mega Pints.
Yes. Thank you so much. Very, very generous of you. Thank you once again. Tattooed Birdie says, what is that beautiful doggo's name? If you're referring to mine, her name is Indy, named after Indiana Jones, who, of course, was named after the dog. So come full circle. Glass half full says, do you think lawyer WD is not insisting on yes, no answers because he wants to differentiate from Amber's team? I have confidence in him. Love you guys. No, I think he was struggling with that cross-examination. He on cross, you want yes or no answers. That's generally what you want out of them, because you want to be maintaining the control and pulling the narrative out of them through those yes or no.
Well, there's absolutely no question it's a different tone. I mean, can anybody imagine Rottenborn doing that, what we just saw? I mean, like,
no, but I did try to imagine Rottenborn doing that cross and doing a lot better.
I
think
don't think there's any question he would have.
Yeah,
I think Elaine would have done better too, to be honest with you. Because Elaine, I
at
think, would have been
first
pushing her around.
she falls off the wheels very quickly, though. She starts off strong, and then things fall apart from what we've seen. Linnea Johansson says, can you please tweet when AH testifies? I have to study, but really don't want to miss it. Also, will JD testify again? JD will not be testifying again. He's done. He's done with this trial, which is probably why he looks so relaxed. And yes, I will definitely be tweeting.
Yeah,
I am definitely going to be tweeting when
there's gonna be
Amber
fireworks over Alita's house. There'll be
smoke signals.
Yeah.
Searchlights. Everything's going to be going off. Gecko Gamer says, can you show us your pets or describe them if they aren't there / unwilling to come? Well, I guess they are. We've got Indy on the ground, my chocolate labby lab or lab mix, and then we've got 2 cats here. Tuxedo cat named Holmes, named after the Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. And we've got another little kitty named Astra, who is much more shy than the other 2, so she usually doesn't show up on camera. Allison Murray says, since y'all are practicing attorneys, did y'all take off from your practice to cover this trial?
No.
No, I'm writing an affidavit while I'm watching. Unfortunately,
I shift time.
I turn into a pumpkin
I do it in the
periodically to
evenings.
go handle things. Yeah,
It's long days for me.
I do contract work on the side, and I basically told them I'm not doing any work for you for the next 6 weeks or whatever. So Peter Fasano says, I think he's good in cross. What do you guys think? No, we'll
go with reasonable minds can differ.
Reasonable minds can differ. David Webb says, hey, Bites, this is my last super chat, but I'm a combat veteran who lost 8 of my men in Afghanistan, and Amber Heard has no clue what real PTSD is like. Disgusting. Really, really, really sorry to hear what
Thank you for your service, David.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service, brother.
Yeah, and thanks for for everything that you did, and I'm sorry for the PTSD, and hopefully things have gotten better over time. I've got some friends that have also come back from Afghanistan with similar issues.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Laura
all the peace and love to you.
All right.
Amber Laura.
Amber Heard.
Here we go. Here we go. It's time for the tweet of life right now.
Kick the tire.
Yep, here we go.
What you all been waiting for?
This is the show.
Where's her bag of potato chips?
I know. All right, here we go.
All right, thank you. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name?
Yes, it's Amber Laura Heard.
And what is your address?
I live in Yucca Valley, California.
And how old are you, Amber?
It's Palm Springs.
I am 36. I just celebrated.
Okay. And do you have a daughter?
I do. She also celebrated her birthday recently. She's 1.
Okay. New baby
what
was
is your
coming in.
profession?
I am an actor, mostly.
Okay. Now, why are you here?
I am here because my ex-husband is suing me for an op-ed I wrote.
And how do you feel about that?
I struggle to have the words. I struggle to find the words to describe how painful this is. This is horrible for me to sit here for weeks and relive everything. Hear people that I knew, some well, some not. My ex-husband, with whom I shared a life, speak about our lives in the way that they have. This is the most painful and difficult thing I've ever gone through, for sure.
Now, there was a trial in the UK in July of 2020 where Mr. Depp had sued the Sun newspaper and Dan Wooten. Do you recall that?
I think I'm getting my $50.
Yes.
And what was your level of participation in that lawsuit, in that trial?
Well, I was not party to that lawsuit. I was a witness, I suppose the primary witness, since it dealt with the truth of the relationship that I shared with Johnny.
And what, if any, role did you have to play with respect to, for example, witness statements and testifying?
Objection, compound.
I said, for example.
We've got
overruled.
Lady objecting is going to be a Lady Cross.
I had to write.
Well noted, yeah.
I think I gave 7 witness statements under oath testimony. I sat on the stand for 4 days under mostly cross-examination. And up until this point, it was the hardest thing I had ever had to do.
Thank you, Amber. I'm going to take you back, and if you can just tell the jury a little bit about your background. Tell us where you grew up.
I come from Austin, Texas, a small town outside of Austin that you probably haven't heard of. No one has.
Represent
It's
Austin.
called Manor. And I was raised by my mother and my father, and I grew up with a little sister, although I have a big sister as well.
And your little sister's name is?
Her name is Whithurd.
And how much of an age difference is there between the two of you?
Whitney and I are about 1 year, I think we're 16 months apart. So right next to each other.
And what did your father do for a living?
My father broke horses and did construction, he painted houses, and hunted and fished, but that was for fun.
And what did your mom do?
She worked for the state of Texas.
Let me just, since you talked about the breaking horses, can you just tell the jury what your role is in assisting your dad on that and what is involved in breaking horses?
Objection, leading.
Can you just tell me about?
Overruled. Good.
Yeah, that's overruled. It wasn't a leading question.
You just got to stay on, basically. I would help him. I was more of a crash test dummy. You know, when you train a horse, it's a wild animal. It doesn't necessarily like to be
like breaking men
ridden. And there are people out there who are crazy enough, like my dad, to pick that as a profession, I guess. And he was really good with horses, and I was the son he never had, so it was my job to, stay on.
And what, if anything, did you learn from your father about how to react to the horses?
Well, with training horses, I guess the key things are to not show fear, not get intimidated, not show fear, be tough and calm.
Tell the jury a little bit about your educational background during those growing up years and your work experience.
I worked any job that I could from the time I was really young. I wanted to get out of Texas and do something with my life and see things and do things. So I was in school and really pushed myself to, I just always pushed myself to be able to accelerate the process. I wanted to, get out of school as fast as I could. And I wanted to do more things with my life than stay in Texas.
So what types of things, so where did you go to school when you were younger?
I was a scholarship kid at a Catholic school growing up, several different Catholic schools, but they were always in the other, on the other side of town, in the wealthier part of town. And I grew up quite working class, and thankfully with, as long as I maintained an A average, I enjoyed the benefit of a scholarship, and I did that until I realized that I could take my GED and SATs early, and I did that and placed out of school and effectively left school 16 years old, I believe.
And what did you do for work during those younger years?
I took any job that I could. I worked at my father's construction company, sometimes, just administrative stuff. I mean, it was a small company. But I answered phones, and I worked at a modeling agency that was also, offered photography classes, makeup classes, hair and makeup classes for people that were pursuing a career in entertainment. And I started taking classes that I paid for by working there effectively as a trade. And I eventually worked there long enough to be able to pay for my headshots, which are the pictures that you use in the industry to promote yourself, in whatever, acting, modeling, or both.
And what, if any, charitable work did you do when you were still young?
It started off as a requirement for the school I went to, and then I liked it so much, I think, because it meant I wasn't at home, and that was important to me, is just to not spend time at home. And I really loved meeting people. So I worked at the soup kitchen every morning before school, during the school year, for about 4 years. I didn't go on weekends, but on weekends I would do various things. Worked at children's, museums, typically, because they would work with younger volunteers, and mostly soup kitchens and things involving children. I worked at the with deaf kids for a while, and I love it.
And when you worked with deaf kids, what, if anything, did you do to learn to be able to work with them?
Objection leading and 404. And relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Well, I taught myself how to sign basic sign language, and then I pursued it. I audited a course at the community college, which I ended up going to get out of high school early later on. But I would audit classes. The teachers never wanted to kick the random 12-year-old out of their class, I suppose. So I remarkably was able to audit, I think, the majority of 2 semesters, and that's also helped me learn.
So how did you end up in Los Angeles?
I did a small job in Texas where I played a part in a movie, and the actor in the movie that I was playing opposite had an agent visiting him from LA, and I met her on set, and she said that she had heard about me from another bit part I did. I was taking jobs in Austin for really anything, to be an extra, to apply I did makeup once. Nothing, no job was too small or, for me. So I put myself out there, and she had heard about me, and she said, I have heard about you in this town, and I'd love to meet you in LA if you're ever out in LA. And I was like, when can I come? And she made an appointment with me for the following week, and I used all but $180 or something to get out there. And I landed. I didn't know anyone. I was 17. And I've effectively been there ever since, I suppose.
So when you arrived in Hollywood, please tell the jury what you did to get moving there, get going?
I went to every audition, every casting, every meeting, every appointment that I could. I put myself out there. I didn't have a car because those were expensive. So I took the bus around LA. It was before smartphones. I had a Thomas guide in my bag and a change of tank tops. Not that it mattered, but I went to about 10 auditions sometimes a day and would change clothes if I needed to in the back of, the bus I was taking. And I just hustled from one audition to the other. And I got a bit part on one thing, and then I got a bit part on another thing. And then eventually my roles kind of became more important or bigger. And it's been a slow progression, I guess, since then, of doing either tiny bit parts in bigger movies or doing, larger roles in movies that no one would see. And I guess, it still is kind of like that.
So I'm going to ask you to go from 2002 to 2009. If you could just describe for the jury a little bit what types of parts you had. I think they've indicated you have not been well known here in this courtroom compared to Mr. Depp. So perhaps just take them through a little bit of that.
Yeah, that's fair. I did small roles in big films like Zombieland and Pineapple Express and movies that were well known. My first one was Friday Night Lights. But again, I had small roles in those bigger films. And then I would do larger roles in kind of smaller films. Like I did a project where I was the lead in a John Carpenter film, and he came out of retirement to do that. And that's kind of how it was in terms of my career for those that first initial 10 years or so. It was just going from slightly bigger role to slightly bigger role and just working my butt off.
So I'm going to take you up to 2008. Did there come a time that you auditioned for The Rum Diary?
Yes, I auditioned for that in about 2008, I believe.
Please describe for the jury your experience in auditioning for The Rum Diary.
Well, I auditioned a few times, which is common in my work. You get a call back, as they say. And I think I had at least one, maybe two callbacks with the director. And then I got a call saying that Johnny, who at the time was, I think I knew that he was producing it as well, was doing a project that was something very personal to him. He was reprising his role as his late friend, Hunter S. Thompson, and it was a very important project to him, and that he wanted to meet me in person. I thought I would be going for maybe an audition, but it was just a meeting. I went to his office and met with him for a few hours.
And what did you talk about during those few hours?
We talked about books and music, poetry. We liked a lot of the same stuff, obscure writers and, interesting books and pieces of poetry that I haven't heard anybody else reference or know or like. And he is very well read and charismatic. And, I think I left the office with a few books that he gave me. And we spent the whole time just talking about things that we care about. And I was so surprised that somebody, I knew who he was. I wasn't familiar, I wasn't a fan of his work. I wasn't familiar with him, but I knew who he was. He's one of the most famous people in the world. So it was already a weird thing to go and get called into his office. And, I'm a no-name actor. I was 22, I think. And I thought it was unusual. It was weird because he was twice my age and he's this world famous actor. And here we are getting along about obscure books and weird, old blues. And I thought it was remarkable. I thought it was unusual and remarkable. I left there just feeling like, wow.
So did there come a time that you learned that you were going to be cast for the role in the Rum Diary?
Yes, a few days later, my agent said that Johnny's going to call you. We gave him your phone number. I was like, oh, okay. And shortly after, my phone rings, I pick it up, and I hear, this like deep voice on the other line, and he said, "You got the, you're it, kid. You're the dream. Hunter wrote this part, and you're the dream. You're it, kid."
And
amazed.
Please describe for the jury what that means. What was the Rum Diary and this Hunter Thompson? What was the concept here, and what role were you playing?
Well, it was my understanding that he was bringing to life his late friend. And what he told me was that this character is supposed to be the dream woman, like the dream, American dream. And so I knew what he meant. He indicated to me when he told me I got the role that I was that, that I was the dream kid. That's what he said.
So did there come a time that you started filming the Rum Diary?
Yes, I'm not quite sure how much. I think we started filming in maybe March of 2009.
And where did you film the Rum Diary?
We shot it in Puerto Rico.
And describe, if you can, the events of the filming and your interactions with Mr. Depp during that time.
It was a bit surreal, filming in a place like Puerto Rico. It was beautiful. It takes place in the 50s, so everything really looked beautiful. And cars and clothing, the music. It was a very colorful shoot in general. I couldn't have asked for a better scenario. I was on film. I mean, I was on set reading my books, and occasionally Johnny would talk to me, and then he started to be really kind to me, like more open with me. When we'd have hot days filming, there'd be this big SUV pull up, and a security guard would kind of usher me into this car, and it would have the AC blasting, and I'd be sitting in the back of the SUV just thinking what a strange experience the whole thing was. And we didn't really have a whole lot of interaction on set until we did a scene that involved kissing. We had a kissing scene, and it didn't feel like a normal scene anymore. It felt more real. There are certain things that you do in the job to be professional, like when you have to do that sort of scene, and you don't you don't use your tongue if you can avoid it. There's certain things that you do to just maintain a certain line,
Like the
and it
exact
just
same
felt like
story
those
he told.
lines were blurred. I mean, he grabbed my face and pulled me into him and really kissed me.
Except opposite.
But we were filming a scene.
Did he use his tongue?
Yes.
Okay. Did you celebrate your birthday while you were in Puerto Rico?
I did. I celebrated, I think, maybe my 23rd birthday there.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do for your birthday?
Well, we were already kind of talking about books and poetry and things like that. He gave me a few really beautiful poetry books. And he gave me a bicycle, like a vintage bicycle, because at the time I was riding around on a bike, and I had a lot of time off since I was a smaller role in the movie. And yeah, I think that was it.
Okay. Now, did there come a time that you ended up visiting him in his trailer?
Yes. I think we would hang out if, after or in between scenes or in between setups. We often were, talking about things, and would continue the conversation into the trailer, often with the director. Bruce Robinson was his name. And then at one point we talk about wine. It's another thing that Johnny and I shared in common, a love for wine, red wine. And we were talking about a kind of wine that I enjoyed. And I was, going on about how great this bargain wine was. And I didn't understand, how much more sophisticated Johnny's taste in wine was. So I was going on about the virtues of Malbec or something. And I brought him a bottle of this wine and I set it down. And at some point I'm going back to get back to set. And he kind of kicked his foot up in the air and basically kind of lifted the back of my bathrobe up. And
can I just stop you there? Why were you wearing a bathrobe?
Because I was doing a scene. It was a period film, so it took place in the 50s. And so I had all of this old undergarments that are for that time era on. And the scene involved me changing. So I had all the costume on. And he kind of picked up the back of my robe with his boot. And I kind of turned around and giggled, I didn't know what to make of it at the time. And I just kind of giggled and batted it away playfully. And he kind of playfully kind of pushed me down on this bed sofa that was in his trailer, just playful and flirtatious. And he said, yum. And he kind of lifted up his eyebrows like that. And I just giggled, laughed it off, kind of batted him away and, moved on, went back to set.
And were you in a relationship at that time?
I was.
Okay. And was Mr. Depp in a relationship at that time?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. And did anything else of significant happen during that time period while you were filming with Mr. Depp, other than what you've told us?
We just had this, it was a friendship, a flirtatious thing. I felt chemistry. I felt this other thing that went beyond the pale of my job, for sure. Johnny clearly felt that way about me, had indicated to me that that's how he felt in many different ways. But at the same time, we were both in relationships and it is a job, and, it was intimidating. And I just remember feeling kind of intimidated and a little nervous about that. And I also was in a relationship. So we went our separate ways and I didn't hear from him for a long time.
And that's, so approximately how long were you filming in Puerto Rico for the Rum Diary?
A few months is my best
All right.
guess.
And when you left Puerto Rico and the filming, when is the next time that you had any contact from Mr. Depp? And contact could include anything, communications, written communications, as well as telephone or otherwise.
We had no contact until Johnny called me on the phone one day, and I was driving, and he invited me over to his home in California, in Beverly Hills, and I it was out of the blue. I didn't even have his phone number, so it was quite unexpected. He called me a second time, but I don't think we actually connected, or we didn't stay on the phone because we didn't really speak. But the first time was the only time I actually spoke to him, and he invited me over to his house under kind of he said that, we could get Bruce, who was the director, to come over, something about the movie, but it was clearly not about the movie, if you know what I mean. It was, so I said, I said, my friends are in town and I'm busy with that, and kind of hung up feeling really startled, that didn't know what else to do.
What, if any, gifts did Mr. Depp send you during that time period after you filmed the Rum Diary?
He sent me several gifts. He sent me a beautiful dress, one that I wore in the movie. with a beautiful handwritten note, said happy wrapping, and made a reference to the dress being wrapping paper. He sent me a few gorgeous, expensive, what I can only assume are expensive collectible books, items. And then when I was away filming on a different job, he attempted, or he did send me some guitars. I know one delivery, I was informed about one delivery, and my partner at the time intercepted the attempt to deliver and called me immediately and said, "What should I do?" And I said, "Well, send it back." And she did, and she indicated that there was, at the time, there was another one that had already previously attempted delivery, and it was also rejected. I sent it back because I wasn't there and I wouldn't have accepted it anyway.
Okay. Did there come a time that you ended up having to go on a press tour for the Rum Diary?
I got a call for the Rum Diary press tour in the fall of 2011.
So that's close to 2.5 years after you filmed?
I'm an actress, not a mathematician for a reason. Roughly, yes.
Okay. And could you please describe for the jury what a press tour is? Just explain it to them.
Well, you take a movie once it's completed, and if it doesn't have distribution, you, as part of the promotion of that movie, you go to these various places, normally cities like London or New York, and you do press events in those cities to kind of promote the film. And you go to place talking about the film.
And so you were then called to participate in the press tour for the Rum Diary?
Yes, I had just finished going through the process of separation with my former partner, and I was moving and going through that, and I got a phone call saying, "Remember that movie you did in Puerto Rico? Well, they want you for the press tour." And I said, "Well, perfect timing." And we did that, I think late October 2011.
Okay. So describe for the jury your interactions with Mr. Depp during the press tour.
Well, on the the beginning of the tour was Los Angeles, where we both lived, and we did a press day, normal press day. And then at the end of it, I was invited by Johnny to come up to his room to have a drink with him and the director of the film. And I went up to the room to see both him and Bruce. But as soon as I got there, Johnny said Bruce wasn't going to make it. So I stayed. Johnny and I started talking. He asked me about my relationship. I said, "Well, I'm going through it. I'm going through the separation right now, and it's been, rough couple of months, but that's normal." And he said, "Well, that's same with me. It's been." I can't remember exactly how long he said it had been, but that he had split from the mother of his kids, and said that he understood.
All right. And then what happened next?
Then we drank red wine and continued to talk, and the talking became us, reconnect. It was like reconnection was almost instant. It was just chemistry. It's hard to explain that, but we sat on the couch and we talked, and it felt like there was it felt like there was an electricity to the room, and it's how I felt when I was alone with him anyway. And it was instant again. I was like, whoa. So on the couch, we talked, finished some wine, and then I got up and left. And as I went to leave, he grabbed both sides of my face, similar to what he did in Puerto Rico when we were filming that scene. And he kissed me, and I kissed him back.
And what happened next with respect to any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, then we fell in love. We went on this press tour, and we went. It was a beautiful and strange time. You know, we're flying from one, not together, but you know, going from one city to the next, Europe, New York, Los Angeles, as I said, and we're just traveling around talking about this movie that we did together, that we participated in together, and we were falling in love. I mean, it was just, you know, at the first dinner in London, he sat me next to me. You know, he produced the film and was a part of controlling the film and was responsible for different things than I was as an actor having a small part in it. And we went on this press tour, and I think in London he had me sat next to him at a dinner, and then we ended up spending the night together in my hotel room. And for the rest of the press tour, it was on. I'll put it that way.
All right. And how long approximately did the press tour go?
I don't know exactly how long it lasted. I think, you know, there were press engagements in this city for a few days, and then another city for a few days, and then there was a break, and then there was another press opportunity, I believe. So it was kind of spread out over maybe a month, if I'm guessing.
So when you returned to Los Angeles, what, if anything, took place with any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, once we were back from the press tour, you know, we had this, you know, whirlwind romance kind of just in these like beautiful places all over, and we're falling in love and not able to really show it because the world didn't know about the split between he and his former partner. And of course, as a woman, I was like, is that troubling? You know, and I'd ask him, no, you know, he swore to me that they hadn't even shared a bed for a year, and that they were protecting the kids and not publicizing it. So, or not making it known to the press. And so we kind of had to be a little bit under the radar, not a little bit, we had to be really under the radar, because as Johnny pointed out, that the world would blame me and call me a homewrecker, even though I had nothing to do with it. So we were secretly dating, and then, you know, it was beautiful. It was, I felt like this man knew me and saw me in a way that no one else had. I felt he understood me. I felt he understood where I came from. I felt that, like, when I was around Johnny, I felt like the most beautiful person in the whole world. You know, it made me feel seen, made me feel like $1 million. And that kind of feeling where, you know, it's just lavish gifts and lavish expressions of love, and how he had never met a woman like me. I mean, I remember he took the foil off of this bottle and put it on my ring finger, and I had only been with him like days, you know, or maybe it was weeks at the time. Yeah, it was probably about a few weeks, but it just felt very intense. But we weren't doing normal life stuff. We weren't like stuck in traffic with each other. We weren't going to the grocery store and doing life. We were like hiding in these places around the world. He has so many homes. And so we'd be in one of those homes, or my home at the time, and it would be like a bubble, like we were in this little bubble of secrecy, and it felt like a warm glow, as we would say. Just music and the kind of books that we both loved, and poetry that we both knew by heart. And it felt like a dream. It felt like absolute magic.
She's a damn good actress, guys.
While
You got to
you're
say it.
Dating, I take it you're dating at this point, right? While
Sorry,
you're
if I didn't make that
falling,
clear.
falling in love, you're also dating, right? Okay.
Yes.
Did there come a time early on that you
I don't know,
ended up
Nate.
going
It
to
has the
his
patina
Bahamas
of
Island?
acting.
Oh no, no,
Yes.
I think this
shortly
can come off
after
as real.
we
She's coming off
started
as
dating,
really authentic here.
October of 2011, and
Okay.
as I mentioned, this bubble, where he'd come over to my house and not leave for like 3 or 4 days, just smoking cigarettes and playing music and reading poetry to me or painting me or, just talking. And then he would disappear. And there'd be just no way to get a hold of him, no way to contact him. At first, I didn't really think anything about it, but he disappeared at one point and then came back and said he was dealing with some health issue, and would I join him in the Bahamas? And I think that's when I learned he had an island, and I was on a trip with a friend of mine in Spain, and it was for the holidays, and I kind of rerouted my trip so I could come and land in LA landing in Miami instead of LA, so I could go and meet him on the island. And he had Keenan come and meet me on that trip, like in Miami. I get off one plane, get onto another, and go and join him on his private island. And I noticed he was drinking Beck's and tea, like lots of tea. And I didn't foolishly think anything of it. I just, thought the man really seriously, I missed it before, but really, really loves tea. And we had this beautiful, I don't know, less than a week probably, trip in the Bahamas, a private island, beautiful sandy beaches. It's a scene that you just don't, I had never experienced anything like that. It was a beautiful place, a beautiful time. And I fell head over heels in love with this man.
So after the Bahamas, I assume you came back, and are we talking now early 2012?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what were you doing work-wise while you were dating him in this early stage?
What I always do, I would be taking job to job to job, going from one movie to the next, mostly not filming in LA. So weirdly, you live in LA to go shoot on location in other places. So when I was in town, we would go back to this bubble, like insular bubble with beautiful, blaringly loud music and no one else and nothing else. And then, I'd go off to work. And so would he. Well, eventually, yeah, he left to shoot Lone Ranger, I believe.
Okay. Now, we've heard a little bit about Lone Ranger, and that's about mid 2012. Is that right? When he was shooting that?
That sounds right. Mid 2012. Yeah.
And were you shooting anything at that time?
I was shooting.
Machete Kills?
I believe I was shooting Machete Kills in Austin. I had a small part in a Robert Rodriguez film that shot in Austin. But I think Johnny was shooting and then having some time off, and there was just a lot of travel, a lot of movement. So.
And so what, if any, visiting did you do with Johnny while he was on his set for Lone Ranger, and where was he?
Well, he was filming all over the Southwest, and at some point I came to visit him and on one of his locations, and I would stay in the house because I couldn't really, occasionally I would leave with his security guards, but I didn't really have anything to do but visit him for a few days. So I'd cook and kind of stay at home and paint or whatever and wait for him to come home and have dinner ready. And we would have these little bubbles, but kind of scattered throughout the Southwest, and as he was filming. And at the time, Johnny had, when I first arrived at one of these locations, it was the first time that Johnny told me that he had a health issue, something with his liver, and that he wasn't
That's why he was not drinking. He was drinking a lot of tea, like a lot of tea.
Okay. And so we've heard a little
Said that
testimony
twice.
about
That's weird.
boots. What, if anything, did you do to help Johnny with his boots?
Well, I mean, I suppose that I took off his boots, and it made an impression on him, and I was happy to, anything I can do to show love. Certainly how I felt about him. But if he wanted to take off his own boots, he certainly could.
Did you buy Mr. Depp any knives during that time period?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What if anything did you do with respect to knives during the time period you were with him in the Lone Ranger?
Objection leading.
What did you do with
What, if
respect to
anything?
knives?
Overruled.
Okay.
Johnny had a thing for turquoise, and that eventually, being in the Southwest, it can happen really quickly. I also too really love turquoise, and he has he loved knives. He loves a lot of things. When Johnny loves things, he
knives
does
and he loves tea.
a lot,
Turquoise like that.
lots of it.
And turquoise.
So he had these daggers that he had given me that they were beautiful in design. And they're, long curved daggers. And he just talked a lot about knives, had a knife and gun collection, and was quite proud of it. And at some point, I don't really remember exactly when it was, but at some point I picked up what I thought was a really beautiful turquoise handled knife. And I had it engraved with a saying that Johnny would say to me all the time, which I, thought was romantic, as funny as that is to say now.
And what was the expression, the same?
Until death, hasta la muerte in Spanish.
Now, by the time that you're visiting Mr. Depp during his shooting of Lone Ranger in the June through August 2012 timeframe, what, if any, relationship has he developed with your family?
Oh, well, starting really early on, Johnny was so kind, so generous to my family, but especially
Amen to that,
especially
Stephanie
my mom
T.
and dad. He just
Nate,
really,
we gotta turn your
he
mic
met my
down.
dad, and my dad's a big personality.
Can you unmute yourself, Nate?
He's a rowdy guy. And
There we go.
Johnny
Okay.
just all of a sudden, I had never noticed, Johnny have a Southern, all of a sudden Johnny had this Southern accent and was really like buddies with him. And they really seemed to get along very well. They're, just like instantly he was giving my dad gifts. He gave him guns. He gave him knives. They had this, Johnny just really just showered my dad. And my dad's a working man, salt of the earth guy. And he was just like, floored. He's getting all these amazing gifts and being invited to come on to these locations. And, Johnny's this big movie star. And my dad was just like, I think my dad would have married him himself, not if I hadn't. And he just instantly, he gave my mom jewelry, brought her out to come and see me while I was visiting Johnny on Lone Ranger in some part of the Southwest. I think it was Colorado. He gave her this beautiful turquoise necklace. And they were definitely taken by him.
And what, if any, relationship had Mr. Depp forged with Whitney by this time, your sister?
I believe the relationship came a little bit later as they got to know
Box
each
it
other.
back,
But he did the
Alita.
same thing with my sister and just really found
You got some
a
bots
bond
popping up in the chat.
with
It's
them
already on
that,
sub only mode.
was it was he tried to do anything and everything he could to make them feel like special, and they did. My mom, my dad, and my sister.
And what, if any, relationships did Mr. Depp form with your friends?
Well, Johnny's so generous and can be this really like overly generous almost, like showering you with gifts and compliments and
Hey, that's what my
just,
psychologist said.
like, and he has access and means to really, we're not talking about giving you a card. We're like talking about just these like extravagant trips or these extravagant gestures. And it's a lot. And he did that with my close friends. I'm relied heavily on my friends and had a pretty strong support network with them. And he really just showered them with generosity and love and light, and invited them to come to these exotic places and flew people here and there. I mean, it's incredibly generous.
So going back to the filming of The Lone Ranger, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to a horse?
Objection leading.
What, if anything?
Overruled.
What did anything with respect to a
Johnny
horse?
at one point
It's still
insisted
leading. These are
on
barely English.
buying me a horse. And I, of course, said that's extravagant. There's no way I could accept that. That's how will I take care of that? Or, it's so extravagant. So I said no, of course. Eventually, he got a hold of my dad and worked it out with my dad, like what kind of horse to buy, and then showed me a picture of this horse and said, "It's yours. It's coming here." I think it was being transported, and he said, that he had my dad's help on it, picking out. And I grew up on my dad's horses. I grew up riding with my dad, so I went. I had resisted for I think about like a month and a half or something of him kind of bringing up the idea and me saying, "That's a crazy gift. No, thank you. No, that's incredibly generous, but I couldn't accept." To all of a sudden I had a cult.
So, so let's take you through 2012 and your relationship. Could you just describe for the jury a little bit about how that relationship evolved through 2012?
It was always intense. It didn't become intense. It almost started that way. When I was with him, I felt that electricity in my body. I felt like butterflies. I couldn't see straight practically. It was just, I was head over heels in love. And he felt like that to me. He felt like he was also in love. I didn't feel like he was faking it. I felt like what we had, it felt like to me at the time, there wasn't any love like that, and then he started to kind of do this thing again where he'd disappear and he'd come back. And I remember at first when he first started drinking, I didn't really think much of it, but all of a sudden the behavior kind of started to go in line with the disappearing, and he'd come back and he'd just be different. And I'd say something and he'd accuse me of saying something else or saying it in a different way, or he would, it was mostly my clothing at the time and me working. That was the main thing. Like, I found myself trying to not talk about auditions because it would change the mood so dramatically. I tried to, he would make these comments about, whoring myself out, but do so in the context of me acting, and he would talk about other actresses who do my role in this way where they were worthless whores, that they were, fame hungry, expletive, just this. The point is, it felt really dirty to be an actor. Never mind that he was one. It was dirty that I wanted to do this job that I wanted to do, and I was doing the job of an actress. It was everything. Every time I was walking out of the house, he would ask me, "That's really what you're wearing, kid? Oh, I see." you know, I wore a dress to an event once and I felt beautiful in it. Like, stupid as that sounds, I felt pretty in this dress I picked out, and I showed him because you know, it's a carpet, it's red carpet, so it's like, you know, publicized, and I kind of thought it was weird. He wasn't saying anything about it. You know, I left him to go do this red carpet, and I was like, "Did you see the you know, the event I went to?" You know, basically, I felt pretty, and I thought, like, "Did you see that?" You know, I wanted him to say something about that, I guess. And he said, well, this is after he stopped talking to me for some time, didn't tell me why. When he came back in my life, he wouldn't explain why he was acting different. He just kind of acted mad at me, didn't know what I had done wrong. And when I brought up the dress and the event, because it was an event to support a charity I was really involved with at the time, and I said, you know, did you see that thing? And he said, yeah, I think the whole world saw that kid. That's how they'll remember you. That's how the world will remember you. And I was like, oh, come on. I mean, it's like, but it, you know, I felt good in it. I felt good. And he said, yeah, kid, that's what you're putting out there in the world. No one will ever forget that. And that's all they'll see you as. That's what you wanted. That's what you were going for. You know, my dress was low cut. I get it. It's low cut. But I felt, you know, I felt really embarrassed and horrible that I wore that. I felt like, how could I have made that choice? Of course, you know, he's right. You know, you start to believe it. I started to believe that made a lot of sense, of course. But it didn't stop with that. It was clothing in general. And when I walked out of the house, it wasn't just like, hey, you're not allowed to wear that. It was like, oh, really? That's what you're wearing. No wonder you get cast in those roles. No wonder you that's what you are. That's what you're making it. And it you know, it continued. And then there would be a blow up. And at first it was just to throw something, smash some things. It loves to smash up a place, an apartment, furniture. That's what it started with. Glass, threw glass at me. And I remember it was summer. And he just threw this glass across the kitchen, and it didn't hit me, but it shattered behind me. And I remember thinking that it like very easily could have hit me. And that calling me a whore, it didn't start with using the whore word. It was just comments until it would escalate. And then I started to notice the pattern of escalation where he'd throw glass or turn over a table. Then he would hit the wall, and then he'd hit the wall really close to my head. You know, like when I'm standing there, you know, just hit the wall, screaming at me. But then he would disappear and get clean and sober, and he'd come back and tell me that he was done drinking, he was over it, he was done, cleaned himself up, he had done it before, and he'd do it again. And then he would go back to this like wonderful, like almost like just unreal, like real, you know, but unbelievably nice, sensitive, kind, warm, generous, interesting, funny man that I loved. And he would make me feel so loved. Like I would feel so distant from that thing that was so scary that I would not even recognize it too. And that was how, you know, our relationship kind of started to develop in that first year.
Do you remember the first time that he physically hit you?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about it.
It was it's seemingly so stupid, so insignificant. I will never forget it. It changed my life. I was sitting on the couch and we were talking. We were having a normal conversation, you know, just there was no fighting, no argument, nothing. And he was drinking, and I didn't realize at the time, but I think he was using cocaine because it was like there was a jar of cocaine out on the table. I realize that sounds weird, but it was like an actual vintage jar
It's
of
an
it.
impressive amount of cocaine.
But I didn't see him use it at the time, so I didn't really factor that in. I just, he's drinking and we're talking, and there's music playing, and he's smoking cigarettes, and we're sitting next to each other on the couch. And I asked him about the tattoo he has on his arm. And to me, it just looked like black marks. I didn't know what it said. It just looked like muddled, faded tattoo that was hard to read. And I said, what does it say? And he said, it says wino. It says wino. And I didn't see that. I thought he was joking because it didn't look like it said that at all. And I laughed. It was that simple. I just laughed because I thought he was joking, and slapped me across the face. And I laughed. I laughed because I didn't know what else to do. I thought, this must be a joke. This must be a joke. Because I didn't know what was going on. I just stared at him, kind of laughing still, thinking that he was going to start laughing too to tell me it was a joke, but he didn't. He said, "You think it's so funny? You think it's funny, bitch? You think you're a funny bitch?" And he slapped me again. Like, it was clear it wasn't a joke anymore. And I stopped laughing, but I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to do. You would think you would have a response, but I, as a woman, had never been hit like that. I'm an adult, and I'm sitting next to the man I love, and he slapped me for no reason, it seemed like, and I missed the point. It was that stupid. Second slap, I know he's not kidding, but I don't know what else to say or do, so I just stared at him. I didn't say anything. I didn't react. I didn't move or freak out or defend myself or say, "What are you doing? You're crazy." I just stared at him because I didn't know what else to do. And he slaps me one more time. Hard. I lose my balance. At this point, we're sitting next to each other on the edge of the couch, or I was on the edge of the couch. And I'm all of a sudden realizing that the worst thing has just happened to me that could possibly happen to you. I realized that I wish so much he had said he was joking, because it didn't hurt. It didn't physically hurt me. I was just sitting there on this carpet, looking at the dirty carpet, wondering how I wound up on this carpet and why I never noticed that the carpet was so filthy before, and I just didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to react. I just sat there thinking, how much time do I have to figure out what I need to do? Because, God, did he just hit me? No, I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want this to be the reality. I didn't want to have the man I was in love with. I know you don't come back from that. I'm not dumb. I know you can't hit a woman. You can't hit a man. You can't hit anyone. You can't just hit somebody because I knew it was wrong, and I knew that I had to leave him. And that's what broke my heart, because I didn't want to leave him. I thought if I got up out of that room, I'd leave the best thing that ever happened to me. And I wish I could sit here and say I stood up and I walked out of that house and I drew a line and I stood up for myself. I was just looking at the dirty carpet, trying to will myself to get up, to walk out of the door, because I knew I needed to. And I really slowly, I stood up, and I remember looking at him in the eye and just looking at him, frankly, because I didn't know what else to do. And before I know it, he starts crying. And, you know, like I had never seen an adult man cry. I didn't even really see my dad cry at my grandma's funeral. You know, it's weird. And he's crying. Tears, I mean, just falling out of his eyes. He gets down on his knees and he grabs my hands and he's touching my hands and he's saying to me, I will never do that again. I'm so sorry, baby. I put the fucker away. I thought I killed it and it's done. I thought I put the monster away and I've done it before. It's done. But on his knees. And I didn't have words. I didn't know what to say. I just remember thinking that it was just, he was crying. He seemed so sorry, but I knew I couldn't just forgive him because right? That means it will happen again, no? You know, like I've seen the health class videos, like everyone else. And I got up in my car. I walked to the car. I didn't say anything. I made a point to not say, oh, it's okay or anything like that. I just didn't say anything. I got up, I went to the car. I sat in my car and I felt like I sat there forever. I didn't want to turn the key. I just leaned my head up against the window. And I remember just seeing my breath on the windshield, you know, on the glass of the window of the door, just seeing my breath and trying to will myself to have the strength to know what I should do in this moment, because I was heartbroken. And I sat there for a long time and I eventually turned the key and drove home.
And what did you do after that?
I don't know. I don't remember what I did when I got home. I don't remember. I went to my therapist. I told her.
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain it as to what she may have told her.
I went home and I, a few days later, started getting, I actually don't know how many days later, but I started getting calls and texts from Johnny, you know, apologizing profusely. I mean, just, you know, he said, I'd rather cut my hand off than ever lay it on you or lay it upon you, you know, and he had that way of talking. It felt like poetry. And he showed up to talk, like with the understanding that, you know, he understood I could never forgive him and it was done. So I felt kind of safe in saying, okay, let's have a talk, or, you know, yeah, we'll talk. I think you know, I know I just wanted to see him, and he comes over, brings me gifts. He brought me a couple cases actually of that Vega Sicilia wine that we've heard about, which is a really nice, expensive wine that I could never at that time dream of affording, you know. And we talk, and he tells me that he had put this thing away, that I could trust him, that it would never happen again. Of course, it would never happen again. That he put this thing away. He killed the fucker, is what he said to me over and over again. I put that fucker away. I killed that monster. I'll kill it again. It's done. I'll never lay a hand on you again. And I wanted to believe him, so I chose to.
Chose to stay in the relationship?
Yeah, I did.
Are you losing the internet?
I'm here.
I'm asking Alita.
Alita, you don't have your.
Stayed, correct? You stayed in the relationship?
Yes.
Sorry, guys.
So Is this a good time?
No,
Leona, to break?
keep going. It's a little longer.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
This
Could you please describe for the jury the evolution of your relationship after that time with Johnny?
I don't know how long it was until things got bad again. He did start drinking again. I remember it was almost, he'd start drinking again, the disappearing thing, the coming back. He'd come back like in the middle of the night to my house. And it would be unclear to me, drunk, often really drunk, and kind of accusing me, but not directly. Nothing was very direct. It was a lot of accusations, but they were veiled. What I was wearing, who I was with, why didn't I text him back? I didn't text him back right away. This is when I was at my place in Orange. Sometimes he would show up to catch me. Like that was a pretext for coming over. And by the time we were done talking, I would have thought I had convinced him that I loved him, that I only loved him, there was no one else, and then that we were back in an upswing and would go back to good, loving, like sick, romantic love, like kind, sweet, velvety love. And then it would be something I said, why did you say it that way? If I had to leave for an audition, I could guarantee that couldn't guarantee, but 2 of those in a row. And when I came back, he was angry at me, and I wouldn't necessarily know why. And then he started accusing me of things, probably like at first it was indirect and then it became really direct. Then the punching of the walls next to my head which is a constant at that time in 2012 when he was drinking. Eventually that became, him accusing me of cheating. I'd defend myself. I'd say, that's crazy. You're wrong. I would never, the normal things. And it would escalate to the point where he would push me or shove me down, and then I'd get back up. And this happened several times. That's why it's not more specific, I suppose. When I get back up, I'd look him in the eye. I made a point of getting up and looking him in the eye. It's my way of defending myself at that time. And I'd look at him and he'd ask me if I wanted to go again and shove me back down. Eventually, he just hit me. Remember, he hit me in the face when I denied having an affair with my ex-wife, my ex-partner at the time. And he said he had proof. I denied it. And I was walking out of the bedroom, slapped me across the face. I turned to look at him and I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me.
I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1783, please?
What number again, please?
I'm sorry.
What number?
Defendants 1783.
1783. Thank you.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
And could you tell us what it is?
It's a picture of my face with a note that Johnny left for me by the coffee. Typically is where we'd leave notes like that.
And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
It was one of those scenes.
You have to establish who took it first. Right?
I don't know which scene this came from. There was a lot. It escalated quickly, fast, and it became.
Amber, let me ask it a different way. Is this a picture of you? Is it an accurate picture of you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 1783.
Your Honor, we have an objection. May we approach?
Let's talk about metadata, apparently.
Probably.
So it's going to be Vasquez. I think, Alita, you said that right when it started. Yeah. It's Vasquez on cross.
Actually, yeah, it is Vasquez. What do you guys think? Sincere, not sincere? I feel like she's
Not working for
overselling it,
me.
She lost me entirely on the hitting scene. I
Yeah.
thought she started out pretty strong, although I did disagree with Nate. That I think I said you could feel like it was acting. That doesn't mean I felt that she was lying. It's heightening things, right?
Mhm.
It's theatricality.
Yes.
It's telling a story, not just testifying. And the one thing that was
It's overselling, in my opinion.
Johnny was damn near horrible because you're like, what are we talking about, man? And that never felt like acting to me. Now that could just be caliber of actor. Let's benefit of the doubt. But yeah, no, she lost me. Like it was a hard stop when she got into the scene on the couch. Like that was way wrong to me.
Yeah. That definitely felt like she was really laying it on thick. How do you guys feel? How does everybody else feel other than Rick?
Hey guys, I'm in an airport.
For the
Oh shoot, we got to
jury,
turn you down.
some of the cycles you had
exciting,
with
though.
Mr. Depp through 2012.
Yeah.
So
happy,
in
Spidey.
2012, the violence was pretty, relative to what it became, pretty, slapping, backhanding. Well, it went from this eggshell kind of, you're walking on eggshells, nothing you're doing is kind of right, but you don't know what you're doing wrong. And then I was doing something wrong clearly, but it was unclear within the scope of an argument what I was defending myself against. So it would shift from a rumor he had heard that I was with a friend, or I had been photographed standing too close to a male person. That was a person I had something with, and I was lying to him about, and it would be eggshells, accusations, and then he would explode. It started with throwing things, destroying the property, and screaming at me. I remember the screaming at me was the worst because I kind of always felt like I had done, I had to defend myself. I had to tell him so he didn't think these things were true. And sometimes, he would shift accusations while I'm trying to dispel one accusation. He'd start another one, and nothing I could do to calm him down. It seemed like I'd walk away, and that would make it worse. I remember in my apartment in Orange, he would grab me by the hair, or he'd grab me by the arm, pull me into him, scream at me that way. He'd smash things around me. Then he would smash things very close to me. And then he would just hit me. And it started with slapping, and it got to be like repetitive slaps where he'd hold me in a position and slap me multiple times in a row. Then it would be, eventually I later would either push him off of me, or I'd try to hit his hands away from me. I tried to, not in 2012 so much. At that time, I was mostly, my defense was, I'd go some other place. Like, I don't know how to describe that. I'd focus on something else. I'd stand up, look at him, try to stand up to him that way. Later, I adopted other kind of strategies to deal with it. But at the time in 2012, he'd have this blowout, and then he would leave, disappear, and I'd be committed to not talking to him. I'm done with this relationship. I can't take it anymore. I said that so many times. And then he'd come back, clean and sober, telling me either he had a chip. He didn't have any chips, but he would say, I've gone to meetings. I have a sober companion now. I'm doing this program. I'm reading this. I'm doing this. And he was done with drugs and alcohol for good this time. And he'd come back in my life. And with the combination of him being sober and having gone through this horrible thing where I felt like my heart ripped out of my chest, like a relationship ending is hard, I think, for anyone, but ending under that circumstance is really painful. And so when he'd come back, it would almost feel like a solution to that. And it would feel great. And we would be good again. And he'd be extra nice and extra apologetic and extra loving. And we'd be back in the good bubble, the warm glow. And eventually I'd get bored, and then I'd see him drinking again. When I started to get upset, noticing the pattern of the violence going with the drinking and drugs, then he started sneaking it. So it became less clear, and I'd have to look for clues as to what he was on. So I just knew how to react, you know. Johnny on speed is very different from Johnny on opiates. Johnny on opiates very different from Adderall and cocaine Johnny, which is very different from Quaaludes Johnny. But I had to get good at paying attention to the different versions of him. 2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was just learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence.
And did you confide in anyone about these issues you were having? I think she can
Objection,
say if
hearsay.
I think she can say if she told anybody.
What are you getting at, Elaine?
As long as she doesn't say what she said.
Right, right. So did you tell anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you tell?
I told my therapist. I eventually told my mom.
And let's go ahead and take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 150. 150.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay. Yeah.
Yeah, I just, ever since she got into that first one, it does feel like she's been overselling it.
I'm betting these are her own text messages. You can't introduce your own text messages to support your testimony. It's bolstering.
Yeah.
And what's the problem with bolstering, Rob? Why are we not in favor of it?
Guys, can you hear me?
You're essentially pretending you're using your own words to try and improve your own credibility. You know, if you repeat something in an email, you repeat something in a text message, you repeat something on the stand, it's not more credible because you did it 3 different ways.
Yep, and it's just cumulative.
Okay. This is why I'm here to ask the silly questions.
Not silly, not silly at all.
This entire time it gets back to yesterday when she was talking about MDMA and shrooms with the strange guy, and here she is just slandering him left and right for his use. She drinks a bunch of wine. She does drugs. She hangs out with guys she's not married to.
She's being really dramatic about drugs.
It's
She's
hard
being really
someone that does a lot of
dramatic
drugs.
about kind of the virginal innocent, and you do wonder because Johnny Depp's team went further to kind of say, all right, so you did these. This was detox. This is what you went through. You do wonder whether they're going to try to get in front of the obvious. Really, you Quaaludes and cocaine and speed and everything else. I mean, you participated, didn't you? Et cetera, and that kind of thing. So if we're going to say substances get you to place X, which we shouldn't, but if we are, don't you have something to answer for yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see over Johnny's shoulder there. They're looking at text messages.
Guys, can I?
You're right. Nice, Rob.
Yeah, Spidey. Yeah, please do. While
I'm
we're waiting.
literally on my layover, but I heard she's on the stand, so I had to jump in here. I'm going to try to pop back in here when I land. But something really telling is when she said he dragged me by the hair, her actions were that of someone dragging, not being dragged. So, you know, when he said like she threw a bottle at me, he was stepping into his own role. He was like the bottle went by me. She's saying he dragged me by the hair, and she's acting out what he would have done, as opposed to stepping in and saying he dragged me by the hair. It doesn't make sense that while narrating that argument, she's gesturing what he would have done, which indicates she's probably trying to sell a narrative rather than reliving and stepping back into the moment from her perspective.
That's
She's
interesting.
giving the wrong perspective.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
no, it does, Spidey. It's interesting. I think a lot of us get more of a vibe.
Yeah.
And then you can kind of explain where that vibe comes from a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
love
explained
that.
everyone else's Spidey sense.
She does look
Like,
like
why do I
she's
feel this
very
way?
whenever she makes big accusations.
Yeah,
she really does.
She's also I feel like copying his cadence a little, like that stop and go. Like I feel like she saw how much sympathy he gets for that, and she's just trying to do the same. kind of like the wardrobe.
Why
Hey,
did
Spidey,
you
can you watch
decide
something for me?
to confide in
Yeah.
your mother
When there's an objection, look at her facial
about
expression.
the
It
issues you
goes
were having
blank.
with Mr. Depp?
Okay.
I think I felt safe talking to my mom because I knew that she understood these dynamics and she wouldn't judge me for staying with him, for loving him,
Texted mom about it.
even though this was happening and was happening to me. I knew she would understand.
And when approximately did you start confiding in your mom about your issues with Mr. Depp and the physical abuse?
Objection, hearsay, compound.
I sustain as to compound.
When did you start confiding in your mother about the abuse you were suffering at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I was confiding in her from the very beginning about the abuse, the psychological abuse, the kind of control, the disappearing, the not knowing where he was, then he'd come back and sometimes in the middle of the night, the constant accusations, like that sort of thing. I talked to her about probably from the very beginning. The fact that I was secret, I had to hide. I couldn't tell any of my friends that I was with him for a long time because he told me everyone would blame me for the split with him and his partner. So I had to kind of sneak around and kind of get brought to his house, typically in a secretive way. And then he'd come to mine in a secretive way. And it was just all very, so very isolating. And I confided with her at the very beginning on that sort of thing. And then later opened up to her about some of the violence. I did it gently. First I just wanted to have someone to talk to about how scary it was. The rage and the uncontrolled violence, the rage that this man had, and why it was
Objection,
pointed
Your
at
Honor.
me.
Hearsay. May we approach, please?
They're on their objections. I will say that.
Yeah,
I
if
think
you
every
wanted a
time
preview of how Cross is going to go.
Every time Vasquez has had the torch, she's been very good in my estimation on the objections.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What is with her neck thing that she's doing? Like
I wonder. Maybe Spidey can enlighten us.
Ladies and gentlemen,
No
we're going to
clue.
go ahead and take our
Don't know.
15-minute afternoon break. So
Oh, okay.
please do not talk about the case. We're doing the outside research.
Take our break. I wonder if we have a longer sidebar.
Maybe. Okay.
I get the sense that I have the strongest opinion of the group of her testimony so far.
Such
I
a
don't know.
rarity, Kurt.
I'm trying to keep mine reined in, but I really don't like her testimony. I just
Yeah.
don't like it. I don't
Uncivil
like it.
dissents from the
Just a
group. What a
reminder that now that
shocker.
you're on the stand, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right, so we'll be back. Let's make it 3:45.
What do you think?
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you like it? Are you believing it?
You guys, can me?
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
Well, let me just say that I think that she can come off as believable, and one of the things I have to assess when I'm looking at this is how the jury can assess it as well, because at least hypothetically, this is jury who, by voir dire, should come into this case with little to no particular knowledge of the case and no set opinions. Right? They're supposed to be a relatively blank slate. That's the ideal. So let's assume that happened, and this is the ideal jury, right? The one that doesn't really know anything and is assessing this for the first time with no particular background knowledge. Okay, so then we have to look at in that light. And to my mind, I think what she's describing, she's coming off as she can be believed, she can be credible. Maybe it's a snow job, but I think it can be believable. I listen to her and a lot of it sounds realistic, understandable. Again, it might be because her story mirrors a lot of domestic violence stories. Again, like in the same way, if you were going to fake PTSD, if you're going to fake domestic abuse, domestic violence, like you can go to any number of media sources to find, material that will help you describe that, and a number of books that will help you describe that. So it could be that, but I didn't find her obviously fake. I found her to be credible. How's that?
I'm going to alienate a number of people probably and agree with you actually. And God knows that that I am not an Amber supporter, and I feel very confident that they're going to turn things around on Cross. And I don't think she's like winning. And here's the thing, like I can see the ticks and the fake acting, but I'm with you on this. I'm not sure that the jury coming into this a lot fresher than we are, I'm not sure that they're gonna necessarily see through it. There's a way, to me, it could kind of go either way. It could kind of come off as overacting, or it could come off as truthful. And she's certainly not. So far, she's pulling a Sarah Palin, in that she is not imploding as some people were expecting. Now I
She
know
was
that
never
was going
gonna
to that
implode
was going to
here,
happen
though.
in Cross, if it's going to happen. So that could still happen. And thank God we have the audio tapes. So the jury's going to know that a lot of what they're getting, hopefully when they listen to those tapes, they think about it as bullshit that they're getting from Amber today.
Well, but keep in
I
mind
do
that
think
they
it's-
have heard those though, so they do have some of
Right.
her voice to compare this to.
Yeah,
right. That's what I'm saying. So they're
let's
going
step out
to
back in terms of freshness, right? I mean, they're fresh. I was
They're
reasonably
as fresh as Rick.
but they've
Yeah.
heard 3 weeks of this stuff. And so I don't disagree. I actually sat there and said, well, there's a couple of things. One, anybody that didn't expect her to come out roughly at that level for her direct, talking about her family history and the early stages of Johnny Depp, you were sold down the river. Like it was always going to look roughly like that. And she did just fine. I didn't have that hard stop really until the hitting story, where you got so much novelization, the carpet, the down on his knees, and so many weird flags. Like I've never seen a man cry, and like that's a really alien thing, and it's just an interesting perspective on that relationship. And I'm like, okay, and all these things just jumping out, these little bits and bops to me. I don't mind theatricality. I said it felt like acting a little bit, but you're on the stand. That's not your life. Right? You're testifying. There's going to be something a little bit different about you speaking in that capacity anyway. I'll allow that totally. But by the time we get to the hitting story and we get to that level of, I don't know, Lifetime movie description, I say, okay, but now you're not only seeming to overact to me, you're also jarring against what I just heard for 3 weeks. So I have to start to try to synthesize that. And my first instinct is, you're pressing pretty hard right now. And I'm not, to me, this makes me feel horrible. Like I want to trust that somebody that's saying this stuff in court doesn't have the audacity to lie about that kind of crap. Like that's the person I am. So maybe there's a juror like that. And that feels bad to think, could she possibly just be fabricating it in its entirety? So I get you. It's not as bad as people had potentially been predicting. It never was going to be. And today was always going to look like this, give or take. And it comes down, it's going to come down to Cross. It's also going to come down to her actual description of these events. How do they sound? How do they come across when she talks about the vodka bottles or not a vodka bottle? I mean, we're going to have some diametrically opposed positions to evaluate, and I'll shut up.
And also, how does her demeanor change depending on what she's talking about? That's also going to be a factor here in evaluating her overall performance. Mike, what were you saying about her facial expression when she objects? Was that you, Mike, or was that Rob?
Oh, it was me. Yeah. There were two things I took from that. One was the little addition that she did to the carpet story. The whole, when I hit the floor, the first thing I thought in my head was, the carpet needs to be cleaned. That was a red flag for me. But two was when the objections came in. When the objections started coming in, the first one that came in, she didn't expect it. And she was in this emotional part of a story. And then all of a sudden her face just went completely stone-faced. She turns to Judge Ascarati, ruling the objection sustained. Then she goes back and her face immediately goes back into the emotional. And then the second time there was an objection, you saw, I think they call it chin fighting, where they elevate the chin to kind of challenge the assertion. But that was where, I mean, Amber got almost in that level, almost combative with the objecting attorney. So how she's handling these objections are really, that's becoming kind of an issue for me.
Interesting. Interesting.
So this is why all along I said I would call her as an
Thanks,
adverse witness, because my bullshit detector is on 11. I don't believe the word that's coming out of her mouth. But on direct examination, allowing them to control the narrative coming in, she of course can put together some testimony that's semi-credible. It's not working for me in the least, but I don't know if it's selling to the jury.
Right.
And that's why I would have her. I'd be talking about her infidelity, her drug use, her lies, everything. And then when they tried to rehabilitate her with this, the jury would have to view it through that prism.
I like
Yeah,
what you're saying,
her talking about the drugs and alcohol thing on Johnny is a little bit strange to me, because we've heard so much about her doing drugs, her drinking all the time, and it's like she sounds like she's very saintly about it, and it's like instantly this is a problem. What he's doing is a problem, rather than like, I don't know. I mean, maybe I missed it. Did I miss something where she was like, he drank a lot and we had a lot of fun together, and at first I thought it was fun, but then it kind of became a problem. Was there anything like that? I mean, it seemed like it was
She
just
just
a
said
kind
that
of
he
shift
said that he had a
into-
problem with his liver. Wasn't that the first sign that he told her
The
that he had a problem?
highlighting of the T.
That was weird, and she did that twice.
4 times.
Yes.
Like a lot of tea.
Yeah.
It was.
But
Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, I
Set up
kind
for a
of
reveal.
to agree with Kurt on this one a little bit. I had to walk over to my law partner and say, "How's this selling for you?" And she was like, "It makes sense. Like she doesn't come off as being unbelievable. She is credible there. It's just there's little things that I think people need to pick up on, or they just need to keep throwing in objections, see how she responds to them."
She's definitely doing these sort of artificial contortions with her face and trying to cry and huffing and puffing. It's not that we can't see that, but again, I just wonder, like a couple of you guys,
How is it going
if
to play
the
with
jury
the jury?
coming to this more fresh than we are and being more limited. Of course, they have. You're right, Alita. They have heard the audio, so that should be hopefully ringing in their mind when they see this woman who's acting very, composed and collected and not unhinged, and then remembering that voice shrieking.
I can't get let's see if they believe you. I can't get let's see if they believe you out of my head. I will just admit to that.
Right.
That's such an effective piece of tape for me at the end of that redirect.
Yep.
That I see it through that prism. So I don't know if that equates to a juror or not.
And again, I know it's a different world, but I have prosecuted domestic violence cases. It was a long time ago, but I have done this. In my experience, I'm not saying it's all cases. They're not subtle. If these guys are going after, if you're looking about male, female domestic violence, they just do it. I mean, you have broken bones, big black eyes. This is what I have seen. So I've never run into the subtle. I'll buy you a horse and then I'll punch a wall next to you brand of domestic violence. Just not been my experience.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes to abuse, I mean, even emotional abuse, people can be mercurial, but maybe
Sure.
you've seen more extreme. But then again, we get into this sort of slippery slope of physical violence versus emotional abuse, and I don't like that.
I just think we do have to remember it's through the lens of the people that just watched Johnny Depp's case. I mean, it's not just people off the street. I don't know what your partner watched before this, Rob. I don't. So there's nothing inherently wrong with the pathway that she has taken to what she's described. You wouldn't expect it. It's her freaking prepared direct.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know. I thought she was effective to start. I mean, I still think there were one of the weird beats for me as well was there are hints that they wanted to put Johnny Depp in the Hollywood harasser camp for the Rum Diaries section. And I had never even thought of this like that at all. And they just kind of put that in, which is kind of an odd beat for the story. When you're going to come out and wind up in magic, what I think she described as velvety love. So
inconsistent. Yeah.
It's just odd. It's like, well, that's a different version of trying to come after him. It was just weird.
I had the same thought. I'm also can anyone tell me why she's dressed as a man? What is the advantage here?
I don't know.
I find her dress
Where did
very
and also where did the
appropriate.
grooming language come in? Did they signpost that they were going to do that during opening? Like they're
I don't think
You
so.
said grooming, I said harassment.
But
Right?
yeah,
'Cause
the
she's
grooming.
an adult at the time.
Yeah, yeah. No, that the whole like the robe kick flip thing and the like it sounded like I don't know, it just sounded like he was being a creeper and she was laughing it off.
Yes, that was exactly how it was presented. He used tongue. He was older. I was intimidated. All this language comes out, and it's
Right.
And
it's like, well, that's interesting.
The problem with that is that I mean, okay, as someone
But she was in love.
who is female in this world, a lot of women have been through. I've been through situations that I've had to laugh off that were just uncomfortable. I don't end up. I mean, this is me, and maybe this is one of the issues for Amber with having women on the jury is I've never gone and dated a guy that was creepy to me beforehand. You know, like you try to laugh it off, get yourself out of the situation, and then you go on. But then turning this into a whole relationship afterwards just feels strange to me. It feels like she's trying to mix two different genres of Me Too allegation.
Can I object to the characterization as creepy? Because what makes it creepy versus flirtatious, whether she liked it or not?
Whether Johnny
Of
Depp's
course.
the head of the production crew, whether
Yeah,
whether
there's
Johnny
kind
Depp's
of
a
use
50-year-old movie star.
And
Yeah.
even-
I
and
don't.
it's-
Yeah, this is where I get off the train in terms
Yeah,
of this
yeah.
stuff, because then you get into problems. Like, okay, does that mean that Amber Heard can't date anyone in Hollywood who's more powerful than her? Does she not have the free choice?
No, but the
to
way
date more
that she
powerful people?
described it, no, but the way that she described it was that she was creeped out. Like she didn't say it, but
Yes,
that's how
which
she
goes back to
described
my
it.
original question. What's the difference between creepy and flirtatious? The perception of the person receiving it, or is it
I-
an objective based on what the person's doing? How was Johnny Depp
I mean,
supposed
I
to know
think
the
I think
You
that
difference?
she
can't
can.
deny
I
Johnny
think
Depp
that
had
I
the
think that she
power.
can. She
I'm
can
denying all
testify.
kinds of things.
Okay,
I'm bringing
hang
some
on,
truth
Kurt,
bombs down.
Kurt, stop. Hang on. Let me in here. You're asking
It's
you're
your
asking
channel, you
if
can
that's
mute it.
up to her. If that's up to her to say if she feels creeped out. Yes, that is up to her to say that.
It's self-serving nonsense after the fact.
And
She
but
loved it.
to me, sure, and that can totally be the case, especially for a lot of women. You know, a woman can be in the moments that enjoy an interaction and then later on deny it because she realizes that it's not in her best interest to have enjoyed it. Of course, I'm not denying any of that. But what I'm saying is that, like, to me, it also seems strange that, and maybe exactly to that point, it seems strange that then she is saying that she's like, in love with this guy after
Like he
having
went
that,
from
what she
being- from
describes as a
creeping
creepy
her out to-
interaction.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I pointed out because I think you said it best, Alita. With it felt like two different genres. It felt
Yeah.
like we were having a mashup.
Yeah.
Because the story that she tells is not the story of a harassed person. That's just like a beat that they added. So no, it's interesting because I did notice that. And again, if you remember Johnny Depp's testimony, I mean, he's close to it. He describes the kiss, he describes the set filming, he describes the trailer meeting, and then he says something along the lines, I'd love to see the transcript, of we both felt terrible because we were in relationships and so it stopped. And like that's a version of the same truth, but certainly differently emphasized.
She was actively flirting with him. She brought him wine. She was young. She was in a movie. It was hot. She was going to his trailer. Let's
Kurt
stop
looks
with
spicy
it.
right now.
That's the way it is. She was encouraging this, and now she's just giving self-serving testimony about how she just thought it was so crazy that somebody flipped it. Come on, you're in the man's private trailer after you brought him wine. Come on.
Yeah, that's why that whole first part to me just rings untrue in this moment because of the fact that she's and I apologize if any women have had a different experience, because your experience is your experience. I'm just saying, me coming at it with my own personal experiences, and looking at this as someone who is also looking for ways in which she's going to maybe change her testimony or maybe bend her narrative a little bit to fit her purposes. Like that is always possible as well.
Let me try to explain what I was trying to explain better to the extent it matters. All right. What I'm trying to say is whether it's creepy or not can't possibly depend solely on her perspective, because you have to step back one step. All right. It's like, okay, Johnny Depp is contemplating doing a thing. How is he supposed to know whether it's creepy or not? If it's based on her perception of what he's about to do, he can't know in the first instance whether it's creepy or not. So the exact same behavior from a man to a woman can be creepy or not, the exact same behavior based solely on her perception of the behavior, which means that the man's behavior is in this Schrodinger's cat position of creepy, not creepy, based solely on the reaction. So it puts me in a
Kurt,
weird position as a man, because what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to know in advance whether or not the woman will like it or not? So
You
my
don't.
actions
You run
become
like hell,
both
Kurt.
acceptable and
But Kurt-
flirtatious and lovely and
Well, that's-
creepily and
Kurt, there's a
monstrous
reason
and
we
disturbing
advise.
and
Kurt, there's a reason we advise corporations or whoever our clients are that when you get into those power dynamics, extra caution, right? Johnny Depp has
Yes.
built the damn movie. It's his production studio.
Yeah.
He hired her. I mean, I get what you're saying. I totally do. But you do have to take extra precautions just from a legal liability kind of standpoint. Certainly just outside of representing people, the real politic of this is, yeah, it can turn bad on you because of what you described. Is that fair? It might not be, but you still have to be aware of it.
I mean, at the risk of sounding offensive, Kurt, how do you find out where your wife wants to go to dinner? You have to be a mind reader because she's not going to tell you.
I've never successfully done it, Rob.
yeah, well, no, if she doesn't tell me, like, it's like I can't be held responsible. I can't be held responsible for not reading someone else's mind. That's ridiculous.
But you will
Well,
be.
of course, but
And that's
but
the
there
whole
are
case
there
right
are
here.
there are certain that's why you can make gradual moves. You can take gradual steps.
If I ask my girlfriend where she wants to go to dinner and she says it doesn't, I don't care. I'm like, great, be ready in 15 minutes. Where are we going? It doesn't matter.
I mean, that's different than what we're talking
And
about.
then
right?
the
Find how
relationship
well
comes
that
to an
goes,
end
by
and
the
I
way,
feel
if you picked
justified.
wrong, Kurt.
All right, we ready for the jury? Yes, you're okay, great.
Standing up for men everywhere. You can't be reading your minds. Just tell us what you want.
Much
Try
like
to be
the
consistent
specifics
about
in
it.
one of these testimonies. We took a journey there, folks.
We did. We're getting into all kinds of discussions here.
We're gonna get quite the chats out of that one. Good break, folks.
There may be some
Very
turmoil
successful.
in chat, possibly some hatred at my direction. I couldn't say for sure. Can't predict that one.
Rick Reese, thank you so much for this very
I
generous
like it.
super chat. I know it's like
Absolutely,
20
thank
minutes
you.
ago. I'm trying, guys, with these chats. I'm about 20 minutes behind. Oops. Oh, shoot.
Yeah, I do wish we had
Thank you.
Nate.
Please be seated.
One last opinion
Next
on how he
question.
felt about some of that action.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Amber, I'm going to take you up to March of 2013. Can you describe your relationship
Your
with
favorite
Mr.
year, Rick.
Depp during that month? And we'll start there.
I remember it was after a period of it was after a period of some peace, and then sobriety. Johnny was sober, drinking Beck's, and my dad, who was struggling with alcohol and drug addiction at the time, had fallen off the wagon, and I remember he said, "Why don't we I want to send a picture to your dad of support," because my sister was upset with my dad. And so he poured a shot and kind of said, "Let's take a picture." I don't drink spirits, but I know that, I kind of held up in that picture. It's kind of eerie because I just think it's bizarre. He had broken this long period of sobriety that I thought was going to be the end of him drinking forever. Sounds foolish now, but I, held up this kind of glass with him, and we sent the picture to my dad because, I didn't know what else to do. And I remember thinking it was weird that he was drinking. And then the month got really crazy from that point on. it was a bit of a revolving door of accusations. He was accusing me of having affairs with, well, frankly, just one person. I had an acquaintance with somebody, and he was accusing me of being with them, and then it was accusing me of being with my friend, the one I had seen in Spain. I'm, in these kind of arguments, nothing I do is working. Walking out of the room is me leaving him, walking away from me. Hey, where are you going? I'm talking to you. That it went from that to pulling me in by my arm, still shouting about the accusations. I'm trying to diffuse the situation by trying to tell him I'm not sleeping with this person and I'm not sleeping with that person. And it was kind of, as soon as it seemed as though I had convinced him of one, there was somebody else he was sure I was sleeping with. And it was a revolving door at that time. A painting I had hanging on the wall, done by my ex, who's an artist. That was one day he was convinced that was proof I was sleeping with her or having an affair with her. I didn't really love him. And all the while I'm madly in love with him and trying to convince him. So March started with this picture of him doing a shot, and he's kind of saying, let's send it to your dad to show support. And what I remember of March is just like it's almost like it was a never ending fight. It was just, there were breaks in it. What kept me in it is because I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, the sobriety shoe, if you will. I kept waiting for him to get to the point where it's not supportable or anymore, and he's done with it and he's ready to get clean and sober again, because there commences a period of like pure joy. And it was one fight after the other. March.
So let me start with the painting incident. Please tell the jury what happened on that particular incident with the painting.
As I mentioned, the painting, which had been hanging there for months, one day he kind of stayed up doing cocaine, just drinking, doing cocaine, music, which is not in and of itself that weird in my relationship with Johnny at this point. Like he stays up and keeps weird hours and smokes and stuff. But he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine, and it was like, it became clear to me in that argument, if you will, that he wasn't making sense. He had effectively just taken, it seemed like, a turn and had decided that the painting was an offense that he could not forgive me for. It meant I was having an affair with my ex-partner, with whom I had already split, and it made no sense to me. So I'm trying to kind of quell the accusations by saying, it's been there, and what are you talking about? And it's like, that doesn't mean anything. And, he was demanding I take it down. He eventually takes it down and tries to burn it, but it was unsuccessful, luckily, because he wasn't with one of those normal, what do you call them, Bic lighters. He wasn't very successful at doing it while drinking, to the extent he was. But I remember it was this kind of ridiculous fight, like didn't feel like it needed to be an argument, but it seemed like nothing I could do, nothing I could say. I tried leaving. I left the room. I left the house. I eventually came back. It was like a whole night, an evening, a night, and then a morning of this. So this morning in particular, I think it was the 22nd of March. There were several incidents in March though. But in this particular one, he had something to go to. He was filming with Keith Richards and Tom Waits.
Well, let me, before you go into that part, let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 161, which is already admitted into evidence, I believe, Your Honor.
Yes, 161 with redactions.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 161. And the date on this is 3. And I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 161. And the date on this is 3/12/2013, and it's a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And the first one is from you to Mr. Depp. Just thought you should know there exists a book. Is that to you? Is it to Mr. Depp from you, or it's vice versa? Isn't it?
It's Johnny texting me.
Just thought you should know there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath.
The Return of Disco
And then
Bloodbath.
you say, we need that book. And you say, is this about last Friday night by any chance? And he says, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? And I'm not going to repeat the rest of it. Could you tell the jury what happened on that Friday night?
There were, like I said, there was a few different incidents in March. I believe this one happened in the Eastern Columbia building, which are one of Johnny's penthouses. They're in downtown, so a different part of Los Angeles. And we'd sometimes go there. I remember he was accusing me again of sleeping with this artist, this musician who I'd never slept with.
Court TV, you suck. Pan
I was
over.
denying it. I barely knew the person. And then he was accusing me of sleeping with my friend in Spain. And I remember nothing I could do. He like called this person on the phone and screamed at him. He didn't speak English, so he was really confused as to what he was being yelled at by Johnny. But I remember those were the accusations. That was the fight. But it was one to the next accusation. And I remember I was kind of doing that juggling act. I was in one of these fights, I believe it's this one, in his downtown ECB, we call it, loft. And we're in the kitchen living room area, and he backhands me. And, it was, he wears a lot of rings. I remember kind of just feeling like my lip went into my teeth, and it got a little blood on the wall. Just that simple, a little bit of blood on the wall. As hard as it is to explain this, I was so caught up in the relationship and also very occupied in defending what I only could assume he believed, these accusations, that, I didn't internalize, like, I didn't make that big of a deal of it. I kind of pride myself on being tough, and, I don't make a big deal out of, smaller injuries. And I know that sounds horrible and hard maybe to understand, but my best way to cope with it is I kind of, minimize it, make sure no one, make sure he knows that I'm tough and can't knock me down, and I make a joke of it, clearly. Make light.
I'm going to, Michelle, if you can take this one down and bring up 170A. Did there come a time in March, Amber, where you sent a picture to your mom?
Yes, this is sometime in March 2013. I sent it to her because I'd been texting about some of the craziness, and
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain as to what she may have texted. All right, next question.
Without saying what you said in the text, explain why you were sending it to your mom.
I was reaching out. I was very lonely in what I was living in, and wanted help. I wanted advice, help. I just wanted to talk to somebody and figure out how I could make this stop.
And is this a picture that you took of yourself in March of 2013?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 170A.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 170A in evidence. You can publish the picture.
Thank you, Your Honor. And how did you sustain that bruise, Amber?
I had thrown Johnny slapped me. I walked away from him and that made it worse. We got into like a shouting match. And he kind of did this thing with his body where I could tell he was going to hit me again. I picked up I remember it kind of like a little pot, not a pot, but like a vase. And I remember I got away from him enough as he reels back. I threw it in his direction and actually managed to get away before he got me. He grabbed me by the arm and he kind of just held me on the floor screaming at me. I don't know how many times he hit me in the face, but I remember being on the floor of my apartment and I remember thinking, how could this happen to me again?
Can you bring up 170?
Did she say she was hit in the face for the events of that photo?
Thank you, Michelle. And
I don't know.
And if we can, and just to start, it's at 3/23/2013, and if we can scroll up. This is a text message exchange with your mom, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's go. Scroll down and then.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay.
Let's wait until we get to the spot.
I like that. It's hearsay.
All right, and
it's not really up to you, Elaine.
Is this the picture that you sent to your mom on 3/23/2013?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 170, just that picture that's on the text.
With
Along
no words?
Well, it says from 2 weeks ago on it.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
If we redact the from 2 weeks ago, can we admit it then? And then just have the showing that she sent it to her mom.
May
for
we
the
approach,
date?
Your Honor?
Okay.
She's saying in open court what you'd redact, Elaine.
Yeah.
That's one way of sneaking through the back door.
What are you doing?
We're going to redact off this specific statement that's hearsay. I'm just going to announce it in open court. That's totally cool.
Can we redact? Stop beating me. Stop beating me. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, my question is legitimate, right? She's telling that story. She's got that photo. Her story, I don't know. It didn't look like a grip. I thought she was going to say she got hit by the pot. And then she instead said she's hit in the face a number of times, but it wasn't focused on the face. I didn't see anything on the face. I'm trying to believe, Amber.
Listening. You got half of the equation down.
Well, she says the bruise was a result of this incident, but yeah, then the specific testimony doesn't match it.
Yeah, she might have gotten like the incidents wrong. I mean, I'm like, I'm willing to give benefit of the doubt, but that didn't match to me.
And may we publish to the jury, please?
All right.
And that's the picture you sent to your mom
Yes, it is.
on March 23rd, 2013.
Yes, it was from a previous fight.
Okay.
The bruise.
Wonder what the
All right,
blackout
now,
text says.
did you have any other altercations in March 2013 with Mr. Depp?
That's the same photo.
Yes. We had
we had a couple of these fights in Orange that were
okay
around this time, one of which I started to tell you about the painting.
You know, and I know I've interrupted you now twice on that, but I realize the jury doesn't. Can you tell them what you mean by orange at Orange?
Sorry, Orange
Orange
was my
County.
apartment that I kept in Los Angeles at the time.
And it
It's
was
not in
an
Los
apartment.
Angeles,
What
it's in
type of
Orange
an
County, but that's
apartment?
fine.
I rented
That
the
would
top
explain
of a
the name.
duplex. So it was a house, and with the landlord living on the bottom floor, I rented the top floor.
Okay, thank you. Now, please continue with the painting. I'm sorry.
Means she had a little bit of a commute.
It seemed like nothing I could say to Johnny would convince him. He wanted me to remove the painting. And he wanted me to admit to this affair that I wasn't having. And I didn't want to admit to it because it's not true. So I held out, and he just drank more and did more cocaine. And I woke up the next morning, I think it was on the 22nd or the 23rd. I woke up in the morning and the breakfast table was like cocaine and booze. And I realized that I wasn't going to be able to talk our situation down. I wasn't gonna be able to talk him out of it. And he was just so convinced that I was fighting with him or at the reason that he wouldn't leave the house, and he had something to go film that was important, and there were important people waiting for him. And I remember people were reaching out, his assistants, his manager sister, everyone was wondering where he was. And I kept feeling embarrassed and unable to move this person out of my house. I couldn't calm him down. I couldn't change. He was just so intent on me admitting the details of this affair that I wasn't having. And me pointing out that the cocaine wasn't making his situation any better made me the bad cop. Then I'm the nag. So eventually I called my sister. He had a kind of a buddy-buddy relationship with her at the time. And at the time, she occasionally did cocaine. I didn't, but she did. So I was like, hey, come take over. Maybe you can buddy him and talk him into leaving the house, just getting out of the house. And she did. I remember his assistants trying to get him out. Like eventually in the evening, I think early evening, he finally agrees to leave, but I can't tell our relationship status. I can't tell if he still is convinced of these things or if he's just going to sleep it off and it's going to go back to normal sobriety, sorry kind of phase. And he was still upset, but like seemingly calming down. So I agreed to go with him. He wanted me to go to the shoot. I had planned, so I kind of reluctantly agreed, but didn't want to set anything off. I didn't want to engage anymore. I didn't want to do anything that could be perceived as antagonizing him or engaging more. So I went with him. We grabbed the dogs, we get in the car, we're on the way there. We're headed up Sweetzer's the street. It's a major street that leads up to Johnny's houses. He effectively owns the end of the street. It's like a cul-de-sac. So we're nowhere near his home, but we were driving up this street and he has the window down, he's smoking. It wasn't all the way down, but he's constantly smoking. And at some point he starts howling out of the window and then grabs two small dogs. Well, one was Johnny's dog and one was my dog, but he grabs, if I remember correctly, Boo, his dog, slightly chunkier teacup Yorkie, and he grabs this teacup Yorkie and holds Boo out of the window of the moving car. And he's howling like an animal,
while holding the dog out of the window. And everyone in the car, I'll never forget it, everyone just froze. No one did anything. And I too was like torn as to what I should do, because I didn't want to do anything to cause him to react, drop the dog. You know, it was just this eerie moment where he's howling and holding this animal outside of the car window. And more than that weird memory is more than that weird memory, I have a memory of everyone just kind of not really reacting to him. Like no one really kind of did anything. I eventually kind of pulled his arms gently back into the vehicle and kind of got the dog back on the seat, and we continued driving, but no one reacted. It just kind of avoided dealing with it. We get to the place, the house where he was filming this thing that he was late for, I suppose, for the day. And we walk in. Meanwhile, I've been bombarded by text messages and calls and conversations with everyone seemingly so stressed about—
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Yeah.
Just don't tell us what somebody else said, just what you observed.
I understood everyone was stressed. They seemed stressed to me.
It's the same thing.
About the tardiness. Where
I
is he? Let's
understood
get in there,
everyone.
you know, so
That's
we get in
that is
there,
a party that's
and
been sitting
no
in
one
court.
reacts when we get in. I mean, we walk into this house where everyone was waiting for him, and everyone smiles and says, you know, hey, boss.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Let's, Michelle, can we pull up 167A?
Yeah, the dog loved it, by the way.
Is B the one that's in? 167B is already in, right? Oh, it's A. Okay, then go ahead and pull up A.
Such an interesting story. I mean, was she
Does
intending
Your
to
Honor
apply animal
show that one
cruelty
to
there?
be in
That's what it sounds
167A?
like.
I'm a big
Holding
dog
holding
lover.
a
It sounds like
Yorkie.
something I would do. I'm being honest.
While howling?
Defendants.
Sure, why not?
Well, yeah,
I'm in the
it's
mood.
under your 167A, but it's in evidence as a plaintiff's
That
number. I'm
strikes
not
me.
sure which plaintiff's number it is. I don't need it in twice, so.
I would agree.
I don't need it in twice, so.
Your Honor, I don't think
Counsel?
it's this version of the photograph that's been admitted, so
So
it's
a
a
different version,
it's a
same
different-
photograph, but a little different. Is that what we're?
It's not the same photograph.
Okay, not the
All
same.
right, well
Okay,
then-
then we'll go with it. Then what
Okay.
number is it?
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Please tell the jury what it is.
Am I the only one that always hears
It's
Nickelback?
a picture I
Can you hear
took of my breakfast table that morning.
Sorry.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission
I'll mute
of
myself.
defendant's exhibit.
No, but now I will.
167A.
Thank you, Alita.
She did. She ruined that, didn't she?
Your Honor,
Sorry,
may we
guys.
approach?
Sure.
Muting now.
Well, the thought of it does make me laugh sometimes.
And I've got a couple of Havanese. I feature them on my channel all the time. I have held their little furry butts out of a window because they love it. They love to get their face in the wind. I want nothing bad to happen to these animals. I just listen to this and think you're trying to over dramatize something that is not a problem. That's what I
Mike,
think.
as your attorney, I advise you to stop talking about hanging your dogs out the window.
May we publish that? Thank you.
Oh, this is the impeccable composition photo,
Amber, you said that you took this that
which
morning.
I guess is a different
Is that
version.
correct? Could you tell the jury what the box is that has the property with the skull bones, property of JD?
That's Johnny's drug box. I've seen it used for pills, but at the time it was bags of Coke, like dime bags of Coke.
Okay. And what are these white lines on the table to the left of that box?
That is cocaine.
That are so perfectly composed.
And do you know what is in these two glasses that have kind of a gold color?
Oh, yes, I know, because I put them there.
Yes, they're different, actually. It's confusing. They're different, different liquids. The one in the back in the larger glass is, I believe at the time I was doing these tabs, or Baroka, that's what they're called. They're little tablets. And anyway, I remember at the time that that's what I was putting in my water because I just come back from France where they sell them. And then the brown liquid in the shot glass is Johnny's liquor. I don't know what it's called, but we kept it in the freezer. At the time, it was at that time, March 2013, I hadn't, I still didn't have the, hard line. I won't even keep that, in my freezer sort of attitude or posture with him. I wasn't that bold at the time, I didn't like it, but I didn't have that strength. I kind of, at that time, I think was doing things like trying to pour it out when I could.
So what is the bag, the brown bag on the left side? What is that?
That's a DOP kit. It's his prescriptions and cigarette, tobacco, weed, things like that.
Okay, and then above it, there appears to be a CD of some sort, DVD, something. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the single, I believe is what it's called, the single he was making at the time. I think that's the song that they were filming a video for, if I'm correct.
Okay. All right. Now, did you end up sending a copy of this picture to Rocky Pennington that day?
I did. I sent it to my best friend at the time, and I was like, look at my morning.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, you can't say what you said, but you sent it to your friend, correct? Let's go to 167,
Objection
please.
leading could have been.
And is that the email in which you sent this picture to Rocky Pennington on 3/22?
Yes.
2013? Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of the picture with the redaction of the message on it, with the top with identifier redactions, and we take out the rest of it.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, so we'll do those redactions, 167 and evidence with redactions. All right. And may we publish, please? All right, and is this the text message, the email that you sent to Rocky with this picture?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to, let's go to
Because you should
Hicksville.
take that photo.
Let's tell the jury about Hicksville, May 2013. Can you tell the jury what transpired at Hicksville?
It is it's a like a fancy trailer park, like a little hotel in the middle of nowhere, set up with these little trailers, and we had made a plan to go there with friends, and we were going to do, like laffy, as we said, laffy drugs, like mushrooms, eat mushrooms, sit by a campfire. There's really not a whole lot else to do out there. It's like a getaway. We had made this plan, and it was going fine. It was like a, kind of like a party out in the desert, with a few friends and campfire and music. And I don't know somebody brought MDMA. It was being passed around, and somebody who took it kind of was starting to feel the effects of it, I guess is the best way to describe. She kind of reacted in this way where when the MDMA hit her, she kind of, we were sitting around a campfire, all of us, and she kind of just leaned into me and put her, head on my shoulder and kind of grabbed my arm. I took it, to be the effects of the drug. think I had eaten a mushroom cap, but was not feeling anything at the time. I don't remember feeling anything because the night just kind of changed pretty dramatically before I really felt anything of the effects of that. But that was the environment we were in, and as soon as she kind of did this thing where she leaned into me, Johnny gets really activated. He gets really upset, and he starts. Well, at first she thought he was kidding too. She thought he was kind of making a joke. I think we all did. Everyone kind of responded at first, that like it was a joke. But he was like, "Hey man, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing?" And she kind of giggled and kind of leaned into me more, and I knew in my body just instantly that it wasn't a joke. But she didn't. So she's kind of still attached to my arm when he says it again to her louder. He says, "Hey man, you think you're touching my fucking girl? You think you're touching my fucking girl? That's my fucking girl." And he gets louder and louder. And she kind of did this thing, half understanding what was going on. I think she kind of started to cry at this point, but she kind of threw up her hands, and Johnny grabbed her wrist and kind of twisted it and pulled her into him and said, "Do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a human wrist? Huh?" And he kind of held her, and she just looked frozen. And she's crying, and she was just denying understanding what was going on. I stepped in. I kind of take Johnny's arm around, kind of take Johnny's hand, and kind of we start communicating. I don't remember if he immediately was accusing me or if it was sometime after. I wish I remembered, but we agreed that we'd go and talk about it in the trailer. So we walked to the trailer, and when we're in the trailer, Johnny, by the time we get into the trailer, Johnny tells me that I had been instigating the, and asking for this, and that I had invited it, and that I hadn't been honest with him about my relationship with this woman. And I didn't really know her that well. I mean, I actually don't know her at all, but I had met her. And I remember in the trailer, he's accusing me of lying about it, and that I had something with her. I'm trying to diffuse that. I'm trying to calm him down. And he just turned all that, it seemed like he turned all that rage onto the trailer itself. And he just started smashing things. He picked up something on the table and threw it right into the glass cabinet. He hit with his hand a wall sconce. He cleared the tabletop on the little fold down like kitchen dining room area in this trailer. I mean, it's a trailer, so there's only so much you can do. And he's screaming at me, screaming at me. And I eventually go back into the bedroom area. He comes into the bedroom area. We had what I can only describe as it sounded like nonsense from him. It wasn't making sense. And I realized that he's just probably really high, because it wasn't making sense anymore. It wasn't like a direct accusation. He wasn't hearing me when I was saying I wasn't involved, wasn't cheating on him. I wasn't secretly trying to engage this woman in some sort of sexual affair. And then it became clear to me he was like looking for something. He cleared things off the bed. I went into the bathroom, and as I come out, he asked me where it is and how long I've been hiding it. And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he says, "You know what I'm fucking talking about. You know what I'm fucking talking about. Be honest with me. Where are you hiding it?" and he kind of like makes to look into the bathroom. And I gestured to the bathroom, which was to my right. I kind of like gestured to him and I said, like, what am I hiding and where am I going to hide it? And we're standing in this little hallway area outside of the bathroom, and he starts, you know, what it feels like patting me down or saying he's patting me down. I can't recall, but he ripped my dress, the strap top part of my dress. I had just dyed this thing myself pink, and it's just one of those things. I was like, you know, that's just finished that dress, and he's like grabbing my breasts, he's touching my thighs, he rips my underwear off, and then he
Noticeable eyebrow raise from Johnny.
Proceeds to do a cavity search. He said he was looking for his drugs, his cocaine, his coke. I was wondering how somebody who didn't do cocaine and was against it, that was in and of itself causing problems in our relationship. How could I hide? Why would I hide his drugs from, like he was insinuating that I was doing it or something? It made no sense. And he was telling me we're gonna conduct a cavity search, shall we? Like, just shoved his fingers inside me. I just stood there staring at the stupid light. I didn't know I didn't know what to do. I just stood there. While he did that, he twisted his fingers around. I didn't say like stop or anything.
So the next morning, what transpired?
I remember thinking that Johnny would change his mind. And it would be, yeah, I thought it would end differently. I kind of froze. I don't know how we went to bed that night. I don't know how I went to bed. I don't know how I slept. I don't know how we woke up. I don't remember having a conversation with him the next day. I don't remember talking to him about it or confronting him about it. I remember wanting it to be okay. I remember just wanting whatever fucking weird trip, whatever trip that was to end, you know, just to be over and for it to just go back to normal. And I remember my friends were out by the pool. Like there was a pool in the center of the trailer park. And I remember putting on my, just putting on my face and going back into this like crap, and I remember seeing my friends by the pool thinking they were just having a great time and no one knew what was, I felt so lonely. Like no one knows everyone's just having a good time, like normal stuff. So I just smiled and made a joke about how trashed the trailer got. And we had to get the manager who started off furious that Johnny had wrecked the thing. And then he had this like black mesh not tank top, it was like a meshy kind of shirt on. And I remember he came into the trailer and looked around and was like, whoa, what happened here? Whoa. And Johnny had an exchange with him. And I remember watching this man be so charmed. It was just a kind of a surreal experience. And, it just went away, that just
got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point. My dog stepped on a bee. We went to the vet and went on with our, vacation. We actually went to another location after that, and then eventually went home and went about our life.
I'm going to ask you to take a look. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 176? In May of 2013, did there come a time that you wrote an email?
Objection, leading, and hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
That was like the hitting story to me.
Did it feel like it was the same level of emotion?
Well, just way overboard. God, I'm having such trouble with this because, I mean, if she's lying about that stuff, it's freaking terrifying. And yet I look at it and I say, that feels like lying.
Yeah.
I mean, you might
This may be
right,
also
Richard.
a danger. This may be also a danger of having so many men on the jury, is that for them, it's almost worse if she is lying, because it's like, I could be on the receiving end of a lie like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
sure, it's going through some
guy
people's
and-
head too.
Yeah, guy and girl go into a trailer at a party where everyone's doing drugs, come out and say, well, guess we're going to have to fix that. And there's several narratives that could have just happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In June 2013, how were you feeling about your relationship with Mr. Depp?
May we have the exhibit taken away
Okay,
from?
sure.
Thank you.
By June, I was so torn. I was so in love with this person because when it was good, it was so good. You've never felt love like that. At least that's how it felt. So much. I felt like he recognized me and I recognized him, and there was just something there that was the love of my life. And he was. He was, but he was also this other thing. He was also this other thing. And that other thing was awful, awful thing that would come out and take over. And it was, you couldn't see the Johnny I loved underneath it. It was this other thing. And no one told him. No one was honest with him. No one, he'd pass out in his own vomit. He'd lose control of his body, he'd lose control, and everyone would clean up after him. I cleaned up after him. I mean, this man lost control of his bowels, and I cleaned up after him. His security cleaned up after him, changed his pants in front of me. He would pass out in his own sick. And then he'd walk around saying he didn't have a problem. Until he did. Until he couldn't support it anymore, and he'd get clean and he'd get sober, and then he was this thing again. This thing that made me feel so loved, that made me feel like my soulmate. As cheesy as that sounds, I just felt like he knew me. And I recognized something in him, either some part of my makeup and my background or something, that I just got it. And I loved him and understood him. It just got so scary, the other part of him. And in June, I wanted to leave him. I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to leave him. I wanted him to get better. And he expressed to me so many times when he was in that period of getting clean and sober, he would tell me, "You saved my life. Baby girl, you saved my life." Everyone else was saying that to me, and I believed it. You know, if everyone else was saying it, he was saying it. I thought, just like his other friends who had gotten clean and sober and stayed that way, his older friends, these rock stars that he hung out with that had like gotten clean and sober and they had 20, 30 years, something, you know, I thought, and Johnny told me he would be that person, that he was going to be that person. And I believed it. I had so much, I looked at that man twice my age. You know, I was 25, looking at this man twice my age, and I saw hope and like promise. I had so much hope. You know, the whole thing, kids and growing old together, sort of hope. If it was just for this one thing that he could do, which would save his life, which would be to get clean and sober. And I believed it. And I wrote this letter to myself, among many letters to myself.
Objection,
because I
hearsay.
thought,
All she did was refer to that she wrote it. She isn't saying what she said.
I'll rule for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wrote that letter because I thought it would be read to him. I could read it to him. I could say it to him in intervention, you know, in help. And he would later thank me for, as he did, as he used to thank me all the time for saving his life. Just
Make me that 50.
No, she's not going to get you
She
that
did
50.
come
Nate.
time later
She
in
hasn't wiped
June
away a single
that
tear, by
she
the way.
finally met Johnny's kids.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to ask for a ruling on the crime because this looks like as much as she can get out.
Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't what you bet on, Nate.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah,
I finally met them
that
in
wasn't
the
the bet.
summer of 2013.
That was tears.
I had been with Johnny for over a year, maybe
I'd
like a
bet
year
on
and a
an
half.
actress
At
that
this
can't
point,
drop a tear. What's
is
going
my
on?
best guess. And I was dying to meet
On
them.
the
you know,
wrong horse.
Dying.
Eggshell
get to know
plaintiff.
these kids. I felt like I knew them already. I had his daughters, and Jack's, both of his kids' art on my fridge, and I had never even met them. You know, Johnny had brought them over one day and kindly given them to me, and I had them up on my fridge because I felt like I knew them, just how much he talked about them. And I finally got to meet them at the Lone Ranger premiere at Disneyland. Summer 2013.
So then I'm going to jump to, and it's not much of a jump, to June 26, 2013. There was a plane ride to Russia with Johnny. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Well, tell the jury about that particular event.
Well, that was the first and last time I ever decided it would be a decent idea to do drugs with Johnny. I did MDMA with him on the plane, which was as stupid as it may sound. I just had never, I was very against, obviously the cocaine had been a problem. I was very much against him using cocaine. I was against the drinking, supportive of the sobriety, but I'm 26 maybe ish. And I wanted, I had never heard of anyone making MDMA like what I had done MDMA before. I thought it's a lovey drug. It's it's like a kind of, I never knew anyone to get violent on it. And, I thought, well, this is a relatively contained environment. Maybe this will be different. Maybe I can be a good cop and be part of the, I don't have to be the lesbian counselor all the time, as you would say. I can maybe be the fun girlfriend.
And I learned the hard way that that was not happening.
So what happened?
Well, we took MDMA. I took a capsule. It's like a powder in a capsule. I took a capsule, and Johnny took several. I didn't count, but it's very different when you see someone take one versus a handful of something. But nothing seemed to set any alarm bells off, and things were going fine until the flight attendant got involved. The flight attendant came by, was engaging with us. I don't think that they're really. It felt like it was before the effects of the drug took over. It was relatively quick, soon after we first took our dose, if you can say. And the flight attendant, Johnny offered her some. She of course said no. And then after some back and forth between them, Johnny convinced her that it would be fine. So she acquiesced and took MDMA with us. And within, a few minutes go by, and the same thing happened that happened on the mushrooms at Hicksville with the woman, Kelly Sue, who I've told you about. Flight attendant got friendly with me, but just friendly, just like MDMA friendly, was kind of, I'm a woman, he's a man. So she was naturally, I think, more comfortable with me physically. She kind of leaned into me and kind of sat on the arm of the chair I was sitting in. I mean, after all, she's on drugs, and Johnny grabs her hand and tells her not to touch me. And she kind of reacts in a way like she's defending herself and was trying to clarify. And he grabbed her by the wrist and slammed it down on the table and told her he could break her wrist. And I remember thinking, I've heard this before. And that was a pattern that would repeat itself a few times. These things would happen in these kind of cycles where there'd be a certain element that would get filtered for a while, whether it's an accusation or a gesture. And that would be the thing that he looped on. I called it loops. And he grabs her wrist and he tells her he could break her wrist. She cries instantly, denies it, is so apologetic. Eventually he lets go. She goes to the front of the plane where the flight attendant, normally hangs out, and the doors close, and I don't see her much of that whole flight.
Will we get testimony
We
from
land
her?
in Russia.
That would be useful.
And I don't really remember, I don't recall any violence on the plane between Johnny and I, but I remember feeling this tension because I was wondering when it was going to aim at me, because he had this particular thing about, at the time I understood he had a particular thing, a sensitivity about me and women, because I had a female partner. So I was feeling nervous, anxious, and I remember we had a very quiet ride. At least I didn't say anything to the ride to the hotel. And almost as soon as we get into the hotel room, Johnny's accusing me of effectively having engaged that, caused that. I, of course, deny it, point out what I thought was obvious, that, we'd given her drugs, wasn't an affair, wasn't, and I'm trying to argue and defend myself at the same time. And at one point, Johnny just shoves me, just shoves me hard. And I fall back onto this glass table. I catch myself on the table. I don't know how some furniture got knocked around. There was I'm trying to stand up for myself. I'm trying to stand up, literally. I'm not, at this point, I don't even try to hit back or try to run. I'm in this hotel room trying to do my best to fight mostly the verbal accusations, but also I try to stay on my feet, At some point, Johnny whacks me in the face, and I don't remember feeling pain or like awareness of my nose or anything. I don't remember thinking that. I remember kind of crying and feeling, I went into the bathroom and I wanted him to have I just remember wanting him to realize what had happened. I wanted him to kind of snap out of it. I wanted him to care. I wanted him to realize what was going on, because a big part of this, I felt like he wasn't aware. There was this sense that he didn't know what was going on. You know, again, I don't know how much of the drugs or alcohol is a part of this, but I remember crying. I came out at some point because I don't hear him in that room. I remember we had been arguing in the main room, but I went out to the hallway, which is where I presume he walked out, and his bodyguard, Jerry Judge, was in the hall. And I don't recall seeing Johnny in the hallway, but I remember seeing Jerry Judge, who gestured to my
Objection,
nose.
hearsay.
She's just saying gesture. He hasn't said anything yet.
All right, gesture's fine. I'll overrule the objection.
He gestures to my nose and holds out his handkerchief, like a cloth handkerchief. And I instantly just felt really embarrassed. I felt ashamed. I don't know how else to describe it. I just felt like just really embarrassing. And I went inside the room.
What, if any, injury did you have?
I had a little blood coming out of my nose. I didn't know it. I didn't feel it at the time until Jerry Jerry let me know.
Okay.
And I went inside the hotel room, and it is embarrassing as it is. I remember just wanting Johnny to say sorry. I wanted him to realize it. It's so stupid, but I like the emotional part. You know, I just wanted him to acknowledge that this was that he could hurt me, you know, and I wanted it to be okay. I didn't want him to think I was interested in this flight attendant. I didn't want him to think that I would capable of cheating on him. I was in love with him. I just wanted things to be okay.
Let's take you to July 9.
Was that the red nail polish?
2013.
The red
Did there
nail
come a
polish
time
one?
that you went for
No.
a ride
No,
on, you
this
went to the
sounds different. This
Bahamas
is
and went on a
where they
ride
went to Russia,
the yacht,
right?
Yeah, this
with
is
Johnny
years
and his
before
kids?
red nail polish.
Yeah.
Well, it's less like we flew out to the Bahamas to his island. He was selling the yacht to J.K. Rowling, and he wanted to kind of have a goodbye
It does
trip
feel
on
weird
the
that
yacht.
they seem to be jumping
So it was
around the
stopped,
timeline.
off the island.
Did he
and
sell
I
his
went
yacht
with
to
him
J.K. Rowling?
and his
They said he sold his
kids,
yacht.
who I had quickly developed a bond with and loved, and we brought a friend along
Yeah,
with
Rob,
us,
this
I
is still a
think,
year
to
before
kind
they
of
get married.
help. And yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened on that trip.
Johnny was upset that he had to sell the boat, and he was off the wagon again, but he didn't want to tell his kids, so he was hiding it from them. He was putting it in coffee cups and drinking, and the behavior just kind of like, he was upset, he was emotional, and he just, you know, that's how he dealt with it, just drink. But there's just no off button with Johnny. So he just kept drinking, and the behavior kept getting more obviously drunk. And Lily Rose, his daughter at the time, was young.
Daughter
She's
at the
like maybe
time.
14.
She's not his daughter anymore.
And she started to get panicky and started to ask me questions about his drinking.
Objection, hearsay.
Without saying what Lily Rose was saying, please continue on.
Sustain the objection.
So she was asking me questions about the drinking, and was very upset.
Sustain the objection.
Yes,
You can't
just
say what Lily
repeated
Rose
exactly what
said.
she was objected to.
Yeah.
You can tell gestures,
Sorry.
you can tell, and you can say what you and Mr. Depp said, okay?
Sorry. So she was upset, and Johnny we were with the kids, and he kind of threw himself off the boat in a half playful way, like a dead
he like dead fish kind of way. I don't know how to describe it, almost like a belly flop. But we were on a skip, like a smaller boat parked next to the yacht, and he's jumping. Well, he jumped off the front of it, but kind of in a face, chest forward way. Like it looked a little scary, like not something somebody would do if they're completely okay. You know, it was started off all of us kind of taking turns jumping off the edge of the yacht into the water, and then he at one point kind of throws himself over, and it looked a little scary, the way his body fell into the water. And Lily Rose started to cry and expressed to me that she
Objection,
was
hearsay.
upset.
Sustained.
You can't say what she said. You can tell expressions or observations, but you can't say what Lily Rose said.
So
Okay.
Lily Rose is crying, and then the crying becomes like a panic, like almost like a panic attack. It like rapid breathing, crying, lots of questions. And I'm holding her, kind of comforting her, and Johnny comes in, and within a few seconds, I realized that he, kind of shifted his attention on me, and then he seemed very angry. He asked Lily Rose to leave. Lily Rose leaves, looks at me, leaves, crying, and Johnny, I don't remember the words he used, but starts accusing me of kind of like telling on him and calling him, a drunk in front of his kids. I hadn't done that. I was actually trying to protect Johnny. It didn't feel like my place at all to share that with his daughter or anyone at the time, other than adults who might help with it, but not his kids. So I was trying to tell him I was just trying to comfort her. I was trying to protect you. He basically was accusing me of doing this thing and of making them aware of his that he was drinking again. And he slams me up against the side wall of the bedroom of we were in the bedroom this whole time, but up against the wall of the cabin, and slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could fucking kill me. And that was an embarrassment. I was embarrassing. It was embarrassment. This whole thing was a joke. All embarrassment. I made him feel sick. And I'll never forget. I'm very, very, very much in love with this whole family now. And he's saying I'm embarrassing to him. And that somehow stuck in me more than I could fucking kill you. It just sounded like hyperbole. It sounded like something he was just saying, but the names that he was calling me were kind of just pushing me up against the wall by my neck. It hurt my feelings. It hurt. When I saw Lily Rose again, we get, I won't say what she told me, but the next thing we do is we call for a helicopter to come and take us off of the boat or off of the island. So we leave the boat, go to the landing of a part of the island, or maybe it was a different, island we had to get to leave, and we take off. I'm holding Lily Rose literally holding her under my arm while she's crying, and we're lifting off. And Jack ended up not coming with us at the last minute. He stayed behind. And we were taking off, and I remember being really torn about leaving. I felt bad about leaving, even though that had happened. I still felt awful leaving. I felt awful leaving him. I also felt like I had done something wrong. He was mad at me. I wasn't sure, you know, what I had done, but I remember not being, you know, I'm getting all these text messages from him calling me all these names, and it barely coherent, barely, and I'm holding his daughter crying.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Michelle, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 180?
I believe that's already in.
It is already into evidence, Your Honor, so
All
if
right.
we may publish it to the jury. And Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look at 180. And this is text messages from Mr. Depp to you. Do you recall these?
Yes, I do.
And are these the text messages?
Yes, that's what he was sending me while I was taking care of his daughter.
There's some questions in the chat about Steve. That's his nickname. And her
Your
nickname
Honor, I'm
was
about to
Slim.
go into another event. Should I keep going?
I mean, that's fine if you think this is a good point
This
to
is
break for
probably-
the day.
I think it's probably good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and conclude for today. Again, do not read anything about this case. Do not do any outside research, and don't discuss it with anybody, okay? Have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning, okay? Thank you.
Wow.
And again, ma'am, since you're still in the stand, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right. Anything further before? All right, we'll see you in the morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All righty. So now I'm going to start bringing people's audio up a little bit.
Bring us
So we
back.
Yes.
Well, okay.
Well, I thought she really deteriorated after that initial run at the beginning. I thought, oh, she's doing okay, and then I thought it just was really unhinged here toward the end. The acting was really bad. She kept trying to make herself cry. She couldn't do it. That was just me.
Yeah. 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 It was a lot of dry tears.
Well, it was a lot of rapid shifting between emotional states, right?
Yeah, I saw that right off the bat. Like I actually, it was so significant. I made a note of it. Like how fast the emotion sets in. The attorney goes June of 2016, and all of a sudden you just see her go, 90 miles an hour towards this emotional state, and it just came out of nowhere.
She was like excited to tell her story, and then like very sad and very emotional, and like yeah.
I've got a bone to pick with your chat.
Why?
This is a surprise.
Because they keep making me laugh, and they make me laugh at inconvenient times. For instance, when she's making very serious allegations that I'm supposed to be stoic for, I'm not buying any of it. But I'm trying to not get canceled. I'm sitting there with a nice stern face, and somebody says, "I've seen better acting in a porn," and I'm supposed to not laugh at that.
Yeah.
I mean, She also said the 2013 plane ride, right?
Yeah.
She said that was the first and last time she did drugs with Johnny Depp. Weren't they not married? And wasn't drugs on the wedding calendar?
It was on the schedule.
Well, he was supposed to be sober for the wedding. So she might just be making very I only did drugs by myself and with my friends after that.
I did drugs in his presence, but never with him.
Not with him. Okay.
What I
The characterization is good too. It's like when she said, when we go to this trailer park, I wanted to do laughy drugs. or the other one is I want to do lovey drugs. And when she does it, has this furry bunny like connotation to it, but when he does it, it's evil and abusive.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know who
she
that
said, I
stewardess
passed
is?
out in my own sick. Like that's a script from a movie. Like I passed out in my own sick, not vomit.
Yeah.
There's a
Yeah.
lot of lines like that. There's a lot of scripty feeling lines.
Let me read this super chat really quick.
Yeah.
Average, thank you so much. Very generous of you. AH states she and JD shared love and understanding like no other through tears, but AH doesn't convey pathos. I get shook when she cries about their bond, but there's little account of her being enamored with him other than receiving gifts. Interesting.
I don't know. The interesting thing about her loquaciousness and her use of words is it does match up with how Dr. Curry described her emotionality about what it means to be BPD and histrionic and how it's all magic words and this kind of stuff. And I'm not a professional in that. I'm not an expert on any of that, but it is notably lining up with how she talks about things.
I want to hear how Kurt feels and whether his impression might have changed or stayed the same. I mean, honestly, I want to see how he feels.
Kurt, how are you doing?
I mean, I'm largely where I was before in terms of finding her testimony overall to be believable and credible. I mean, I see some of the cues you guys are talking about, but it's just not doing as much for me as it is for you in terms of changing my overall perception of it. And again, when I'm thinking about the jury in particular and about their sort of ability to perceive things, I mean, I obviously am not in the jury's head, but I think we'd all be remiss to not try to remember that, there's going to be 7 people who are watching this, as there are 7 people on this panel right now, as a matter of fact. And some of them may have somewhat divergent views about what they're seeing and what they're believing and what they're hearing and all the rest 100%. Of it. So
I agree.
I mean, some of it obviously doesn't quite square up. She's taking a photograph of like this one bruise on her arm. And like, this is like the best evidence she has of like physicality, right? And we've seen this kind of thing before in the nurse's testimony as well and throughout. So you get the kind of one bruising arm. You get maybe these like 3 marks on her arm that we see on a gala. You get maybe some sort of light sort of coloration on her cheek, Did
anybody else think she looked bruised with the way that her makeup was today? Because
I've been thinking the entire trial.
So like this is, but she's taking photographs of these things and sending them to her mom. She's not taking photographs when he's, beating the crap out of her or whatever he's supposed to be doing. It's like, again, this is the best physical evidence we have. It leaves a lot to be desired. So her sort of picture testimony, her evidentiary picture, I think remains weak, but her narrative, it's it could be believable. So
I think you make a good point. Personally, I'm not buying one bit of it, but that does not mean that the jury isn't.
Right.
Well, I'll say what I said,
and I'm aware of that.
Yeah, I'll say what I said at the break, which is, to the extent this is wholly fabricated, to the extent it's lies, it's so damn evil. I don't want to believe that that's a thing. And I'm just telling you, I'm just telling you in my heart, listening to this, is that I'm seeing it as overacted, and I'm seeing it not lining up with the evidence. And I'm thinking, man, you take all these photos of things, you record things later in your marriage, and we really don't have any kind of good, evidence to point to one thing. And you're not just going for he got huffy one time and hit me. You're going for he's a tyrant king. From day one, right? Like from the start of your relationship, he's slapping you on the couch for years. So it's your specific version of this story is not what I thought could easily work, which is, he abused me once or twice. No, this is his state of being, and I have so much trouble with it because I don't want to believe that you would lie about such heinous things.
Yeah,
so,
if these are lies, this is Gone Girl.
She tells 2 incidents that are witnessed. Get that flight attendant out here with credible testimony to back that up. I might change my mind.
Absolutely, that's what I said. I want to hear from that flight attendant because if you can
if she's flaky and full of it, then I still don't believe it. Just if you have two people, I don't believe that doesn't work. But if she's credible and good, I could buy it.
I need something. I need something to back you out. But
Yeah.
I'm worried that she. You can tell from me, right? I'm worried that she is lying, and that would be. It's like staring in the face of evil if she is.
Hi, Bree.
I think we just got to also look at the clock here, because tomorrow is the last day of testimony for 10 days.
Mhm.
There's no way they're done with her before the end of the day tomorrow.
No.
So if she, up to my mind, okay, even if she keeps up on the pace where she is in terms of her believability, okay, maybe I'm alone on this, but if she keeps up where the pace she is, and she ends the day kind of where she is in sort of the believability factor, and the jury has to sit on that for 10 days with nothing else, and they're thinking about that, and it could really do her a lot of world of good. So I mean, there's some strategic considerations here that are in play that
they're going to.
I didn't think she was going to be able to pull off, and I think she might be. She's doing better than I was expecting.
Oh, I agree. And if I'm defending her, I don't care. I'm asking her what her favorite color is for 8 hours, so that we don't go to cross before this break.
I think their ending direct is the last thing to happen tomorrow. But they have enough.
I wouldn't even do that. I would continue direct. I would want direct on that Monday. I'd want to keep talking.
Yes, I want a few questions when we start again.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Well, then they're not ending direct. Robert's spoken. They're
not
ending direct tomorrow. But they'll go shortly after that. But they have enough, right? We're sitting here in 2013, 2014. We got 15, 16. We know we got the interregnum period. They're going to have to hit 2020. I mean, don't forget they have to make their case. They're going to be doing emotional distress damages about the hoax claims in 2020. So they're going to hit they have all of that to do. They clearly have enough for another day. So that's definitely happening.
By the way, I feel horrible saying this, but I don't know. Are in the narrative so far? Are we still pre-marriage? This whole testimony. That's
Very
just brutal, right there. I mean, that's just tailor-made cross-examination. Why'd you marry him after all this horribleness?
Yeah,
you just feel uncomfortable. I just hearing all of
that.
Yeah,
it's dirty.
You do.
And that's a good way dirty.
Alina gave a trigger warning at the top of the episode. But obviously, as long as we're heading directed, especially, that's going to continue on, folks. So, at least be aware of that tomorrow.
Yeah. Yep.
Vasquez on
Hey,
fire,
Natalie.
by the way.
Hi, guys. I was just finishing up some stuff and I was watching this, so I figured I'd come on.
Yeah.
I love it.
What did you think?
I mean, I really, really want to believe her. It's like I want to. And as a defense attorney, it's especially very hard because it's just the context that we see everything in and how often these things, do come up where people lie. This is just such an extreme scale. When you think about it, if someone's lying and they took it to this extreme, how just genuinely evil that is. This isn't, a tiny little platform. This is worldwide right now. And we want her, I mean, even though I am, on Johnny's side, I want her to be telling the truth because I have this naive belief, that people are good a lot of the time. I think a lot of what's happening, I'm really interested to see the opinion of someone who's in the courtroom, because this was something was really big, in my public trial, is when the defendant testifies, the room and how you can feel that sincerity. It's kind of the difference between watching a play live and watching a videotape of a play, is you're not there and you don't get to feel the emotion in the room. And I think that lends so much of a different level of credibility to her that I'm really interested in seeing somebody who's theirs take on it, because that is just this additional level. And so much is lost in translation and video. That's really what's going to make the difference for the jury, is what's happening in person and the emotion in the courtroom. I mean, it sounds like it's quiet in there, but I mean, the audience is involved, things like that. I want to see how, is it quiet in the room? Are people believing her? What's the energy?
Yeah. Adventures in Lauren Land says, attention, as a survivor of IPV, I obviously have bias, but the only person that has set off my alarm bells in my head has been Amber Heard. It isn't the way she explains what happened, but what she chooses to include or not that make me not believe her. Interesting. Natalie, I wanted to ask you, because we did get some super chats kind of comparing this to Kyle Rittenhouse on the stand when he broke down and they had to take a break, and it looked like it was PTSD as he was testifying.
Time actually was.
What's that?
That was something I was thinking about the whole time actually.
Yeah.
And especially as far as the vibe goes, is because, I mean, if nothing else, I believe Amber Heard is very over rehearsed in this. This is a lesson of you can over prepare a witness. There is a very fine line to cross between preparing somebody enough and preparing them too much. With Kyle, there was a lot of stuff, honestly, that we couldn't prep him about because he couldn't deal with it, with the PTSD stuff. And especially, when he did break down on the stand, that's the first time I saw him ever actually talk about that stuff because he couldn't deal with it, and talking about it was so emotionally and generally triggering for him. And, when I think about that, granted, the severity of the scale is a lot different. It's a lot different, seeing, having somebody come after you and, shootings, things like that, and just the general atmosphere of Kenosha at the time. But, that was something that struck me very much was, if nothing else, she's coming across as being very disingenuous because it seems like she's done this too many times.
That's an interesting thought too.
The sincerity difference is astounding. I can't say for sure, just my vibe of what that is.
Did anyone else pick up when, to Natalie's point, that when she was talking about what was obviously hearsay, how she would navigate it, even before there was an objection, she would say, Lily Rose expressed to me. She started using those words before it became clear that she knew, or the judge was kind of telling her what hearsay was. Like she knew she had been coached to do that. So
yeah,
it just
and
didn't
when she
feel...
screwed up, they coached her right there and let it go. But that, yes, she's a pro witness, not a good one, but a coached one.
Yeah. Any other thoughts before I start getting to some questions here?
I will say earlier in her direct, it was the pacing was all right. She came off as credible early, but then when she started getting into the details, that's where a lot of my alarm bells and I was trying to look at it as if I didn't know anything else. So some of the things that stuck in my mind was, if he bloodied your mouth, why are we looking at a picture of your arm? If you just said he couldn't roll the window down all the way, he just rolled it down a little bit because he was smoking, you're complaining. Then next thing you're telling us he's holding the dog out the window. Like those little things were okay, it just, things weren't adding up. But if you do have someone who's, the people who are in that room, I just don't know how they would have they're absorbing this, because again, these jurors probably don't have an experience this type of DV and what we're talking about here, and are not probably professionals in the field, and hopefully know nothing about this case. But I think at the end of the day, just as a credibility issue, she seems a little over rehearsed at the end. She seems a little, let me try to really stick some knives in at the end. But I do think someone can see her performance today and think, okay, it all may not be true, but she doesn't need them to believe all of it's true. She just needs to believe something is true. And if people believe something is true, then she wins. And I think that's kind of where they're going. They're going to that, let's throw everything at the wall, and you just got to believe one of these stories, and I win.
And I think that's wrong, because I think it's that you've gone for the grand story of the most evil husband on earth, when I think you might have had a better chance with me for a more narrow approach to, this was an event that happened. This is what he did. And even three of them. But you went you went back to the beginning and said he terrorizes animals. He sexually harassed me before we were married.
I agree, but they have to throw everything at the wall because they don't trust any good story well enough.
Maybe.
That's a good point.
If we don't
Damn good point.
Which does not help the credibility of any of the stories.
Well, and I think in a way she's spinning her own narrative in a way that is not helpful to her. That's exactly what Hope was just saying is there's a difference between telling what happened and telling what happened in a way that, specifically is designed to benefit you, because you're planting all these things and in all these buzzwords is what I was noticing more than anything. Is there's lots of buzzwords in her testimony and she's incorporating those. It's not that she's getting asked a question and having, the attorney sort of plant that buzzword in the jury's mind. She's doing all the work on her end, and that makes it seem less genuine.
Well, I was reminded of, one of the problems Johnny Depp had in his testimony was with her psychologist, Cohen, I believe it was at the time. And a lot of his complaining texts are about that. And there were a couple of places where I was like, she is mirroring the psychology statements about what was said about her experience. And there's nothing like intrinsically wrong about that. But I was noticing that that's what was happening. She was describing it in almost psychological terms in certain areas.
Well, I think also, more sophisticated in lots of ways, which isn't necessarily supposed to be the best thing here. Is it makes her seem more sophisticated and manipulative because she's using these words of these other people and inserting them into her own, general jargon, which is not as effective as it would be if she used her own words.
Yeah.
Her account almost seemed. Have you guys ever had that too perfect of an account where it starts ringing with like, this is just too perfect? And her account of this DV, it just was like perfect. Here is, it's almost like textbook perfect. And that started getting me a little confused too. Like, this is almost too, he started slightly. I did this. I'm looking at the dirty rug. And it hits me. I fall. I'm looking at the dirty rug. I'm like, this is all just seems like it's almost like a movie. And
novel passages.
Yeah, I felt like I'm listening to a story, not someone telling me what they've relived. I don't know if anybody else felt that way, but that's kind of how I felt.
Especially for me, and that got flagged, especially because it came right on the heels of her expert testifying to her having PTSD and therefore memory issues.
And that's
She's got a pretty damn detailed memory about these very traumatic experiences.
I have this when people want me to review a case and they call me up. For instance, in Illinois workers' comp, it's called total temporary disability. That's the statutory term. If they're using that with me, I'm thinking they're too practiced. A normal person will say workman's comp. A person who's been through the mill will say total temporary disability to me. I think they know too much, and a red flag goes up. It's not an automatic loss, but I'm thinking, you're trying too hard. That's all I think.
Well, I think at the end of the day, all I was going to say was I agree in general with the uncivil laws of the world that this could work for one or more jurors, which means I think at the end of the day, a lot of this is going to come down to Counsel Vasquez and what she can or can't do about this testimony. I really do think that it's a linchpin type cross-ex.
Such a lot of
pressure. Do they have an agreement? Does it have to be unanimous?
It's unanimous. Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be unanimous. Virginia's unanimous. It's in the jury instructions.
I just read one last week, but right before we can agree. Counsel can agree to not to do like 10 out of 12 or whatever.
What seven? It's 7 people.
I didn't, but you can actually do that.
Well, I don't know, Virginia. Maybe Kurt can speak to that, but I mean, it's in the statute directly. 7 out of 7. Kurt.
Yeah, it's in the statute, so I don't believe it can be changed.
Fair point. Should we get some questions?
Yes, actually, I'm gonna pop in for the late shift. I think I'm gonna get some work done, and I bet you have 600 super chat, so you'll probably still be on.
Not quite 600, but a lot.
Folks, this has been one of the most viewed days here on Legalbytes. Like and subscribe. Alita puts all these people together for you to have these conversations. Hopefully they're entertaining. Hopefully they're informational. Please do like, please subscribe, because this is the most, I think, Alita, you've ever had on the channel concurrent, I think, today.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we had over 40K, right?
Yes, we did. Over 41.
There we go.
Rick, you got some love. You got some love in the super chats. I hope she saved them for you.
I did.
Yeah, you got some love in the super chats.
I'm worried about that laugh. All right. Well, I'm going to try to be back on, but I have a few things to hit. So
all right, sounds good.
Thanks, everybody.
And I still.
I actually have to go too. I was just watching this, so I figured I would stop in and say hi.
Yeah, well, thanks. We appreciate it.
I have a meeting, so.
All right.
I'll try and stop.
Go to your work meeting. We hate you now.
I moved last weekend, so I've just been swamped. So
I can
hopefully
just imagine.
next week, well, I mean, or the week after, I'll actually have time because I've just been running ragged. But
All
Thanks,
right, good luck. And
yeah. Thanks, Natalie. See ya. All righty.
Okay, so this is week 4, so there's 2 more weeks, but we're taking over a week off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
After tomorrow.
So the strategy for me, if I'm Amber's team, and I know people are don't say it, Nate, but I'm saying it anyway. God damn it!
Don't
if
help 'em.
I'm Amber's team, we're going tomorrow to the bell rings with questions. We are not starting cross-examination tomorrow, or we're going to start cross-examination at 4:59 p.m. Right? We are not. Tomorrow is full direct testimony. We're going to go through this woman's life painstakingly slow because I want and we're going to end at a very sympathetic moment. And then you had your baby, and then we go. Yes, all right. Then we'll go next week, right? And so that's what I want to do. If they let cross-examination start tomorrow, they have lost this case. Again, that's my own opinion. What about you? What do you guys?
Even
think?
one question.
Yeah, I was going to say, even if it's 4:59, I'm jumping up and saying, "Judge, let me get one."
Yeah, just let the jury sit there and ponder on one of the many lies that you can hit her with.
You can, or do what they did to Johnny at the end of the day and just play one of the most damning recordings that you possibly can.
There you go. That's nice.
Yeah.
I like that.
Actually, so let me, if you guys don't mind talking for a few more minutes before we hit the super chats, I'm going to take a break real quick. Just step up and come back. You guys okay with that?
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah. We can handle it. You go take a break.
Thanks. I will be right back. Just need to step away for a minute. Thank you.
Media is already picking up on it, by the way. Daily Beast, Johnny Depp stares at desk as Amber Heard begins testimony and defamation trial.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which I think was a good play for him.
No, he looked fine. I didn't see anything wrong with that. I think that's a good call.
He just wants to avoid being criticized. I get it.
Right.
Yeah, he's looking at her soul and scaring her up, and yeah. So I understand why he's looking down.
And
But
so
I
a little late. From her mannerisms, are you guys feeling that it's genuine, or is it a consensus that she's not coming off as genuine?
No, I can.
It's a split panel.
Yeah, I can see people
it's
in
mostly
that
me
courtroom.
against everyone else.
No, I agree with you, Kurt. I'm agreeing with you. I can see how somebody on that juror, a mechanic who's doing a 9 to 5, wanting to get the hell out of here and listen to these 2 rich people, can sit there and look at her and believe that looks like my daughter, and I believe her story. I can see that totally happening. It wasn't a cluster F, but it was for us being technical and nitpicking it. Yes, but I can 100% see somebody sitting there on a mostly male jury and saying,
Kurt,
yeah, I believe her story.
Kurt, I agree with you too. I look at it personally and say it is not selling for me.
Yeah.
But that does not mean that I think the jury's buying it. I have no idea.
Correct.
I mean, yeah, my biggest struggle is if it is real, this is a real life Gone Girl. Like that's if the statements themselves are lies, this means someone hire her to make scripts forever. That's how crazy it is.
I don't know. It's just an exaggeration. I'm sure every one of those stories is rooted in truth. They were sitting on that couch together. Now, did he touch her? That's where it deviates. So, like, it's pretty easy to concoct it in the sense that you weave it into something that really happened, and then you jack it up a notch.
Yeah,
and you believe that or not. That's the thing.
The trailer park story. I mean, that's one could be completely legitimate, and then all of a sudden, whatever happens to that trailer park.
Absolutely. There's no doubt they went to the trailer park. There's no doubt that they did drugs. There's no doubt that there were other people there. The question is, did he do the things that she said? And of course, they conveniently happen alone.
Of course, yeah. That's the way it happened. But the thing is that I think the place where Depp's team should attack her, which I would always do, is the fact that every time she says something has happened and all the proof. There's people who say it didn't, right? The whole, the bruises on her face, the DV incident, right? You literally have even the doctor who checked her out and said that these things didn't happen. So I think if you make Amber's story play against the facts, like I always say, it's best not to, if you're not arguing with me, but you're arguing against the facts. If your story don't match the facts, then your argument's not with me. It's really with the facts. And I think that's kind of how Johnny Depp's team need to play it. Like, all right, her argument's with the facts. It's not with us. And when it comes to credibility, since he said, she said, can you believe somebody who's just making up stories? because she's also made this one up. That's the
Yep.
way I think they need to go. But
But that's where it's interesting. This whole case, I've been saying it, it's all her reporting to the doctor, to everything. But
Everything,
she
the whole
told two
thing.
stories that were witnessed. Are you going to produce those witnesses? Are they going to back you? And are they going to be credible? That's huge. I could be convinced.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not yet, but if you bring those out, I could be convinced.
L. Rod, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Says ingenious strategy, use everyone's rational thoughts against them, make all so uncomfortable thinking no one besides the real survivors could ever utter these things, but she dared to camouflage herself amongst victims. Awful. Feel awful for JD. Yeah. Yeah. All right. How about we get some questions? Oh my goodness. Okay. Sorry about the squeaks. Alrighty. David Webb says, "Hey Bites, this is my." Oh nope, I got that one before. Leo Freeman says, "Could be that he is capitalizing on her apparent disgusting personality in front of the jury and letting her talk as she pleases." We're talking about the expert witness. I don't know. People. I think we're trying to rationalize that cross examination today, and I don't know that it was.
It was
yeah.
bad.
Yeah, I don't know that it was doing what we wanted it to do.
Yeah, that's the three-dimensional chess argument. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Oh, what? Oh my gosh. What do you need? What do you need? Okay. Hi. Ralph
Love
Peterson.
from mommy.
I know. Except usually that means she has to go pee. So I hope that's not the
The
case.
heck of my daughter. I'm not mommy. I'm daddy.
Ralph Peterson says,
"Take her out for crying out loud. Take her out right now. We will carry this string."
Okay, how about this?
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, hang on. How about this? If my editor is here, then you guys can, after you read this one and you answer it, then you can say next super chat. He'll pull it up.
All
How's
right,
that?
we'll do that.
Okay, cool.
Or we'll
cool,
go off on a lark for like 20 minutes. Who knows?
Okay,
What-
okay. I'll be back. I'll be back in like 5. Okay.
All right.
I'm not abusing my
Question
dog, by
for
the way.
Nurse Liz. All right, it's a question for Nurse Liz. We're gonna direct this one to Kurt.
Oh, I'm
All
just
right, well,
Nurse Liz now.
Can one be addicted to super chats for the thrill of seeing oneself on live internet? 2, what is the medically safe daily limit for selling one's plasma? Thanks for the video. Okay, all right.
3.
It's not serious. All right.
Yeah.
Kurt can field it. All right, someone else
They
carry
bring
on
in
here. I
Dr.
don't know.
Who's running these things?
How-
Can
how-
Dr.
how are
they
they
bring in
moving?
Dr. Kerr to speak against why she did such a poor job on the test, proving
Yes.
she messed up and validating Dr. Kerr at the same time. Oh yeah, definitely
Yeah.
for sure. That's
Rebuttal
gonna happen.
witness.
Whether it's Dr.
Yeah.
Curry or someone else, someone's coming in to about this at some point.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Which one of us
Actually,
wants to be on Johnny's
the
team?
interesting that's what somebody just said. Somebody was talking about that on one of the other streams about how they might have intentionally not
wanna read 'em?
gone in on the expert. So as to let Dr. Curry do the rebuttal. So no, let Curry kill it because Curry can kill it on the back end. So
I can read them if no one else wants to. Question: which one of you in the panel would love to be part of Johnny's team and do the questioning?
I think all of us.
Yeah, all of us, because it's just too much fun.
I mean, that'd be too much fun. Come on.
Yeah.
Next.
All day.
Why no specific questions in the 80 pages? I don't know the reference.
I
We're
don't
still
either.
back at the doctor.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
Yeah.
the cross X was not. It was a good day for Amber Heard. The cross X was not the glory show I was hoping it to be, and yeah.
Yep.
Why didn't she show the nurse practitioner report? These
Because-
among other things are good questions we do not have the answers to.
Yeah.
Correct.
absolutely do not know.
Does it seem as if the judge isn't going to allow her prior DV then? Seems that way.
Yep.
Surprisingly,
it's-
haven't heard about it yet, but does seem the door is open. Anyone else?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
obviously it's a what is it? A 4-2 4-1B? What's the propensity evidence in the federal rules? 404. Yeah, so it's propensity. But the thing is that now maybe I'm wrong. Rob, from my understanding, they seem to have opened the door when they asked the therapist, you looked at all the other prior incidents and this is how you came to your opinion. And they were talking about her childhood, her college career, and all sorts of stuff. And then the expert then opined that, yes, prior instances of violence and domestic violence are all indicators that someone's an abuser. So
I felt that. I mean, I
wouldn't
felt
that
that way
open
too.
the door to then, okay,
Absolutely.
so now
And it's
Amber-
beyond propensity. It's just straight. That forms the basis of my opinion.
Yes. And she actually used that phrase. That drove me nuts. That's why I would have paid good money to be at that sidebar to hear what was happening. I was also mad at the attorney because when he asked the question, yesterday you testified that you had seen nothing in her history. And then she said no. And he asked the question again. She said no. He didn't have the transcript in his hand. I would have gone to that court reporter that next day and I said, I don't care what you give me, but I need that page tomorrow because I need that, because he needed that. I think that was part of the issue. But it would have been so much more effective, especially in front of the judge, if he pulled up the exact quote that she put, which I think was, I didn't see it in her past. No, not at all. Yes, it has an impact, but it wasn't there. Something like that. It was crazy.
Said past relationships, past or following
past
relationships.
Or
and that's like, how do you not get into that? That's such a tea.
Yeah, there it is. Just, destroy this woman on the stand now. But
next,
I don't know.
Will he be more aggressive after break? Apparently not.
Nope.
That's a good part of waiting to answer, right?
Could she be charged with malpractice?
Honestly, I think there could. I mean, not that she could be or should be, but I've seen where doctors have testified like that and had some board complaints.
Oh, good. Alita's back, so I can stop being discount Alita.
You did awesome, Kurt.
Awesome.
With the attorney that was doing the cross examination, I'm assuming that since this is civil, he probably has not done a lot of these trials. But I'm also thinking he has a flow, and a lot of times, especially younger attorneys, what they do is they'll get this flow and get stuck in this flow with every witness, and not understanding that every witness, you have to kind of change your tactics for every witness. Some witnesses you got to be a little bit more aggressive with children, you have to be a little softer tone with. But it seemed like this guy had a plan for just expert witnesses and just went through that plan and couldn't adjust when he started getting some pushback, and it didn't work out the way it happened. I don't know if you guys got that, but that's kind of the way I'm feeling I got listening to it.
And she was right
you have to calibrate for what you're getting.
Yeah, if you came in hard at her, she was already appearing smug. She would have gotten combative. I mean, if that strategy would have changed, that cross would have been completely different.
Tails DM says, wouldn't it be better for the rebuttal expert to go ham on the issues rather than the lawyer who is not trained like the witness?
Would have been better for both.
That's true, but all right. So this question fails to understand why the argument isn't to destroy this witness. What we're more upset about, well, I can't speak for the other panelists, but the reason why I feel this was a missed opportunity, because what could have gotten in to help their case. The DV complaint could have gotten in. You could have got a history of all this stuff, and on top of that, you could have presented all that negative evidence of Johnny's bruises, of all the negative stuff could have been shown again to this witness, to the jury, and then the payoff question. So that means Amber's an abuser. Doesn't matter what she says because they see all the evidence. They'll do it. So if she says yes, it's great. If she says no, she looks bad in front of the jury. You sit down, you call it a day. That is what, so that's kind of where my being upset at that cross-examination mattered, is because they left so much on the table where they didn't have to destroy this witness, but they could have gotten so much out of it. And that's the missed opportunity.
Yep. Agreed. Monica says, probably not typical for notes to be put in evidence, but doesn't the jury now have a test with no box filled in and just a verbal reference to clinical notes?
I don't know if they admit. I don't know if anybody moved that into evidence or not.
They moved the front page in. They moved the first page and they moved the instructions in. And I actually liked that argument because the whole rule of completeness here. No, they made their point. You don't get to just throw the whole batch of documents in.
Having said that, if you want to make that point in argument, there's enough testimony in that you can say that this doctor wasn't even filling out the forms. Absolutely. If you feel like saying that at the end of this trial, enough testimony was there to make that argument.
Yeah. Flying Goatman says, I was away for like an hour. What happened on the cross?
You didn't miss anything.
It was wonderful. It was wonderful.
Yeah, best cross of our lives, guys.
No, but for everybody, if you want to see somebody really break down an expert or someone break down a sympathetic witness, Earl Grey, even Kim Potter, I think she should have been freed. But look at Earl Grey's cross-examination of the mother, who had just crying and bawling out in the stand. She had just lost her son, and Earl Grey took it and he surgically destroyed that witness. And that's the way you do it. Crocodile tears and everything, but he was surgical. He went in and just did his business. That's a cross-examination. If you guys want to see a good cross.
And with an expert, if you look at Eric Nelson in the Chauvin trial, Eric Nelson cross-examining the medical, he was textbook cross of an expert witness.
Yes. Okay. Emma Bacon says, can the jury members take notes? Yes, they can. Sinpar Australia says, new to your coverage, can we get a quick overview of panelists and their backgrounds and expertise? Well, let's start with Mike, since he's got his hand up.
Personal injury workers' compensation, Illinois. So I do civil work. I was a prosecutor a long, long time ago. Barely remember it.
Yep. Kurt, how about you?
Intellectual property, patent law.
I didn't know that.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Domestic relations and bankruptcy litigation.
All right. Nate.
Defense lawyer, and right now I'm doing a lot of tort stuff. So started off as a prosecutor, became a college professor, and then private practice.
Are you still teaching?
No, I left the law school 2 years ago to start doing this, and private practice has been good. So I was just like,
very cool.
All right. For me, it's been mostly litigation, some transactional in estates and trusts, but mostly litigation and employment litigation or employment law and wills and trusts. So fun times. People fighting over mom and dad. Its text says, how do they choose which attorney will direct and cross?
Did Rochambeau for it?
Yeah, whichever one is stronger for various strengths and weaknesses of a particular witness, I would say.
Trial by combat.
I mean, yeah. I mean, but also, you have some attorneys that probably just really want to do the direct or really want to cross a particular witness. So you'll see that too. Elizabeth SH says, y'all think he's giving her enough rope to hang herself, allowing her to impeach and discredit herself in the eyes of the jury? No.
All right. Is this the doctor or Amber?
Yeah. Doctor. This is still the doctor.
Okay.
No, it's being that's being a little bit too charitable, I think.
Yeah, it was just a weak cross.
Yeah. Hendrik Harald Koenig says, so AH is going to be on the stand today. Well, that is what happened. Jen Manning says, couldn't the CAPS 5 be a standalone test? Why should the expectation be to also review an 80-page single-spaced note doc to get the relevant info?
See, the fact that we're talking about the CAP 5 test shows you how bad the cross was. That shouldn't even be. We shouldn't even care about that test. It's just where we're at, though.
I'll be honest. I mean, for me, the various tests that they were talking about, I don't really know the difference between one or another. So it's all kind of gobbledygook for me. Between all of them, and I feel like the jury's going to feel the same way. So all of the arguments between them about the different tests and which test is better and what they test for, I'm like, for me, it was just like way over my head. So yeah, I can't really answer your question, Jen. Thomas Hogue, hey, Rick's dad, super chatting again. He says, once again today, this panel is far better than anyone on cable or TV. Do you guys like this lawyer? I'm having some difficulty. I think he's
go back to
referring
the
to Rick.
lunch break and watch Kurt come into the stream.
Hendrik Harold Koenig says, AH on the stand today. Yes. Yeah, I think that may have gone through twice. Cha Gonzalez says, can people refuse to be witnesses? Not if they've been actually properly
subpoenaed.
Unless you want a default judgment, maybe, because she's a defendant in the case.
Yeah.
She was gonna be called.
Yeah. Nicholas Maupin says, setting up Dr. C for rebuttal of Dr. H administration on CAPS 5 could be set up for no rebuttal from Dr. H while on the stand. Not sure I understand the question.
Still talking about CAPS 5. Shows you.
I think Dr. Curry as a rebuttal witness is I really hope that they don't talk about the various different types of tests.
No,
I don't think the jury cares.
That's getting lost in the weeds. You just have to come back on a broad scale and say, I meant what I said, and she did a bad job. She didn't even fill out her reports, and she sucks. Next. That's how you
mineral spirits. Like you can throw mineral spirits at your partner if you're running away from them.
Yeah, and she can just talk about how crazy those things are. She's like, yeah, who says something like that?
Yeah. Yolanda Castillo says, Andrea, did JD not call Amber because of impeachment rule?
No, that is
again, we went over this. It was part of an agreement.
Yeah.
There was clearly an agreement because all the testimony that's come in here, it came in as like depositions, and they agreed to let it in or whatever. So there was some grand bargain on all these things.
Yeah, I think so. I think
and they just decided they were doing it this way.
Yeah. 65 CJ5 says, what's with the bumbling sloth of an attorney? Well, I wouldn't say he was a bumbling sloth. He just had a bad cross today.
But that was their expert guy. It's the only thing that's pissing me off is that was their expert cross guy. Like he was the expert.
That was their designated hitter. Yep, that was their DH coming to the plate.
I know, and the thing is, he did so well with directing the expert witnesses on Johnny's side that it was like I was excited for him to do the cross examination as well. But maybe he's just like Elaine, better on direct than on cross, perhaps. Warren Lee says, is it true that Amber Heard didn't want her friends to take a deposition because they would take Depp's position? I don't know that. I understand the pun.
Are you messing with me? Yeah, right.
Yeah. But yes, there was a pun. But I immediately got to like answering the question. I don't think that there was any risk of her friends taking Johnny's side in this. Even though they've supposedly been distancing themselves. I think when the depositions happened, they were still friends with her, was my understanding. Esther Basson says, would the lawyers representing someone typically be from the same firm, or could they bring in people from different firms? Hello from Namibia. Hey, I love Namibia. I've been there before. It's a cool place. Yes, you can bring in people from other firms. You can. We've seen that before. Like in Rittenhouse, for example. Yep. Bernard says, did the lawyers and Dr. Curry work out that strategy and questions overnight?
A bad one.
Yeah. Elizabeth Blair says, Nurse Liz, sorry for Nurse Liz. Amber Heard is supposedly on isotretinoin Accutane. Obviously, she has acne severe enough to warrant a prescription. Could that be the rosacea/acne instead of bruising? I believe she may be referring to a prior photo of Amber, but I'm not sure exactly when. Could be. It does cause redness from my memory. Paulette Poirier says, which one of you on the panel would love to be part of Johnny's team?
All of us.
Yeah, absolutely.
That'd be fun.
That would be. It really would be. Normie says, do y'all think these lawyers from either side had or should have had mock trials before this trial started? I would almost guarantee they did. They have the resources for it. Why wouldn't they for such a high profile trial? 65 CJ5 says, question for Rob, Makita or DeWalt?
DeWalt.
Okay. Easy. Piper's Muse says, can Doc be tossed due to technicality, i.e. improper filling out? PCAs, CHHAs, fired or blanks in forms, notes, etc. Thank you. Much appreciated. I think this is referring to the way that she filled out the documents to talk about.
If you want to borrow her testimony and that was your basis for the motion, you need to bring this before she's sitting up there at trial. I mean, there are a lot of ways to do that, but we're past that at this point.
Yeah.
But
Emily Belanger.
Before you get to the next super chat, I do want to say one thing.
Yeah.
Amber, if your team is listening to this, stop teasing me with the fake tears. I think I've had the $50 one like 4 or 5 times. I thought I was good. I was like, she's walling up.
I'll drop my Venmo in the private chat.
Oh my God. Because I got a $50 bet up here and she's got me fooled like 5 or 6 times. I had to ask for a ruling today, right? Get some tissue wipes, wipe some fake tears so I can make this money. We know the tears are coming. We know the tears because they haven't even got to the crazy stuff. And we already got some straight up tears. So please, Amber, please just do it for me. Hopefully before this week is out.
Do Nate a solid. Produce some tears, please. Please, please.
Now, and if she cries tomorrow, watch the chat. Nate, tell them what to do. Nate and Amber's fine.
What's going on here?
I love it.
Loving Kurt
I
sings.
love it.
Oh man, I don't want to.
It's one of my
I
favorite
have to scoot. I got to make a call. All right.
Alrighty.
See you tomorrow.
Later, Mike.
See ya. Emily Belanger says, do they try to neutralize an expert opinion through using other experts to muddy waters in the jury's mind with respect to psych evals, methods, and interpretation? I mean, they try to battle them out. They try to make their expert look better, more experienced, more, more resourced. I don't know, all kinds of different ways that they just want to make their expert look more impressive and more understandable and just overall better than the other one. More so than trying to like muddy the waters usually. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Christina Hatcha says, when will Amber take the stand? I want to see that. That was today. Christina, once again, I guess let's say that one in twice. Catastrophe says, question for Andrea. Sorry, she's not here anymore. How is it they managed to dodge the arrest in 2009 for hitting Tasha? How is it that not relevant when this psych talks about pattern? I mean, we weren't privy to the sidebar, so we couldn't exactly get the information on that. We just saw that it didn't come in.
It could still come up. They could still reopen that door.
Okay. Through Amber, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
That would be one way to do it. Gabrielle says, can panel explain what happened with right? Again, twice? Okay. Jillian Leo says, Johnny's just lost, right? He hardly poked any holes. No,
not at all.
Not by a long shot. TL says, can they bring up AH's DV arrest during her cross? We thought that they were maybe going to be able to, but they were not.
They may have lost that motion.
Yeah. Pure Pimpinator says, shouldn't they have asked if victims lied to protect the abuser with the finger picture since he testified to that? Maybe they could have, possibly. Possibly. I mean, but that wasn't something that she had directly testified to before. So it would have been better if on cross they basically used what she said, the generalities that she said about victims and about abusers and about their relationships and stuff, and then just applied that to the specific instances from what we've already seen testified to. Yesel J says, will Dr. Curry be back on the stand after this? After Amber Heard's case in chief, she may be recalled. Amandiaris says, Lakeisha Brown raises hand. Okay. Nathan Sue says, did he cut his losses there? I wonder if Depp team wanted to buy goodwill with the jury for a more aggro cross later on. I think jury members likely made up their mind on this witness at direct.
Possibly.
Possible. Susan Stutzman says, can they recall Dr. Curry to help their cross? Yes, but it's never going to be an immediate thing. It's after Amber's case in chief is finished, after all of her witnesses come on. Martina Wosik says, when can they recall Dr. Curry? I love your channel and all the other ones. Congrats on almost 145K. Thank you. It's going to be after Amber
case in chief.
Yes, thank you. Vince Sly says, question, can someone please tell me why none of Turd's texts or even emails are in evidence? I'm sure it's been answered, but I didn't hear. I mean, there are some texts between her and Johnny, but the ones that weren't between Johnny and anyone else, that are just between her and other folks, I would expect them to come in through her. Jessica Haskett says, will they ask why she records everything? They might ask Amber. But I don't know exactly what kind of answer that's gonna bring. Like, what would you expect her to say? Kate says, why didn't they question Dr. Hughes' biases? Men only DV of men or childhood, not women. Does she hate men? I mean, asking her if she hates men is not going to be an effective question on cross-examination especially for an expert.
But they did, though. They did try to question those biases, but he just wasn't prepared. She tried to wiggle out of it by saying, well, I have represented men. Remember, one of my first cases, which was 20 years ago, was with the same sex. But then he could have narrowed it and say, okay, let me be very specific. Have you ever done a case where it's been a male who's been the abuser? I mean, the abused, and the female who's been the abuser.
Yes.
But he kind of got tripped up after she kind of started explaining it and then moved on. So
Yeah. I wish you would have just specified a little bit there. Swing on Down says, when will we see / hear Amber's text messages? I've had Botox around my eyes, i.e. bunny lines. Doctor suggests arnica cream to minimize bruising, thin skin. That'll be in her when she's on the stand, I would imagine. Kai says, can you explain rebuttal? If JD team recalls Dr. Curry, can AH team recall Dr. Hughes? Wouldn't it be endless? It's is rebuttal limited in time and scope? Yes. A rebuttal is only responding to what the other side has put on. So, no, the defense doesn't get a rebuttal of the rebuttal, because the whole purpose of a rebuttal is so that the plaintiff has an opportunity, which is very limited in time and scope, but an opportunity to respond to some of the stuff that the defense has put on. So, because if you think about it, because the defense goes second, on the one hand, it gives the plaintiff the ability to kind of set the stage and really start from zero and really paint the scenery for them. But the defense has the advantage of being able to see everything that the plaintiff has put on and to be able to respond to it. So a rebuttal is intended to basically level out that playing field a little bit for the plaintiff, by giving them an opportunity to respond to some of the defense stuff. So you don't get like unlimited rebuttals between the two.
And the reason why, for like cross-examination, because that same thing could happen with cross-examination, where you just recross, but the way they do it is you limit it to direct. So generally cross is limited to direct, redirect is limited to cross, recross is limited to, so that's the way they do it. So it narrows the issues every time.
Exactly. Raised by a Cup of Coffee says, how are there so many recordings from what I assume is California when it's an all-party consent recording state? Because they recorded them illegally, but then they stipulated to allow them to come in so long as it was just Amber and Johnny. So stipulated meaning they agreed to it. Epicurean Bard says, will audio quality affect jury opinion? I don't know if the audio quality on its own would, but it'll impact them if they can or cannot hear certain things or certain individuals. If they can't hear anything from a recording, they're not going to find much from it.
Yeah, Rob, in that courthouse, nobody's using like it's acoustics, right? The mic, you don't need the mic for everybody to hear you in that courtroom.
Yeah,
right?
it's acoustics. There's
for us.
the ceiling, whatever the ceiling speakers are is in there. I was surprised they didn't have it up louder.
Okay. Lord Luke M says, on May 4th, did you watch Legalbytes? Objection leading. What did you do on May 4th? I watched Legalbytes. Isn't that still leading then? Well, okay. So the witness, if they're paying attention, yes, they've gotten a signal that is what they wanted to, that is what the attorney wanted them to land on. But technically it's not a leading question if you say, what did you do on May 4th? Because that it doesn't presuppose the answer. Although in context, sure, but that doesn't mean you have to abandon the entire line of questioning just because you've previously asked a leading question that got shot down.
The easiest way to tell the difference between two questions too is one versus yes and a no. If you can answer the question with a yes or a no, generally it's going to be leading, and if you can't, it's generally going to be a open-ended question.
Yeah. Wafa Alduwaisan says, would they allow healthcare practitioners to be part of the jury? Probably not for a case that's very medical heavy. Because
I mean, if you're Johnny, yes. If you're Amber, no.
Well, yeah, true. But yeah, generally speaking, they're not going to end up on the jury because that's going to be someone to step up in the jury room when they're deliberating to say, I have some experience here, and then everybody gravitates to that person as a leader on those issues. So usually they're not going to make it onto the jury. Someone's going to have a problem with them. Shindig Eats says, do you think the unsuccessful cross might give Amber a newfound sense of confidence? And it might backfire on her on the stand. I think that her confidence is going to come in through her direct and how she's feeling through that whole performance. So
yeah, see, that's the reason why I thought she was going to cry, because if this is really a performance, then generally you're going to have to want to show that ultimate emotion and that, to cry, to do all that stuff. And it seems like
she is really emoting.
But if you're really, really faking it, like nobody, like somebody who's truly who truly just trying to fake it, I think would want to cry. But maybe she may not be, but it seemed like she seemed like she was almost there today. Because a couple of times I thought she had made it. I was like screaming like yes, but I don't know.
Marie Zigelski says, "Can you explain Elaine's completeness justification?" So there's a rule that if somebody introduces part of a piece of evidence, let's say part of a report, you can usually, as the opposing party, if you want the rest of it in, there's an argument that can be made to say that the rule of completeness requires that the jury be able to see the full report so that they can fully understand it, so that everything is in context. It's not cherry picked information. And that it's in context. So that's basically the rule of completeness. And what Elaine tried to do today was to offer the full report, but it was for multiple different tests. When in her direct, she didn't ask her about that prior test that she tried to get in on redirect. And that test was also outside of the scope of what came in on cross-examination. So it was kind of it failed because it was outside the scope of everything that had come in. She was going to try to like reach in to try to backdoor some new information there, basically.
The other caveat to that is the rule of completeness. You have to assert that at the time it's being introduced. You can't come back later and do it. That's what Elaine did. She tried to come back later and do it. If when they were trying to introduce that one page, Elaine said whole document or nothing, then goes in.
Yeah. Good point. Garcian Charles says, feeling sad, such a wasted opportunity for JD. Although she is talking nonsense, not sure the jury will see it as such. Not sure why the jury didn't allow the past relationships to come into, or the judge didn't allow the past relationships to come into account. I mean, it sounds like she just doesn't want extrinsic evidence for it, that it's not probative enough and maybe more prejudicial than probative.
It's propensity evidence, so I understand. It's because it would show, the definition of propensity is, well, it shows that she was the prior action shows conformity with what she's on trial for now. And I would say, hell yeah, all right, a DV being arrested for domestic violence, that shows a propensity toward domestic violence. So, and that's the reason. Essentially, it's unfair. So I don't know. It'll be tough to get in.
Yeah. Dogkiss says, how come Elaine always tries to argue against the objections, but JD's team doesn't seem to do this? Is it a sound strategy? It depends. I mean, some judges, you can wear them down by continuing to argue until they agree with you. We saw that a lot in the Rittenhouse trial, for example. The prosecution was actually very good at that.
You saw it today too. You saw it today with some of Elaine's stuff. Us Karate, she would come back and say, "I'll overrule it."
Yeah. So sometimes it's effective. LurPYY says, if Spidey comes today, could you ask him to review Amber's reaction to the knife questions? About an hour and 15 minutes in, just look for the knife pick. If he comes back, we'll have to try to remember that. James McDonald says, does anyone else get the awful impression that this judge has a one for you, one for them approach to ruling on objections? I don't know. I think she's been pretty fair overall.
Yeah, most of the time we get our we'll predict how the objection will come out. So she's been pretty fair.
Yeah. Alrighty. Hocus says, I thought it was out of scope of practice of psychology to determine if crime were committed. So how is she saying confidently it happened? Is this referring to Johnny as the abuser?
Yeah, but she did clear up today on cross that she was not there to say these actually happened, but was using them, and she believed her. So she walked that fine line today where I don't know these things happened, right? I'm not testifying they did happen. What I'm testifying to is I believe her story because generally people who tell stories like this are believable. That's essentially what she said.
Ronnie P says, wasn't this witness a big win for AH? Yeah. Courtney Nichols says, even if they can't bring up AH's ex, she still lied under oath and contradicted herself. Why was that allowed? But she didn't have any prior testimony on that, did she? Not that I'm aware of.
So.
Or any prior statements on that. If that were the case, if that were the case that she had previously testified otherwise, then I think they could have.
Prior
impeach
testimony,
her.
right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Sinfully Sweet says, why didn't Cross bring up AH's DV arrest? I thought this ridiculous.
Everybody's
Not cut it
asking
in.
the same thing.
I'm just gonna say asked and answered on this.
Everybody's asking the
Louise
same
Hatter,
thing.
how does a rebuttal work? And in this case, like for instance with Dr. Curry, when could that supposedly happen? I'm gonna go asked and answered also on this one because we've answered it several times. Crafting with Amy, has there been any proof of SV other than AH saying it happened? Did she get med eval? Call cops. It could have been self-inflicted if she did.
That was just such the worst part about that stupid Cross, because he had her when remember she was like, oh yes, there was a medical report of her bruising, and they're like, okay, where was it at? Here's a doctor, and remember, so she said that doctor just wrote that note, but then he said, but then the next day she went to Dr. Kipper, and he gave her an exam, and we know that Dr. Kipper's exam says she had no bruises, no injuries, right? Then we know she had the nurse, and the nurse checked her out, and she was all good.
Yeah.
But he didn't go to that. He didn't go that far. He didn't say that. And that was like right there, right? You have a note from somebody who looked at her in the dark versus a medical exam. And the medical exam said she didn't have anything. So I don't know why he didn't go there.
Do you think maybe it could be partly because he just doesn't know the case as well? Like doesn't know the facts?
But
like on that granular of a level? I would hope
I don't
not.
know. I can't imagine that. That's a big issue.
Not knowing that Dr. Kipper,
yeah,
like no, he even said it. He said, yeah, didn't Dr. Kipper evaluate her afterwards, right? And yes,
yeah.
And then you ask the last question. So you're taking a doctor's exam is not good enough to show that she didn't have enough injuries, right? You go right to that question because she's got a doctor's exam versus somebody who looked at her in the dark. But he kind of moved on, and I was like, wow, he kind of, he let her out of that one.
Yeah, true. Terry Clark says, get Spidey on because AH is very animated today. We got him on. Maybe he'll come back. Jane Benjamin says, do marriage vows still have until death? I mean, I guess it depends on the vows. It's less of a legal question. I think that's more of a cultural question.
You could go get a Christian wedding. Yes, it's going to say till death do you part, and make the wife obey.
Well, that is depending on just how traditional. Amax says, could it actually be a carefully crafted opportunity to let Dr. Curry's rebuttal be the true teardown of her testimony? To that, no. Wave says, why can't they bring up Amber's arrest record over Tasha? Should we say asked and answered on this one? I think we've
I feel bad for a $20 super chat.
I know.
Depends on the evidence. They can't do it. Sorry, but
I know. I feel bad too, but I also see that we've got over 260 of these.
Oh yeah, keep it moving. Yeah. We're sorry. We're so sorry.
I know. Denise from Canada says, do you think the Cross was hoping to do the 2+2 and let the jury come to 4 on their own, just as most of us have done? No, no.
That's a hell of a risk.
Yeah.
You can't let jury do math. You got to do it for them.
Yeah. Anthony says, did JD's team pass on some of those questions on redirect because they want AH to testify before the 10-day break? Just a thought. Did JD's team pass on some of those questions on redirect? No. I don't. I doubt it.
Why would you pass on getting her? Well, maybe I'm assuming the judge. I'm giving the lawyers the benefit of that. I think the judge just denied them letting it in. I think she did the probative versus prejudicial. It came out. It was just more prejudicial. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Next one. Crimson says, would they have not drilled the doc to not give AH ammo? No. John Jab says, how do they pit the experts against each other? Does JD expert get to come back in? I mean, it's you have both of them testifying. That's how you pit them against one another. But yeah, I mean, ostensibly, she's going to come back on rebuttal at some point after Amber Heard closes her case. That's what we're expecting anyway.
Most of the criminal court cases we see, you'll see when they do their rebuttals, you'll see they'll call back their expert on to say why the other expert was wrong or whatever. Blah, blah, blah. So.
Hoda Agai says, on what basis judge denied her past violence? We talked about that. Yeah, we'll say asked and answered. Ryan Mark Camilleri says, any background info of the jury? We don't really have much other than it's what, 8 men and 2 women. And they're all a little bit younger-ish on average. That's about what we know. Otherwise, not much because they're supposed to stay anonymous. Hocus says, can they bring Curry up next instead of Amber? Nope. She can only come on after Amber's done with all of her witnesses. Faith Cedric says, what happened to the blistering cross? I know, right? Megan Yard says, do each of the lawyers need a turn? I'm not sure what that means.
No, I think they
Next
mean
one.
within each side. I think is what they mean. Like, does every lawyer within the defense team or does every lawyer within the plaintiffs team? No, they can choose to do it any way they want.
Yeah. Yep. Yes. Good call. Okay. Samara says, do you think the jury would know from past publicity about Amber's past abuse with her ex? No.
I didn't.
Yeah. Dizzy B, they're not supposed to know anything about either of these. I mean, knowing who Johnny Depp is, but like nothing having to do with the case. Dizzy B says, can you explain that the judge is not biased? Some people don't seem to understand. Also, this is not a short thing. There's still a lot more. Yeah, there's plenty of trial left to be had here.
We're
And
not
she's-
even halfway through. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I just thought about that.
Well, we're about halfway through now, really.
Yeah.
She's not biased. She's been, she's made calls that we've maybe disagreed with from time to time, but it doesn't seem to be like every single time she's made an improper call that it's always been against Johnny. Kate says, how does recalling witnesses work, especially expert witnesses? It happens at the end of Amber's case in chief after she's finished calling all of her witnesses. They can bring up a couple witnesses, and it'll be for very limited scope based on things that Amber's witnesses have talked about. All right. Patient Zero says, it apparently mattered whether the cutting was in the last 6 months, but in another exam, she was fine moving the relevant time period back a year. Yeah, it was very interesting how her testimony was maybe shifting a little bit there. Julie Rakowski says, question, are they waiting to pose those hard-hitting hammer questions for Amber and they don't want to take the sting out of them by posing them to the witness right before her?
Everybody's trying to figure out why Cross went so bad. I think it was our fault. I think we talked that cross up too much. He saw so much promise in the cross.
Oh no! You are not passing this blame on to me.
No, yeah,
No.
I'm with Kurt. I'm with Kurt on this one. This cross was set up perfectly.
we were all saying it's gonna be a killer. They got a specialist to come do cross.
I know.
And then
I literally said in yesterday's recap that I was like, it's gonna be a I think it's gonna be a disco bloodbath. I'm gonna have to, in today's recap, I'm gonna have to be like, it's not. Yeah.
It's so funny. Everybody's like, what happened? Why was this so bad? We don't know, people. We just don't know.
Yeah. Michael Thomas says, discount Amber / discount this witness. I'm not sure. Okay. Next one. Lauren Rickman says, the specialist said that the accounts of abuse fit the story of a true victim. However, AH's past assistant stated in this court that AH stole her story as a victim of a domestic abuse. Isn't this important? She didn't say that in court, though. That none of that came in as witness testimony. So it might be important to people around this case that have been paying attention for a long time, but it's not important to the jury because they don't even know about it. M. Bailey says, seems like Hughes used deductive reasoning with DV as empirical fact. She can then say A's psych deterioration is RT. What does RT stand for? DV.
Related to?
Some of these shortened words and stuff are killing me.
Yeah, we'll have to deduce it, but I got there, I think.
Okay. But her, what is SX? It's like DX is diagnosis. What is S? I'm really struggling, y'all.
Because X is assault, maybe? I don't know.
And Bailey's talking in code right now.
Lawyers deduce acronyms and symbols.
It's especially hard after 8.5 hours of live streaming. Related to, thank you guys. Okay, symptoms. Okay. All right. Thanks, folks. I'm
related to.
sorry. I don't want to be rude to any of these folks that are drafting these super chats. It's just it's sometimes hard reading these, especially after so many hours. of live streaming.
X's symptoms.
Yes. Okay. So let me try this again. It seems like Hughes uses deductive reasoning with DV as empirical fact. She then can say Amber's psych deterioration is, what is RT again?
Related to
DV, but her symptoms could be related to other mental issues, i.e. BPD. I don't know. I don't know enough to be able to.
BPD is bipolar disorder.
Yeah, no, I get that, but I don't know enough about BPD or the specifics of PTSD or any of this stuff to really be able to parse through it. Like this is the kind of stuff that I'm like, okay, you tell me and explain things to me, expert witness. I'm about as dumb as a typical juror on medical stuff. Not to say that any of these jurors are dumb, but
I mean, if we were talking about IIED, I'd say we're QED.
QED.
It's proven. Quest demonstratum? No. I was just trying to make a joke by using more acronyms to be difficult.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Kurt, you are the smartest on the panel. We know.
So it could very well be that this expert witness, I guess my best response to the super chat is it could very well be that this expert witness is blending things between these various possible diagnoses to make it look more like Amber doesn't have BPD and that is more beneficial to her. It's totally possible. And in fact, I would almost expect that because that's kind of her job, right? Alrighty. Jessica Haskett says, will they ask AH why she recorded everything? I don't think so. Aaron Rabishaw says, can they bring her ex when questioning AH to prove she lied to the examiner? Can they bring up her ex? I don't know. Maybe
might try.
Yeah, you could try. But the thing is, I don't know if they have any written records to try to impeach her on for that. I mean, because even if she had conversations with her, my guess is that like the actual question or statement to her about the ex is maybe not in writing. Or at least, yeah. Because not all of those details are going to be in writing, especially as we saw in the reports today with that blank box. Joshua Frost said, should have asked, did you interview any of AH's prior partners in your analysis? Yeah, that would have been, I mean, either that or did you talk to her? Did you talk to Amber about any of her prior relationships? That could have been a question. I mean, because she testified to talking to her about her relationships with her parents and with her sister, growing up and that kind of stuff. So any other prior romantic relationships would have been interesting for her analysis, I would think. Shirley Peralta says, why wouldn't they get the ex-girlfriend to testify? Based on what I've heard, I don't think she would be willing to. Marcos D says, regarding witnesses that are subject to recall by JD, do they have to wait until all of AH's witnesses have taken the stand, or how does it work? Yes. Sorry. Sometimes I read them out loud and then I have to reread them again so that I understand what they're actually saying. Whitaker 86 says, do you think the jury remembers her mentioning previous relationships and felt gaslit by her denial that she said it? Maybe.
It'd be hard to catch, but possibly at least one of them.
Yeah, could be. Lee Hawkins says, do you think Mr. Dennison didn't go as far as he could because he's trusting and dignifying the jury's intelligence? No. That's too much. That's too much trust.
We talked him up too much
in
yesterday, baby.
We
talked him up too much.
We did. We really did.
But that's because there was so much. But am I wrong? Maybe we saw something that just wasn't there. But
no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It was that bad. It really was that bad. I talked with Alita like last night. We were talking about all of this.
Rob was in his wood shop.
Everything was teed up perfectly, and you're just sitting here going, that's a slam dunk, that's a slam dunk, that's a slam dunk, and he didn't finish a single point.
Yeah. Shubham Bansal wants to know from Rob, score, the cross, and direct.
I just did. Direct was fine. Nothing really too offensive. She did fine. Cross was nightmare.
Dwani Prabhu says, Hogue did say have low expectation yesterday, then you'll be surprised, something like that. It was evident that what she said was very sloppy. Where is Nate? Punching a wall because of missed opportunities, I bet. Because you weren't on the panel at the moment, Nate. I mean, that is true. Rick did say that. He was like, you know what? We probably should say to expect basically nothing out of this cross-examination tomorrow, just in case something happens. So I'll blame him for jinxing it. I'm just kidding. Erica Ashford said, can they readdress the issue of women being abusive to men occurrences to Dr. Curry later? This would rebut Dr. Hughes. I mean, they could say like, hey, you saw Dr. Hughes testify, right? And so she said, and so, you saw that she said, blah, 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 gender, women are victims and men are abusers. And basically ask her like, hey, what do you think about that? And she can be like, well, interestingly enough, she didn't say that a man could be a victim to a female abuser. However, I do believe that is possible because I've seen it and there's research and there's blah, 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 I guess possibly. But at that point, I don't know if that score is even going to stick as much as it would have if they had gotten it on cross. Jacqueline Porter says, defense attorney here, my approach is to pick a jury that is not stupid and then trust that the jury is not stupid. Good point. Cindy Sue says, I'm the victim of DV. To this day, I don't know how I lived through the night he was strangling me. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I stood in front of the knife drawer taking punches so he wouldn't grab one and kill me. I couldn't give him a knife as a gift. Oh my God. I'm really, really sorry. That must have been, to say that was an awful experience is obviously a massive understatement. And I'm really sorry that you went through that. And I hope that you are in a much better and safer and healthier place now. And that you are able to be much, much happier now too. And I completely understand. Yeah, that's a very, very valid point about the knife. Logan says, could they be saving these questions for Amber Heard's testimony? No, I still think you nail the witness that's in front of you. Still Alive says, nerd question. Have any of you played or ever heard of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney video games? Heard of it, never played it. I know that Rick Hogue has. Vicky says, sleepy in Oz. Just need doubt in jury's mind for cross. I'm not sure if doubt is enough on its own. Ideally, you want to just completely destroy her credibility. That's the most ideal situation here. Christina Anandan says, I am no lawyer, but I thought that was effective. His approach was good because it made JD's team likable and not aggressive. She seemed useless. Maybe there are jurors who felt the same way. Kubatail 12 says, what do you think Hughes' hourly rate is for properly filling out documents? That's funny. Our Cryptid says, bet Dr. Curry's Cap 5 form is filled out properly. Could be. Gail Martin says, I saw a video from a plastic surgeon showing AH and what she had done. He said one was cheek implants. A video from a plastic surgeon. Okay, but we don't know if that plastic surgeon actually, well, undoubtedly that plastic surgeon did not actually work on her because that's all kinds of doctor-patient confidentiality issues by going on a video and talking about it. But so, someone could look at her face and say, I think that this is what has happened, but that's not necessarily going to come in at trial unless they actually have the doctor who treated her or the medical records of the doctor who treated her. Hey, Spidey, how's it going? Before I get you, let me before I bring you in, let me get this super generous super chat. Hiya, thank you so much. We need Rob to attend Amber Heard's cross and give us a detailed analysis of the jury, please.
Rob, they want you in there.
Line standing services.
Somebody will do it. Somebody will stand out there.
Spidey, what did you think? What did you think of Amber Heard today?
I have been running around like a chicken without a head all day, traveling to my hotel. I'm literally in my hotel, and I was like, I can't not go hang out, just even if it's just part of the gossip.
So from the
Listen,
bits
from
and
the little
pieces that
bits,
you
from the little
saw,
bits I saw,
okay.
from little
Sorry.
bits of what I saw, I think you guys, again, as always, were dead on. I think there's a certain air of inauthenticity. To Kurt's point, which I highly agree with. I don't know how much the jury will agree or how much the jury will see that. Kurt, I believe you were saying that, and I think it's valid. I think, we're sitting here, we're on YouTube, we're all like playing off each other's energy. So we're like, oh, what's that? What's that little thing she did with her eyes? The jury's not doing that. The jury's just sort of, they might fall for that. Rob was nailing. Rob, I'm so glad we're on the stream at the same time. You were nailing there was almost this, whenever the objection came, it was, and scene. You know what I mean? Sort of vibe,
Yeah.
and Rob nailed that. So that was, and I saw it, there was multiple times where objection and they went to something and all her emotions just went to nothingness. So it's like, literally like an actress between scenes. There's one overwhelming question that I keep asking myself, and it's bugging the heck out of me, and it's going to keep bugging the heck out of me as long as she's on that stand. And it's, why is her emotional response while she's telling the story now significantly different from what it was during her deposition?
I didn't even think about that. You're right, though.
Yeah.
The same story, but the different emotion. Well, listen, I got to go because I got to answer a question about why am I offering $10 million to leave my wife.
Nate,
But we will be talking later,
me, isn't
guys.
it? It's me, because I'm here.
Not, Spidey, it's not because you're here, but no, we're supposed to be planning a trip, so we trying to get out there to Alita in June. So talk to you guys soon. I'll be back if you guys are still on.
All right, see you, Nate.
So that was my overwhelming question. Like, if we look at Johnny Depp in the deposition and now when he tells the story, not only is the emotional range the same or the emotional response the same, the cadence is the same, the gestures are the same, the bottle went right by my head. Like, everything is consistent with someone who's telling a story. With her, why is it like, so during the deposition, it was this very sort of cold, agitated, aggravated, sort of like spitting her words and like, I was defending my sister and she was getting all worked up. And now we're seeing like a soft, crying sort of, if anything, the relationship should be the opposite. Earlier on, a couple of years ago, it would have made her more emotional. And now she would have gone over it and come at him with more anger. Why? Here's my theory. I could be wrong. My theory is that she is catering to what she thinks the audience wants to hear.
Yeah.
So a couple of years ago, when the Me Too movement was a thing, and she was like, I'm standing strong for women during her deposition, we got this really agitated, aggravated, spitting her words, he's an abuser and using all these things. And that didn't play so much for her because people called her on that. So now she was like, okay, I need to bring this emotional thing forward. And now we're seeing, the sadness, and we're seeing the eyebrows, and we're seeing this, and we're seeing her sort of slow down her cadence, I think, to match Johnny Depp's a little bit because she sees that working for him. So that's what I think. Overall, I didn't really go deep in. Thank you. In the comments, it seems like a lot of people are with me on this. I'm glad. I was just listening to you guys fanboying over some amazing exchanges at the airport. But yeah, I mean, you guys tell me what's going on. What do you guys think? Talk to me.
The depot thing I hadn't thought about, but you're right. She was in that depot. I would kind of say indignant.
Yes.
Just very dismissive, indignant. Wasn't really giving them anything other than fire. Today, soft. The other question though is, so someone asked earlier, why is she wearing very masculine attire? She was dressed in, quite honestly, it was a suit, vest, collared shirt. Is she trying to accomplish both with the soft appearance, but then also the attire that gives her the hashtag Me Too? I don't know. And Spidey's frozen.
I have a
We've got hotel Wi-Fi. That's why.
I think I have a tough time
am I
with
frozen?
it.
Yeah, you're a little grainy.
Yeah. I think I have a tough time with it because, as we'll come to probably no one's surprise, I tend to be a little bit more rule-based and a little bit more process-based. So I tend to think more in terms of like flow charts and logicians, and this is kind of going to our earlier discussion about like whether it is or is not creepy or something, because it's like I want a logical flow chart in my mind so I can make decisions. And I think one of the reasons I have problems with this is that you know, I've been told, as we all have in media for so long, about like, you know, we shouldn't expect a perfect victim. You know, we shouldn't expect people to have perfect behaviors. They may do strange things. They may come off a little strange. They may not cry when we think that they should. They may not have done the thing that they should have. So like all the things you're saying, I see, but for better or worse, and I don't know if it's due to messaging or whatever, my initial impulse is to excuse it all away. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing or what it says about culture or anything else, but I'm like, can I in my own mind come to a place where I'm like, I can understand her behavior at deposition and I can understand why it's different now. And I can understand why they're both authentic, even though they're really different. Can I understand why maybe she's coming off a little bit odd in some of the things she's saying, or she's saying things a little weird, or maybe some of the tics you guys are noticing and you're bringing to my attention, like, yeah, I see that, but it's just like, I'm discounting it all. So it's like, what does that say about me as being the sucker in this entire equation? I don't know. This is also one of the reasons that I've said, this is also one of the reasons I've said many times that no matter what field of law I go into, I never want to do with family law because it's just too sad. I don't want to be a family law judge. I don't want this field of law. I don't want to have to figure out who's telling the truth. It sucks too much. It's not for me.
Yeah, I think that's super valid, Kurt, honestly. And I don't think it makes you a sucker in the least. I think it just makes you sympathetic to, you know, at the end of the day, is it possible that she is actually suffering and she actually was a victim here? And that, you know, yeah, it's absolutely possible. And it's absolutely possible that, you know, one of the things I dislike the most is when people go, that's not the right reaction because that's not the way I would react. Like a lot of people saying, oh, she's not really crying. There's no real tears. Believe it or not, you know, the most comprehensive work on emotions and how we get emotional is Paul Ekman, who did years of research all over the world. And the way we know which emotions are universal is he went and studied like indigenous tribes that have no access to media. So they wouldn't know what the rest of the world is doing when it comes to emotion. And he found the things, there are 7 emotions that are universal. We all experience the same way: joy, disgust, anger, sadness, surprise, contempt, and anger. So when it comes to sadness, tears is not a universal response to sadness. We can cry. I mean, we could cry when we're happy, excited, angry, but also not everyone cries when they're sad. The universal signs of sadness is the inner corners of the eyebrows go up and we see lines up here. There's usually some tension here and relaxed cheeks. We're seeing that on her. Now, some people are arguing that it's an act she's putting on. It's possible. But to Kurt's point, maybe she's just experiencing sadness differently. So I think that's the voice of reason for Kurt to say, let's slam the brakes a little. It's easy to jump on that hate Amber train. But, you know, maybe she just experiences this differently. And we need to validate that. If that's in fact her being sad, we need to take a second and say, it's possible. So
There is a part that makes me wonder, you know, if part of the weirdness could be explained or at least accepted by the jury as like nerves. You know, this is obviously somebody who is very, very stressed on the stand, and sometimes stress can show up in weird ways, I feel like. So that could be as well. Now, Spidey, we've got a couple questions for you. First, let's say this super chat. At the end, she literally strutted off the stand, drinking her water like she couldn't give a turd. She's a lying liar who lies. So I think that was talking about the turn it on, turn it off kind of aspect. There was also a question earlier. People want to know if you can. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but people want your reaction about to, I guess, your reaction either to the expert witness or to Amber when the knife was shown today during the cross-examination of the expert witness.
I'll go take a look. Before I do, let me leave you guys with this little food for thought, and I'll go find it. Was it towards the end, towards the beginning? Was it after I left from the airport?
It was during the cross-examination of the expert witness.
Someone said it was an hour
so
and
before
50
Amber.
in.
No, okay, so it would have been quite before Amber. Who's the expert witness?
It was Dr. Hughes.
Okay, so still the same, her psychologist, who, by the way, her wardrobe was a lot more tame today. Like we didn't have the big statement pieces today, which was pretty interesting to see. I'll leave you guys with this. Again, going back to Paul Ekman, who did a lot of research on emotions and lies and what happens in the mind and with our gestures. He has proven that when somebody is scared of not being believed, the nonverbal communication we're going to see is very similar to an actual liar. So if you're telling the truth, but you're scared that people won't believe you, we will see very much the same things we would see in a liar, because what's happening is we're shifting from telling our truth to selling a version of a truth. So whether I believe you're not going to believe me and I'm telling you the truth, and we see this all the time. People who tell you the truth, you don't believe them, and all of a sudden, like, I swear this is what happened, and all of a sudden they go into the sales pitch. It's similar to deception. So we have to be careful with that. If we see certain things and we go, oh, that kind of feels like a fib, just keep that in mind. I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm just saying it's good to keep that in mind. Also, yeah, she's very stressed up there. They both are. So a lot of people go, she's obviously this, he's obviously that. Nothing's obvious here. We're all speculating, and we say this is what we think it is, but listen, at the end of the day, that's what we think. That's all we can get. Let me go find the knife.
And I see people are some people are a little upset with the responses about like justifying Amber. That's not what we're doing. We're just trying to see how the jury might be thinking about this, because we're trying to calculate how somebody else who hasn't been part of our conversations, hasn't been, maybe thinks a little bit differently from all of us. We're just trying to look at this from all different perspectives.
Yeah, but that's all I'm saying. Ultimately, I believe that he was a victim and she's blowing things way out of proportion. I've said that since pretty early on. All I'm saying at the end of the day is I'm not arrogant enough to think that my opinion is the word of God. Like, that's what I'm seeing. That's what my experience is showing me. I believe that the way she turns her emotions off, like Rob so brilliantly pointed out, is weird. I find that the fact that the emotion is inconsistent now from the deposition, that's really weird, because when something makes us emotional, we should have the same response. I'm just saying that's one person's opinion. That's my opinion. That's it. I'm just trying to be
Agreed.
Exactly.
Haya, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. Says someone in the chat mentioned during her testimony that her attire could be in response to JD criticizing her clothing. Example, you really want people to see you like that. Could be possible. I didn't make that connection. Doesn't mean the jury wouldn't.
Yeah.
Let's get some more questions on here. Anthony to 1993 says, I think they took it easy on this witness as AB's team or AH's team made a terrible impression. I believe they will attack this witness when Dr. Curry's recalled. Maybe. Could be. There's another super chat for you. Spidey, she watched your vid. Look how she forced her sad chin.
Yeah, she's got some good stuff going on in that chin grief, and then up here, like, it's good stuff. I don't.
Yeah. Charlie Harris says, will the judge have formed any kind of opinion on this case? Maybe, probably. I'm sure she has her opinions as to what's going on here, but she's not going to reveal that, because that would be improper. That's for the jury to figure out the ultimate decisions in this case. Rhythm and Blues says, does her credibility have anything to do with the outcome of a defamation case? For instance, the audio recording stating no one will believe him.
Yeah, they say credibility is everything, and they're not far wrong. If you lose your credibility in the jury, man, you're going to have a bad time. So if they find her to be non-credible, if they start finding lies in her and just dismiss her, yeah, you're well on the ticket to loser town train. Credibility is a huge deal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alicia Peterson says the fact that she hasn't testified for a man being accused by a woman isn't that concerning. Yes, it is. And I wish that he had hammered that specifically.
The only way a woman can be wrong is if she beat up another woman. Then we just have to decide which of the women is more wrong. There's something there somewhere.
Hoda Agay says, Spidey, what's your opinion about wrapping the big lie in a lot of little truths? Is she doing that?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I've also been getting a lot of questions about borderline personality disorder. And look, it's not my specialty. My degree's in social psychology. I did therapy for a while. It's not what I specialized in, but it is consistent from what I understand. It is consistent with them to blow things out of proportion. I think there's a difference between our truth and her truth. So I think there are certain things that happen that she blew up in her head way out of proportion, because she felt like he was abandoning her, or he like they were drifting apart. So she got crazy, she got panicked, and in her head, it's a lot worse than it actually was. It wouldn't surprise me that he said certain things that she misinterpreted in certain ways and got all worked up about them. I do see that kind of dynamic between the two of them. So ultimately, I do think we're seeing a lot of embellishment. I don't think that there's nothing there. I don't think that the root of this is nothing. I do believe that he, there are times where he blew up out of proportion, got really aggravated, said something that really just flew her off the rails. I don't think it's based on entirely nothing, in my opinion. I just think it's, like you said, like the comment said, just blown out of proportion. And there's small truths in there, but it's just being masked in this veil of like being blown way out of proportion from what it is.
Right. Carol X said, shouldn't there be a clearer definition of abuse versus reactive violence for the jury to follow during decision making for consistency across trials? Usually when we have a normal actual DV case, they have jury instructions that are set by the state that they have to follow. But in this case, it's weird because they don't, because it's not a DV case. It's a defamation case where they have to figure out whether there was abuse by Johnny and whether there was a hoax by Amber. So I don't know if they're going to try to create some jury instructions or something. I don't know, or just entirely leave it up to them to define abuse. But that's just a scary thought to me. So, Spidey, please go watch the knife video.
I'm going.
I want to know your thoughts, says Freddie Michael Voorhees.
I swear I'm going. So did
outta here.
Rob, did you say it was about an hour in or an hour and a half in?
Hour and
I think it was
50,
like-
I think they said.
That's yeah.
So
Hour
it
and
was
some-
when
and some kind of
Dr.
change.
Hughes, Joe.
Ooh. I'm here to break up uncivil fighting with Spidey. That's what I'm here for. I'm
There's
keep you
no
guys.
fighting. There's
I
only
love both of
love.
you. The last time I saw both of you together, so there was a whatchamacallit. There was what's the point of not dismissing a witness after redirect? When and how can they be used again? I'll jump in on that.
Sure. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So if they need to bring this witness back to impeach something that's said by a witness of Amber Heard, so they might want to bring him back in and have them testify further. So based on the fact that you don't want that person to be contaminated by sitting in the courtroom or absorbing information about what's happening during the course of the trial, they tell them stay away from all info.
Yep.
Not good enough?
Exactly. Yep. Perfect. Thank you.
Mm.
Dasa R says, what pays better, court or super chats? Right now, super chats are doing pretty well. So
I would hope so.
Yes.
You're number one, Alito. I've taken a look at the statistics. You're crushing it.
Oh,
Beautiful.
thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Go, Alita,
I'm
go. Go,
very,
Alita,
very,
go.
very blessed.
I'm number
Bless-
6. I'm like right behind.
Oh,
like
nice.
number 6. Yeah.
Good.
I'm just
Good.
kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Oh, really? Oh, I
You're not
don't know.
No, but
I
there
didn't
was a
know.
time when it was Alita, Nick, and Emily were 1, 2, and 3. Wasn't
That's
that
so
shared on the
cool.
group?
That is so
Yeah, in
cool.
terms of
Something like
super
that.
chats.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
Floptube
We're
taking
dominating
over-
the
taking over
entire
YouTube.
all of YouTube. All of YouTube is being dominated by LawTube. That's
That's
where we're
beautiful.
at now.
Yep. I feel like my senior year, when all of the for all of the dances, the senior like prom king and queen, homecoming king and queen, all of those ended up that one were actually like the nerds, like the nerds in the honors classes, and we're like, see, we're not just nerds, we can be cool too. Anyhow.
Okay.
Maddie Zorman said, JD team act calm, put AH false sense of security. I don't. That cross examination.
I missed your breakdown as far as on her performance today. On a scale of 1 to 100, how did you guys rate her performance? Has Spidey weighed in with his credibility score on her yet, or not yet? Is that
I'm not overly impressed. What the two things that I brought up, actually, first I agreed with Rob, who said that like whenever there was an objection or anything that like paused her momentum, it's like all the emotion just stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The second thing that thank you so much, Justine. French
Yeah.
Justine. I don't know how to pronounce it in English.
So you
Joe,
thought
the other thing
yeah.
I said that I think is
Go on.
the other thing that I said that I think was standing out to me and is really bothering me is why her emotions while telling it this time are vastly different from when she was telling the same story in the deposition. The deposition was more consistent with anger and like spitting those words with that cadence. Like I would have done anything to protect my sister. And then today it's more like crying and sad. And typically when we tell the same story, we would have a similar emotional response. So my theory is that she's catering to what she thinks the audience needs to hear in that time. During the deposition, it was more like, Me Too movement, like girl power. So it was more of that sort of powerful woman thing. And now it's more like I'm a sad victim type thing. So that was my thing. I didn't do a deep dive, just more or less I'm just not super convinced by.
You know what my first 3 questions on Cross would be? Like following up on your thoughts, Spidey? My first 3 questions on Cross are, you're a professional actress, right? Yes. Have you ever had an acting coach? Because I mean, that was I would just basically I'm sure she has. Yeah. Did you feel like you developed well under that acting coach? You developed your skills? And then just sort of leave that hanging and then just move on to like the actual background thing here, because
plant a little seed of doubt.
Yeah, just remind everyone here, because some of the parts made me snicker. I was actually laughing with where she would just, every time she's bringing up any incident with Johnny. First of all, when she was talking about the development of the relationship, she's like so ebullient and happy. I mean, you're describing a relationship with a person who supposedly was terribly abusive to you. I mean, there's all forms of SA, DV, initials we can't say here. That's happening there. I mean, today her reflection on Johnny should be highly negative, and yet when she's reflecting back to the early days, her face lights up with emotion, like you can see the deep love. But when she's describing that love, it seems like such an unnatural love, because all she's describing is the trappings of love, or the trappings of being in an emotional relationship rather than Johnny. She doesn't say anything good about what Johnny Johnny was so funny. Johnny was so clever. He was so loving, so tender, so insightful, clever, whatever. It was nothing like that. It was all about like basically how her life became a jet setter life. She was like a complete, relatively unknown, impoverished actress. And all of a sudden now she's running around the world and having this runaway infatuation type of relationship with a big time, one of the biggest movie stars of the age, and how exciting that was and how it felt so special to be in this thing. That's enjoying the trappings of a relationship and appreciating that rather than appreciating the person. I think she loved what Johnny was rather than who Johnny was. And if you were listening to her, if you listen to it, and that's why she's always clawing at him not to leave her and like abandon her. That whole sense of abandonment, I think it ties into the fact that she was in love with what Johnny represented rather than him as an individual. So, and the emotions to me just came across as just so overly dramatic. It's just everything induces tears. As soon as she talks about any time that, when she gives those little nuggets of like, he threw me and I fell on the floor. I noticed how dirty the carpet was. It's like, really? Where'd you read that? Where did you read that? Like, that's what you were noticing.
Joe also, speaking of that, I popped in for like a couple of minutes earlier today. And when she said he pulled me by the hair, she was gesturing what he would be doing. She was like, he pulled me by the hair. But that's,
you would go like this.
He pulled me by the hair.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like if I tell you I was walking on the street and a car hit me, I'm not going to go, I was walking on the street and a car hit me.
Yes. Yeah. Very good.
I mean? So,
very good pick.
Yeah.
That's a very good pickup.
So if you're stepping into that memory, like Johnny, when he said she threw the bottle at me, yeah, there was a throwing gesture I said through, but he was like, I was sitting.
You could
and he
feel
goes like
him
this,
in
like,
the memory.
He stepped into his own, version.
And I'm like, it just
she's
comes
trying
right
to
behind
paint
me.
him as an abuser. And so she's going, he pulled me by the hair and he threw me on the ground. But why are you acting out his role in this scenario?
Right. You would be going like, she pulled me by the hair, my head's pulled back.
He pulled me by the hair and I felt this and he threw me on the ground. Like,
yeah, because you're reliving it. You're reliving it as you're retelling it. So you're sort of like going through the motions that you went through in that moment.
Yeah.
Plus, I noticed that she happens to be very conveniently forgetful about exactly what she did whenever describing it in real detail would paint her in ugly light. Yeah, she remembers the carpet. She remembers the window smudge or whatever. But like the breath on the window in Santa Monica in California, she remembers the frost on the window.
Important parts of the narrative are. Yeah. So specifics in unimportant parts of the story is usually something I pay attention to, because it's typically someone who's like, look, I'm a really honest person because I'm telling you there was dirt on that carpet. Like I remember the details of this.
Right. Hey.
But then when it comes time to talk about the actual altercation, suddenly, conveniently, I can't remember that part.
Yeah.
I was too busy counting the dust particles on the carpet.
Before we move on, there's a couple super chats addressed to Spidey, so I just want to read them so I don't have to
hit
save
them
them
off.
and then apologize for not getting them in front of him later. There's only one moment where JD looked up to Amber, and I'd love your thoughts. It was about 21 minutes before the end of the trial stream. So that's one of them.
If you could try and dig through 21 minutes for the end of the trial.
You don't need to do it now, I guess, but and then there's another one that says, "Do you speak French?"
Oui, je parle très couramment le français. J'ai grandi au Québec. Donc, c'est ma deuxième langue. Joe swooning. Yes, I speak. I grew up in Quebec, French-speaking Quebec, so it is my second language.
I don't speak French, but I let my body do the talking.
Nice.
Emily, how are you doing?
I'm good. I wanted to come in and hear what you guys had to think of Amber Heard's testimony, and I was going to watch them, and I was like, I have a minute, I can pop in and say hi. So I wanted to pop in and say hi.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've not seen a witness of, or a victim or a witness of crime not describe how they felt when things happened physically. Not talk about the sensations of it. And I've never seen them slow down during the most traumatic parts. Normally they speed up during the really traumatic part.
It's painful.
Through it very fast. And normally as the DA, you have to stop them and slow them down. And then you feel like an asshole because you're like, I know this is really painful. And you're like rushing to get it all out, but I'm so sorry the jury needs to hear it. And you have to break them in their testimony. She was pausing during the worst bits of her testimony. And it hit very odd to me. And it was very strange to watch her talking about being cavity searched and pausing instead of, and then he did that, and then it happened, and then we were moving on. It was very odd.
That's a really
point.
See, a lot
Emily,
of
do you
times.
think that's her trying to Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Pause for dramatic.
You were talking first.
She was pausing for dramatic effect a lot.
Emily,
Nice
do you
to
think that's her sort of making sure that lands and the jury registers to really get that point home? Yeah.
Yes, I do. Because she
Great
kept
point.
checking with them and she was saying, right? She lost me when it was like, I've read all the health books. I'm like, this is after you had a domestic violence arrest. And you're saying the reason to leave a domestic violence relationship is because that's what they teach you in health class. Get the fuck out. I'm done. I was kind of lost at that point a little bit.
What's interesting,
No
I
one
think,
needs
is
me,
that
guys. Emily nailed that. That's such a great observation of cadence and rhythm. That I'm okay. Bye. I'm checking out.
No, it's
amazing.
Because
I love this because I think we all sense the vibe of falseness or falsity in her testimony, but sometimes it's difficult to understand consciously why our subconscious is registering that. So the ability to actually say that's what makes it feel fake. That's what makes it feel fake. That's what Emily just did. And that's what Spidey tends to do, which is helping us understand the emotion we're feeling when we're looking at it, and why and what it is that we're subconsciously noticing that's giving us that feeling. I think that's really cool.
I mean, I've never had a victim do that. I've done a lot of trials. I've done a lot of preliminary hearings. We've done a lot of victim testimony. And it's interesting, almost all stabbing victims talk about it felt more like a punch at first because they hit the back of the knife hit them. It's consistent across that kind of crime. And you get these consistencies across different kinds of physical assaults that I didn't see in her testimony at all. She never talked about how she felt. She talked about keying in on minute details, almost as if a scriptwriter who'd never been hit in the face before wrote the script. But she said she'd never been hit, but wasn't her dad abusive? And so there's these disconnects that were very hard. She was like, I'd never been hit in the face before. Let me tell you, the first time you get hit in the face, I mean, everyone who's been hit in the face, raise your hand in the chat. The first time you get hit in the face, you know exactly what that feels like. The first time you get hit in the face, you know what the sting feels like of getting hit. And you know the difference between getting slapped and getting punched. And we didn't get any of that from her, but she has a traumatic childhood that rendered her with the beginnings of PTSD that she's reliving in this relationship. But she says she's never been hit before. I'm struggling today, guys.
Yeah.
I want to ask, I'll give you something else to struggle with. She said that she gets hit in the face and it's so hard that there's blood spurting from her lip onto the wall. Spattering. Yeah, blood spatter. Like we're Dexter here. We got blood spatter on the wall, right? And then somehow that translates into a bruise on her arm. And she's sending a picture of the bruise on her arm to her mother. Now, a hit in the face is far more offensive. It's far more egregious than a hit in the arm. People punch each other in the arm all the time, sort of playfully, whatever. Sometimes it gets a little hard. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, but a hit in the face is like the ultimate insult. It's like trying to knock the person out. So there's two possibilities after that incident. Either she's trying to hide it, she's ashamed of it, or she's staying with it, or she's looking for sympathy. Well, if you're ashamed of it, you don't share anything. If you're upset about it and you want to share it, then you share the most egregious part, which is the fat lip and the cut and the blood that's flowing from your lip, and you take a picture of that. To take a picture of the secondary bruise, which is relatively inconsequential to a punch in the face, and you share that, doesn't ring true that there was she's sharing the worst part of it. That's my point. If she's sharing something, she's sharing the worst part of it, and that was the bruise, which means that all this stuff about the blood and all that other stuff from her face, that was all crap. That never
right.
possibly happened.
You're right. And there was, in that picture, when they sent the text message picture, her face wasn't cropped out. And she said she got held down by the arm and hit repeatedly in the face in that same incident. But also the bruising didn't have finger marks. And anyone who's been grabbed hard enough on the arm to bruise, it doesn't look like you got hit with a baseball. It doesn't look like
you've got hand marks.
Fingerprints. You see fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shockwave Dawn wants to know how we all know each other. It's YouTube.
Yeah,
like this.
No.
But yeah, no, I do agree. You should see a handprint.
Alita Vice is all over for stream, and she's like, "Kids, my house is open. You are welcome. I have snacks." And then, here we are.
Emily, can I paraphrase the thing you said about the cadence? Because next week I'm going to make a video about her testimony, and I absolutely love that.
Of course,
how it slowed down when it wasn't supposed to.
Of course,
love that.
Of course, of course. It struck me so much. I was a district attorney, so it struck me so much from the work that I did, because I remember the feeling of being the asshole who had to slow somebody down in the middle of them retelling the worst thing that's ever happened to them and making them slow it down for the jury so the jury would understand, and how I always hated how that felt for me, having to do that to somebody else on the stand. And so as she's slowing down in those parts that are awful, I'm like, weird.
Right. Your job in that capacity is to basically put them through torture, and you know you're doing it, and that's what you have to do, because that's the only way that we're going to get this person convicted. But it's still because of your humanity and your decency, in your heart, you feel like, I feel like such a bitch doing this.
It's
but
awful.
like I have to. I'm so sorry that I have to do this to you, because otherwise you have to be detailed. You have to slow it down. Everyone has to hear exactly what you went through there. So that's when you need to think it through and relive it for the jury. And she's sitting here happily volunteering. Let me relive this to make sure that the jury gets every second of this juicy part here, so that they understand I really was a victim.
The pauses were wrong for me, and then the other thing that sat odd for me is at the end of court, and I'm sure you guys saw this and commented on it, but at the end of court, she and her attorney were smiling and laughing. I have talked to a lot of people after their testimony, and it's normally like a hand on the back, take a deep breath. We've got to do this again tomorrow. Breathe. You're going to be okay. It's normally comforting gestures
what are they
and
celebrating?
hugs, but they were sitting there smiling and laughing together.
High five.
You saw her turn and smile, and I was like, I've done a lot of witness testimony. I've done a lot of victim testimony. I've never had somebody get off the stand happy that that's what they just had to share in public.
Right. Now, so you're saying you never had a victim get off the stand and say, "I'd like to thank the Academy"?
I've had cases where I've been worried I was going to have to call an ambulance because people were hyperventilating so badly and in such emotional distress.
We saw with Bredehoft, he couldn't get his breath.
I was just going to say, we talked about this. Natalie was here earlier, and I was like, how does this compare to you? To when Kyle Rittenhouse took the stand. I mean, we had to take a break. We had to take a recess so that he could recover.
I thought of that so much, because you saw him holding it, and you saw him start to break, and once it broke,
it was a wave. Yep. It was just a wave of emotions. And I remember, like, he had his hands up or something, and he just was like, just completely
just was in the memory.
Like, yes. Yes.
I compared it to Rittenhouse's testimony too, and I know the internet gave him a lot of shit, but his testimony came across as somebody who was reliving the moment and having a complete panic attack about trying to tell that moment through
I
it.
challenge anyone who is in the chat right now who is watching that has not watched his cross-examination or his direct examination. Watch it this weekend. Watch that and compare it to Amber Heard. And please, if you think that his tears were not real, that his emotions were not real, let's talk about it. But for me personally, watching it, I felt physically uncomfortable because of how heartbroken he was, because of how destroyed he felt on that stand. And we were through a screen. Imagine how that felt in the courtroom.
Yep.
Alita.
Yes.
So tomorrow and Friday, court they're going to court, but as of Monday they're not. Is that right?
Tomorrow they are. Fridays are always off. Next Monday through Thursday there normally would be, but there's a break because the judge has a conference.
So tomorrow, do you think Amber will be done tomorrow?
No.
Maybe with her direct, but definitely not her cross-examination.
No, she's
Okay,
yeah,
so that's great. So okay, so for anyone asking, because I'm getting wrecked with messages of when my video is coming, I want her to finish both direct and cross before I attack. I'm going to sit down next week. I guess over the weekend or Monday, watch everything, and I'll have a video for you guys next week.
Sounds good.
With deep dives. I'm not finding this knife thing. Is it after this? Like, is it? Would anyone know if it's after this?
Oh, I don't know. Those reports came
knife
up, I
thing?
think, towards
Wait,
the
I
end.
think I made a timestamp on the knife. Hold on, let me look at my notes.
But there's also a question here for you.
FTW.
I think I made a note of the time because I was so excited that they brought it in.
Yeah. Spidey, there's also a question here for you.
Oh.
What is the effect of body language and nonverbal with ADHD, which impairs neurotransmitter activity on 4 functional regions of the brain?
So there's 2 answers. There's what a lot of analysts would tell you, and there's what I would tell you. So neurodivergent people who usually differ in their behaviors, a lot of people will tell you, well, it just affects their baseline. So if you look at their baseline, because nothing means anything as a generalization. You look at someone's baseline and then you look at clusters of behavior that differ from the baseline. So, sometimes I say something like face touching is an indicator of deception, but alone it's meaningless, absolutely meaningless. You might have an itch on your face. But if my blink rate goes up and I'm scratching and I'm saying something that doesn't add up, all these things together deviate from baseline, then it might be worth looking into. Still doesn't mean it's a lie, just high likelihood. So with ADHD, the baseline is different. So a lot of behavior analysts would feel comfortable going into that, knowing that the baseline is going to be this, and we're looking for things outside of that. I don't feel comfortable interviewing or interrogating ADHD or anyone on the spectrum. It's just not, or diagnosed on the spectrum. I just don't like doing it. I'll call in someone who has an expertise in that condition because there might be certain things I don't understand and jump to unfair conclusions. That's my personal opinion.
Good point. Yeah.
And I have the knife after they did her not filling out the reports, but before they got into James Franco and them being in the reports. So that's where I have it in my notes.
I
So
don't know
right
what that
before they
means.
talked about retroactive violence. So it should be after that.
After this?
Yep. And they brought up a picture of it too. So if you scroll, you should be able to see the photo of the knife.
Scrolling is tough because it's like doing it in
Yes.
bunches.
I was glad
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just glad they brought it up.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Dejan Del Ponte.
It's playing on my phone. I'm just waiting to see a knife.
Nice. Okay. Dejan Del Ponte says, AH said JD hit her and blood hit the wall and kept repeating that the blood hit the wall. Does blood squirt from lips like that? That felt like a scene from a Rocky movie. Never had a split lip, though. Maybe like slitting an artery. Love you guys. My only reference point is movies like Rocky. So I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know.
Faces bleed a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, noses bleed a lot, lips bleed a lot, faces bleed a lot. If your face gets hit into your teeth, it can often cut on the inside of the lip. Faces bleed a lot.
So the other thing about that one was that testimony. I asked this on the stream earlier. Was this the one that Johnny Depp said that was nail polish? But the similarities in the story, she used the napkin, dabbed it, and then she went in to confront Johnny to show him what he had done. That's so starkly similar to the exact same thing that Johnny described that happened, I think, 3 years later. That bothered me a bit.
It's been very interesting. I thought the nail polish was the incident with Jerry Judge when they traveled after the plane flight where apparently the flight attendant did MDMA. I thought the nail polish was after that incident, but the timing on this for both sides has been kind of a mess. It's been hard.
I've never felt more inadequate than I do right now, listening to you guys talking about how you guys you see these things and how you detect all these things, because like I'm just not seeing it, and I feel like I'm completely out of my depth. So
it's compelling testimony where I'm picking this apart honestly as a divorce attorney who has to watch this stuff, like this type of testimony, this emotional nasty stuff all the time. I have to walk people through it. I have to watch it. I have to cross them on it.
So as someone who's seen it a lot, do you
Kurt,
think this was compelling? Do you think it was?
Kurt,
do you
I
think
also think
she
you
was
really
believable?
worked your deeply analytic muscle. Hello?
Oh,
Hi,
I
I'm
think-
lagging and stuff. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh.
Yeah,
Kurt, I think
there's
you
a-
really worked your analytic muscle super effectively. Like there are times where you take deep dives and see like analytic things that in a million years I would have never seen. So I think it's just when it comes to maybe like intuition or the nuances of facial expression, you know, Emily's with her history, having done what she's done, she's tuned into certain things that even I may not have seen. You know, I think we all have our different specialties, but I don't think inadequate would ever be a word I would use to describe you in any way. I think we all have our different strengths and experiences, and you know, ultimately, Kurt, I think you also look for like ultimate truths, and what we're talking about is very nuanced, and
Yeah.
it can often lead down the wrong path. So I don't think there's a right or wrong here.
Yeah, and I mean this is very true to my personality in general. Like my favorite philosophers like Immanuel Kant, because I start talking about categorical imperatives and things that are always true and things that are never true, and you know, bright line rules and categories. And you know, when you get into these levels of, you know, especially when you're talking about interpersonal stuff and being able to read people and how they really feel, you know, not as good as some people, you know, as the interpersonal stuff. So I've always been in the mind. It's one of the reasons at least I like the appellate law, right? It's one of the reasons I go to appellate law, because it's all just rules, man. It's all just rules. Just give me rules and flow charts, and I don't have to deal with all these messy facts about who's telling the truth and who's lying. I don't care anymore. Just give me some rules, and I can go cite cases and just do analysis.
And that makes me want to vomit. I don't do that ever. Give me the story. I want to hear the facts. I want to present the facts. I want to look at the facts just opposed to each other. But if you're like, can you cite a case? I'm like, no, I don't.
So this is where Emily and I are very different people, in case you hadn't picked up on that already.
It was purple hair.
Yeah. I feel like we're literally inside a brain, and we're hearing the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere have a conversation. This is amazing.
I want to get the eyes from Rob. What did you feel her credibility was like to a typical Virginia jury? How would you rate her credibility? I mean, we're all picking it apart, but they're not hearing our analysis. So I'm wondering what people in your neck of the woods and people in your neck of the woods would take this typically.
There were things that bothered me, but I don't know that they would pick up on it. Like I need to get into that damn courtroom, because all I'm hearing is rumors about who is on the jury. Because the other thing is, people emote, and when you see people express true emotion, or when people are perceiving true emotion, they mirror it back to them. It's just a natural thing that they do. So if any member of that jury, while Amber Heard is going through this dialogue, if any member is leaning forward or puts their hands on their knees and leans forward and does something like that, then they're following along and they're buying it. If this is bench trial, it's not selling. They don't get as long to say what they're going to say. The judge moves them along. I don't know. I said earlier, the thing that killed me was the facial expressions gone when there was an objection, the combativeness that she showed when there was an objection, the embellishments on the stories that just didn't make sense, especially in the context of the actual events that take place. I've had witnesses walk through domestic violence situations, and when you're talking about them, the last thing that they volunteer is that I remember hitting the carpet and saying and thinking in my head, oh, it needs to be cleaned again. No. And the last thing that they volunteer is that the next thing I knew, his fingers were inside me. No. You have to force that out of them. They hate it. The idea of the cavity search, using that phrase, I can't imagine, even if the even if the person did it, I can't get the witness to say it. It's not possible.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Yeah, there's also a question for Emily. Do you think it was odd that Amber Heard said testifying was the hardest thing she's ever done?
No, I think she wants the jury to believe that. I think she wanted to frame the jury with, this is the hardest thing I'm ever doing. Believe me, because she kept saying, you know, right? And like turning to them to check and see if they were on her side. It was a very interesting way to testify. I'm not surprised she said that. I wonder if it will stick out to the jury as odd, seeing that she's alleging some really, really horrific abuse.
Yes, it was much worse than being finger assaulted.
Much
I mean,
to being backhanded with all of those rings across your face when you're an actress and have to go get roles the next day. I mean, it just to being held down and pummeled in the face multiple times by someone you love. I mean, she's alleging a lot of really, really horrific things, and for this being in public after already doing the Sun UK trial, I don't know if this is the word. You know, it's an odd framing. It's an odd framing.
Buddy, the knife is 8 hours and 20 minutes ago. When I pull up a
Yeah,
Lita stream
I'm
on
around
YouTube,
there. I'm catching up. Yeah, I got
Okay.
that. I'm around there. I shouldn't be too long. Emily, as the undisputed hair expert among us, what do you make
Rules of hair care are simple
hairstyle
and
today?
finite.
What do you make of her hair?
I agreed with the chat that she was trying to look a little bit like Dr. Curry today. She had kind of the same vibe going on. I really liked her hair today, but I also think it was trying to show, I think it was trying to frame her face towards the jury. The side of her hair that was down framed the back of her face. So when she turned to the jury, they got a full picture. And I think that was intentional. The hair pulled back on the side, framing her. So her face was framed the way she wanted it. I thought it was very intentional. I thought it was cute, but her hair doesn't look unintentionally disheveled. It looks like a hairdresser spent a lot of time to keep that hair from moving. I mean, what's the humidity like in Virginia right now? How's that hair staying like that? It's getting humid here in DC.
it's not that bad.
That's
I mean,
good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we'll see
in what
tomorrow.
is it? It's May now. May, not quite yet. It's actually quite pleasant in May in that area. If I remember
Not too
correctly.
humid.
71 and sunny right now.
Perfect.
The hair stayed very well. I mean, this is very intentional hair. I'll be interested to see, but she didn't have mascara on. I wonder if it's because she's not going to have a Lauren Conrad moment with the one mascara laden tear, and the lack of mascara might account for the lack of real tears coming down because she wasn't wearing that kind of makeup. It was a very interesting choice. She's worn mascara every other day, and there was just nothing on her eyes.
Just not today.
No eyeliner, nothing.
Emily, the knife is after James Franco's letter.
It's before she was talking about James Franco, I think. That's what I have.
So
Unless they
it's
circle
going to
back
be before this.
in cross. I think
Probably.
it's before that in cross.
They did look at that one twice though, once towards the end and once towards the beginning-ish.
So if they looked at that twice, then it could be after.
Yeah.
In cross.
Let me get some of these super chat questions because I'm very behind and I know that I'm going to be on here for a while. If that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, Lita, I'm gonna jump off. Get home.
All
I'll
right.
be around no later.
See you, Rob. Sorry, Emily. What was that?
You streamed for like 12 hours yesterday. Was Rob in his garage yesterday?
Yeah.
It's in my wood shop. It's in my TV. It's in my basement.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, it was great because Rick had to go, and so he was like, I feel bad, and I was like, no, it's fine. And Rob was like super chatting at us, and I realized I forgot to send him the StreamYard link. So he had been super chatting like the whole time, and I was like, oh no, I feel bad because you like threw money at me that you didn't need to.
You need it's good. Promote the channel.
Thank you. Okay, Marie says Cross seemed see you, Rob. Cross seemed short. Was there a time limit either for this cross or overall that could be impacting this? I mean, they are limited in their overall time, and it's up to them to choose how they want to use it. Mad Lab Gadget says, along the lines of medical evidence, if she was traumatized by being penetrated by a bottle, especially if feared the bottle broken, wouldn't she go to a doctor? Maybe. I don't know. That's one thing that I feel like I don't know enough about in terms of like survivors and their psychology and going to a doctor, because I can see on the one hand wanting to get medical treatment, but on the other hand also being afraid to talk to a doctor because of potential like reporting and all that kind of stuff.
That was in Australia, and she flew back with Ben King after that and said, have you ever been so upset you've lost it on somebody and I can't leave. If I leave now, it's over. She didn't. It's odd. The whole circumstances
odd.
are odd. And there were people in the house. And when was he? The timing is off. I want to hear her testimony about it.
Mhm.
But Johnny Depp said he immediately started dumping his hand in shit and painting on the walls. When in time did this all happen if there were broken bottles?
Yeah. Alrighty. 65 CJ5 says, why didn't he ask the doctor about the mentality of someone who shits on their partner's side of the bed? I don't know if that was through the expert witness.
Yeah, no, I actually wondered about that.
Let
She's
her
like,
explain it.
yeah, let her explain how she thinks that this totally sane person, and that she still thinks totally normal. The only thing she suffered from is PTSD, and she actually drops a dookie on a bed. That's totally normal.
No,
Like,
make Amber explain it. Don't let the expert explain it. Make Amber explain it.
Yeah.
The experts just give it and say it's little bitty violence. It's not violence.
Yeah. Question for Emily. Maybe you can give the short version of this answer. Can you give your thoughts on cross-ex?
On the cross-ex of the doc from earlier today?
Yes. Since we haven't seen Cross of Amber yet.
That's right. I didn't
Yeah.
hate it. I thought they got what they needed to get to bring up their rebuttal witness, and I think it was setting up their rebuttal witness. That's what I thought.
You do think so? Okay.
I think they were setting up Dr. Curry for rebuttal because they went through the way she did the way she had the forms and her not filling stuff out. I think they were setting up rebuttal. I don't think they were trying to just fillet her. That's how it read to me.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay.
What did you guys think of Cross? Not thrilled with the Cross.
Not thrilled. Did not enjoy
hated
it.
it.
Did not enjoy it. MK Van Kooten said, what's that?
I thought there were some good moments. I think he got her to admit she wasn't there. He had her saying, no, I can't really say this. And she's like, no, I can't really testify to that. Yes, I can testify to this. Yes, I had this here. You saw that her memory today without her notes was just fine. So why was she reading yesterday? I think they went to attacking her process so that when they bring up Dr. Curry, they can discount her entire testimony because the PTSD Dr. Curry's going to say the PTSD analysis is flawed and it gives the jury room to discount the entire testimony. That's what I think.
Yep.
It wasn't as entertaining as I wanted though.
Yeah.
I thought it was
wasn't.
effective. I don't think it was entertaining.
I think anyone in this panel would have done it better, and I'm including Spidey, who's never practiced law.
MK Van Kooten said, do we know when both doctors tested AH? A problem with self-report and psych tests is getting better at them over time, plus socially acceptable answers. That's an interesting point. No, I don't know the answer to that. Indigo Blue says, I understand you guys are making money by keeping this open to the public paid opinions, but please, today was a massive and aggravating failure due to JD's lawyer's incompetence. Let's agree on it and move on.
I agree on it.
I don't agree on it.
I can argue this with you. There's so many things they should have done that he just sort of tried doing and then failed to do.
Yeah,
and then he would move on. He would try getting her to pin down that, look, is there such a thing as female being abusive to a male victim? Yes. Have you ever testified about a female being abusive to a male victim? No. But they never got to that. Instead, he let her dance around saying, well, I testified against this female in a lesbian relationship or against, in favor of a male in a homosexual relationship. Yeah, but as soon as you know it's male-female, we know exactly where you're going to fall. You're going to say the woman's the victim and the man is the abuser.
Right.
That's where you're going to say, because that's what you always say, even though you know that scientifically that should not always be the case.
But they can
Found the
argue,
knife.
and they can rebut it with their rebuttal witness. I don't think it's that damaging because we've still got a week break to come. What they say in their rebuttal and what they say in closing is going to have more impact. I think they nailed her down enough that she never has.
Yeah, fair enough. Sarah Stroven says, what are the chances the jury is Googling about all this or listening to their BFFs later on? Hopefully not. Richard Burns says, can JD's team still cover the past abuse by Amber, previous relationship, when she is on the stand, or has today's objection shut the door on that?
That I was annoyed by. I was annoyed by that. Why didn't that come in? I thought she opened the door.
Yeah,
for sure.
We all thought so.
So did
We
I.
all thought so.
Rule-based me was very irritated.
Yeah, I was very annoyed by that. I thought that she opened the door for it. When she said, No. Like, have you heard of this? No. Wouldn't it change your opinion if
Yes.
you knew? And I was very annoyed that they didn't get into that.
Yeah.
I don't know if they didn't want her to discount it and they're going to bring it up with Amber. I don't know if there were prior rulings, but I was not happy with that ruling. And I was not happy that they seemed to just let it go. That I was not concerned at all.
This cross was so bad that it made me disheartened for the cross of Amber. Like, I have no confidence right now that there's going to be an effective cross. Unless, look, I guess Camille's doing it because she's the one doing the objection. So hopefully she's better at it than this guy was. But I was very disheartened. I'm not going to kid you.
Brianna says, does Amber Heard
Guys,
get
I found
rebuttal
the knife.
witnesses? Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. So fascinating. I've got more on Hughes than I do on Amber on this one. And it's basically the knife comes up. She's asked if she knows what it is. By the way, who's speaking? Who's asking the questions? Is it
Johnny's attorney?
who's crossing her?
Yeah, Johnny's attorney. Not Ben Chu, the guy who does all the expert witnesses.
Dennison is his name.
Ben Chu.
No, not Ben Chu.
Man, is
Not
he
Ben
good.
Chu. Not Ben Chu. No.
Dennison.
Not Ben Chu. Okay, well, whoever it is doing a couple of things that I really like. So, and you guys might agree or disagree. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
See?
But anyways,
I'm not the only one who liked parts of this cross. Thank you. High five.
I mean, parts of it. This part was effective, I thought.
So she's asked about the knife, and the first thing she says, there's a lot of distancing language. So a lot of language of like where she's trying to put distance between how bad of a thing this is. So she's asked about the knife, and she goes, I believe that's the knife, whatever. Like, you don't believe, you know exactly what it is. Like, you know what the knife is. So that, but I believe it's this. Okay, fine. We start with this sort of tame, like uncommitted recognition of the object. Then when she's asked, what it is, she says, I believe that's the gift that she gave as gift art. Nobody asked you the intent of the knife. Nobody said like what was the intention of the gift. We're simply asking you what is the object in the picture, and the answer is it's a freaking knife. But she goes, it's gift art. Like, look at the gift art. Like, two of the tamest, softest, like gift and art. You don't get much softer than that. So this is distancing language that we often see, in interrogation. When you ask someone guilty of murder about the act, they might say, I would never touch someone. I would never hurt someone. I would never, not murder, kill. So I think this is distancing language. It's like she gave it as gift art. I like the way the lawyer's cadence is like, this is something that she gave to her lover. Like, just in his tone is like, art. This is crazy. And what I love about this particularly is something I said yesterday. From a profiling standpoint, Dr. Hughes has a need for significance and intelligence. It's in the way she speaks. It's in the way she lectures as she speaks. I love the way that he didn't say, here's what it says, here's what it means. He goes, do you know what this means? Like, he's asking her, because she's going to take that opportunity to flex her intelligence and goes, yeah, that means till death. So now the words are coming from her. That information is coming from her. So it's forcing her into a position of having to acknowledge that there's weirdness to this. So she explains that. She's trying to distance, but in asking it that way, the weirdness is highlighted because that's a weird freaking engraving. I mean, I get it. Tonality makes a difference, and he's really driving it home with that tonality of like that. She gave this to her lover as a gift, not art. She gave him and what does it say? You know what it says. What does it say? And she goes, till death. So he's pulling her into that narrative of this is really weird. Amber, I think, thinks this is going pretty well. Like, I think in her head, she had played, when she saw that knife, I think she got nervous about it. But then she thinks the doctor handled it pretty well. I think she likes this whole gift art narrative because we see that sort of little smirk, and she's looking at the lawyer. What else do you like? There's a sort of like, what else do you got? Like, we got this one. We won this one. What else do you have? We see a bit of an eye flutter, isolated. It doesn't mean much. So that's what I got. I think a lot of what's happening with Dr. Hughes is trying to distance from the gravity of this object. And Amber likes that. Amber's like, I'm on board with that. That's a good answer. Thank you for calling it gift art.
Well, the object is completely contrary to the narrative that Amber Heard was terrified of Johnny Depp. So she had to distance from it. They have to distance from this gift. This gift doesn't.
That's a great point.
Who gives an abusive person a knife?
A weapon.
If it was a
here's
wooden
the
knife,
knife you can kill
if
me
it was
with.
a dummy knife, If it was something that wasn't a real actual sharp knife, yeah, it's horrifying.
Yeah.
The whole gift is
Emily,
horrifying.
Emily, I have a love and hate relationship with you. I spend like 5 minutes like breaking everything down, and with one sentence, you're like strikes.
No, but you make
freaking-
it make sense. I didn't notice that she was distancing, but once you say she's distancing, it makes sense to me why she would do that, because it goes against their narrative. I think it's a mutually beneficial chat. So I appreciate it. So Spidey and I are now going to be besties. Sorry, y'all. But
over.
but I love it is. It's just done. But I think that the distancing makes sense because it goes against her narrative. And she had, for a forensic analyst, she had a very strong narrative going. So
Yeah. Yes. she
Emily's
did.
stealing that too, by the way. I've now gone from asking your permission to just flat out stealing things you say for my next video.
I mean, it's a conversation. But it makes
Goes
sense.
against narrative. Remember that goes against narrative. Got it. Love it.
It does. It does.
No, it's such a
Brianna
great point,
says-
and I agree.
Oh, yeah.
It didn't click for me that is exactly why she would do that.
She protected that narrative. I felt more genuine emotion from this forensic expert than I did from Amber Heard today. She felt like
Yeah.
she was trying to protect Amber Heard. She was trying
Yes.
to protect this vulnerable woman, friend, child, whatever, but it felt very emotionally involved and protected. So when you've got like, didn't you bring her muffins versus aren't you literally standing up here explaining her actions in the first person? She explained Amber's behavior in the first person. It's such a stark difference with these experts. So it blew me away.
Yeah, Emily, even yesterday we saw after her questions, like her energy was very directed to the jury. And after she was done answering, instead of turning to the lawyer for her next question, she would go past the lawyer and look over to Amber and her team as a confirmation glance to be like, we got that. What's next? So there was a lot of this sort of going past the lawyer to here and then going back to the lawyer.
And
So
this is a team she worked with a lot. And she said, I've worked with these lawyers a lot. Did you interview with them? No. Well, have you worked with them before? Well, of course. And so it was very, very interesting. I wish they had hammered her more about how many times she testified, because she's like, I only testify twice a year. And it's like, then how did you have 50 times that you've testified? How long have you been in practice? I have questions.
Yeah.
The math isn't mathing, but lawyers don't math on the spot very well.
Not exactly. Or as Rick calls it, lawyer math. Brianna says, does Amber Heard get rebuttal witnesses? Nope. That goes to plaintiffs because they go first. Defense gets to respond to them. And then the plaintiffs need a limited ability to respond to the defense.
And it's going to be Dr. Curry, and it's going to be great.
Yes. Fluffy Unicorn says, when asked by a doctor, says she, her, and she answered she believes AH's victim. Does that show she is biased and not neutral? And how does jury look at that? I mean, neither of these expert witnesses are going to be neutral. Even if they look neutral to you, they're not. They're not. They are both biased. They are both there for a particular side, and the jury's going to evaluate them accordingly. Jorge Vasquez says, I wonder if they didn't bring those fire questions because they'll bring it around on closing, so Ambers don't have time to save the expert. I mean, there are times when you don't necessarily want to allow someone to explain, so there is such a thing as asking the one question too many, because you allow them to explain things that you would rather have them not explain. But this one, there were too many areas that they just didn't explore enough, in my opinion.
I think they're going to let Dr. Curry go for it, and then it doesn't give her an opportunity to explain. I think they set up what they needed to knock that domino down later. If they don't do it later, I will come back and reassess everything I just said.
Sounds good. Okay. Polly Hollister says, is this allowed in redirect? They're showing evidence that wasn't available for cross. So long as the topic is something that came up on cross, then you're able to explore it on redirect. Even if technically they didn't look at a certain piece of evidence on cross, if it's related to it, then yes, you can. Thanks, 5 bags of popcorn. I really appreciate that. Kiki's Delivery Services, is Dr. Curry going to come back to rebuttal? Also, I would love Dr. Karkonda on this panel. Keep up the good work, guys. I reached out to him. Hopefully I can get him tomorrow, maybe. But I've reached out to him in a couple different ways. It was like a couple hours before I started the stream, so the likelihood of him coming in was probably a little slim. NL says he should have asked her for all cases in a row. What would be your diagnosis if this incident didn't actually happen? After she admitted she has no personal knowledge, not dramatic but useful. I mean, there are plenty of ways that they could say, did you look at this? Did you look at this? Like would that have, if not, would that have changed your analysis? Or if they had, I don't know. I guess I'll leave it at that. If she hasn't, would that have changed your analysis? Or even still, even without asking her, say like, if Johnny had told you this, would that have changed your analysis? If Johnny had told you that, would that have changed your analysis? If the police officers had told you XYZ about May 21st, 2016, would that have changed your analysis? There are all kinds of things that you can do, because it either makes her look like she hasn't looked into things, or she's too rigid and she's too biased. Tanash David Mutasa says, as a mental health nurse in the UK, do you guys use dolls or different safeguarding procedures for DV? I feel like this is a better question to ask Nurse Liz. I'm not sure. I don't know. Emily, do you have any ideas on that? I mean, as someone who's been a prosecutor.
I've seen dolls and like graphs used mostly with younger witnesses and victims, not with adults, but that's for the court process. I don't know what the nurses do depending on the type of evaluation, but I've seen that regularly used with younger witnesses, but not regularly in DV.
That makes sense, because it's a lot easier for them to identify on a doll or on a graph, a chart, where something has happened, rather than to describe it, because sometimes that can be unreliable because they'll have different words for different body parts sometimes.
Oh.
King of Class says, what is the relevance of the PowerPoint evidence? Which PowerPoint evidence?
Oh, bringing up the expert's previous, what her previous presentations were. I think just trying to use her words against her, yeah, and trying to show bias.
Yeah, I think so.
Or a particular slanted narrative.
Yes, exactly. Yes. The Art Z scientist says Johnny is an obvious narcissist who did loads of drugs and cut off his own finger, admitted by himself. The psychologist revealed his guilt. Would you allow Depp to play these games with you? That is not the way that I have seen things, but if that's the way that you do, then okay. I'm not sure if that's sarcasm.
I wasn't sure either. I thought it was sarcasm.
It could be. I have often misread sarcasm in some of these super chats because I turn on my lawyer brain.
It's hard. It's hard not to, especially at the end of a very long day where you're taking, it's processing a lot of information, live streaming this in real time. It's a lot to process. So I miss sarcasm all the time, but also ADHD, I miss sarcasm anyway.
Yeah,
I need an indicator.
Yeah. Yes. Especially when it's written, right? If it doesn't add with like a /s.
Yep. I need it. I need an indicator.
I also find myself reading a lot like Ron Burgundy in a lot of these super chats, because I'll be to the end of it and realize, oh, that was a joke.
I do that too.
Eric Clark says, possible that they want a gentle cross tone compared to the nasty cross tone Amber Heard's team had. Maybe also relying on the jury to understand points. I mean, tone, yeah, I would definitely possible. Definitely possible. I still didn't like the cross-examination because they just didn't explore certain areas, in my opinion. That's mine. Emily has a different take. She liked it.
Well, no, there was some, I thought there were points made. I think there was definitely more I wanted to know. I don't think it was a disaster. I think it had a purpose to set up other things. I was very frustrated they didn't fight for getting in the prior DV. But Alita, you bring up good points. What did you review this? If you didn't, if you knew this, would it change? Because it's a very powerful way to cross somebody when they're like, nothing you can tell me will change my mind. And it's like, okay, well then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you know how that goes.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
powerful.
Yeah. Southern LPS says, will they get a chance to cross-ex Hughes again? No, because she's a defense witness, so there's no rebuttal. She is done.
I'm kind of glad.
Mimi says, Dr. Curry will explain the importance of tests. Possibly. Accurate/reliable test equals treatment in progress. Sure. Blurry Light says, what is the jury instruction on weight of expert testimony?
There is nothing. Is there?
There is one on bias of witnesses, but sometimes, I mean, at least California had one for expert testimony, and they're allowed to give it the weight, but no more or no less than other witnesses.
That would make sense. We could also ask Rob.
I think
Unfortunately, he's not here right now.
Yeah, it might vary from one jurisdiction to another.
Yeah. Yeah,
Probably.
since Rob practices litigation in Fairfax, I'm sure he would know. Molly Finn says, should JD's attorney have asked whether the PTSD test results and diagnosis be invalidated if the traumatic event is discovered to be false? I mean, I feel like that would follow, right? Because you can't have PTSD from an event that didn't happen. So you don't even necessarily have to ask that question. All you have to do is poke at the underlying event that supposedly triggered it, which of course is the IPV by Johnny, according to her notes.
It was so bad.
Yeah. That's a very specific event.
Yeah.
Okay, here. Rachel 3785 says, can Camille cross-examine Amber? She seems intimidated by attractive females. She is going to be cross-examining her by all appearances because she's the one who is objecting to her direct.
And I also think having someone like Ben Chu, who's he seems like a very tall dude in court. And so does the Dennison. They both seem like tall men. Having tall, older men cross-examining this witness is not going to optically play well. You need to have a female, and Camille seems to be a more petite female. Cross-examining her, it shifts that appearance of power, and you don't want the jury to be caught up in this appearance of a power dynamic versus being caught up in the questions being asked. So I think Camille was the only natural choice on that team.
You know, I was saying Ben Chu before because I thought that he could come across in a soft tone and he could pull it off. But now that I've been watching Amber on the stand today, I think I do agree with you on that, Emily. Yeah.
They had Ben.
It's a woman or no one.
Facts. Yeah, it had to be a woman. They had Ben talk about the facts in opening statement, and they had Camille talk about credibility in opening statement. She was
the attack dog.
She was the attack dog, and she's the only one I think that can be. And it also, if Amber Heard does get more defensive with females, she's going to be more likely to lash back out at Camille. And we saw maybe a moment of that today that I thought was really authentic, where Amber Heard slipped into, if this trip wasn't such a fucking, or this wasn't such a fucking bad trip. And she was like, oh, sorry. And then kind of recomposed. So if we're already seeing moments like that, I think we might see some other moments like this, but I don't think large, older Ben Chu, who I like his court presence quite a lot, I don't think he's optically the right choice for cross.
Yeah. Linus
and you guys
said,
are like, doesn't matter. Is it sexist? Juries think it. So sexist or not, that's what juries think. And the optics matter. And this is what attorneys do. They weigh the optics.
Yep. Linus said, didn't she contradict herself when she said yesterday that there was no evidence of that in previous RS? I'm not sure. These acronyms are killing me. I always have to stop and think of like what it is that they are saying. And when she was asked today, she said that she didn't believe that she said it. Impeachment. Didn't she contradict herself when she said yesterday that there was no
relationships
of that in previous?
It might have been relationships.
Okay, that's what people are saying in the chat.
Everyone's
People
saying
in the chat get it. I don't know why I
relationships.
don't get it. Okay, so didn't she contradict herself when she said yesterday that there was no evidence of that in previous relationships? And when she asked, I was confused about that too. I would have thought that they would have had that like page and line number from yesterday in a transcript.
Yes. They have the live transcripts, and you've already got the reports and stuff from the previous DV, I would think.
I don't know. I don't know why it didn't work out the way that we thought it would. VR for Nagel says, oh, sorry, Nate's not here. Judge didn't allow the past relationship. Yeah, true. E Wood says the fact that he had a night to prepare makes the cross inexcusable. Well, Emily has a different take on it.
I think some of this was a choice. I think some of it was a choice. Instead of letting her explain too much, just rely on Dr. Curry, who everyone liked very much, to come in and be the sweeper on it, because they are not going to have a chance to rebut it. They're not going to have a chance to poke holes in it. And they have the benefit of doing that and strategizing that way. So I thought there were good moments, but it felt like it was building. It didn't feel like they were just filleting her, which I wanted them to too. She annoyed the piss out of me.
Yeah.
This was her mug was sticking out there, ready. Her head was ready being knocked off, and the lawyer went up there and Will Smith it.
Though I will say, look, when you make everything a big deal, nothing's a big deal. So, we might be seeing them waiting for the most important parts across in Amber Heard's testimony, because I think we've lost a lot of weight in some of the other cross examinations because they made everything such a big deal. You bring in every text message of Johnny Depp and all of it's such a big deal. The jury's like, wah, wah, he dropped the see you next Tuesday word, whatever, we're over it.
There was like 30 opportunities to make a point about how she is so obscenely biased that she walked in there determined to find for Amber. And that's what she's displaying to the jury.
But is it powerful asking the question, or is it powerful letting Dr. Curry say it?
Why? I think it's far more powerful to just cut her out, like make her be deemed meaningless and trivialized before the entire jury. You're trivialized. Everything you're saying here is you're practically testifying the way her mother would, her dead mother. You're standing in for her dead mother and saying that she's nothing wrong with her. Everything was just Johnny was a terrible person. I never spoke to Johnny before in my life. I only listened to her. Everything I know is corroborated, not by scientific evidence, but basically because I read it that she told it to her doctor, or she told it to her friend, or she told it to here. So since she's telling people everything, at the end of the day is I'm relying on what Amber has told me. Have I seen any physical evidence document that what she was telling those people was actually accurate? No. And I walked in here. I'm a person who always believes that the woman is the victim when she's in a relationship with the man. And it's never the man who's a victim. So, of course, you're going to sit there and listen to 29 hours of her and 0 minutes of listening to Johnny. So you don't even know his side of the story when you're deciding, oh, he's obviously some beast and caused her PTSD, whereas she's this poor little helpless flower. And whenever he does something wrong, you portray it as like, oh, he's this big bad guy. And they always try and pretend to apologize later, but they don't mean it. But when you characterize Amber's testimony and the bad things she did, well, she was very contrite right afterwards. So somehow that's your take on everything in life. That the woman, she can do no wrong. And if she does wrong, it doesn't really matter because she doesn't mean it. And a man, he's always doing something wrong. And even if he's apologetic, he does not mean it. So that's just who you are. And that's the testimony you're giving to us. That's what the questioning should have elicited.
Joe, that's a fantastic closing argument without giving her an opportunity to say, but I'm not biased and this is why. Argue it exactly the way you just did. It was obvious to the jury.
You can set that all up with a yes or no, and then just let her say follow that up, that entire lengthy thing. You testify there, and then you say yes or no. Is that accurate? And then she'll say no, and you say fine, thank you, nothing further. You know what I'm saying? Like you sort of let her give an empty no out there, but you just testify for 5 minutes and you set them up that for the next 3 weeks, they know, let's just discount everything she said instead of waiting that she's on the next 3 weeks of sitting there thinking like, well, you know what? Maybe he is traumatic. It's 3 weeks until it's another 2.5 weeks until we're going to hear from Dr. Curry.
That's fair.
So like, I don't want them sitting there believing that this is actually an accurate depiction of Johnny.
But closing a rebuttal is going to weigh more heavy in their mind than everything.
You're right. It's closer in time. It's closer in time. That's true. Well,
and her voice was so want that they might not have attributed a lot of it anyway. You never know. We didn't see
are we disagreeing as to how poor the cross-ex was today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
See, I take Emily Baker under very strong advisement. She's trying to convince me the Q-score guy was okay. Are you thinking the cross-ex was better than I did?
I mean, I think it wasn't ideal, but I also think it laid all the pieces on the board that you need to set up Dr. Curry to hit a home run. I think it was setting up rebuttal. Whether that's the best strategy in the world or not, I don't know, but it definitely is a different strategy than what we've seen from Amber Heard's team. And again, when you make everything seem like the biggest deal in the world, nothing is. I think they're waiting for their most fiery cross to be Amber Heard because they can point out that she's a lying liar that lies. And I think that's what they need to do. That's what the case is about. It's not about this paid expert who's testified with these lawyers these times and only thinks women can be victims. It's not about her.
You think the jury picked up on all that?
I don't know.
Because I don't think the cross-ex helped them. I mean, like if I'm coming at it just from a kind of holistic, I don't think Dennison helped the jury find the problems there, even not aggressive for 2 hours or whatever, just leading them to water a little bit more. I would have liked to have seen.
I think they really I think the most important thing they got to was this is all based on what Amber's told people. Yes.
Yeah. That's the fundamental. They had to establish that.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. I know we're super chatting.
I don't think it was disastrous. I would have liked for it to be more entertaining. I didn't like that witness. I would have liked for it to be more fiery, but I can see that they're building the blocks for later. I don't think it was a disaster.
Do you think that their strategy for cross-examining Amber should be to like rip apart the discrepancies of her narrative?
I think they have to be careful in the way that they do it. But yes, I think it should be, you said this, but you also said this.
Mm.
You said this, but you also said this. You said this, but you also said this. I think it should just be pointing them out. I don't know if ripping into her will go well until and unless she starts clapping back at them. And then I think you can get feisty, but I think they should come in with, hi, you said this, but you also said this, and going with the contradictory testimony first and maybe the metadata.
Thanks, Rob.
I love Fiery Joe. We love
Did I miss
Fiery
a Joe rant? Man, I
Fiery
leave
Joe.
for an hour and a half.
Full donation.
Alrighty.
Rob, seriously? I wasn't even
I'm not
I wasn't
buying
even
drugs.
screaming. I wasn't even yelling. I
love that Rob has a link and he still sends like 5 super chats a day.
I was giving my position as to how I would approach it. I'm not angry. I'm just like, wow, this is just not how I would have done this. And I don't know why. I don't understand the argument against my take on how to come this. I mean, I do understand it. I understand it. I just, to me, it feels strategically wrong. So, but I have the utmost respect for Emily, for sure. Emily, I think, is a very, very talented and well-experienced litigator, and I certainly
I respect all of you guys. I say things from I've only got my perspective, right? I try to see them outside my perspective, but
it's the fault of all of us. Yeah.
It's a different,
that was me being soft. I'm saying is I wasn't screaming. I was just like, point by point, boom, boom, boom. This is why.
I sit here and I think the psychologist was potentially more effective on its face than Emily does. I think maybe. And if you do think she was more effective, you needed a little bit more to take the wind out of her sails, I think. As I said when we ended testimony today, this looks like it's all coming down to cross-ex of Amber Heard.
I appreciate dissenting voices because they help me think. Because my consensus was more with you guys on this issue, and Emily's taking over my role as being the one doubting the rest of the group. But I appreciate the role because I appreciate someone double checking my thinking and being like, you know what, maybe Emily's right. Maybe this is true. Maybe she's got it.
I'm not going to say I don't want to see more, but I can see where the building blocks are going for Dr. Curry, and they think she's going to hit a home run. I think they're banking on the jury liking Dr. Curry better. I think they're banking on everyone liking Dr. Curry so much so that, Bredehoft Umbridge called Dr. Hughes Dr. Curry twice. And with the notes fiasco, the notes kerfuffle was already a mess, and I just wonder if drawing more attention to it was going to help at this point anyway, because this woman was so biased that nothing was going to happen.
This is why you've got so many subs, Emily. The people love you and your views. You're great.
Reason to disagreement is how we grow.
This is exactly how we grow. We all express opinions. Sometimes we say things stupid. Usually that's me. And then I get chastised and then I'm smarter. And it's great.
Welcome, Ian. So I would love to continue chatting about this stuff, but I have 200.
She'd like to go to sleep sometime.
Super chat still to go through.
No, she can't sleep ever.
And we are at 10:10 on this live stream. And I still have a recap to do for today. I have to figure out what I'm going to do to recap today. So if it's okay with you guys, I'm going to try to do a lightning round through some super chats. If that's all right, trying to go in order. Okay. Aziz Seltzer says, question, do you think sommelier to have access to prefer wine? I think that's asking, do you have to prefer wine to be a sommelier? And I think yes.
He's a sommelier 3, which is a very small percentage of the population that ever makes it that far. It's a lot of education.
Lightning round. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Magic season my message. Sorry. I'm gonna roll through the names. They want to destroy Amber, not the expert. Case is done. Okay, thank you. Carla McDonald says, could they get Tosh DV in with Amber on the stand? Maybe. We'll see if they open the door. BLD asterisk says, why not simply ask doctor, can men be the victim of DV in a heterosexual relationship? And have you testified in such a case? Would have helped. Yeah, yes, it would.
Yes,
absolutely.
That's me.
Graham says, is it possible they saved the question for AH? Did you get arrested in prior relation? I don't know. They can't really open the door for her. They have to wait for her to open the door. Okay. Newt says, sent a DM to LB and Hogue about the prior relationship issue. Wondering what you think of it. Too long for SC. I'm going to have to read that later. I am so sorry.
A lot of DMs. We'll look.
Yeah, a lot of them. Yes, there's a lot of those too.
Everybody I'm not responding to, I'm sorry.
Yep, exactly. Thank you. Caitlin Weeb says, so do they only have a limited total amount of time for cross-examinations throughout the trial? They have a limited total amount of time that they are allowed to allocate as they so choose. Elora says, Hughes is subject to recall. Can JD use her in rebuttal and ask these questions as a final mic drop? No, I don't think so. No, I don't know why he would want to. He wants to bring Dr. Curry back. Mary B. Awkward says, sorry if this was mentioned. Have you seen the clips of the new PA rep interacting with the AH team in the courtroom? I'm curious to know your thoughts. Yeah, I saw some notes. Don't really know what's up. If the court is considering them to be like, considering him to be part of the legal team, don't know. I'm assuming that Johnny's team has seen it too, and that they'll do something about it if they have. Leslie Moore says JD's tongue-in-cheek message to the doctor about chopping off his own finger was consistent with Dr. Hughes' testimony of victim minimizing abuse. Any evidence of Amber Heard minimized abuse?
Not to my knowledge.
If anything, yet.
We see some maximizing.
Amber will hyper dramatize any abuse at all. It's like the exact opposite.
Yeah. Manny Fabani says, what is the first rule of Bite Club? Talk about Bite Club. Ben Civiletti says, could Amber Heard's past somehow bring in bad facts for JD that we don't know about, sort of reversed or opening any reason from caution from the JD team? I think that anything that is bad for Johnny would have been brought up on his cross-examination. Carolyn Rogers says, anyone else seeing how Dr. Hughes' explanation of Amber Heard defines has PTSD, yet the exact same explanation was used by Dr. Curry to define BPD? Sure. Mark XR says, can JD team call Dr. Hughes to the stand after the trial recess to do all that they could have done in preparation for dismantling AH? I'm sorry, this is one where I'm reading it and I have to read it again. Can JD's team call Dr. Hughes to the stand? Sure, but why would they want to? I don't know.
No.
I don't know why they would want to. They want to call Dr. Curry. We're probably going to get this a few times. This tends to happen. Mrs. Popo Kamarudin says, put it simply, Team JD, point cause cross is not to expectations by panel BT. Oh, God, these acronyms, I swear. As layperson seem good enough, does raise question, expert wins equals JD lose. JD did not lose today. Ashlyn Fowler says, would the jury technically be able to look up Tasya on their own since she isn't technically a part of the trial? She is part of the trial. She was named today. Don't look anything up if you're on the jury. Don't be watching this.
Yeah.
Hopefully you aren't hearing even that. Denise Crawford says, I'm a DPD and agree CX was weak. Cross-examination was weak. But don't you think they're following jury consultant direction? I don't know anything about a jury consultant.
No jury consultant is going to say half-ass a cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Perfect.
Okay,
Perfect.
good simple answer. Good simple answer. Percy Poo says the Met Gala is the first Monday in May. How do they not capitalize on when she met Elon while in relationship with Johnny? Maybe they will in their closing argument. They'll just
He
line
should have asked
up
when the
those
Met
dates.
Gala was. He should have. I was wondering when it came up. Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mimi says
Didn't mean to interject there.
No,
Keep going,
it's
Alita.
good. It's good. It's good. Thank you. It's good that I don't have to say everything.
We could do one,
and not
we could
that
do
I'm
one per
requiring
person,
people
one
that-
sentence answers. You could just go down the panel.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Mimi says, why aren't they showing the pics of Amber Heard? They weren't
admitted into evidence yet, so they couldn't be published to the jury.
Thank you. Perfect. Catastrophe says possible theory. Thank you. Giving my brain a break. Possible theory. Perhaps the play is wait for AH to have to talk about it herself, disprove all her claims through her directly on the stand, and take down credibility of Hughes and AH simultaneously.
Sure.
I mean, that would work, right? Because all of Hughes' testimony is based off of AH, basically. Jay Boogie says, I know Spidey has a busy day today, but can you ask him to examine AH's body language at the timestamp starting 12:27 p.m. while the audio is playing? Done. He's right here.
Good luck, Spidey. Have some homework.
Romina Jones. I'm not guaranteeing he'll do it, but he's
The request has been made.
He'll do it either.
Romina Jones says, everyone and their dog sees the bias. Jury not seeing it really could have said anything. I tuned out. Agreed. Depp's team should not waste their time on her. Maybe. Sarah Thompson says, is JD done calling new witnesses? Yes. I love those simple answers. Dariella De La Garza says, do you think JD lawyers let the doctor talk to open up more doors so they can later use it? And when Amber Heard takes the stand, good tactic, bad tactic, a tactic at all? Sure. Will they do show and tell on rebuttal with Dr. C? show the pics and then ask if they meet Dr. H's definitions of abuse. Thank you. You're all wonderful people. Hey, that would actually be a decent idea. Samira Gusa said, could the panel consider the biased expert wasn't the big fish? All the court commentary is showing she wasn't credible. Could be. I have to collect those. That just popped up. Okay. Danny Paniagua says, will they call Dawn to the stand again? If so, is it possible then JD's team will wait to apply the bloodbath later so that it will be a fresher memory for the jury? Dawn is not going to be called to the stand again. I don't see why Johnny would call her to the stand. It's going to be Dr. Curry, if anyone. McNit05 says, I haven't been watching the whole trial. Has the quality of lawyer been that low the whole time? This and the Rittenhouse trial, haven't seen things this bad since I was in law school. Rittenhouse, I'm sure that what you're referring to is the prosecution, because the defense was fantastic.
I think the lawyers are good in this.
Well, the defense in Rittenhouse, you may recall, they weren't objecting to anything. So we were screaming about that for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
We did.
No,
It was
I wasn't
strategy.
screaming about that. I wasn't screaming
was.
about that because I made a point that we couldn't see the jury. We didn't know if they were paying attention. You don't want to alert the jury. Got some great information from Natalie after everything was said and done. When we got to meet her and get to know her. Okay. Jessica Sarasi says, why is the court out of session for 10 days? The judge has a conference next week that she is required to attend. White Snake says, I wish we could reach out to JP's lawyers and tell them all of what you are saying. Some of, or you mean JD's lawyers? Someone send them the YouTube link. I don't think they have time, and I don't think they care what we do.
Jordan Peterson, you should reach out to me. I'll take care.
Phil Jones says, jabs and rope-a-dope. The knockout comes in the 12th RD rebuttal. I just don't believe this team doesn't. What's that?
Round.
Boxing.
The final
We did
round of
boxing.
boxing. Yeah.
Thank you. Doesn't notice the obvious. I think they are ahead of all of us. Tortoise versus hare could be. There could be some grand strategy that we don't know.
That's the
about.
Emily Baker thesis. Yeah,
that is the Emily Baker theory.
Jim Mulvaney says, all things considered, do you think Dr. Curry's testimony still stands out in the mind of the jury?
Yes.
Curry was much more likable, and she's sitting there. And the other expert was called Curry by her own lawyer.
I was just going to say, she's definitely in Elaine Bredehoft's brain. she invoked her. Yeah. Oliver says, can they get another shot at Hugh, or is that over? I think that's over. I think it's done. Brad Jones 1320 says, use your aggressive feelings, boy. Let the hate flow through you. May the fourth be with you.
Might be me.
Path to the dark side. Could be Joe.
I think
Could be
I
Joe.
think today the only time
Kurt
I've
also had
sworn
it.
on the latest channel.
Kurt came in very fiery today too. After that cross.
The gentleman of the dark side, I see.
Yes, exactly. Carolyn R says, Durst trial / LA prosecution if you want to see great cross-acts. Okay.
The prosecutor
Also,
who did the Durst trial is an incredible prosecutor, and the judge doing that case is one of my favorite judges that I worked in front of. But the DA in that case is a very, very good DA. The jury had a barbecue after the Durst case and invited the DA and not the defense team.
Okay. Also, I remain a Corey Sharafi stan. After the Rittenhouse trial, his cross-examination of Gage Groskowitz was a textbook cross-examination masterclass. If you want to know exactly how to do it, watch that cross-examination.
It was
by
a great
Corey
cross-examination.
Yeah.
Candace Kuzov said, could be hoping she opens the door for more by letting her explain answers instead of controlling with yes or no, fishing for something they want. Maybe, could be.
That doesn't really work on an expert witness. But,
Yeah, fair. Tails DM says, if they torch AH, the torch every testimony linked to it. Who cares about the expert if AH is proven 100% unreliable? Expert will be burned after AH. That's true. You cut him at the knees, right?
That's definitely true. That's the heart of their whole defense is Amber.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Raquel says, can JD call AH expert back to fix their screw up? They don't want to. They want to call Dr. Curry. Vishu Sharma says, I'm sorry this cross is not helping Amber, but also not major impact on Johnny either. He was not aggressive at all like Rottenborn. Aggression may not be what they were going for, but we'll see. Emma Rain says, at what point does impeachment become perjury? It has to be a very big lie. Very, very, very big
Intentional.
lie.
You certainly have to have mens rea.
Civil perjury into a criminal perjury is very, very, very hard to do, but it can be done.
Good call.
It's got to be. If we see it, we'll talk about it. I'm going to go with that for the rest of the trial. If we see it, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Victor Shaba says she had the Depo transcript had mistakes. Oh, she said the Depo transcript had mistakes. Yeah,
She
that
did.
was
She
weird.
tried that one.
Yeah.
That was a weird part too, to basically say like I can't be impeachable because there's mistakes in there. That's what it sounded
They
like.
said I only made $100 an hour. I made $500.
Which I was like, how does that help you?
It doesn't. It was
It
purely
makes you look even more biased.
It was ego. It was all ego.
You're 5 times as biased as we thought you were.
Yeah, exactly. QTZA says, I'm trying to understand what I just watched. Do you think they moved her on because they want to nail Amber with everything in the kitchen sink? Maybe, could be possible. Brookline Girl says maybe Curry will get recalled then Hughes will, and then they'll go after Hughes both barrels. It'll just be Curry, Dr. Curry only. No Hughes, no more Hughes. Mimi says impeachment is different than perjury. It is. Ashlyn Fowler says, can the jury look up in the info on Tasya, don't know how to spell, on their own because it wasn't actually part of the trial? I really want to know. No, they cannot. That is still part of the trial.
After the trial, they could. After a verdict is rendered, they could.
Yes, they can. Then they're free to do whatever they want. They can watch every single one of my live streams and recaps.
They'll have hundreds of hours of Alita.
And they should watch all of them.
And then they can feel really sad because they missed out on the really good stuff.
Emily P says, what is the likelihood JD's team will work in Amber's DV history with Tasya later on in this case? I don't know. It depends on her opening the door, right?
This is when I swore today, Emily.
I was really angry about that too, that they didn't get in earlier. But
I thought that was as clear as possible.
She was talking. She asked. I thought it was clear too. I thought the door was open, but she asked. Bredehoft asked her, like, why didn't you leave? And she's like, I knew I shouldn't. You're supposed to do this. You're supposed to do this. She's talking about all these things she thinks she's supposed to do, but this is after a prior DV relationship. I think she opened the door on that testimony too, but
we'll find out.
The judge watches both ways.
Katya Kikonen says, where are the links for the panel? There's only Hogue.
There's only Hogue. I'll add it to my Twitter profile.
There's only Hogue. That's
do or do not. There is only Hogue.
I thought your profile said not legal.
It did. I took that off actually because some people started saying I was like politically minded in my videos. I was like, no, I'm just not.
Your videos are very not.
It was a joke from multiple conversations on Twitter. It was. Oh my God.
Legal. Yes. But I took it down because I'm like, I don't want to have this fight. I took down Go Blue. I'm a Michigan Wolverine. I took down Go Blue because people were like, you're showing your liberal whatever.
You're such a
like,
transactional attorney, my brother. Oh my gosh. Go after him. Go after him.
I'm just anti-Sparty in Ohio State, not anyway.
Captain Flame says, as an objective outsider, if you will, it is not hard to remember everything that JD's side. I don't think it was necessary to rehash obvious flaws. Could be.
Y'all have a lot of faith in the jury.
Mrs. Popo Cameroon. Mrs. Popo Cameroon said, can we just talk about other things than cross? We're on it for a while. And CT Aisha said, can JD lawyer change for cross-examination? No.
Dennison's just not flashy. I think that was always going to happen.
One witness.
I'm sorry, I've got to bounce. But it was great to see everybody.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
I can't wait to see what you think of tomorrow. It was so nice to meet you. Everyone that I haven't met. Runkle, good to see you for a brief hot second.
Yeah, I was flying today.
I know, sorry, you haven't had a chance to talk.
Emily, before you leave, I did want to say I heard that the 3 law tubers were setting records collectively on viewership.
Congrats.
That is awesome.
Yes.
Hey,
yes.
We're better.
I didn't get a photo to go at the same time.
That's great. Congratulations, Emily.
Power to it. And I will see everybody soon. Bye, guys.
See ya.
See ya. Selene Chivit says to Nurse Liz, sorry she's not here. Isn't it weird to apply patients the same psychological test over and over again, like MMPI? Wouldn't it be biased since the patient would be familiar with the questions? Could very well be. I'm not Nurse Liz, but I will say that. Carolyn R says therapy. They only know what you do/don't tell them. Interesting. Comrade Commodore says, not a lawyer, but if I understand correctly, we had a guy on to analyze frickin' Google Analytics, and somehow they didn't drop a bomb on the sexist lady who was board certified. Make me a part of the legal team, please. Linda Poulon says, impeachment equals legalese equals liar, liar, pants on fire. That is one good way of defining it. Rujita Goal says, do you think that the expert was not well-versed with the case because he was flown in later and focused more on the experts themselves? We thought about that. We kind of talked about that a little bit. I doubt it. I doubt it. I mean, he did refer to certain parts that didn't get quite explored very well. It seemed like he knew about it, but he just got thrown off or something. My opinion. M169 says, suggestion, add an FAQ to your description to address repeated questions. Love your channel. Been watching your entire streams
It wouldn't
to
help.
get through my work nights. You know what? I'm going to make an FAQ video next week because we're going to have some time. So that's what's going to happen. And then I will link that into the description below. And if anybody asks a question that is from that video,
I'll
I
just
will
say,
just
"See
say,
the FAQ."
check the video.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it still won't help because
No.
yeah, that's not how people work.
Yep.
Yeah. Ben, the LP student, says, is it possible JD's team is reading the jury a bit and decided to take this light approach to cross, trying to understand this missed opportunity? That is possible. We cannot see the
Absolutely.
jury from our perspective. So yeah, they might have information that we do not. A generic account says, I know why Rick is here. I can't swear on his own channel. This is, oh, he can't swear on his own. This is his outlet. we got Rick swearing today.
You did. You got the harshest language I've used on the internet in some time. So
I didn't know you knew those words.
I know. I yeah, a lot of a lot of dreams were broken today.
I feel like I missed out on so much. Can we get like a clip of that? Can we clip?
Weren't you
can we
streaming me saying that, Joe?
No, no.
Indushri Rajan says, can JD's team make up for weak cross on rebuttal? Sure.
All right, I'm going to sign off for now. I think I'm going to do a catch-up stream on the day in about an hour or something. But I'm going
Sounds
to take a
good.
break.
See you, Kurt.
Okay.
Later.
See ya. NL says, shouldn't they compare AH answers to the same test? I think so. I mean, apples to apples, oranges to oranges. That would make sense. Elaine Finch says, hi from Brazil. I'm an accountant and don't really understand the legal babble, but you guys are doing great explaining. And thank you, all of the panelists. You rock. Thank you.
We rarely understand accounting babble, so do it well.
Yes, exactly. Paul too says this could be, or could this be part of the team depth strategy? That is, let the cross set it up, then recall Dr. Curry as the expert to rebut on Dr. Hughes' sloppy methodology and bias, conclusion via unscientific process. But yeah, that's what Emily thinks. Mimi says, please explain perjury versus impeach. People seem confused. Perjury requires intent. It requires a big lie. It requires a lot of evidence to prove. So even if somebody has perjured themselves, the likelihood of them being brought with criminal charges is very, 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 very small.
Yeah. And impeaching is just making the witness look bad.
Exactly.
Like, that's all it is. It's just, you said some things, they're not true. Aren't you stupid? Or aren't you a liar? That's basically what it comes down to.
Exactly. Annette Kamano says, what if Amber doesn't have the funds to appeal? Then she can't. Maria Raya says, I watched the cross on Emily's channel and she thought it was good. I disagree. He left a lot of good things on the table. Yep. She was just here to testify to the same. God. My brain. Tracy Larison says, Ellen Barkin is on their witness list and has claimed in the past that Depp threw a wine bottle at her head. So maybe Depp's team didn't want to go to the open door either. I mean, it doesn't open the door to all of Johnny's past people because you would have to open his door through him. You can't open his door through another witness unless it's an expert witness like they did with the UK trial. Phil Worsley says, does the fact that she didn't ask for the headline to be altered or removed make her complicate taking into account she also published it? Johnny's team is gonna argue that for certain. Keith Blanchard says, why aren't there multiple redirects in this case? Because in Virginia, apparently, I think that's what Rob said, is that they only get direct, cross, redirect. Or at least he said that he's never seen a recross or a redirect or anything like that.
That's not something we normally do where I am either. Like that tennis match thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I would think that it would be relatively rare across most jurisdictions in the United States. Ivan Luna says, IMO, good, cross, enjoyable, not like Elaine. Okay. Maybe the jury also saw it that way. Aquarius says, so I'm finally off work, want to relax and watch a bomb axe going down. And now I'm on my couch disappointed and wishing I was back at work. Hi from Germany. Oh,
Never.
sorry to hear that. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Sarah Cordova said, did the ineffectiveness of the cross kill JD's case? No, I watched as much as I could and it seemed like Dr. H contradicted herself enough, but I don't know. No, it doesn't kill his case at all. Not at all. Not at all. Adrian says they brought up JD punching someone in the past. So why isn't AH's DV against ex-wife allowed? Unfair. Well, because her case is not about violence. Like her claim is not about whether or not there's a lie about her being violent. There's a claim about a lie about her making a hoax. So it's a little bit different.
See,
how
I
they
don't
can
even know.
read that.
Once the psychologist starts saying retaliation is a legitimate reason to not think something's abuse, I think her violence does pop back in. I mean, there's all sorts of reasons I think that pops in, but hey.
Yeah.
I'm not swearing anymore.
Dewani Prabhu says, question, keeping the ex short so that they get more time in for Dr. Curry, who will take the stand after Amber to confirm to the jury that she's lying. Could be. Yeah, could be. UV Bob 94 says, if the door was opened and they did win that argument, could they be waiting to ask AH instead of the expert about her past abuse for more impact? I mean, they have to get it. If the door is opened by the expert, they have to get it through the expert, right?
And you'd want
they can't wait for Amber Heard.
They'd want to ask every time they could. You'd want to ride that horse into the ground.
Yeah, just like we're seeing with the Sun trial.
Yeah, exactly. G-Dash. Kurt, sorry, he's not here. He just left. The judge not knowing questions about ex-wife, a potential appeal winner, allowing Johnny a new trial if he loses, or not abuse of discretion. Appeals are very hard. Let's just say that. Appeals are very hard to win. Hey, Ron.
Ron's back.
We're going through super chats, lightning round, because I'm very behind on these. KR says, would the past abuse of partners be allowed during cross FAH? Or was the denial of information for the remainder of the trial? It was for that witness. They can try to open the door through Amber. Whisper says, hello from Sweden. Is it this common for attorneys to use and doesn't it look better to be quiet while thinking? Thank you for all the commentary. You all are great. I personally don't want to be too hard on him, because this is probably my biggest criticism of me that people have of my channel and my talking style, especially through live streams, because I don't script what I say during a live stream, and I have a lot of ums and uhs. So
you do not. See, I've talked to Alita about behind the scenes on this before. It's an area of sensitivity for her, but Chad, tell her she doesn't use too many filler words.
She doesn't. You don't.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you.
I do.
Yeah, but it is something that it also kind of depends. It also makes him potentially more relatable to the jury. Think about that. Christy Kimbrell 67 says, are we still going to hear from Ellen Barkin? Maybe she's on the list. Nikki Rubin says, I saw the judge on court TV said this witness is allowed to read and was a good witness. Thoughts? She's allowed to read in order to refresh her recollection, but she's not allowed to just read straight from the report. So, but she was really straddling that line. Maybe more than straddling that line and getting away with it. Next one. Callie Teneva says, could they have asked her about 2009 and 2019 when she testified on behalf of two women who killed their husbands? I don't know.
If she was convicted of perjury.
You'd have to get into all the facts of that, and it's like, no, you can't. You're not going to be able to do anything with that.
Yeah, no. Lord Luke M says, what if AH doesn't talk about all that stuff the doctor mentioned? Then on cross, JD's lawyer gets out of scope objections all the time.
We assume Amber's going to be pretty fulsome in her testimony.
Yeah. There's not going to be much that she leaves out, because she has a burden to prove her case too. Alessandra Jacobson says, therapist here. It was mentioned AH had an ED from a note. Did you evaluate for an ED? Did you ask about an ED? Did you refer her to a specialist? Do you consider yourself an ethical therapist? Could be. Those could be questions for her. Casper Hebert Kelly says, Ron's loving my responses to these.
No, I'm loving the typo here, because you're not. I don't know if anyone here is old enough to remember. In the during World War II, they used to call the Germans the Jerrys.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't.
I don't remember World War II.
Also, Abby, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Is there even the tiniest possibility of seeing Elon take the stand? I think it'd be super fun. Love from India. I wish, but no. He has not been properly served a subpoena, so they cannot compel him to come.
Yeah, you might see videos of him. You never know.
Yeah. Casper Hebert Kelly says, could the jury find a jury? Oh, jury. Okay, that's what they're going for. Find a verdict early and before the break. No, because they won't finish testimony.
You mean tomorrow?
Yeah, no. There's plenty of witnesses to go. Cher Tushia says, can you please say hello to my bestie Jin, who addicted me to your channel? Love her. Thank you. Hi to both of you, and thank you so much for watching. Black Shy Guy says 5. I'm mad at Hogue and Kurt for not being around during that cross. And Kurt, are we getting a recap tonight? You and Alita recaps are awesome. Yeah, Kurt he's taking a break right now and he's about to go and do a recap.
I had to work.
He did. He had to do real lawyer work, not just chit-chatting over here. Linda Bewley says, are any platforms reporting on jury reactions, like someone from in the courtroom? I saw someone at the beginning of the trial on this. I need to reach out to Christina again, the independent journalist who was in there, to see if she's been still going in there and to see if she's noticed anything different with the jury.
Guys, I'm gonna take off. It's been a pleasure. I'm glad I got to join you for a little bit today.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Spidey.
Airports,
brother.
everywhere. See you, Spidey.
Yeah, see ya. And if anybody else needs to go, you guys you don't need to stick around for the super chats, but I welcome the company if you guys are just hanging out. Mimi
I'm
says,
drafting an amended complaint, so that means I need to do something else also.
"Oh,
all right, Ron. Nice to see you.
Great
Yeah.
seeing you, Ron.
yeah, thanks for stopping by."
No, you misunderstood. I'm drafting an amended complaint, so I need to do something else.
Oh,
while
I
I'm
see.
drafting the amended complaint.
Oh, you want
That's
company
this.
while you draft.
I get it. All right.
Talking
I
or
did
listening.
misunderstand.
ADHD people are funny because we have to draw off the excess.
Yeah, no, I get you. I'm right there with you.
All right then.
I understand. Okay, cool. Well, hang on around. Mimi says, please explain difference between impeachment and perjury. I feel that a lot of people are confused as to the consequences of each. Also, during jury selection, attorneys learn a lot about the jurors, correct? How to play them. I mean, they ask about biases. There's only so much that they can learn about them. It's not like they're able to sit them down and have a candlelit dinner, but they are able to get some questions about them and some of their biases and stuff. Yeah, and it depends on what kind of questions that they ask, because sometimes attorneys ask really good questions to try to really hammer in some important information, but sometimes they ask dumb questions and they really learn nothing about the jury that helps them throughout trial. But the difference between impeachment and perjury, impeachment is just catching a witness in an inconsistent statement from previously. Basically, what they're saying on the stand is something different than what they've said in the past, and then they catch them on it. The attorney catches them on it and points it out to the jury. Perjury is when somebody has lied under oath. It's usually a very big lie. It's an intentional act. In order to bring perjury on someone, bring a charge of perjury, you have to have a lot of evidence. The likelihood of that actually happening is very, very small. Ben Ong says, shitty cross aside, what can be done about the judge ruling to disallow bringing up Amber Heard's history of domestic violence, given that it was blatantly relevant, pure BS and bias?
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Short of an appeal, which is probably
We'll lose.
not
It'll
going to
lose.
Yeah. Sarah Yu says, do you think he got reeked by the rest of JD team, or do you think they all agreed on his approach? No idea. They have information that we don't.
Oh, everyone else here knows what reeked is, and is it that bad? Because I was probably because something happened in World War II that prevented me from learning what reeked is.
Wrecked. That's just wrecked.
Yeah, that's wrecked. That's gamer like.
Oh, I guess yes. They meant to say wrecked. I just read it straight.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good at you pick. You see, you understand where the people are coming from in a more intuitive, human way.
So Ann Marr says, I am only catching up now, so disappointed on the cross. Is it open to the JD side to motion to strike her entire testimony? If Dr. Curry is called as rebuttal witness, when will this be? So you can only strike testimony in the moment. If the moment passes and they continue on with testimony, nope, your moment is gone. You have waived that right to
I just like the motion to strike everything she said.
Everything she said. We don't like it, Your Honor.
Not just in court, but everything ever.
That's called a mistrial, though. I mean, if for some reason, if a judge were to find out that things were something really, really inappropriate happened with respect to testimony, someone should not have testified or someone testified improperly, and the proper objections had been made, there's a point at which a judge can say to the jury, unring the bell, and then there's a point where the judge acknowledges the bell can't be unrung. And if there was ever a case that's a great candidate for a mistrial, right, that would be this one.
Ron, we're in lightning round.
Shut up.
It's all right. It's all right. I appreciate the occasional comment to add some color. If Dr. Curry is called as a rebuttal witness, when will this be? After Amber Heard's case in chief is closed, which means after all of her witnesses have been put on. So at the very, very end. My coon dog can hunt, says she states this is the hardest thing she's ever been through. Would this be a point of contention? Because wouldn't the abuse and rape be the toughest thing she endured? Can team use this? Sensitive territory to try to use that, honestly.
That's
Rob,
a real
what
big
do you,
gamble.
he just donated $50. Rob, that's very kind of you, but you don't need to. This
You
donation
just
goes
come
out
on
to
and
all
ask
those
your
readers
question.
and watchers struggling through DV or similar situations. Help is out there on multiple levels, therapists,
Indeed.
counselors, and attorneys. You don't have to face this alone. DV hotline, please read it out loud. I don't have the DV hotline number. I'm really sorry. But Rob, you're awesome. You are amazing. Thank you so much.
Joe is matching, by the way.
Yeah, for sure.
Sounds great. I will. I've got to figure out a place.
I'm gonna get it for you. I'm gonna get
out
it.
there.
Is this
I'll
like an
get the
Amber
number.
Heard donation kind of thing?
Yeah.
Rob, that was very kind of you. My coon dog can hunt. She's sorry.
It's 1-800-799-SAFE.
1-800-799-SAFE. Thank you.
Which is
Thank you.
7233. So it's 1-800-799-SAFE. SAFE.
There we go. Thank you, and thank you, Rob. You did not need to donate that much, but that's appreciated.
And you can also check out thehotline.org. So
sounds good. Carolyn Hafner says, did Johnny address the jury this much with answers? He did look at the jury when he responded. He did. So I guess we're on Amber Heard's testimony now from the super chats. Ern says, coming in late, this cross was a huge letdown. Was hoping for more fire. What are your thoughts? Can Dr. C turn that around on Dr. H and discredit it? That's what Emily thinks. Haya Alfani. Yes, thank you. I saved this even though I addressed it earlier. Do you think one of the females in JD's team is going to do Amber Heard's cross? It may not look good for Ben Chu to do it if they intend to go into her DV and SV claim. Yeah. It's good that it's going to be Camille instead of Ben Chu. I previously thought Ben Chu would be good, but I think that is the right call. Zicky's 101, parts of her story sound plausible, even if exaggerated, but I try to imagine if someone as big as JD was interested in me, and it would probably feel exactly how she described. Her facial expressions, though, make it seem forced. It's true.
But it didn't seem like she was in love with him. It seemed like she was in love with the role of being Johnny Depp's girlfriend.
Yeah. I think you're right. Remy today says, does anyone have an objection to nominating Amber for the Oscar for Best Actress? Let's hope the jury sees through this performance. J for Johnny. Yeah, it definitely felt like it was being sold. Lynn Ainsworth says, do you guys believe her story? I'm a DV survivor, and during my trial with my ex, he spun a similar story with Flourish. It made me sick. JD is reacting as I. Wow, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry to hear that.
We're with you.
That sounds awful.
We're with you.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy. I'm sorry you had to go through all of that, including the trial and everything. Lori Herget says, is there a decorum about how people are addressed? JD always referred to her as Ms. H. She refers to him as Johnny. Is this telling? It just shows a certain level of distance or closeness psychologically, I guess. So you could kind of think about that. Also, I don't know if you guys noticed, but Johnny initially referred to her as Miss Heard, but then at some point later on, he did refer to her as Amber a bunch of times. I did notice that. Daria Gralewska Begley says, how do you think this awful direct will last? I feel like just waiting for your recap. It lasted a while. Andrea Nunez de Casera says, can the jurors talk to each other about her testimony? Not until the end of the trial, and they are talking to reach a verdict. So until then, no, not allowed to talk about the testimony. Julia Dalton says, the cross with the psych wasn't a complete loss, right? He basically discredited her testing because she didn't follow the directions for accuracy. Yeah, he scored some points. He did score some points that they can use in the closing argument. That is absolutely correct. And maybe they're setting things up for Dr. Curry on rebuttal. That is also a possibility here. Ern says, if Dr. H is subject to recall, can they do cross again and bring up all the points they missed before after Dr. C goes up again? I feel that would be effective. Some people are saying that she's still subject to recall. Did you guys catch that? I didn't catch that from today.
I wasn't watching when she left. Sorry.
I was on a plane.
Okay. Sorry, guys.
I
Marina
think
L.
they
says-
did say subject to recall, but you can stay because you're an expert witness.
Yeah, but my question is how and why would she
In
be
theory,
subject to
in
recall?
theory, she might be called by Johnny Depp. It would be stupid, but Johnny Depp could recall her.
I think the
guess.
people who call her would be the Heard team if they thought that they needed a rebuttal.
To the
A
rebuttal?
rebuttal to the redirect. I don't think they'll allow that
Yeah.
in Virginia.
Well,
they don't allow
yeah.
you to do it on the stand on a witness. Why would they allow that in the course
I don't
of
know
it?
what they're. I
That's
mean,
the
a lot of what they've allowed so far has been a little nuts. So I don't know.
I'm not committing to anything from Virginia. No, I hear you.
Marina L. Are her sister and or parents testifying? Her sister is on the list. Her mom has passed away. Her sister's on the list. I can't remember if her dad is on the list.
She
but
didn't
that
finish the
doesn't-
deposition though, did she?
Yeah, there's all kinds of problems. She did not finish her deposition. So all kinds of problems with Miss Whitney testifying. Dawn 1980 says, has the jury to document the reasoning for no.
Has
no,
jury
they-
got
they-
to document? No.
They just
Nope.
they just need to say thumbs up, thumbs down.
And how much if
on the
it's
various
up.
questions.
Yeah.
Yep. NM says, am I the only one who feels she's still in love with JD even after this? That
Yes.
she used the op-ed, the TRO, etc., to hurt him for leaving? Yeah.
I think she's in love with the role. She was so
Mm.
happy.
She's in love with the affection that she got, maybe.
And the money. She's in love with the wine budget.
My psychoanalysis is that her whole role as queen of the Me Too movement is to basically supplement the loss of the role of being Johnny's girl. Like she's punishing him and using it to sort of maintain that attention from the world.
Yeah.
That's my take on her motivations. But yeah.
McKee 98 says, can you tell Camille is already under her skin with objections? I think she'll be perfect for Cross.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. She
She's probably the best
was
choice.
she was kind of snapping out of it in during those times. Yeah. Average, thank you for the generous super chat. Amber Heard states she and JD shared love and understanding like no other through tears, but Amber Heard doesn't convey pathos. I get shook when she cries about their bond, but there's little account of her being enamored with him other than receiving gifts. Fair point. Logana 3334 Fury says, do you think it could be that she has told his story and over time continued to exaggerate, and now she is in a position where she has to tell the most terrible story she can to try and win? Could be. Persona Ego says, maybe the break be bad for Amber Heard, even if her testimony is good. 10 days for the jury to consider how believable she is compared to 3 weeks of JD's testimony. Maybe. Nameless Dragon says, why is there a 10-day break after tomorrow? Because the judge has a mandatory conference. J-Tube says, thanks for the great commentary. Question, if Vasquez starts the cross of AH, does she have to continue right through, or Benju can also come in as she continues? As Rob said yesterday perfectly, one horse, one rider. Cheryl Cruz says they also have to consider that when she works in films, there will be some confrontation scenes that gets physical. That's why she got that bruise, not from JD. Interesting point. L. Rod, thank you for the very generous super chat. Ingenious strategy. Use everyone's rational thoughts against them. Make them all so uncomfortable that no one besides real survivors could ever utter these things. But she dared to camouflage herself among victims. Awful. Feel awful for JD. What is it? A wolf in sheep's clothing? Ladybug 82 SW said, is there any chance the judge put a pin in the Dr. Hughes impeachment to review the transcript and we'll address it tomorrow? Nope. She's got to make a decision or not. T in Tennessee says, can JD's daughter be called in? By the way, I live in Tennessee near the Kentucky border. JD speaks like someone intentionally losing their southern accent. Interesting. My father did and sounds similar. Oh, that is fascinating. Proud to support you through Patreon. Hey, thank you so much. JD's daughter is not on any of the witness lists. So I think that they stipulated to like very, very, very minimal, if anything, about the kids.
There was a big sidebar fight in Johnny's testimony about Lily Rose. So yeah.
Yeah. Gina Duke says, is it a coincidence that a clean Johnny starts using when he goes back to Amber? Interesting point. The jury may have noticed. Wendy's Cafe says, Nate, pull your mic away from your mouth. You're super loud and it sounds like you're trying to eat. Sorry. Claudia Garcia says, did you catch what she said in the beginning of her testimony. Is she testified that she wrote the op-ed when Elaine asked her to explain why she is there. Isn't she claiming she didn't? She's not claiming that she didn't write the op-ed. It's just the title that they're claiming. Joe Hunt says, I usually cry when someone talks about DV. I didn't cry today. My subconscious knows when it sees lies. Yeah. If it hits you, it hits you. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. Sally Barlow says, the nose blood trickle sound sounds definitely like too much Coke to me. Oh, especially the discreet sign to wipe from security. Interesting. BK says, I emailed Vasquez an image of Amber Heard holding a dog out of the car's window, something she accused JD of doing with malice, hinting at animal abuse. Hopefully they hit her with a question about that with a yes/no answer only.
Is there actually a public photo of Amber Heard holding a dog out a window?
I don't know of it, but if it exists, I'm sure someone has found it. Just
If it exists, someone has found it.
Yes, I have full faith in the Justice for Johnny Depp community to find it if it exists.
A lot of my DMs start with, Hogue, how could you not know about X?
And the thing is, based on the people are saying they saw it. Yep, people in the chat. Based on the number of DMs and emails and stuff that I've been getting, I would imagine that their team is also getting a lot.
I can't even imagine what the actual team is getting. Yeah.
So she may or may not have seen it, even if it was emailed to her. But
it's such a weird sojourn, right? I'm sorry for interrupting lightning round.
No, go ahead.
But it's such a weird thing to go into that kind of, it strongly affected me, the dramatics of what she's clearly describing as animal cruelty, because as I think it was Mike at the time said, it's like, I hold a dog out a window. I'm not judging, but if there is definitely a photo of her doing that, it just shows that kind of dramatization and that exaggeration, right? And to me, that would be probably as devastating as anything directly on point. To be like, you just described this event that you partook in a different location as the end of all things, and you could barely breathe through it and all that. How are we to believe that at this point?
Yeah, that's a perfect point, because it indicates that she's willing to lie on something that is so small and insignificant. Like why even talk about that, right? If it has nothing to do with this case, it's not even an important lie. So what is she doing with the really, really important stuff?
It's just paint him as ugly. That's all it is. Paint him as ugly.
Well, of course, but that makes it so effective to say you really felt passionately about him and the dogs and holding the dog out the window, right? Yeah, of course. You don't like animal cruelty. You view that as animal cruelty, and then be like, okay, Your Honor, may I approach?
We have a surprise piece of evidence, Your Honor.
It's on rebuttal, or it's for impeachment. So yeah, you can do it. Cassie McFall says, is it just me, or was that testimony super identical to the therapist's definition of PTSD? Like she just copy and pasted it with her story.
She's using psychologist terminology. She is.
Yeah, and that's the thing is when it fits too perfectly, especially after both psychologists basically said not everyone fits exactly the same. Like people's symptoms will often look slightly different because people are different. But so with that, when you find somebody that just just copies and pastes, it's too perfect that it's a little bit jarring. It feels synthetic. Okay. Melissa G says, Dr. Hughes cross-exam, as a licensed marriage and family therapist, you cannot effectively assess a relationship without the other partner in the room. Otherwise, it makes for a very one-sided and inconclusive assessment. I would agree.
Did sound hollow when she said it.
Ashley Hamill, why a week off? Because the judge has a mandatory conference. JS, past partners weren't abused. Now he's abusive AF. That is what Johnny's team is going to say up and down, left and right, and all the way down to home base.
If they say AF, I'll laugh.
Exactly. Tanner Poulos says, I think Depp's female attorney should do the cross. Well, she is.
You got your wish.
Yep. Mostly Dead said, I'm nervous. This team might not be good on cross. Well, it's a different lawyer. Could have a different style. Could have different preparation. Rashida
we haven't seen Vasquez or Chu yet, so you can't judge.
Yeah. And also, again, I mean, thinking back on what Emily said, maybe they know something that we don't. Maybe they've got some strategy that we're not aware of. Could be.
I just worry that they underestimate that psychologist was not as effective as she might have been.
Yeah.
That's seriously only where I'm coming from. Might be bigger fish. Sorry.
Yeah. Rashida Islam says Rittenhouse couldn't cry either. He had no PTSD. He definitely cried and he definitely had PTSD. I
Isn't he
vehemently,
a meme as crying? I mean,
I vehemently, very vehemently disagree with that one. If
You
you
can
have
see the
watched it
tears.
and you disagree, that's one thing. But the vast majority of people that I have come across that said that that was the case, that he wasn't crying, that it wasn't real, he didn't have PTSD, didn't actually watch. They didn't watch it. So
I vehemently argue that it's pronounced vehemently, not vehemently.
whatever. I don't care.
I would say this dog photo that a nice person sent to me is not quite hanging the dog out the window, but we can see it. We can see it sometime else.
Monica Lynn said, learning a lot about court. What's rebuttal? It's when someone else help me out for a second here. I know it's a simple. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. I was
You
like, my
started
brain
great
went
last
into
night.
like
It's just like that
overthinking.
redirect.
Yes. It's just like, think of redirect as a version of a rebuttal.
They said some stuff, but here, have you considered this other thing?
Yes. Yes, exactly. Tokov said, let me get this straight. Both of her accounts of violence from Johnny came after she took hallucinatory drugs. Hope the cross pounds on that.
2 of 3, because the random slapping on the couch was no drugs were involved in her story.
Yeah.
By the way, did you guys think that whole Russian thing was just ridiculously similar to the other story?
Bring in the stewardess. It was very similar. It was very, very similar.
It's kind of like
I want to
almost like
see.
a
I want to
joke.
see Kelly Sue. I want to see the stewardess.
Yeah, why
Yeah.
they're all dead. Everyone who actually can confirm these things, they're all dead. They're like they got Hillary or something.
Then you're full on. I've got a girlfriend in Canada. She doesn't have a phone. She's dead. Okay. Sorry, Ian.
Magnus Prime says, don't apologize for happy doggies. Love Indy. Yeah, she needed to pee earlier, so I had to excuse myself. Stacey Farrell says, victims avoid looking at abusers because of PTSD. Could be. KH8 says, I think it would be different just hearing someone give his testimony, but the jury is aware she is accused of making this a hoax. I think there is a chance they are looking at those tearless sobs. That's very, very good.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
Because they're on notice of what his claims are, what her claims are, and that's exactly what they're analyzing for. Fair point. Hamlet Alvarez says, is Rob going to court tomorrow? I don't think no, I don't think so. I think
he wanted
he's
to be
planning
there
to
for
go for Cross.
He really wanted Cross.
Mm-hmm. That's what he said. Anna Hart says, a narc tells other people's true experiences, adding movie scenes, book storylines, embellishments, and theatrics as their own equals believable horror. Could be. Canine Blitz Shepherd says, so what did I miss from today? Is there something that put weight on Amber or Johnny's side? Is her testimony hearsay? Catch the recap is what I'll say to that. Bethany Elizabeth Sykes says, a photo set is out on Twitter about the boat narrative. She wasn't there. Vanessa was, including photos of her holding Lily. Oh, weird. Extra weird. Hopefully that comes out on Cross. Hicksville, which I mean, and that also just goes into what the previous super chat about narcs is about stealing people's stories and embellishing them.
She had to be on the boat. She's not that. All right, just keep lightning rounding.
That would be a wild lie. She's got to have been on the boat.
She's got some wild allegations that might not be true. So
yeah, but that's a dumb lie. Like that's a stupid person's lie.
I'd be willing to bet there's multiple boat vacations. So
yeah,
we'll see.
That's true too.
I feel like they don't have a shortage of boats.
Yeah, that's true. Hicksville says, why aren't more recordings admitted as evidence? The recordings show both JD and AH in their true light. It's clear JD is not an abuser and clear AH is a gold-digging narcissist who planned this for 3 years. Check out SEC on YouTube. It could be because those recordings also include voices of other people that are not Johnny and Amber, because the stipulation is that recordings of Johnny and Amber are okay. They can come in, but so long as they have a single third party in there, they can't bring them in. That's at least my understanding. So Amy W says, Mike, can we see your doggos, please? Even the pic. Sorry, he's not here. Romina Jones says, if they asked the expert, she could have explained it away. They're saving DV record for AH. If they can submit the evidence, it's for them. Yeah, could very well be. Tiff Eddie says, can anyone did anyone else want to yell and cut at the end of the scene? I did see some super chats to that effect while we were scrolling through and covering it. Kimberly Shannon says Kyle Rittenhouse had way more tears. He did. Jake Weiss said, what happened if Vasquez accidentally says, how long after you were arrested for beating your wife did you meet Mr. Depp?
You want to see an animated judge?
That's going to be a judge that gets really pissed.
And then we could cover the sanctions hearing.
Yeah, exactly. More content, assuming they allow cameras in the courtroom. Rebecca Smale says, remember Amber has told this story over and over for depots doesn't mean she is lying. True. Although I think her last deposition was in 2016. I mean, I don't think they needed to get more than one depo of her. Erica Ashworth says, I wonder if she realizes she said she threw the dog out the window and now he is just hanging the dog out the window. I don't know if
true at some point.
She said he threw the dog out. I didn't catch that. I caught him hanging, like holding the dog out the window. Podsy said, what happens if they both lose? Is that possible? It is possible. If they both lose, then they both lose. No one exchanges money. Joshua Frost says, cross of Grosskreutz and Rittenhouse trial too. Yes, it was a fantastic cross-examination. Jess says, poll for chat. Oh, we're under 200 now. Poll for chat says, anyone have their opinion changed today?
Jesus Christ.
Yep. Every time she says her number, it's always amusing.
We're under 200 now. That's what
So
you
no, I
just
can
said.
tell you in terms of going up. So we had like 50 left at 9 p.m. my time on Monday. Then it was 130. We're gonna be like at 180 at 9 p.m. I think. So Alita, you're going in a great direction for revenues. You're not maybe going in a great direction for sleep.
I'm out. I'm done.
Joe just heard the number. Was like, well, I was gonna try to make it. No,
I'm done. No, I can't. This was fun. I appreciate
Joe.
the time. This was great. No.
I should probably check out as well. I've got to eat dinner. Traveling all day.
No need to hang out. If you all need to go, then that's okay. I can get through these.
I left for 2 hours. I did all I needed to do on my agreement. I put out a video.
All right. Hey.
So I'm here.
Okay.
I just flopped it around.
Oh, look at this guy having a productive
thanks,
day.
Rick. I appreciate it. I do
I'm
appreciate
here.
it.
Let's do it.
All right. See you, Joe. See you, Ian.
See ya.
See you, Ian.
E.C. Childer said, question hairstyle to hide her face from the judge. Thoughts? I don't think that she wants to hide from the judge. If anything, maybe from Johnny's lawyers or Johnny or something. I don't know. But she doesn't seem like she's trying to hide with that hairstyle today. David Schaefer says, I noticed that Amber often makes comments regarding the way she is perceived. I know that sounds, etc. Behavior analyst, is that a sign of narcissism? Oh, Spidey has said that she tends to try to like find like agreement in the room, right? Like she tries to make eye contact as things are being said, basically saying like looking around to see like where are my supporters, who's supporting me. So it could be just a similar sort of tendency that she normally has. Phil Jones says, Mike, given Ben Chu's hourly rate, assume Dennison is similar. Maybe it's 3D chess and we just don't know it yet. It could very well be. Vivian Howard says, if you see your fellow attorney is dropping the ball during a cross, can you jump in and take over or just watch the ship sink? One horse, one rider. You've got one person crossing and that's it. Lucy Tonro says, do you think the NGN trial happened as a way of shaking some of his testimony out of the tree ahead of the time, and so the loss is acceptable? It's a separate trial. Just treat that one, this trial, treat that separately from this one. Different parties, at least one of the parties is different laws, different jurisdiction. Just treat it differently. Luffy Ace says, could it be that yesterday Hughes' testimony swayed the jury to sympathize with female victims, and JD team didn't want to risk as coming across evil by attacking her during cross-exam? They may have decided that they wanted a certain vibe for the jury. Could be. Gmania 1 says, is it too late for them to bring up that the makeup she claimed to use to cover up her bruises didn't come out until 2017? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That can come up through Amber. That's probably the best person for it to come up through. Mel Gonzalez says, did you guys notice that Dr. Hughes reported that the tests she administered were all within a 6-month period, but Amber Heard wasn't even with JD at that time? Yeah. Yeah. It's something that could come up on in their closing argument to say, like, these aren't even relevant. They don't even apply to the time period. Nanya Business said, sorry, Uncivil, you like Star Trek, so I don't trust your opinion on age's believability. You don't know what good acting is. Oh, no. XOXOXO, yeah, says, do you think they will get back together? God, no, I hope not. I just, that would be the worst tragedy of this whole thing. Chapter 8 said, Jesus F. Christ. If you haven't already established someone is into it, don't
Into it.
initiate, into it, yes. Don't initiate sexual comments or contact flipping robe up. Ask if they'd be uncomfortable or okay. No mind reading needed.
I know what sequence we're in today's stream.
Uh-huh. Yep. I do too. Emma Smith says MMPI2 detects lying. Caps 5 is easy to fool. You know more than me. Tatiana Zelenina says JD lawyer failed, could cause JD lose case. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think there's so much in this trial. Jennifer says, how about we don't objectify panelists? Disrespectful.
What was happening in chat?
I don't know, but I do appreciate that, and I do stand with that. Derek Lynn says, how damaging do you think the cross will be in the long run? In the long run, I don't think it'll be that bad, honestly. As much as we react to things in the moment, oftentimes when we step away and I think about it, especially like in making my recaps, I'm like, was it that bad? Was it that great?
Hope was screaming a lot, but isn't he an idiot?
No, that thought never crosses my mind.
Oh, please. I say a bunch of stupid stuff. I'm happy to still be here.
We all do. Derek Lynn says, how damaging do you think the cross will be in the long run? Oh, yeah, got that one. Hales said, violent sexual / DV victim, 4 victims, and I watched AH today. We all collectively believe with our souls that she is lying. We all felt sick, betrayed, and sad. Hashtag Amber the narcissist. Hashtag not a victim. Hashtag no tears. Once again, I'm very sorry for what you experienced to go through all of that. Had to be traumatic. And hopefully you have found healing and are in a much better place since then. But I understand it must have been really tough to hear a lot of that today. Liam Rubido says, does AH know she's losing in public opinion? I mean, she hired a new PR team, so that's an indication of something, right? Lennart says, what do you think is JD's most convincing argument up to this point? What is his most convincing argument up to this point? My first thought is the finger. His finger getting chopped off, lopped off and by a vodka bottle. I just find that so believable.
And I think the 21st is his best stuff. Officers coming, seeing nothing, that kind of thing. More on that. Yeah.
The objective testimony by the police officers. 100% agreed. Mindy Magana says, who else said no jury would believe? Jodi Arias, who also had an apologist of a forensic psych. Arias, Dr. Hughes is Alice LaViolette 2.0. People are really drawing a lot of comparisons here.
I don't know that reference, but
it's the Jodi Arias trial. People are saying.
I assumed from the reference.
Yeah, well, okay.
I just don't know.
Tanash David Mutasa says, as mental health nurse in the UK. Oh, we did get this one for some reason. Yeah, I remember getting that one earlier, and we did answer it. Chelsea D says, Kate James, former assistant, accused A of stealing her KJ story of DV and using it as A's own. Is there a way for prosecuting to bring this in? So a prosecution would involve a criminal case. That would be an entirely separate matter. And that would have happened a long, long, long time ago. I'm not sure how you would prosecute a case of stealing someone's story. Unless there's something I'm missing.
If they mean plaintiff, is that something you could use to ask Amber Heard about?
Sure, but I would have expected that to come through Kate James first, through her video deposition, and it didn't. So, yeah. I mean, otherwise, if they ask Amber about that, and we've already heard from Kate James, the jury's probably just going to be confused about it, I would think. Blue said, question idea for Cross. You are known for stealing traumatic stories like the assistant SA story. How much of that was stolen and from whom? For Amber, I don't know. Like I said, that could be confusing for the jury since we already heard from her, from the assistant. Julie O says, what unsuccessful cross? And I have been in DV. She's faking it. Sure. Jury might be along your thought line. Sympathetic Slytherin says, do you think that her constantly one-upping her own stories will continue to grow? Where does she go from here? At some point, even people who want to believe will get burned out. I don't know. It's difficult to predict what she's going to do, because already her testimony today is different in tone and gesturing than it was in 2016 during her depo. She might be testifying to the same things, but her manner of speaking is completely different, as was brilliantly pointed out by Spidey. But where does she go from here? At some point, even the people who want to believe, if things feel off to the jury, they'll feel off, right? Just like for all of us watching. Tanash David Mutasa said, Slugs, would you answer my super chat, please? I'm not sure who you are referring to as Slugs. And I did answer your super chat, so I hope you're satisfied. Julie O says, the doctor wasn't the time to bring past up, was it? According to the judge, at least, I guess.
If you can get it in, it's useful. I mean, it's whenever you can get it in.
Whenever you can, just like they did with the expert witnesses with the Sun trial, right? Okay. Rocky Quinn says, lying, emphasis on irrelevant details. Sure. Tread says, AH wasn't charged. Perhaps why not allowed?
Okay. Yeah, but when you're talking about a psychologist, like she's reading all this stuff that didn't wind up in charging documents or arrests. I just disagree with that.
It's an inconsistent statement. That's why it's for the purposes of impeachment. That's how that can be opened up. Yeah, Alex says, hi from Australia. Not sure if this was answered, but did you guys find that her testimony felt quite similar to Dr. Curry's explanation of Heard's condition, i.e. externalizing? Sure.
Yeah, I thought a lot matched up with Dr. Curry.
Yeah. Ladybug 82SW says, timestamp link of recording from yesterday where Dr. Hughes said past relationships. I went to right before the question that elicited the response. And here's the link. I'm sorry, I can't click on it. But yeah, check it out, guys. Julie O says, are you all saying that quack was good? Oh, wow. Well, yesterday I thought it was good because I was anticipating the cross-examination, but perhaps. Corbin Garrett says, does the primacy/recency effect impact the jury? Yeah. They've got human brains just like everybody else. So you remember the things that are earliest and latest, but the stuff in the middle gets a little bit muddied up, generally speaking.
Your answers are getting funny.
They do at this hour. They tend to at this hour. Reagan Weatherford says, I'm a DV survivor, PTSD. Can't give details like AH. She did have a lot of details. Anthony 2, 1993 says, was it an advantage for Depp to testify first for her to counter and revise answers as she used very similar wording to Depp? Well, she can't revise too much because she's already testified before, and they can use any kind of inconsistencies from her prior testimony to impeach her. So keep that in mind. Themopolitus said, could this be a nuanced cross? I was left with her not directly saying women can abuse men despite multiple opportunities. Sloppy, predetermined, evals, and contradicting herself within a few seconds twice. Yeah, the thing is, I wish that on cross-examination they would have pointed that out more clearly. Just flagged it for the jury with some killer questions. But nah, oh well. Pamela says, do you think the male portion of the jury may get suckered in by her theatrics in a way women won't? Do you think she is playing to the men? It could be, because just like Rick was saying, I have a problem with finding that she's lying because it's so outrageous that I don't want her to be lying because that's just so crazy. I think that a lot of men.
The implication of her lying is scary. I mean, fundamentally, the implication of her lying at that detail on a public stage about that kind of thing is, like, philosophically, forget law, scary. So I didn't know I had this block. I mean, we're always growing every day. I'm watching this going, like, I feel like she's lying, and yet that's a tough thing to think for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's and to me it feels very similar to the reason why you don't want women on a jury for a rape case, because for a lot of women it's too, it's like it hits too close to home. And so
Okay.
you want to like you don't necessarily want to over sympathize with the victim, because, or the alleged victim, because it's just a little bit too psychologically scary. So a lot of times women will say, I wouldn't do this, I wouldn't do that, I wouldn't do this, I wouldn't do that. That this is somebody, that a victim is somehow less of a victim because of the things that she's done. And I feel like it's a similar kind of psychology of like trying to distance yourself from a man in this kind of situation, because it's just so terrifying. So it's almost better if she's not lying, if she's telling the truth, as much as that sounds terrible.
It does, yeah, and that's the alternative, right? It's also terrible. Like in a perfect world, she didn't experience any of this because it didn't happen to anybody. But it's hard. I'm not gonna lie, I'm having trouble with this one today.
Yeah, yeah. T in Tennessee says, does rebuttal count in the plaintiff's time? Yes, yes, it does. Terrence Hilton Lyons says, thoughts on the Hicksville story? How is Amber Heard going from frantic to calm so quickly? Hurt or help her testimony? I think it hurts, because it's when you're in that emotional state, it's hard to come down from it, right? Like you have latent emotions when you're in the moment talking about stuff. So her up and down, that seems to be
Very
very
rapidly.
quick, makes it seem inauthentic to me.
Well, the other interesting thing I noted, and it's not quite the same thing as Rob noted, is you have an objection, you stop her talking for a second, it's overruled. She comes right back in at like the exact same emotional pitch that she stopped at, which is super interesting. And I'm not trying to take away from her on that. It's possible, but what we've seen now, other people react to an objection is kind of a slowness to be like, oh, I can talk now and everything. Like she's ready and at the same emotion.
Yeah. Yeah. Marion Talbot says, you guys should pull in Darth News. He's there every day. He has a YouTube channel. Interesting. I feel like this was the second day in the row that we've gotten a super
We
chat
can't
like that.
pull in everybody, but Alita is looking at people.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Tintin H says, can her arm bruise be self-inflicted? Of course it can. Yeah. Georgia Houston said, I've heard AH tell the truth one time. She's not a mathematician. Half his age. JD is not 72 years old. Space Cake says, the all I remember is the carpet condensation light stuff. Sounds like a writer learning a new trick and overusing it.
She does it twice. She does that kind of I was focusing on something and then repeats it. It had a novelistic quality to it. It could be
It was the
person.
tea. When she did that twice about the tea, the a lot of tea, a lot of tea, and then she did that again, like later, like it actually stuck out so much to me that, because I was listening and trying to manage super chats and stuff, like at the same time getting caught up on stuff, and it was so jarring to me that it legitimately made me like kind of step back and be like, wait, am I listening on a replay or something? Like, did I get some weird audio come in? It was just it threw me off entirely.
It's very theatrical, and I'm willing to grant that it could just be the way she is, but it's very theatrical.
Yeah. Ryan Nana said, I've heard that Amber has changed her story from the UK trial. Also, the problem I have with this is that none of her witnesses are credible enough. Jury's going to judge the credibility of her witnesses supporting and corroborating her story too. And if her testimony has changed, expect that to come out on cross. Jacqueline Perdue says BPD is borderline personality disorder. Did we say bipolar again? If that's the case, I'm sorry. We're trying here. Rihanna says, remember Jodi Arias and her ninjas, Casey Anthony and Zanny. People will absolutely tell atrocious lies on the stand. It's possible, yeah. Wendy's Cafe.
I don't think I'm going to check in on those trials.
Yeah, maybe not.
This is enough for me right now.
Rick is going to go right back to transactional law after this and be like, I need a break from litigation.
Well, it's funny, the first couple days we were doing this, I was like, I was talking to my wife and I was like, it's going to get ugly. Like they're the stuff that they've put forth in their opening statements, even I'm like, oh, okay. There's reasons I'm not a litigator or a family law person.
Yeah. Wendy's Cafe says, Kurt, you know what QED is, but do you know what PDQ is? I'm sorry he's not here for that joke. I feel like he would get it. It goes over my head, but I feel like he would understand.
It's Latin. We could assume it's Latin.
Yeah. Tiffany Byers says, does anyone know how many witnesses the defense team plans to call? Also, just came across this channel. Super informative and entertaining. Oh, thank you so much. She has a very long witness list. She can't call all of them because there's just no way. She has a certain amount of time that she can use for her entire case in chief. So I don't know how many witnesses because they can determine how much time to spread across each of those witnesses. So if it's a bunch that are like 2 hours each, then a bunch. That's the simplest answer I can give. Ignacio Campos said, why did she have to bring his kids on her testimony? Yeah, my guess is that probably was not really enjoyable for Johnny because I know that seems to be a sore point.
It'll be interesting if it swings back around, right? Because we know Lily Rose didn't go to the wedding for what Johnny described as significant problems with Amber.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, true.
Could swing back around.
Yeah. Lena Nami Star says Amber Heard recovers too quickly after her most tragic moments, as if she's overacting to the jury, while JD looks more genuine when he's explaining to the lawyer instead of the jury, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah. Dawn Lionheart says maybe JD attorney watched too much Legalbytes last night and the pressure got to him, leading to his mediocre / crash and burn cross today. No.
Dennison strikes me as a person that needs his assistant to help him turn on his computer. And that might not be fair, but like those are the senior partner experiences I had.
Yeah. I can see that just because of the fact that like he's in a position that he can just offload tasks to other people and just like he can. He has that resource.
I've only been a lawyer in the 21st century and half my large law firm was still dictating things. I mean, like, so is what it is.
Yeah. Flesh 305 Chico 69 says these names sometimes are funny. team witness, is she going to get discredited for reading notes? And when the JD team asked for those notes, team put it into a green folder, but instead I gave them the blue folder. Could this be scripting? So if it was the attorneys, they undoubtedly noticed one thing or another. And if it was a problem, they would have said something or done something. My guess is it probably was a separate copy of the same notes, and that it was probably nothing. That's probably why she had different colors for the different files. So anyhow, hey, we have a surprise. We have never had this person come on to this live stream, and I'm very excited.
Okay. Brand new
Welcome.
people.
Welcome,
Hey.
Dr. Kirk. How are
Hello.
you doing? People have been asking me for days to bring you on here.
Well, I say thank you to my fans, I suppose.
Of course.
You have a lot. Yes, you've been mentioned a lot.
Yeah. So have you been watching this trial?
Yeah. So I watched at the behest of my viewers on YouTube the Dr. Curry testimony, and then I was so intrigued by that that I went back to the beginning of the trial and I watched a few days. But then just yesterday we had Dr. Hughes, so I watched that. I haven't posted that yet, so I've seen bits and pieces up until this point.
Okay. What are your thoughts on Dr. Hughes and Dr. Curry?
Well, they both are competent. They both did standard forensic evaluations. They both came to different conclusions, which in my anecdotal experience is quite common for one legal team's forensic psychologist to find findings that are supportive of their legal team's case and vice versa. So yeah. I, as a viewer, just am trying to, because I'm curious as to what was really happening behind the scenes and what the clinical profile is for both. And I am trying to piece together each of their findings and trying to figure out what I would have determined if I wasn't hired by other team and biased, and I'm still sifting through. I haven't watched the cross of Dr. Hughes that I'm sure happened today. Yeah. So, but I'll get to that eventually. So I'm still kind of piecing together my opinion of it.
Okay. Okay.
You'll get a lot of discussion on how to fill out a CAPS 5 form. Did I say that right?
Yep.
So I will admit that the various forms of testing that they did for figuring out BPD, HPD, PTSD, all of those different tests for me were just way over my head.
It's got to be hard for a jury to decide on a battle of the experts that way.
Yeah, I'm terrified actually that the jury will, especially the way Dr. Hughes was talking, will interpret her testimony as a statement of fact when it's not. It is a statement of interpretation based on data gathered from Amber Heard and people that were sympathetic to her point of view. It could be true,
sure,
but I'm worried that they'll just, because the way Dr. Hughes was talking, you notice that when Dr. Curry was talking and asked if there was indeed intimate partner violence, she was careful to say, which is the way that I would operate. I don't do this work anymore. I found it to be not to my liking, and so I just stuck to clinical work and being a professor. But the way that Dr. Curry was responding was similar to the way I was taught to and trained to, which is to say, I can't make a determination as to what happened behind the scenes. That's for detectives and for the trier of fact. Is that the language? The jury?
Yes.
Yes. And
exactly.
So I don't know why I pointed there. It's not like there's a jury.
Your jury's sitting just off camera.
Yeah. My lightsaber is my jury. So the but then
Happy May the 4th, by the way.
yeah, exactly. Well, actually, so I have to go soon to a Star Wars trivia in Ballard. Actually, anyway.
Nice.
Nice. Very
yeah.
fun.
Yeah, nerds. Anyway, so
you'll find
right there
plenty
with
here.
you.
Good to know. Good to know. But with Dr. Hughes, it was wall to wall statements of Amber Heard was abused by Johnny Depp in micro detail, and that was, I'm worried. I just hope that the jury doesn't look at that and say, well, Dr. Curry didn't say anything like that. And I'm just like, well, she didn't say anything like it, because that's typically how things are done. So, but maybe over cross today, they addressed that so the jury would.
There's one sequence that talks briefly about, well, where did you hear all this from? It's and tries to pin it down to only from Amber Heard, right? So like Dr. Hughes, and I agree with you, because my complaint was the same. She'd go for 15 paragraphs in the present tense about what happened, with that first sentence just saying it was reported to me, and then 20 minutes of whatever.
If that, I mean, I'm editing my reaction video to her testimony yesterday, and I looked for that because I'm like, did I miss that? She rarely would say that, or she would sneak it in at the end, and it would almost be jumbled and mumbled in a sense. So
I agree.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good.
Yeah.
No, I agree entirely, actually, because I was looking for some of those markers too, and I didn't think they came often enough.
Yeah. And can you object to that? Can't they say, hey, you can't?
It's a foundation objection. You saw that during the process once. They made a foundation objection that it sounded like she was essentially attesting to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I believe she was I believe they were overruled.
Yeah.
You can also object on the basis of speculation, because when it comes to an expert witness, you're allowed to give an opinion, which any lay witness giving an opinion would be speculation. So they would draw that kind of an objection. But even with an expert witness, they can't just opine on anything. It has to fall within the scope of their expertise. So if they start to give an opinion to an ultimate legal conclusion, that's speculation, or that is testifying to a legal conclusion. So there are ways that you can object to that kind of thing too. And maybe they just were a little bit slow at the switch on Johnny's side. Or for whatever reason, they kind of allowed that in.
I think the judge was okay with the formulation, honestly, because I think she overruled the objections that came in timely, in my opinion. And from what I'm remembering, there's been a lot of hours of trial.
Yeah. I mean, there were reasons to say what Dr. Hughes was saying. I mean, there was an extensive interview process. There were the tests that were all self-report, but they were detailed. There were statements from, well, let me ask you this, because as I'm watching, I'm thinking, well, the definition of abuse in the Amber Heard statement for Washington Post is a pretty broad term, which might have already been met by Johnny Depp himself admitting to saying certain things to her. I mean, leave out the physical abuse. We define abuse that includes emotional and verbal, sexual. I mean, but putting that aside, Johnny Depp has admitted to things that to many experts, including Dr. Hughes, and including myself, would be considered to be abusive. So the fact that she didn't, in the piece, fully write up all the nuances to that abuse, right? That, well, I occasionally was also violent and verbally abusive to him. So, I don't know if that's necessary, but so has the case already been made?
Well, it's going to be up to the jury as to what abuse is, right? I mean, we're not looking at legal definitions. We won't be looking at clinical definitions. She says, we're reading the Washington Post article to say Johnny Depp abused me. Johnny Depp committed domestic abuse. What does that mean to the ordinary reader of the Washington Post? What does it mean in context to a juror that's examining it? And so I don't think the case has been made yet, because you saying I would have taken some of what Johnny Depp has already said as abuse is effectively news to me as someone that has watched the case. I haven't seen someone actually go so far as to say that.
Yeah.
Well,
except for Dr. Hughes.
Yeah,
she said that he abused her.
Well, she said it as reported, right? I mean, so we still have to go a level back, as Amber Heard says that Johnny Depp abused her. That's all the info she has.
Right. Yeah. Well, but and I haven't sifted through all the testimony from Johnny Depp either, so I can't speak from my own viewing of it. But correct me if I'm wrong. Did Johnny Depp say to her through text or verbally some really hurtful things, or any kind of threat or something?
I don't know about threats.
We get into poetic license on threats, but he definitely said hurtful things.
That's the thing. Yeah, he's definitely said hurtful things. There's been audio recordings of the two of them saying very hurtful things to each other.
Like attacks. Like, give me an example of what, like, the worst of it that Amber Heard would have leared about being said.
Memories of funny. I know just today they were going through the text chain where he basically says, "You're an embarrassment. Don't effing call me.
Your officer squarehead, a lesbian camp counselor.
That's lesbian camp counselor.
Keeping him from doing what he wants to do."
Okay. I mean, I don't know the context of that, but I guess it's an issue of the definition of abuse in my field. In my field, it's probably a lot broader than it is to the lay public, for example.
I don't think the ordinary juror, and we're just guessing, right, as to what's going through their brains. I don't think the ordinary juror would say, a text fight that includes name calling in ordinary circumstances, without vodka bottles flying around, without all the rest of the stuff, rises by itself to the level of domestic abuse for purposes of Washington Post article. That's my opinion. That's what I think of as an ordinary.
I mean, I think that's why the judge didn't throw the case out when it was asked the other day, right? So, because she said there was standing. I don't know the exact term for a defense.
A scintilla. A scintilla of evidence that could support a juror's conclusion, I believe, is what she said.
Yes. Hey, Ian, welcome back.
Oh, I said I had to go for dinner, so I had dinner and came right. I saw you guys were still going. I was like, all right.
We'll be here for a bit.
Although
we still got some super chats to go through.
I am going to call dibs on something now, though. I'm going to call dibs on Amber Heard and Elon Musk's future trial.
Why?
I'm just predicting one in the future.
Just calling them out.
Okay. But who is going to be the plaintiff in that case?
You know what? 50-50, but either way, I'm calling dibs.
Okay. Sounds good. So the definition of abuse is one of the most interesting aspects of this case, because normally in a DV case, you have jury instructions that are set by the state. They have very specific instructions, so they've got all of the elements of it. As the jury, you go back into deliberations with all the evidence and the jury instructions and everything, and you go through each element to say yes, no, yes, no. But here, it's not a DV case; it's a defamation case, and so the definition of abuse doesn't come from jury instructions. So it's up to what they interpret to be abuse,
right?
And
or
such a
what they would,
term.
Or correct me if I'm wrong, what they would believe Amber Heard reasonably would interpret what she went through as abuse, correct? Because she was the one who said it.
Right. Because is it a lie? She
Yeah.
has
Is
to.
it
She has to
reasonable
know
that
that
she
it's
can,
wrong.
that she used that word? You know, is it reasonable that she used that word? And I'm guessing, I haven't seen all of it, but I'm guessing that, in my opinion, that the answer would be yes. Do I think it's a moral good for people to just throw that around and without recognizing the consequences of it? No, I don't. But the other thing I just want to throw out there is that there's a really good possibility. I mean, I don't know the percentage. I wouldn't assign anything, but there's a pretty good possibility that the Dr. Hughes depiction of what was happening behind the scenes is very close to the truth. So it's I feel like there's with added caveats regarding Amber Heard's contribution to it. There's another scenario where, at least in terms of where I am in the trial, where Amber Heard is the most abusive or the sole abusive person. I don't know if you're comfortable answering this question, because I'm just curious, like, where do you fall on that spectrum?
Johnny Depp presented a good case that explained a number of their interactions and presented witnesses that put into question a number of the interactions he knew we were going to be described by people like Amber Heard and the psychologist. So I would say that perhaps for us, more of the psychologist's present tense reporting sounded a falsehood, because we knew certain aspects of it didn't line up with what she was saying. And the jury probably did too. And then when she comes back to say, I have data points that go with it, I found that to be pretty weak. So I think we're looking at, me personally, let's just say me personally, at minimum, a certain level of exaggeration or strange details from Amber Heard that I would want to see clarified by other witnesses as part of her case in chief.
Okay.
It also is very difficult to look at the words exchanged between them in comparison to Johnny losing part of his finger because a vodka bottle was thrown at him. It's very difficult to look at the words and to say he's the abuser when he's the one that has had pretty demonstrable physical harm, where he's actually gone to a hospital. He's actually gone to get medical care for it. And Amber's supposed physical injuries that she alleges have not, she hasn't gone to a doctor. When she has gone to a doctor, they haven't noted any injuries. She's got photos. They look very thin. One of her incidents was from December 2015. The next day she was on the James Corden show. So there's video footage of her that you can look at to see how is she acting? How is she, does she have anything that you can see on her face?
Okay. Well, I'll say from my clinical perspective, because I've been in these scenarios before where I'm not evaluating that, because forensic psychologists don't evaluate whether or not a crime has occurred. But as a clinician and as an assessor, I've been tasked with at least trying to gather information, or if I'm treating a couple and they're both telling me this, what's going on there. And I actually used to treat DV perpetrators and victims in my early career that were court mandated. And that I will say that even just hearing what you just said, in my opinion, sky's the limit in terms of what was actually happening. Because even with the details from Amber Heard doing things to Johnny Depp, you would be surprised how chaotic and mutually violent a mostly one-way domestic violence relationship can look like from the outside. And sorry, and she might be, I was saying this in one of my videos, lying. There might be evidence, if there is sort of some evidence that she's possibly lying, some victims will actually lie because they don't think that people will take them seriously unless they manufacture evidence, which of course isn't a good idea, but and vice versa. So I'm worried at the end of this whole thing, I'm going to be like, well, I'm still just as confused as I was.
I think jury throws its hands up and says celebrities get out of Virginia is a very real possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, and no, I agree that like domestic violence can be incredibly chaotic. I've seen that in a lot of criminal files where it gets really messy, and sometimes you get situations where like a woman has stabbed a guy, but when you dig into it, it's because there's a history there, and there's much more to it, and the
Yeah.
stabbing might have been the most serious incident,
Mhm.
but it doesn't necessarily mean that there wasn't a lot that led to it. So, I mean, it is possible. I just don't find Amber terribly compelling on this because Depp's story seems to be detailed. It seems to be backed up by other witnesses. So far, from what I've seen of Amber Heard's testimony, which is limited, I was flying. It sounds like she's backing up her story with, I told people this story, which is not a great backing up, and also backing it up with, all of these people who can't be found. And that gets really convenient when you start talking about like, oh yeah, well, this person who is unavailable is my source on this, but all of the people who are available don't do so much. And I found the I forget her name, the Hughes, very uncompelling. And what you're saying is, as a forensic psychologist, you're not determining facts. She clearly was. Like, she was trying to play judge and jury on this one. And it's very clear that she had a very motivated set of, or reasoning pattern.
Yeah.
It's not somebody who's coming at this like, hey, let's have a look at all the data and see what's going on. And this is something that unfortunately happens in this sphere, is you get people who have very specific notions of how the world works and things that they want to, in some cases, prove about how the world works.
Yeah.
And that's my read on her. So, I mean, I don't think we're ever going to get to, we know what happened.
What? Sorry, just a side note. What
Oh, yeah.
worldview do you think she's trying to propose?
She's got it. I mean, I suspect that she's coming at this from the sort of Duluth model, but I don't know for certain. There's other sort of similar notions out there, and she might not be explicitly relying on that. But she seems to have the notion that the abusers are exclusively male, and that appears to be backed up by her practice. She says, oh, well, I've looked at some situations of male victims, but only in the homosexual context. And that's a problem, because there are male victims out there.
Yeah.
And, if she's never seen one, it means either that she is operating in a very narrow sphere, or she's wearing blinders.
Yeah. And that actually goes right into the super chat. That is a question for you, Dr. Kirk. That says, what did you think of the highly gendered language used by Dr. Hughes from your perspective?
Oh, I mean, so the reaction video will come out, I think, on Friday. I did it last night and I edited it today, and I think it'll come out on Friday. But I actually had to cut out half of my reaction because I just kept like rolling. I try not to be. I try to be as nice and professional as possible, but so I had to take out a lot because I just kept. And I discovered halfway through that, I've treated a lot of male victims of domestic violence and partner violence from women. And now, of course, it is the minority. But as I was saying in my video, it's like most people in Seattle are white. So we don't refer to all Seattleites as white people. You know what I mean? Just discount non-white people in Seattle. So the fact that it's a minority doesn't mean that we just fail to acknowledge their existence. And she's a super expert. If she was someone like Dr. Curry with her background, I would have been like, well, but you're not in my world, but she actually is a very powerful person, actually, in APA, the Division of Trauma, very influential. I didn't know about her, but hearing her credentials, I'm like, does she ever not work? I mean, she's doing everything. And it's very hard to get to where she's at. And now I don't know her, and I know well enough to not say things about someone's what's in their mind or their bias. But I just kept as I was watching, I was like, why are you gender? When I first started in my career, I would hear that almost all the time. 25 years ago, it was almost always, whenever anyone was talking about domestic violence, it was always they would just start slipping in gendered language into it. Well, when he hits her, and then they would just sort of go down that road of lecture. And when I was in my 20s, I just thought, I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess that's what everyone's doing. And of course, just anecdotal. But over time, we broke away from that language for a very important reason. And when I heard her doing that, I felt like I was going back in time. I thought, like, I don't think that's going to help her with the jury. I mean, what do you think? I mean, we don't
She
know.
sounded biased.
Yeah, right. Before she
definitely
even
did.
brought her findings to the table, it just was like, anyway, yeah.
She was laying the peanut butter on thick, is what it felt like.
I sort of keep a panel of, not sort of on video or anything, just people who I disagree with on a number of things. And so some of the people I talk to who are sort of pro Amber were actually really disappointed in Miss Hughes because they were going, Dr. Hughes, I guess, looks like several times over with the number of credentials there. She's, they were saying, like, this can't be helpful because she's, they were pro Amber, and they're going,
Yeah.
could you not be a little more moderated here?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, you're not helping that side of things by coming out of the gate with gendered language like that. There's no reason for that. And then I thought, well, maybe she thinks it's like some kind of hypnotism to just get into the jury's head, just to associate that, because it was so persistent. Like the first time she did it, I instantly reacted to it. I'm like, did you hear that? She actually just referred to victims as her. And I thought, she's surely not going to do that again. That was a slip of the tongue. And then it was just like another half an hour of that.
Just a
and
wave.
so I was surprised by one time. I was surprised just by one instance of that. Because if I heard that in myself or a trainee or a colleague, I would have instantly been like, hey, it's not cool. Don't do that. There's no reason for that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And I could have seen it used as a litigation tool a couple of times, like just a couple of references. You put it in as the assumption, but I agree with you completely.
I was not sure whether she was intending it to be like, I'm telling a story about these two people, because it comes off in some circumstances like that. And at one point she quotes weights, and we were sort of going, well, that might be the right weight for Johnny and Amber. And then she later estimates Amber's weight, and she actually gives it as the weight that she assigned in that previous example. So I'm wondering if she was doing that, but it's hard to piece that out if it's just like a deep-seated bias as to what domestic violence looks like.
It's definitely a question by the time you roll into the actual analysis.
Right.
It's a question in your head.
Yeah,
it is.
I just want to state for the record that a lot of her findings were sound, and a lot of her interpretation of even Dr. Curry's findings were actually sound as well. So the determination of what happened behind the scenes and who was abusive more than the other person, that is, in my opinion, speculation. But the other findings of PTSD and the validity scales and the feigning and the malingering, all that was sound. And I was appreciative of her actually giving more detail, not only about what she was using for instruments and the findings, but also what Dr. Curry found. And so I just want to say that there was a lot about what she was saying that was very credible to me.
Do you find Dr. Curry's no PTSD then weaker? How would you advise a juror to unwind no PTSD, yes PTSD?
I would want a third forensic psychologist that's not hired by either team to actually look at the CAPS-5 and actually provide a judgment call on that, because that's the only instrument because the other instruments that Dr. Hughes was using are basically just checklists. So if you wanted to fake, it'd be pretty easy to do that. The CAPS-5, according to Dr. Curry, clearly indicated feigning. To Dr. Hughes, clearly did not. Which one is it? So it all comes down to that. But having PTSD does not mean that she wasn't the abuser as well. You know, like that hanging the whole case on that, which I don't think they're doing, but that
But a
doesn't
jury might.
right. And so, which is a mistake, because you can have PTSD even before you ever met Johnny Depp, or you can develop PTSD sort of symptoms even though you are abusive anyway. And you can be Johnny Depp and be the main victim and not develop PTSD. That there's a sort of, heuristic that people have, even in my field, that is false.
Yeah. So we have a couple super chats that are probably best answered by you, Dr. Kirk. The first one is on the screen. Is it hard for the abused to look at their tormented? When Johnny testified, Amber stared him down. When she testified, Johnny looked down. Thoughts?
What happened again?
So when Johnny was testifying, Amber was, I guess, staring at him. And since she's been testifying today, he's been very much focused on his notepad. So the question is whether it's hard for the abused to look at their tormented. Basically asking, is that an indication of which one is the abuser?
No. There's a temptation to draw conclusions of what is inside someone's soul from body language, but we know from research that you can't do that. You could make some guesses and maybe ask them what's going through their mind, but it would be hard to say. I'm actually worried about both of them throughout this whole thing. I mean, there are times when I start to tear up when I'm watching. I'm just like, I just want to, my therapist side kicks in, and I just want them not to be in the room. Actually, I just like, do they have to be there? Of course they do. But I think particularly Amber, if she does suffer from borderline and histrionic like that, that's an individual who's suffering greatly. Like it's no joke. And so if it's even close to that, like I really worry about her, and I hope she has like people around her during this time.
Yeah. And then the other super chat here is Dr. Kirk. Amber Heard admitted to hitting Johnny Depp and told him that he won't be believed if he told people that he's a domestic violence survivor. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, you're sort of spoiling the whole thing for me, by the way. Super chat first.
Don't worry, nobody's watching us right now.
But I did hear that. Like, actually, my wife has been watching little clips, so she's like, when this happened, I'm like, oh, okay, well, I guess that's now in my head. But right. So again, I'll tell you just from experience that in the beginning of my career, I would try to look for indications of who's the abusive person, and I would early on make some determination based on some solid data. Maybe I had 10 data points to be like, okay, and then later on I'm like, okay, wow, it's actually not looking that way, because the central question is you have to be inside each of their minds. So was either one or both felt intimidated, controlled, coerced, abused in that way, where there was a threat, like if you don't obey me, then I'm going to get you. And was that recipient of that communication, subtle and otherwise, terrified on an ongoing basis? Because that's the syndrome of abuse. Because you could look at something like, or hear even an account of Amber Heard even hitting him, and that's bad and perhaps criminal, but was it abusive? Was it part of a larger constellation, as Dr. Hughes puts it, of behavior and circumstance and experience that Johnny Depp felt generally underneath her thumb? You could make a case for that, but you have to be inside of them, and they can report either way, either one of them. And that's a really hard thing to determine.